In the realm of Pokemon, Natsume acquires a Pokemon Research System that enables him to study extraordinary Pokemon in exchange for rewards. Thus, Natsume transforms into a master of Pokemon development. At the Tokiwa Gym, he exclaims, "Banmu, you expect me to battle Mewtwo? If you won't treat me like a human, then I shall not act like one either. Come forth, Rotom the Muck Truck, unleash explosion." At the Hoenn Conference, the deity-like figure declares, "Your Diglett unleashed 3 earthquakes in one go. There are clearly 3 of them. You are cheating." Natsume retorts, "Nonsense. Well, my Diglett's split personality. Go forth, Tyranitar. Use Intimidate. Banras. If you dare to win, my 100,000 subordinates outside will break your trainer's legs." The protagonist travels alongside Ash, with plans to explore every region in the future. The protagonist, the master of Rotom development, creates various forms such as Pokéball Rotom, Electrotoy Rotom, and Mecha Rotom. Chapter 1. My name is Natsume. Professor Oak, why are you at my house again? Ahaha, it's Ash. Tomorrow marks the beginning of your journey. Remember to arrive early to claim your starter Pokemon. Do not be late. At the entrance, Professor Oak hurriedly departed. Ash turned and glanced at Professor Oak, feeling somewhat perplexed. Yet soon, he rallied, for tomorrow was a pivotal step toward becoming a Pokemon Master, to receive his very own starter Pokemon. As for Professor Oak's warning about punctuality, Ash paid it no heed. He had already made arrangements with Natsume, who worked at Professor Oak's lab, to keep an eye out for him. The following day at the lab, everything has been chosen. A voice of astonishment echoed, startling several sparrow perched on the trees. Inside the lab, a young boy held his head in despair, seemingly overwhelmed. Nearby, Professor Oak, with a small notebook in hand, observed the dejected Ash and shook his head slightly, leading him to speak. "Really? How could you let that Natsume kid select your Pokemon? Have you seen him? He always sleeps until noon." Ash replied. The atmosphere grew slightly heavy. Suddenly, a whooshing sound shattered the silence. Bang! A red and white ball struck Ash's head with precision. Unfortunately, as it detected that the target was not a Pokemon, the red light emitted from the ball did not capture Ash. Ouch! Natsume, how many times must I tell you, I'm not a Pokemon? Please stop throwing Pokeballs at me, it hurts. Ash, nursing his pain, looked towards the door, where a tall, slender boy approached, silhouetted against the light. Dressed in casual athletic attire, he possessed a refined appearance, fair skin, and an aura of scholarly elegance, exuding a sense of gentleness and approachability. Beside Natsume floated a phone with a pair of small, lightning-like wings. In response to Ash's complaint, he merely shrugged, saying, "Who knows?" With a sigh, Natsume picked up the ringing red and white ball from the ground. His 30-second attempt to capture the strongest humanoid Pokemon had failed. Ding! D-level research topic. Is Ash a humanoid Pokemon? Decoding progress meets the standard conclusion. No. Reward. Scratch-off ticket X1. Upon sensing a scratch-off ticket materializing in the system space, Natsume's expression brightened. He had finally accumulated 10 scratch-off tickets. Just as he contemplated returning home for a bath and some incense before indulging in joyful 10 draws, Ash's voice of lament pierced through. "Natsume, what about the Pokemon you promised to help me select?" Noticing Natsume's dazed expression, Ash seemed somewhat exasperated. "Please tell me you haven't forgotten. I was just scolded by Gary at the entrance." "Oh, that." Natsume turned to Ash, his face earnest. "Of course, I haven't forgotten. The Pokemon I prepared for you is unlike any other trainer's Pokemon. It is extremely, extremely precious." Natsume's tone was laced with temptation, causing Ash to pause in surprise, curiosity igniting within him. As Natsume was an assistant at Professor Oak's lab, his words held a degree of credibility. Ash's eyes sparkled with anticipation, wondering what kind of unique Pokemon it could be. Natsume moved behind Ash and pressed a certain switch. Soon, under Ash's watchful gaze, a yellow-furred rodent was slowly lifted by a mechanical platform. "Wow, how cool. It looks like an impressive Pokemon." Ash's eyes glimmered as he retrieved the Pokédex given by Professor Oak, aiming it at the yellow rodent. Quickly, a mechanical voice emanated from the device. "Pikachu, the electric mouse Pokemon, as numerous as wild dogs on the roadside." Ash exclaimed, "Natsume, you said this was a very rare Pokemon?" Natsume?" Turning around, Ash realized Natsume had somehow slipped outside. Natsume pointed behind Ash. Both Ash and Professor Oak turned to see an irate Pikachu, seemingly incensed by the blunt words of the Pokédex. "Pikachu!" A volt tackle sent both individuals crashing to the ground. "Natsume, you are utterly unreliable." Ash lay on the ground, his pajamas charred, tremblingly pointing towards Natsume, who stood in scathe at the entrance. Sighing, "Foolish boy." Observing Ash's state, Natsume shook his head. This Pikachu was indeed extraordinarily rare. Ding! Special individual of the Pikachu species detected. S-level research topic issued. Decoding Ash's Pikachu. Indeed, Ash's Pikachu was a special individual. Hearing the system's notification, a smile crept upon Natsume's lips. The area was encircled by a multitude of onlookers. Today marked the departure of 5 trainers from Jinshin Town, all of whom had come to bid farewell. The first 3 had already set off, and now they were here to see off Ash and Natsume. Among the crowd, Ji was fervently shoving various items into Ash's hands. "This is your water bottle, and here's a tent, some rope, and rubber gloves. You never know when they might come in handy." All right, Mom," Ash exclaimed, his hands nearly overflowing. Observing this scene, Ji smiled and gently added, "Also, Natsume will be departing with you." "I am aware of that. Natsume mentioned it to me earlier at the Research Institute," Ash replied, scratching his head. For some inexplicable reason, he felt that the neighbors surrounding him were particularly enthusiastic. When he had seen off Shigeru and the others, the crowd had not been so spirited. "Haha, that's splendid. On your journey, do take good care of Natsume, and keep an eye on him." "Sure, Mom. I will obediently listen to what Natsume says." "What do you mean?" Ash looked at Ji with a bewildered expression, pointing at himself, as if to say, "Are you asking a 10-year-old child to look after an 18-year-old adult?" Yet, to his surprise, the neighbors did not find this arrangement odd. Instead, they echoed in agreement. "Indeed, Ash, you must take good care of that lad Natsume." "Right, Ash. Do not forget that Natsume is from Sinnoh, not from our Jinshin Town. You must clarify this to others." "Ah, understood." The neighbors chimed in one after another, leaving Ash somewhat flustered as he scratched his head in resignation. Everyone is rather peculiar. At that moment, a voice called out from a distance, "Ash, over here. Let's set off." It was Natsume, clad in a neat and tidy sports outfit, with a travel bag slung over his shoulder, waving towards Ash. As Natsume gazed at the crowd gathered to bid him and Ash farewell, he couldn't help but feel a swell of emotion. The 5 years he had spent in Jinshin Town flooded back to him, evoking a sense of nostalgia. It truly is a heartwarming anime world, where people are so genuine and unpretentious. Just wait. Once Natsume becomes a true Pokémon Research Master, he will surely return to benefit the elders and folks of Jinshin Town. Go on, Ash. Don't easily abandon your dreams. Indeed, Ash, you are destined to become a Pokémon Master. Before that, please make sure to train alongside Natsume. The crowd urged collectively. Very well. I shall take my leave for now. Once I achieve my dream of becoming a Pokémon Master, I will definitely return to visit everyone. Ash waved goodbye, a smile gracing his face, before embarking on the journey with Natsume. Beneath the setting sun, their shadows stretched longer. At the entrance of the Okido laboratory, the crowd, witnessing Natsume's departure, felt their sadness and reluctance vanish in an instant. What replaced it was an overwhelming sense of disbelief and exhilaration. He's gone. That devil Natsume has finally left," someone exclaimed joyfully. "Indeed, the heavens have eyes. Ever since he moved here from Sinnoh 5 years ago, my Ponyta has not enjoyed a single peaceful night. And my Mewtwo, that rascal Natsume, always mixed its droppings into its food, claiming he wanted to research whether plant Pokemon could achieve self-sufficiency. Wah, by the time I realized it, it had been over a year of consuming feces, and now I can't revert to my previous taste. Who knows who summoned this devil? My Geodude has been subjected to endless CT scans. Now it trembles at the sight of light, as he claimed he wanted to study whether Geodude could develop kidney stones. In a moment, the crowd erupted in outrage, while Professor Okido stood amidst them, shrinking his neck and daring not to utter a single sound. Not only the residents of Jinshin Town, but also the Pokemon in the vast backyard of the Okido laboratory soared into the sky and climbed the trees. Upon confirming that the great demon Natsume had indeed departed, they too began to cheer. A few Monferno, having procured drums from who knows where, started to beat them. In an instant, the sound of drums echoed throughout the town, making Jinshin Town resemble a festive celebration, alive with excitement. The reverberations of the drums reached Ash and Natsume's ears, though they became increasingly faint. Ash suddenly felt a pang of nostalgia and said, Everyone seems to be quite reluctant to see us go." The faces of his mother and the neighbors, who had come to bid farewell, were deeply etched in Ash's memory. The blessings and encouragement they had offered made his eyes unavoidably moist. Natsume, shall we return and spend a little more time with everyone? Ash wiped away the tears from his eyes and glanced at the tall Natsume beside him. Ever since Natsume arrived in Genshin Town, he had used his royalty fees to repair several roads and even build a power plant. It was evident that he truly considered this place his home. Natsume must feel just as reluctant as he did. Natsume turned to Ash, a peculiar expression on his face. After all, Ash was merely a 10-year-old boy embarking on his first journey. With this thought in mind, Natsume broke into a wide grin, revealing a set of youthful, bright teeth, and patted Ash on the shoulder, reassuringly proclaiming, "There's no need to look back, Ash. A true man must leave behind a resolute silhouette." Chapter 2 Natsume, from whence did you procure that brick? An ordinary Pikachu resembles a stray dog on the streets, yet Ash's Pikachu is exalted as the god of Pikachus. But why? A profound confusion lingered in Natsume's mind. Despite the uniqueness of the so-called god of Pikachus and the countless opportunities he had at Professor Oak's laboratory, Natsume harbored no notions regarding Ash's illustrious companion. For he had perused the individual value assessment software on his Rotom phone, revealing that the current god of Pikachus possessed rather mediocre attributes across all 6 categories. This substantiated the notion that the god of Pikachus was, at its inception, merely an ordinary Pikachu. It was Ash who elevated the Pikachu to greatness, rather than the Pikachu who elevated Ash. Hence, what Natsume needed to discern was how Ash had achieved such a feat with the god of Pikachus. On a path through the Viridian Forest, Natsume clarified his thoughts. Nodding in agreement with his own conclusions, "Natsume, be a person," came Ash's strained voice from ahead. Natsume glanced forward to see Ash struggling to pull the god of Pikachus along. At this moment, the god of Pikachus was in a rebellious phase, refusing to enter its Pokeball and disobeying Ash's commands. In response to such behavior, Natsume mused that a few Spearows would remedy the situation. Left with no choice, Ash donned insulated gloves and attempted to drag the Pikachu along, the two of them pulling and tugging in a comical manner. However, unlike the anime, Ash currently held 2 ropes, one tethered to each Pikachu. To his left was his own Pikachu, while to his right was another, which Natsume had procured from Professor Oak. For the sake of research, one must always have a control group. To differentiate them, Natsume styled his Pikachu with a middle part. Pika, the middle-parted Pikachu tilted its head, gazing at Natsume with a look of confusion. It could not comprehend why its trainer allowed itself to be dragged along by this human. Yet, the trainer must have his reasons. The middle-parted Pikachu, believing in its trainer's wisdom, decided to sit down like the god of Pikachus, allowing itself to be led away. Natsume, look at him, Ash exclaimed, pointing at the middle-parted Pikachu with a face full of despair, as if to say, "If you don't take him back, he'll be corrupted by my Pikachu." Unexpectedly, Natsume paid no heed to Ash's plight, instead focusing intently on a particular patch of grass ahead. Curiosity piqued, Ash halted and followed Natsume's gaze. The grass rustled, and a Pokemon leapt out. "It's a Pokemon." Ash's eyes brightened, and he quickly retrieved his Pokédex. Spearow, the tiny bird Pokemon. Unlike Pidgey, it has a rather aggressive temperament. "Awesome, it's a Spearow." Ash's eyes sparkled with excitement, his spirit ignited for battle. Observing Ash's instantaneous transformation, Natsume could not help but marvel. Truly, he was destined to be a battle fanatic. However, Natsume's thoughts regarding the Spearow were entirely different from Ash's. This Spearow, Natsume narrowed his eyes. The god of Pikachus was currently in a state of extreme rebellion, refusing to heed any commands, rendering it impossible for Natsume to conduct his research tests. He resolved to instigate the original plot involving the Spearow's attack, hoping to ease the tension between Ash and the god of Pikachus. With this in mind, Natsume approached Ash, who, having ignited his desire for battle, quickly found it extinguished. His Pikachu was utterly uncooperative. "No, I must capture my first Pokemon," he thought, rummaging through his backpack to retrieve his pajamas, intending to stealthily approach and ensnare the Spearow. Suddenly, a pair of large hands clamped down on Ash. It was Natsume, who, amidst Ash's puzzled gaze, presented him with a small stone. If memory served correctly, in the original story, Ash had thrown a small stone, inciting the wrath of the Spearow and attracting the entire flock's ire. Ultimately, in a moment of peril, he had bravely defended his Pikachu, rapidly strengthening their bond. Staring at the small stone Natsume had handed him, Ash was left dumbfounded. "Natsume, where on earth did you get this brick?" "Ahem, well, when out and about, a little force can go a long way. A well-aimed throw increases the chances of capture." Natsume coughed lightly, his fair visage adorned with a guiding expression. "Really? Ash's eyes lit up as he accepted the brick from Natsume's hand, hurling it towards the Spearow as if it were a pokeball, though his motion was rather clumsy, as if by fate. The brick struck the Spearow squarely on the head. Thud! A large bump instantly appeared atop the Spearow's head. Yes, I hit it, Ash cried out in jubilant celebration. However, he quickly realized something was amiss. The Spearow did not fall, but instead turned, tears welling in its eyes, glaring fiercely at Ash. An ominous premonition washed over him. Caw! The Spearow let out a sharp cry, and in an instant, dozens of dark silhouettes descended from the sky like raindrops. All were Spearows, their expressions menacing as they fixated on Ash. He swallowed hard, clearly intimidated, and stammered, "In Natsume, I threw it, and now what?" Turning around, Ash found Natsume had vanished. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that even the rope he held now only tethered one Pikachu, which looked back at him with an expression of utter disillusionment. Glancing back, Ash realized Natsume had long since fled. "Get out of the way," echoed Natsume's voice from afar, leaving Ash frozen in place. In that moment, he seemed to understand why everyone said he should help take care of Natsume. "Natsume, you ungrateful fiend." Behind him, the dark mass of Spearows overwhelmed Ash. Observing the scene, Natsume paused. It wasn't he that he lacked loyalty. Rather, he simply did not possess Ash's extraordinary resilience. While Ash could withstand the Spearow's assault without a scratch, even soaring away on his bicycle afterward to deliver the god of Pikachus to the Pokemon Center, Natsume did not share such fortitude. Had he not fled in advance, he would have faced dire consequences. "Foolish child, I act for your own good." Natsume removed his hat, placing it over his heart in a moment of silent tribute for Ash, lasting 3 seconds. Without delay, he turned and set off towards the Pokemon Center, intending to await Ash there. As he walked, Natsume pulled out his Rotom phone. "Rotom, locate the nearest Pokemon Center." "Rotom." The device responded with a couple of beeps. Quickly devising a route, Natsume glanced at the map, nodding in satisfaction. This Rotom phone, a gift from the system's beginner package, was incredibly convenient. Rotom, an electric ghost-type Pokemon, could inhabit various electrical devices. Although in the games it could only take on forms of a lawnmower, washing machine, microwave, fan, or refrigerator, reality held no such limitations. In practice, Natsume had managed to complete numerous research projects released by the system by developing Rotom. He had even acquired a significant sum in patent fees for various projects, including air conditioner Rotom, motorcycle Rotom, and electric toy Rotom. As he walked, Natsume contemplated that upon reaching the Pokemon Center, he would indulge in a thorough cleansing and perhaps even scratch off all 10 of his accumulated lottery tickets in one go. Suddenly, as if he had spotted something, Natsume came to a halt. Not far ahead, a familiar-looking girl was leisurely pedaling her bicycle towards him. "Excuse me, could you please tell me how to get to the nearest Pokemon Center?" The girl called out to Natsume, as he observed the approaching Xiaoxia, who was pushing her bicycle. Natsume raised an eyebrow. Speaking of which, could Xiaoxia's Psyduck be considered a unique existence among the common populace? Chapter 3. Rest assured, Pikachu has merely sustained a minor but critical injury. With a resounding crash, lightning streaked across the sky, casting a sudden gloom upon the surroundings. It appeared that rain was imminent, and the girl pushing her bicycle cast a worried glance at the heavens before turning her head to look at the indifferent Natsume. Once again inquiring, "Do you know where the nearest Pokemon Center is?" Natsume remained silent, his gaze vacant as he seemed lost in thought. Observing this, Xiaoxia was momentarily taken aback. The youth before her had a fair complexion and a rather amiable demeanor. He did not strike her as someone difficult to engage with. Natsume finally snapped back to reality. "Whose child are you?" He lowered his gaze, feigning ignorance of Xiaoxia, who appeared to be around 10 years old. Xiaoxia was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that Natsume's first words would be such. I just wanted to ask for directions. My name is Xiaoxia." Just as she was about to introduce herself, Natsume interrupted her with an outstretched hand. "Let us not discuss names just yet." Xiaoxia looked at this peculiar older brother with a puzzled expression as he retrieved a piece of paper and a pen. Natsume scrutinized her intently, scribbling something down. The hair color of this girl resembles Xiaoxia's, and her hairstyle does too. Oh my, even her appearance is strikingly similar to Xiaoxia's. After some deliberation, Natsume reached a conclusion on paper. This girl before him was indeed Xiaoxia. "System, I have deciphered the identity of this girl. She is one of the main characters. This could serve as a research subject, a significant breakthrough." Beep. "Congratulations, host, for deciphering a custom non-entry-level subject. Reward, 1 yuan in paper currency." Feeling an additional note in his backpack, Natsume shrugged. Today's attempt at free resources had failed. The system did not seem to fully acknowledge his self-defined subjects. Over the years, Natsume had attempted to create custom research topics in hopes of earning system rewards. However, it was evident that he lacked a keen sense for scientific inquiry. Aside from a few Rotom development projects that were rated B and C level, yielding rewards, other whimsical topics such as whether plant Pokemon could self-market, or if 3 Digletts could impersonate each other in Pokemon battles, were all deemed non-entry-level failures by the system. Such failed projects only yielded a meager reward of 1 yuan. "You are quite strange. What are you doing?" Xiaoxia inquired, observing Natsume's expression, which shifted continually as he muttered to himself. She instinctively took a step back, feeling a bit frightened of this odd young man. Was he perhaps possessed by a ghost? Suddenly, a fierce crack of electricity erupted from the nearby forest, capturing both of their attentions. Could it be a Pokemon? Xiaoxia murmured, gazing in that direction. Yet, Natsume wore a grave expression, suddenly slapping his forehead. Oh no, Xiaoxia has encountered him, and without meeting Ash, if they lose the contribution of the bicycle, Ash might not reach the Pokemon Center in time to deliver Pikachu. A sense of urgency surged within Natsume's heart. Pikachu was not only Ash's first Pokemon, but also an S-level research subject. I know where the Pokemon Center is. I will take you there. Natsume quickly regained his composure, grasping Xiaoxia's hand and sprinting towards the direction they had just observed. Pikachu. On the forest path, countless Spearow were frightened away by the intense electric current, leaving behind a charred Ash, who cradled an unconscious Pikachu in his arms, weeping uncontrollably. Pikachu had fought valiantly to protect him, resulting in mutual devastation with the flock. With a thunderous roar, the sky erupted, and a light drizzle began to fall, quickly escalating into a torrential downpour. Plop! Warm raindrops landed on Pikachu's cheek, and the red electric sacs emitted faint sparks. With blurred consciousness, Pikachu slowly opened its eyes, faintly hearing Ash's choked voice. "Pikachu, please be okay. I will get you to the Pokemon Center for treatment." Clutching the semi-conscious Pikachu, Ash stood up, preparing to run to the Pokemon Center on foot. Just then, a shout from behind halted him. "Ash!" It was Natsume's voice, filled with hope. Ash turned to see Natsume rushing toward him. Natsume was a Pokemon researcher. Surely he could assess Pikachu's injuries, and perhaps he even possessed a healing spray. With renewed determination, Ash dashed towards Natsume. "A spray? Oh, I forgot to bring one." Natsume momentarily froze at Ash's urgent inquiry, then sheepishly scratched his head. Who hasn't he had a first trip? "Ah, what now? The Pokemon Center seems quite far." Disappointment was evident on Ash's face. Observing this, Natsume patted his shoulder, offering reassurance. "Don't worry, Ash. It's merely a minor critical injury." "Oh, merely? What does merely a minor critical injury even mean?" Ash's anxiety heightened upon hearing Natsume's comforting words. "I'm sorry, Pikachu. I failed to take care of you." Ash lowered his head, filled with guilt as he gazed at Pikachu. "Pika." Pikachu murmured faintly, seemingly responding to Ash. Witnessing this display of affection, Natsume nodded appreciatively. It appeared that in the days to come, the bond between Ash and Pikachu would significantly strengthen. His research could finally commence. Ash, cradling Pikachu, prepared to dash forward but was unexpectedly halted by Natsume. "I believe this young lady would be more than willing to lend you her bicycle." Following Natsume's gesture, Ash was taken aback. He finally noticed a girl pushing a bicycle approaching from behind Natsume. "Huh, me?" Xiaoxia, feeling the weight of their gaze, stood frozen for a moment. "Regardless, thank you." Without a moment's hesitation, Ash leaped onto Xiaoxia's bicycle and pedaled away at breakneck speed. Seeing her bicycle snatched away, Xiaoxia was alarmed. "Hey, what are you, a thief?" Before she could finish her sentence, Natsume delivered a swift slap, handing her a thick stack of bills. "Deposit," Natsume declared confidently, then turned, activating his Rotom phone to flight mode, swiftly following Ash's lead as he disappeared from sight. Xiaoxia stood there, holding an umbrella, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Looking down, she stared curiously at the thick wad of cash in her hand. 1,000 yuan note. This could buy several bicycles. Xiaoxia counted, only to be stunned. The stack Natsume had given her had 1,000 yuan note on top, with the rest being 1 yuan bills. Not only could she not buy several bicycles, but she could barely afford a single wheel. In the rain, a visible flush crept across the girl's face. Xiaoxia was furious. "You two shameless thieves. Stop right there." Throwing aside her umbrella, she charged after Natsume and Ash like a fierce Gyarados through the downpour. Chapter 4. Who are you, Meow? Ash, if you don't want to die, pedal faster. In the downpour, Ash felt the rain momentarily lighten on his body. Turning his head, he discovered Natsume, who was holding his Rotom phone with one hand and shielding him with an umbrella in the other. "Alas, Natsume, you must refrain from uttering such peculiar remarks." Ash's feet had already left behind traces as he pedaled with all his might, Yet upon hearing Natsume's words, he astonishingly managed to quicken his pace even further. Although Ash could not comprehend Natsume's utterances, he was resolute that reaching the Pokemon Center sooner would ensure Pikachu's safety. Pedal faster, there was no doubt about it. You must hold on, Pikachu. In the city of Tokiwa, during twilight, Ms. Junsha was anxiously perusing a wanted poster displayed before her. The poster depicted a pair of individuals clad in distinctive uniforms, most notably marked with a prominent letter R emblazoned across their chests. How could it be that Pokemon thieves had surfaced in Tokiwa? Suddenly, Junsha's gaze sharpened as she rose to her feet, staring intently into the distance. To her astonishment, she had spotted them already. The door to the duty room swung open, and Junsha stepped outside, her demeanor grave and her posture poised for action. In her line of sight, at the entrance to Tokiwa, two young boys, one large and one small, were fleeing desperately, pursued by a menacing and ferocious figure. Natsume, who was that at the checkpoint? She inquired. Ms. Junsha, it's the police. Just remember to present your Pokédex, came the reply. Upon hearing this, Ash pedaled with renewed vigor, closing the distance rapidly. Behind Ash and Natsume, Misty caught sight of Junsha blocking the entrance, and her heart soared with excitement. Those two thieves would soon face justice. As the distance shortened, Junsha discerned the features of Natsume and Ash. However, upon noticing Ash's battered form, her expression darkened. As they drew nearer, the sight of the barely conscious Pikachu and Ash's bicycle basket ignited her anger. Ms. Junsha, this is mine, Ash exclaimed. Understood. Quickly, proceed inside. Unexpectedly, Junsha merely glanced at Natsume and Ash's Pokédex before allowing them to pass. Ms. Junsha, stop those thieves, Misty shouted from a distance, brimming with excitement. Yet, to her astonishment, Junsha made no attempt to impede Natsume and Ash's entry into Tokiwa. Was her voice too faint? Misty quickened her pace. Go, Arcanine. Just as Misty approached, Junsha released a dog-like Pokemon. The fierce demeanor of the creature halted Misty in her tracks. How audacious to appear in Tokiwa during this storm, especially with a Pokemon researcher among the victims. Junsha glared at Misty as if preparing for battle. Misty, perplexed, replied, Wait, they are the thieves. On the streets of Tokiwa, Natsume glanced back at the obstructed Misty and shrugged. Ash was in a hurry, as was he. Earlier, on his journey to Tokiwa, Ash had utilized his privileged status from the Research Institute to alert the local authorities. The moment Junsha recognized his features, she permitted him and Ash to pass. Soon, propelled by Ash's vigorous pedaling, the bicycle performed beyond its intended capability, and they swiftly arrived at the Pokemon Center. However, the price paid was that as Ash dismounted to cradle Pikachu, the bicycle succumbed to the strain and shattered into a multitude of pieces. Ms. Joy, please save my Pikachu, Ash shouted desperately as he rushed into the Pokemon Center. Outside, Natsume observed the wreckage of the bicycle, lost in contemplation. In the original storyline, without him, the bicycle would have been charred by Pikachu's Thunderbolt, leading to Misty clinging to Ash. Now, without the Thunderbolt, the bicycle still lay in ruins. Natsume shook his head, pulled out a small notebook, and began to jot down his thoughts. Ultimately, he concluded that the narrative of this world possessed a capacity for correction. System. Does this mean I have transcended fate? Surely, it qualifies as an SSS-level subject, does it not? The system promptly inserted a coin into Natsume's backpack. A non-qualifying, failed subject. Natsume fell silent and turned to join Ash in the Pokemon Center. Inside, Pikachu had already been taken into the emergency room, while Ash anxiously awaited outside. Ash, would you like to call your mother? Natsume inquired. All right, Natsume, but Pikachu Ash's face was etched with guilt and anxiety. Clearly not in the mood to make a phone call. Glancing up at Natsume, who appeared unhurried, Ash could not suppress his curiosity. Natsume, why are you so calm? If only, of course, it's not my Pikachu, so I'm not worried, Natsume replied, leaving Ash's unvoiced thought hanging in the air. Just then, a ringing echoed nearby. It was Ash's Pokédex. Among Natsume's various patents was the addition of a mobile phone feature for new trainers' Pokédexes. Look, Auntie Kazu is trying to reach you. Natsume pointed to the Pokédex displaying Kazu's face and turned to Ash. With a heavy heart, Ash answered the call. Observing this, Natsume turned his gaze to the outside. The evening was drawing to a close. It was time to rest. Natsume ascended to the second floor of the Pokemon Center, where rooms for trainers were available for rest. Pikachu was out of danger, and his S-level subject was on the verge of seeing progress. Yet, the most pressing matter was to scratch off all 10 of the lottery tickets he had accumulated over the years. Rubbing his hands together, Natsume eagerly entered his room. After bathing and changing, he realized he had forgotten to bring his incense. Dressed in pajamas, he stood at the window, gazing out at the night sky as the cold wind swept through, filling his heart with desolation. A ritual-less 10-ticket scratch-off was destined to lack any soul. No, he must venture out to find incense. Resolute, Natsume left his room. As night enveloped the land, illuminated by the glow of the full moon, a massive Meowth-shaped hot air balloon floated in the sky. Inside the balloon, 2 men, a woman, and a cat were huddled together, deep in discussion. Should Miss Junsha be present, she would undoubtedly recognize these individuals as the Pokémon thieves from the wanted poster. They were engrossed in their spirited conversation. Ha ha ha. Under the cover of night, we shall capture all the Pokémon from the Pokémon Center, exclaimed Kojiro. Indeed, with so many injured Pokémon, there must be a few rare ones among them, echoed Musashi. That's right. Bringing the rare Pokémon to Boss Giovanni will surely earn us some coins, Meowth chimed in. Yes, who knows, Boss Giovanni might even allow me to research Mewtwo if he is pleased. After all, it's an S-level subject, Natsume added, a gleam of ambition in his eyes. Right, Boss Giovanni might even permit you. Who are you? Meowth yelped. Suddenly, a chilling cat-like cry interrupted their meeting. The trio from Team Rocket recoiled in fear, hastily retreating to the opposite end of the balloon. Who are you? Musashi and Kojiro exclaimed in unison, their faces pale with terror. Could this be a ghost? How could someone approach them unnoticed while they floated in midair? Chapter 5. Is there truly such a shameless way to battle? Ding. B-level subject released, the talking Meowth. Natsume ignored the System S announcement. After all, he would have ample opportunities to encounter Team Rocket in the future. He made a gesture toward the trio, adopting a seemingly innocuous demeanor. I just came up like this. I don't care who you are, don't interfere with our plans, and get down immediately. Go, Arbok. Musashi barked, throwing out a Pokeball without a moment's hesitation. In an instant, accompanied by a flash of crimson light, a long purple serpent materialized within the confines of the hot air balloon, making the already cramped space feel even more congested. Arbok. The Arbok eyed the man shrouded in shadows with a wary gaze. Arbok, use Wrap. At Musashi's command, the Arbok let out a fierce hiss, preparing to ensnare Natsume. Just then, Natsume tossed a Pokeball. Please don't battle here, Meow. The hot air balloon could explode. Meowth exclaimed in terror. However, contrary to expectations, the Pokeball Natsume had thrown did not unleash a Pokemon. Instead, it struck Arbok squarely on the head. With a sharp crackle, a flash of red light enveloped the Arbok, drawing it into the ball. Musashi. Hey, who are you? Don't you know you can't capture someone else's Pokemon? Musashi yelled angrily at Natsume. As anticipated, within 5 seconds, the Arbok struggled free from the Pokeball, once again standing defiantly before Natsume, its cold, serpent-like eyes fixed intently on him, only to be met with a second Pokeball. Snap! Seamlessly, Arbok was captured once more, albeit briefly for 5 seconds. Natsume was well aware that he couldn't capture someone else's Pokemon, but that didn't render the Pokeball useless. 5 seconds, just 5 seconds. Musashi, is there really such a shameless way to battle? I've learned something new, Meow. What are you praising, Meowth? This is our enemy, Musashi exclaimed, feeling increasingly frantic. She only had Arbok as her single Pokemon. If Natsume kept playing dirty, she'd be at a loss. Kojiro, what on earth are you doing? Hurry up, Musashi shouted at the dumbfounded Kojiro. Oh. Kojiro snapped back to reality and reached for his waist, only to find Natsume was faster. My Pokeball. Natsume snatched Kojiro's Pokeball away. Arbok. Snap. He deftly tossed a second empty Pokeball at the struggling Arbok. At this moment, Natsume stepped out from the shadows. And under the moonlight, the trio of Team Rocket found themselves momentarily stunned by his blue and white striped pajamas. Is that a psychiatric hospital uniform? Musashi murmured. Caught off guard. It must be a psychiatric hospital uniform, right? Meowth concluded. Their discussion reached Natsume's ears, but he seemed oblivious to their chatter. Indeed, this sleepwear was a custom-made outfit from a mental hospital. In this world, although it was peaceful, the number of evil organizations was overwhelming. Natsume thought he ought to prepare some intimidating props, like the attire he wore now, or the brick he had previously given to Satoshi. The power of the psychiatric hospital uniform was immense. The moment Team Rocket caught sight of it, they became somewhat immobilized. They were currently in the air, suspended above the ground. If this person were to suddenly act erratically, it could spell disaster. Ignoring the startled trio of Team Rocket, Natsume tossed another red and white ball at Arbok, then opened Kojiro's Pokeball. Come out, Weezing. Wheeze. Weezing floated in midair, contemplating its master. Yes, that's right. Your master has abandoned you, Natsume said with a serious expression. Just as Weezing was about to feel dejected, it heard a suppressed voice from behind. You little brat, don't push your luck. Kojiro lowered his voice, striving to suppress his emotions and avoid provoking Natsume. Upon hearing Kojiro's voice, Weezing quickly turned around, its earlier despondency vanishing. Just as it was about to drift toward Kojiro, it felt someone holding it back. It was Natsume, who had placed a jar over one of Weezing's exhaust ports. Soon, gray-black gas began to fill the jar. Weezing attempted to struggle, but was met with Kojiro's imploring gaze. In no time, Natsume had collected a full jar of gas. Excellent. Perfect. Natsume reached into the night, grasping his flying mode Rotom phone. In a flash, to the astonished eyes of Team Rocket, Natsume began to levitate, swiftly departing the hot air balloon and vanishing into the night. Arbok, the voice echoed. But there was no follow-up ball. Come back, Arbok. Musashi frowned as she recalled her Pokemon. Could that person really be a ghost? Meowth said, a hint of fear in its voice. Cloaked by the night, they could not see Rotom's presence, believing Natsume had simply raised his hand and floated away. Damn it. I've never encountered such a shameless ghost before, Musashi said through gritted teeth, gazing at the scattered empty Pokeball shells. No, I don't think so. Kojiro, with a contemplative look, spoke up. He actually knew that Weezing was in my Pokeball. At this revelation, both Musashi and Meowth were taken aback. Could it be? Meow, could it be? Could he be sent by Boss Giovanni to inspect our work? The trio voiced in unison. Indeed, that makes perfect sense. He mentioned Boss Giovanni earlier. Meowth clapped its paws together, concluding, yes, perhaps he's watching us from some corner. Kojiro speculated. Perhaps. He might even be live-streaming to Boss Giovanni. Musashi exclaimed excitedly. In that case, we must perform exceptionally well in tonight's operation, Meow. Meowth delivered the final verdict. What were they cheering about? Below, faintly hearing the sounds from above, Natsume looked up at the Team Rocket balloon. Shrugging, he chose to ignore them. He had no idea what Team Rocket was so happy about, but he knew he was soon to enjoy a relaxing bath, change into fresh attire, and revel in a delightful series of rewards. With a heart brimming with excitement, Natsume returned to the Pokemon Center in Tokiwa City. Upon entering, he found Satoshi and Kasumi anxiously gathered around a stretcher, upon which lay a sprawled Pikachu. Natsume raised an eyebrow at the sight. It seemed Satoshi and Kasumi had already clarified the situation, and Pikachu had been discharged from the hospital. No need to worry, your Pikachu has pulled through. It's simply a bit disoriented right now. He overheard Nurse Joy comforting them. Satoshi noticed Natsume's arrival and spoke up. Natsume, what were you doing just now? Natsume pried open the mouth of the groggy Pikachu and pulled out its tongue. Now it looks even more like a neutered kitten. Click. Capturing the moment with a photo, Natsume turned and ascended the stairs back to his room. Chapter 6, Rules of the Game. Clutching the small jar in his arms, Natsume dashed back to his room. Closing the door, he bathed, changed, and lit incense, executing the motions seamlessly. Soon, a delicate mist began to fill the small room. In the haze, Natsume, filled with anticipation, took out the 10 scratch cards. These were the culmination of 5 years of painstaking effort in Masera Town, collaboratively crafted with the selfless Pokemon of the town to formulate 10 entrance topics, which were finally completed, resulting in this labor of love. These 10 scratch cards were invaluable. Gazing at the cards adorned with red and white balls, Natsume felt a swell of emotion, tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. As the gentle mist enveloped him, Natsume wept freely. Well then, let me see what extraordinary rewards the system has in store. Natsume was not particularly greedy. 10 alpacas would suffice. Without a moment's hesitation, and under the opportune alignment of circumstances, he took a deep breath twice and promptly scratched off the first panel of the scratch card, revealing the red and white Pokeball imprint. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted, and simultaneously, a melodious voice resonated in Natsume's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for unveiling the red and white Pokeball scratch card, earning a Pokeball X1. Staring at the suddenly materialized Pokeball, Natsume momentarily stood in shock. He then proceeded to scratch off another card. Ding! Congratulations, host, for revealing the red and white Pokeball scratch card, earning a Pokeball X1. A subtle change flickered across Natsume's expression. Defying superstition, he scratched off a third card. Pokeball X1. The fourth card. Pokeball X1. Until the very last. The 10th card, every single one yielded a Pokeball. With a soft thud, a tear fell upon the sea of Pokeballs. And Natsume suddenly felt that his bond with the Pokemon of Masera Town was perhaps not as profound as he had imagined. Upon revealing the last scratch card, the same voice echoed in his mind, and whether it was from frustration or dizziness, Natsume felt a wave of disorientation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for revealing the red and white Pokeball scratch card, earning a Pokemon Tour. Is this what you call an extraordinary reward system? Natsume felt darkness envelop him before he collapsed onto the nearby bed. A night passed in silence. The next morning, Natsume awakened to the worried voice of Satoshi. Miss Joy? Natsume has awakened. His vision was somewhat blurred, yet he could faintly discern Satoshi shouting as he dashed outside. The room fell silent as Satoshi exited. Natsume stared blankly at the ceiling, his mind replaying the joyous scenes from the previous night's 10 consecutive reveals. Could it be that he, Natsume, was truly so unfortunate? 5 years of effort had yielded nothing but 10 Pokeballs. Merely 10. It was far more favorable than when he had departed from Professor Okito's laboratory. Oddly enough, he seemed to be in a different room. Natsume suddenly realized that the ceiling appeared somewhat distinct from his own. Before he could ponder further, the door swung open once more, and Nurse Joy, clad in her nurse's attire, entered. Gazing at the awakened Natsume, she covered her face in exasperation and remarked, "Honestly, how did you manage to become gas-poisoned in a Pokemon Center room? Last night, this place was just attacked by Team Rocket, and this morning, we found someone in a room suffering from gas poisoning on the 2nd floor. Nearby, Satoshi, along with Kasumi, chimed in, "Yeah, Natsume. Your eyes are all swollen from the fumes, haven't you noticed?" Natsume's head felt heavy and foggy, yet upon hearing their conversation, he began to comprehend. He had been poisoned by gas. Oh, Natsume raised an eyebrow and opened his system panel. After scrolling for a while, he finally spotted a topic. SSS level topic. Research on the artificial Masera's superhuman physique. Test subject, Natsume. Opening the topic revealed Natsume's current status. Power, 005. Wisdom, 100. Agility, 005. Electric resistance, 05. Fire resistance, 05. This project had been triggered when Natsume first arrived in Masera Town and met Satoshi, with all counting units based on Satoshi. Over the years, although he had made little progress, he had uncovered some notable findings, such as how repeated attacks from Pokemon allowed for gradual improvement in various resistances. Those below 05 would slowly decline naturally. Among the extensive list of resistances, Natsume stumbled upon the poison resistance. Poison resistance, 02. His poison resistance had decreased from 03 to 02. No wonder he had felt like crying last night. The gas had indeed affected him. Natsume had thought that his bond with the Pokemon of Masera Town was profound enough to awaken some latent power. Clearly, it wasn't his bad luck. Nor was it the weakness of his connection to the Pokemon. It was purely due to the gas. Pondering this, Natsume decided he must avoid using gas bombs in the future. His luck simply could not afford it. I wonder how the coal turtle is faring. Natsume fell into contemplation. Observing Natsume's dazed expression, Satoshi covered his face. Pika. On Satoshi's shoulder, Pikachu mirrored his actions, also covering its face. At this moment, Satoshi, the 10-year-old boy, fully understood why everyone insisted he keep an eye on Natsume. Had he not discovered the issue early this morning, Natsume might have inadvertently met with a dire fate. Turning, Natsume looked at Pikachu on Satoshi's shoulder and nodded slightly. It seemed that through last night's ordeal with Team Rocket, the bond between Satoshi and Pikachu had deepened significantly. Hey! Under Natsume's gaze, Satoshi suddenly turned to Kasumi, who wore a shocked expression, and said, "Kasumi, you've seen Natsume's condition. We might need to rest here for a day. If you're in a hurry to get to the Blue City." Before Satoshi could finish, Kasumi seized his collar, lifting him up. "What? Do you think you can send me away and not compensate for my bicycle?" Seeing Natsume and Joy both looking at him, Kasumi released Satoshi, pouting and huffing. I have plenty of time to spend with you." "Well, if that's the case, then where's Natsume?" Satoshi scratched his head and glanced at the adjacent bed, only to be astonished to find Natsume was missing. He had been right there just a moment ago. "Oh dear, this patient needs to rest." Seeing this, Nurse Joy also voiced her concern. What a careless oversight. Turning, Satoshi hurriedly dashed out, anxious to locate Natsume. In Natsume's original room, a soft glow enveloped the space as Rotom's voice echoed. With a flash, Natsume's figure materialized. Utilizing Rotom's teleportation, Natsume returned to his room. He had come to retrieve those 10 Pokeballs. With his luck already dismal, losing those would only deepen his sorrow. 129. Natsume's hand paused midair as he collected the balls. Odd, where was the 10th? No matter how he searched left and right, Natsume could not find the 10th Pokeball. It seemed improbable that it had been stolen. Although Team Rocket had come last night, they had been driven away by Satoshi and Kasumi. If they had indeed stolen something, it wouldn't have been just a single Pokeball. Could it be that his 10th reward was not a Pokeball? A glimmer of hope surged within Natsume. He vaguely recalled that he had not heard what the 10th reward was before losing consciousness. With excitement, Natsume opened his system backpack. Pokeballs X10086, Bricks X88, Customized Pajamas X12, Sanitation Worker Uniform X3, Counterfeit Team Rocket Officer Uniform X3, and Team Rocket Regular Uniform X3. Aside from his originally prepared items, there were no new additions. Could it be possible to even obtain air? Natsume, undeterred by superstition, opened his system panel. The moment the panel appeared, Natsume was taken aback. The once pristine and orderly research panel now displayed a new small module alongside the safe topics. Pokemon Game Battle Arena. During battles, the arena can be deployed, drawing both parties into the Pokemon Game Battle Arena, where all battle rules shall proceed according to the game. Upon witnessing the scene, Natsume narrowed his eyes. Thus, he, the king of medicines, Natsume, could single-handedly confront divine beasts. Chapter 7. The Hypothesis of the Fur God Project. After a prolonged period of research, Natsume retracted the system panel. Practical experience yields true knowledge. He would ascertain the truth when the opportunity arose. In any case, Shinbu was anxious. Natsume rubbed his hands together, reclined, and his Rotom phone intuitively teleported him back to his original hospital bed. The pressing matter at hand was to conclude the Fur God Project. Lying on the hospital bed, Natsume gazed absent-mindedly at the ceiling. He harbored some suspicions regarding Ash's Pikachu. Although this was the real world, distinct from the anime, the plot he had witnessed in his previous life served as a reliable reference. Ash's Pikachu wielded abilities that surpassed its level. This very fact led Team Rocket to believe it was a unique Pikachu, thus fixating on Ash. The skills it executed possessed power beyond its level. A certain item flashed through Natsume's mind, an item that only Pikachu could wield, the Electrium Z. This item exists within the Pokemon game series and is exclusive to Pikachu. When equipped with the Electrium Z, Pikachu's offensive stats would double. If this were to be materialized in reality, it would mean that the skills employed possessed power exceeding their level. Clarifying his thoughts, Natsume took out his notebook and began to pin down his hypotheses. Hypothesis 1. Ash's Pikachu consumed an Electrium Z. Hypothesis 2. Ash's Pikachu possessed something akin to the Electrium Z or underwent an event that induced an unknown transformation, thereby gaining a buff that enhanced its offensive capabilities. Between the two hypotheses, Natsume inclined more towards the latter. If his memory served correctly, Ash's Pikachu had no means to contend against Brock at the Pewter City Gym. However, after the special training at the power plant, its electric-type prowess dramatically increased. Could it be that Pikachu gains a permanent buff that doubles its offensive power after each substantial charge? This thought suddenly emerged in Natsume's mind. He wondered if this were unique to the Fur God or applicable to all Pikachu. If it were the latter, Natsume was confident that his doctoral thesis on Pokemon would be secured. Just then, the door swung open. It was Ash, his face clouded with disappointment, followed closely by Misty. Alas, he had not found Natsume. Pika Pika. Pikachu, perched on Ash's shoulder, gently tapped his forehead in a gesture of consolation. Natsume, where have you been? I'm not sure, but I think I'll return to my original room. Yes, you might just return to your original room. Ash suddenly realized and turned to look for Natsume. Fool. He.S. right in front of you. Unable to bear it any longer, Misty yanked Ash back. Natsume, why are you here? Ash gazed at Natsume, who lay on the hospital bed, somewhat astonished. He had traversed the hallway several times and had not noticed anyone inside. May I borrow your Pikachu for a moment? Just as Ash was pondering, Natsume rose and grasped the back of the Fur God's neck. Pika? Pika Pika? Pikachu looked at Natsume with curiosity, uncertain of what he intended to do with him. Natsume, what are you planning to do with Pikachu? We're quite close, and I'm not accustomed to him not being on my shoulder. Before he could finish, a red light burst forth from Natsume's Pokeball at his waist, materializing onto Ash's shoulder. Pikachu. The split-haired Pikachu waved at Ash. Now you're accustomed. Natsume exited the room and sought out Nurse Joy. After presenting his Pokemon researcher credentials, Nurse Joy consented to allow him to utilize the medical facilities here. Soon, under Joy's guidance, Natsume entered a room filled with various apparatuses. Pika 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 Pika. Upon stepping into the room, Natsume was greeted by a cacophony of Pikachu sounds. The familiar panting of Pikachu almost transported him back to the breeding facility he established at Professor Oak's lab. Turning his gaze, he noticed, in the corner, a contraption resembling a hamster wheel, where dozens of Pikachu were running in circles. Seeing Natsume, Joy smiled slightly and explained, these little ones provide power to the Pokemon Center. Moreover, it was thanks to them that Pikachu regained its strength yesterday and drove away those ruffians. Joy's face displayed admiration as she spoke. It was truly rare for such young children to remain so composed in the face of an evil organization. Observing Joy's sentiment, Natsume scratched his head and promptly wrote something in his notebook. After tearing it out, he handed it to Joy with earnestness. "This is Ash's home address. You can send a banner there." Joy accepted the note silently and exited. The room fell silent, save for the incessant sounds of Pika Pika. Natsume turned to observe the busy Pikachu. According to Joy, Pikachu indeed charged up last night, and it was an impressive amount generated by dozens of Pikachu working together. Lost in thought, Natsume retrieved his Rotom phone and activated the stat detector. In no time, 6 digits appeared on the detector. Notably, the special attack and attack stats had slightly increased compared to a few days prior. Natsume suddenly felt that the likelihood of his second hypothesis had risen. Nonetheless, the first hypothesis also required validation. Conveniently, as this was the Pokemon Center, he could easily conduct a gastric CT on Pikachu. "Pika?" Pikachu looked at Natsume, puzzled, as he appeared to be conducting some sort of examination on him. Your fur looks splendid. And there's an ample amount of electricity in your cheek pouches. Likely from last night's charge? The remnants at the entrance are consistent in both dryness and moisture." Natsume was abruptly kicked away by the fur god. "You're quite healthy." After recording the physical characteristics of the fur god, Natsume activated a nearby machine. Soon, a radiograph of Pikachu's abdomen appeared on a screen beside them. Nothing, no signs from any angle. Natsume stroked his chin, scrutinizing it carefully. There were no indications of an Electrium Z in Pikachu's stomach or intestines. "However, it seems you have 2 small tumors." "Pika?" The fur god was startled, hastily glancing at the nearby display, only to be met with Natsume's sudden realization. "Oh, it seems that's your eggs." Pika. Chapter 8, The Toru Forest. Natsume found no signs of an Electrium Z in the fur goddess belly. Thus, one possibility was ruled out. This left only the second possibility. The more Natsume pondered, the more convinced he became that his doctoral thesis on Pokemon was solidifying. Soon, he would stand shoulder to shoulder with Professor Oak as Dr. Natsume. Goo. "Oh, are you hungry? Then let us go eat." Natsume lifted Pikachu down from the apparatus. The fur god. "The sound of a growling stomach did not originate from you." Pikachu looked at Natsume helplessly. For now, the matter of the fur god project would be set aside. The most pressing concern was to fill their bellies. After all, the time for validating the second hypothesis had not yet arrived. When the type disadvantage master, Ash, was pummeled by Brock and took Pikachu to the power plant for special training, he would have his answer. There was no need to rush. Shinbu was anxious. Thus concluded their time at the Pokemon Center. For Ash, who had successfully driven away Team Rocket, there were no banners to commemorate his achievement. But a sumptuous feast was certainly in order. To express her gratitude, Joy had prepared a lavish dinner for the 3 of them. During the banquet, 2 10-year-old children were fervently sharing their aspirations. "I want to become the world's greatest Pokemon master," exclaimed Ash. "Well, I want to be the world's foremost water-type Pokemon master," responded Misty. Water-type?" Ash squinted at Misty and then waved his hand dismissively. "But you don't resemble a trainer who uses water-type Pokemon at all. What do I look like then?" Misty narrowed her eyes, puzzled. "A fighting-type trainer." Due to unforeseen circumstances, a large bump appeared on Ash's head. Nearby, Satoshi watched Ash clutching his head in anguish and couldn't help but shake his head. These 2 kids are such lightweights. A little fizzy drink and they end up like this, unlike him, who always sticks to plain drinks. With a calm demeanor, Satoshi lifted his glass of milk and drank it in one gulp. "By the way, Satoshi, what's your dream?" Ash inquired curiously, holding his sparkling water. "Me?" Burp. Satoshi paused momentarily and then slammed his cup down on the table. Bang. Instantly, all eyes turned to him. Mimicking Ash and Misty's dramatic flair, Satoshi announced loudly, "Of course. I aspire to be the world's greatest Pokemon master and water-type trainer." "Wow. Who would have thought your ambitions align with mine and Misty's?" "I won't concede easily." Before he could finish, Ash was tugged by the ear. "He's just messing with us. Can't you see that?" Misty roared in response. "Messing with us?" Ash finally realized and turned to Satoshi, asking earnestly, "So, Satoshi, what is your dream?" "Dream?" Satoshi appeared genuinely dazed, as though he were lost in a fog. "Of course, it's to go home." Satoshi replied absent-mindedly. The system had promised him that if he created a Pokemon with stats surpassing the world's limits, it would open a passage between his home and the Pokemon world. After all, Satoshi was not alone when he traversed to Sinnoh. He still had parents back home. They must be frantic searching for him. Going home? How is that a dream? Ash pondered, stroking his chin in confusion. But it seemed like Satoshi's home was in Sinnoh, which was quite far away. Just as Ash was contemplating this, Misty let out a gasp, followed by a loud thud. Turning around, they found Satoshi lying on the ground, unconscious. "Oh dear, Satoshi, I forgot to tell you. You shouldn't drink milk after being poisoned by gas. Joy rushed over in a flurry, astonished by Satoshi's delicate state. Although it was ill-advised to drink milk after gas poisoning, surely it wouldn't cause someone to faint? After a cacophony of chaos, the night passed without incident. The next day, on the path through the Viridian Forest. Hee. Wild Oddish, want to taste this? Isn't it great? I knew that cow dung nourishes grass the best. Wild Oddish stared for a moment, then promptly spat on Satoshi before fleeing at lightning speed. Indeed, one should never consume food from wild trainers. Come here, Rattata. Satoshi, momentarily distracted, vanished from their sight. Misty squinted her eyes, appearing quite displeased. Seriously, why is he so hard to deal with? After 2 fainting spells, Satoshi had become akin to a resilient cockroach in Misty's eyes. Each time he seemed defeated, he would bounce back the next day, lively as ever. Although Satoshi often found himself injured, he always managed to turn danger into safety. Nearby, Ash approached, stroking his chin, reminiscing, in my memory. Satoshi has always been fragile, yet difficult to defeat. Pikachu chimed in agreement from Ash's shoulder. This laboratory had its memories too. The breeding center was likely established by him. Although one could occasionally find him sprawled across various corners of the lab. Issues like a Beedrill's stinger, certain allergic powders, or being startled by a shiny Roserade carrying a large root could leave Satoshi incapacitated for an entire day. Suddenly, Pikachu, perched on Ash's shoulder, became alert, gazing intently at a rustling bush. Judging by the movement, it was certainly not Satoshi. Pikachu, did you discover something? Before Pikachu could rush over, Misty's instinct kicked in. A Caterpie emerged into view, prompting Ash to exclaim, "All right, I'm going to capture my first Pokemon." Are you joking? You want to capture that thing? Misty shouted indignantly. Mind your own business. Go Pokeball. Ash flipped his cap backward and hurled the Pokeball. Do you realize you need to battle before capturing Pokemon? Misty covered her face in disbelief. Of course, but Satoshi said you could throw a ball first. If you capture it, it saves time. He even named this tactic One-Ball Superman. Ash explained earnestly to Misty. What kind of nonsense is that? Misty looked incredulous. But Ash's logic seemed somewhat valid. Under the tense gaze of the two, the Caterpie was sucked into the red and white ball, flashing once before settling down. All right, come out, Caterpie. Say hello to everyone. Put it back. Misty yelled in alarm, retaliating with another loud shout. What? It's clearly adorable. I can't stand it. Women can be so annoying. Unlike Satoshi. Where is Satoshi? Ash reluctantly returned Caterpie, just as he was about to share the news with Satoshi. He found no sign of him. Turning around, he discovered Satoshi peacefully sprawled on the ground nearby, his complexion a sickly greenish-purple, as if he had been out for quite some time. Nearby, a mortified Weedle retracted its stinger and bolted upon noticing Ash's gaze. All right, I guess men can be quite bothersome too. Chapter 9, Team Rocket. Fortunately, after the last incident, Ash had prepared a plethora of potions. He sighed in relief as he opened his backpack and pulled out a vial of antidote. Whether for Pokemon or himself, Ash had stocked up on several. Soon, after administering 2 vials of antidote, the unconscious Satoshi stirred awake. Honestly, why are you so hard to take down? Misty's voice came from the side, her expression curious as she regarded Satoshi. To get poisoned in Viridian Forest, one typically has to provoke a Beedrill, and it must be a swarm. But clearly, Satoshi was no ordinary individual. He had provoked a Weedle and nearly faced a solo defeat. It was hiding in the grass. Satoshi's first words upon waking. All right, got it. Let's keep moving, Ash said. Ash and Pikachu synchronized their face palms. Satoshi sprung back to his feet with a flourish, appearing none the worse for wear. He scanned the surroundings and spotted a Mewtwo, promptly vanishing once more from their sight. Hey, bring a few potions with you. Ash called out urgently from behind. Don't worry. I've got plenty. Satoshi's voice echoed back. Ever since the introduction of a new battle module in the game rules, Satoshi had been stockpiling numerous potions. While they were primarily for Pokemon, he knew he could easily repurpose them for himself. Now, Satoshi had a far more pressing matter to attend to. In his recollection, Ash and Misty's journey through the Viridian Forest appeared devoid of any particularly noteworthy Pokemon. Pokemon researchers are required to publish an annual journal, and coincidentally, this year's article had yet to be submitted by Natsume. Seizing the opportunity presented by this expedition into Viridian Forest, Natsume resolved to conduct a survey on the flora and Pokemon resources of Viridian Forest. He intended to amass a year's worth of research findings in just 1 week before departing for Pewter City. The prospect of producing a year's worth of research in such a short span was undeniably challenging, yet it suited him perfectly. Rotom, get ready to document. Rotom. With a nimble silhouette, Rotom unfurled its electric wings and began to dart through the grass. Following each annual survey, the Pokemon League would grant him a substantial sum of funding. Natsume was particularly diligent, as this funding was crucial for his next Rotom project. Despite the promising horizon for innovations in Rotom's battle forms, the items required for purchase were exceedingly expensive. Furthermore, Natsume's next project involved researching the motorcycle Rotom. During his previous studies on the electric toy Rotom forms, Natsume had uncovered a fascinating phenomenon. The different performance and quality levels of electric toys resulted in varying base stats when integrated with Rotom. Similarly, even the few inherent forms of Rotom, such as Lawnmower Rotom and Washing Machine Rotom, exhibited different base stat levels and variations depending on the performance of the respective appliances they were attached to. In the Research Institute, Natsume had experimented with Rotom attaching to an array of appliances. His most remarkable creation was a Rotom fused with the computer from Professor Oak's Pokemon Transmission Control Center. This computer boasted performance exceeding that of the top civilian models by hundreds of times. Upon fusion, Rotom transformed into a psychic electric type, with base stats surpassing those of semi-legendary Pokemon by 30 points and exceeding all other Rotom forms in the game by 100 points, reaching a staggering total of 630, only slightly lower than Mewtwo's 680. However, the sheer size of that supercomputer rendered it immobile and impractical for battles. Moreover, if he were to abscond with it, Professor Oak would likely issue a region-wide manhunt for him. Nonetheless, this was still a successful discovery. Just because high-performance portable machines were not available now did not mean they wouldn't be in the future. In fact, Natsume had already conceived a grand plan in his mind to combine the most advanced supercomputer with the finest motorcycle, ultimately allowing Rotom to fuse with it and control the entire motorcycle, thus becoming the magnificent Rotom Rider. Transform Autobot. Theoretically, at least on paper, this was indeed feasible. Given Natsume's current research data, reality, as it often is, showcased the vast versatility of Rotom's applications, which could not be generalized with the game mechanics. Simultaneously, Natsume designated his discovery regarding Rotom's base stat variations based on appliance performance as the Natsume Law of Rotom. Accordingly, according to the Natsume Law of Rotom, the better the motorcycle's performance, the more powerful Rotom would become once fused. Natsume already possessed a rudimentary, detachable motorcycle computer module. He merely needed a motorcycle to experiment with. Once the research funding arrived, which motorcycle should he purchase for experimentation? As he rummaged through his pockets, deep in thought, he mused about how fortunate it would be to encounter his rival, Blue, along the way to borrow his sports car for a trial run. Time swiftly passed, and upon glancing up, Natsume realized it was already noon. He turned around, searching for Ash's figure. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed through the clearing of the forest, a crisp slap. Upon investigation, he found Misty had just struck Ash. "Hey, why did you hit me?" Ash protested, shielding his face as he glared at Misty. "You fool. Why would you send a Caterpie to battle a Pidgey? Pidgey is a flying type, which is strong against bug types. You should have sent out Pikachu to counter it." Misty retorted, retracting her hand in exasperation. "Oh, is that so? In that case, go Pikachu." Pika. With Misty's correction, Ash successfully captured what would become one of his future champions. As he gazed at the Pokeball in his hand, a broad smile spread across Ash's face. Just then, a voice called from behind him. "Ash, come here." Turning around, he was met with another slap from Natsume, perfectly mirroring Misty's earlier gesture. "Natsume, do you have something to teach me as well?" Ash queried, rubbing his face in confusion. "No, I just thought she seemed to enjoy it, and I couldn't resist." "Ash." Amidst the silence, a familiar voice suddenly resonated from the sky. "To protect the world from devastation. To unite all peoples within our nation." The three of them looked up, only to discover a Meowth-shaped hot air balloon hovering above them, a remnant of the previous night's encounter. Upon spotting Team Rocket, Ash and Misty instinctively retrieved their Pokeballs, their expressions tense. "A white hole. A bright tomorrow awaits us," James proclaimed, striking a pose alongside Jessie. Both of them frozen in the airship without further elaboration. "What are they doing? Is this some kind of performance art?" Misty questioned, bewildered by James and Jessie's antics. "Meowth, where are you?" James whispered, attempting to locate Meowth's whereabouts. "Meow? Help! There's a pervert here." From a distance, Meowth's cries for help echoed. Looking down, Natsume observed Meowth being hoisted high above, swiftly whisked away. James and Jessie. Chapter 10, The Battle Arena, Open. "Hey kid, what are you doing? How dare you? How dare someone from Team Rocket have their Pokemon stolen from them? We've never had anyone take our Pokemon. Who said you could take our Pokemon? We're allies." Meowth, suspended high above, seized the opportunity to correct James and Jessie's misconception. "Forget that. Let's teach this insolent little brat a lesson first," James declared, leaping from the hot air balloon along with Jesse, pursuing Natsume. They had inquired above and discovered that their organization had not dispatched any inspectors. As for how the kid knew about the gas ball in their Pokeball, James dismissed it as mere guesswork. "Stop right there. We won't stand idly by," Ash interjected, blocking their path alongside Misty. "You hold them off. I'll rescue Meowth." Jesse gestured for James to chase after Natsume. The audacity of Team Rocket having their Pokemon stolen was an utter disgrace. With old and new grievances combined, James quickly caught up to Natsume. "Meow, help. There's a pervert here." Just as James intercepted Natsume, he heard Meowth's desperate cries. Looking ahead, he saw Natsume examining Meowth's hind legs, seemingly engrossed in whatever he was observing. Judging by the remnants near the steel door, this Meowth's diet doesn't seem very adequate. Moreover, it appears to be below average in terms of size, strength, and the luster of its fur compared to others of its age. This shouldn't be solely due to its diet, Natsume murmured to himself, finally pulling out his Rotom phone and launching the evaluation software, directing it towards Meowth. The screen displayed Meowth's abysmal individual values. "You are but a mere failure in the world of Meow Meow," Natsume concluded, diligently jotting down his thoughts in a small notebook. "What nonsense are you spouting, Meow?" Meow Meow erupted in fury. This lunatic not only had the audacity to touch him, but also dared to upend him. And now he was resorting to verbal assault. "Whatever your intentions may be, release Meow Meow at once." Just in time, Kotaro arrived, halting Natsume, who was preparing to draw a syringe to extract blood from Meow Meow. Natsume turned back in confusion, glancing at Kotaro. "Go, Weezing." Without hesitation, Kotaro tossed out a Pokeball. "Are we battling?" Natsume's eyes lit up at the sight of the Weezing floating across from him. He had almost forgotten that he had yet to utilize the so-called battle arena. It would be prudent to take this opportunity to familiarize himself with it. "Field activate." With a commanding shout from Natsume, a brisk and powerful BGM resonated. What is that sound?" Kotaro looked around in bewilderment, unable to identify any source of music. "Go." Splithead. Natsume threw out another Pokeball. With a flash of red light, a Pikachu sporting a stylish center-parted hairstyle appeared on the battlefield. LV20. A string of numbers was displayed above Splithead's head, indicating its level. "What is that?" Kotaro, seeing this for the first time, felt a surge of curiosity. He noticed that his Weezing had a similar set of numbers above its head. LV32. In an instant, Kotaro grasped that these numbers likely represented the Pokemon's level. The ability to visualize a Pokemon's level. What remarkable technology was this? Kotaro was astounded. In this timeline, such technology had yet to be developed. Trainers could only gauge their Pokemon's level based on observable characteristics. To ascertain a Pokemon's level precisely, one would need to visit a research facility for a series of evaluations. Regardless of the technology, it must be seized and presented to Boss Banmu. Kotaro was filled with determination. His Weezing was a full 10 levels higher than the opposing Pikachu. "Weezing, use Tackle." Weezing. Following Kotaro's command, Weezing charged fiercely at Splithead. Though the attack was rather mundane, the significant level disparity caused Splithead's health to plummet. Outside the arena, Meow Meow observed the rapidly depleting red line above Splithead's head, deep in thought. "Meow? Is that akin to a health bar in an electronic game? This technology is utterly fascinating. It would surely impress Boss Banmu. Kotaro, this little brat, appears to be a researcher. He must know what this technology entails. Capture him and present him to Boss Banmu." Freeing itself from its bindings, Meow Meow rummaged through Natsume's backpack and produced a Pokemon Researcher ID. Elated, Meow Meow immediately used a loud cheer to inspire Kotaro. "Fear not. Capturing such a little brat is certainly within my capabilities." Kotaro glanced at the nearly empty health bar above Splithead's head. The visualized Pokemon health meter bolstered his confidence. "Go. Weezing, use Tackle again." Weezing. Just as Kotaro believed that the Pikachu would collapse before his eyes, however, Weezing strangely remained motionless. "What's wrong, Weezing?" Kotaro looked puzzled at his Pokemon. Weezing. Weezing. Weezing seemed anxious, calling back to Kotaro. It claimed that an odd force was binding it, rendering it immobile. Meow Meow assumed the role of an interpreter from the sidelines. "An odd force? It appears we are indeed in a turn-based system?" Natsume, having overheard Meow Meow's words, raised an eyebrow slightly. "In that case, Trainer Natsume used a super potion. Splithead's status has been restored." As the system's voice echoed in his mind, a luminous sphere emerged from Natsume and entered Splithead. Visibly, Splithead's condition improved significantly, and its health bar was instantly replenished. "What is happening here?" Kotaro noticed the change in the opponent's Pokemon's health bar. In Pokemon battles, one could use items? No, the effects of this item are far too rapid. Observing the lively Pikachu, Kotaro recognized the crux of the issue. In real Pokemon battles, no one would administer items to Pokemon during combat. In reality, items require time to take effect. Clearly, your opponent would not afford you that luxury. However, Natsume disagreed. Reality is reality. What does that have to do with my game? Splithead, quick attack. Having grasped the rules of the game battle arena, Natsume no longer hesitated and issued his command. Pika. Splithead transformed into a beam of white light, crashing forcefully into Weezing. Weezing. With a cry of pain, Weezing's health only diminished slightly, perhaps a fifth of its total health. Seeing this, instead of feeling elated, Kotaro was gripped by an ominous premonition that grew ever stronger. Chapter 11. The Emergence of the Potion King. Weezing, use Tackle. Kotaro frowned slightly, giving the command once more. Weezing. Pika. Splithead cried out in pain, its health dipping below half once again. Subsequently, under Kotaro's astonished gaze, another sphere of light surged from Natsume, infusing into Pikachu. Trainer Natsume used a super potion. Splithead's status has been restored. Splithead sprang back to life once more. Splithead, quick attack. The Potion King, Natsume, executed the same tactic, delivering a decisive blow to Weezing. Critical hit. Weezing. With a cry of agony, Weezing's health bar fell below half. If Natsume were to repeat this tactic 2 more times, victory would be within reach. Huff. Observing the situation, Kotaro took a deep breath. Feeling a substantial surge of emotions within him, he lifted his gaze, staring intently at Natsume, and spoke. You truly are an extraordinary individual. There was no hint of sarcasm. It was a genuine compliment. By this point, Kotaro had largely pieced together the nature of the battle system that this little brat had devised. It bore striking similarities to the rules of many electronic games. This implied that those who possessed this battle system could accomplish feats beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. As long as one carried sufficient healing items, they could triumph over many seemingly insurmountable Pokemon, even legendary Pokemon. In an instant, Kotaro pondered many things. Coming from a prestigious lineage, he possessed a certain level of insight. He was intensely curious about how Natsume, an ordinary researcher, had managed to create such a system. Splithead. Use quick attack. Pika. With a spirited Pika, Splithead transformed into a beam of white light, striking Weezing once more. Weezing. Following a cry of pain, Weezing's health decreased by another sixth. This time, Kotaro displayed no fluctuations in his expression. Rather, he gazed at Natsume with confidence. Humph, little brat. I have deciphered the rules of this arena. Though I am unsure how you achieve this, I will now command Weezing to use Mud Bomb. The power of Mud Bomb was nearly double that of Tackle. However, whether it could directly eliminate this Pikachu remained uncertain. 2 tackles would undoubtedly suffice. But the potency of Mud Bomb was slightly inferior to 2 tackles. Boom. A large mass of purple sludge erupted from Weezing's mouth, hurtling towards Splithead. In Kotaro's anxious gaze, the Mud Bomb successfully struck Pikachu. Yet regrettably, Splithead's health bar plummeted dramatically, akin to a roller coaster, and nearly reached its end. Yet, the parted hairstyle remained unyielding. Pikachu. The parted hairstyle trembled and stood up unsteadily. Bloodskin, it is Bloodskin. Natsume had employed the last vestiges of Bloodskin. Without granting Kojiro a moment of bewilderment, Natsume pressed the attack. Mud shot. Understood? Go. The parted hairstyle transformed into a streak of white lightning, darting once more towards the Weezing. Boom. The white lightning effortlessly penetrated the Weezing. Weezing. Its health dwindled to a precarious state. TCH. Observing the opposing Pikachu at full health, Kojiro felt a pang of frustration. He vowed that henceforth, he would carry healing items whenever he ventured out, taking as many as he could. Weezing use. Kojiro suddenly noticed a purple glow surrounding the enemy's Pikachu. The parted hairstyle has been poisoned and is now suffering from poison damage. Pikachu was no longer at full health and had lost an eighth of its vitality. Realizing this, Kojiro quickly connected the dots. The mud shot has a 30% chance of poisoning the affected Pokemon. The opposing Pikachu was no longer in pristine condition. It was now his turn again. Just one more mud shot, and Natsume would be defeated. Hooray, Kojiro. It seems that fortune is smiling upon us. From the sidelines, Meowth's excited voice rang out. All right, Weezing. Unleash another mud shot. In dire straits, hope emerged. Without hesitation, Kojiro waved his hand, and another wave of purple sludge surged towards the parted hairstyle. Boom. A certain hit. As the battlefield erupted in a cloud of dust. We did it, Meow. Meowth joyfully hopped about. However, strangely, the dust did not dissipate. As the debris cleared, a small figure resolutely stood its ground. To spare its trainer from sorrow, Pikachu endured the attack. What is happening here? Kojiro stared blankly at the Pikachu with just a sliver of health left, feeling an unsettling chill. So, could it be that Kojiro is akin to an NPC? Natsume reached a similar conclusion. According to the game rules, such bond-related Easter eggs only occurred during encounters with NPC leaders. Well then, if that is the case, parted hairstyle. Dodge it. With the final flash of white light, Weezing's health bar was completely depleted. What is this? Kojiro collapsed helplessly to the ground. You are quite a formidable opponent. At that moment, a bottle of quality healing spray was tossed onto Kojiro. Taken aback, he blinked in surprise. After applying the healing spray to Weezing, Kojiro stood up and gazed toward Natsume, who was approaching. A sense of warmth welled up in Kojiro's heart as he slowly spoke. Kid, you. 5,000. Natsume extended his hand, making an outrageous demand. What is wrong with you? Just as Kojiro intended to return the healing spray to Natsume, he realized that he had already exhausted his supply. Don't worry. You can owe me. The 100 million yen you owe after your defeat can be added to your tab as well. Natsume solemnly noted this down in his ledger and instructed his Rotom phone to capture the moment. Natsume now unilaterally declared that a certain top-tier family in the Kanto region owes him a debt. 100 million yen? You are being utterly unreasonable, Meow. Meowth approached, ready to defend Kojiro, when suddenly, a voice echoed from afar. Go, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Boom. A thick bolt of yellow lightning struck precisely, sending Kojiro and Meowth hurtling through the air. Although Natsume stood within the attack's range, only Kojiro and Meowth were blasted away. Truly, this is the wondrous world of anime. Natsume scribbled this observation in his notebook. Natsume, are you alright? Ash hurriedly approached, concerned for Natsume. It appeared that Ash and Misty had already dealt with the obstructive Jessie. Of course, I'm fine. Natsume waved his hand dismissively, signaling his well-being. Rotom, cut the footage of us being blasted away just now. Natsume addressed his phone Rotom, knowing that this video would serve as leverage when he visited Kojiro's parents in the future. Rotom, Chapter 12. Yet another SSS-level long-term project. Huh, Natsume uttered softly, his gaze drawn to a green Pokemon beside Ash. Metapod, has the Caterpie evolved? Yes, it evolved during the battle with Team Rocket just now. Ash paused for a moment, then proudly lifted the Metapod at his feet, presenting it to Natsume. Natsume remained silent, merely furrowing his brow as he held his phone Rotom in hand, directing it towards the Metapod. Metapod, level 6, ability, Shed Skin. Indeed, Natsume raised an eyebrow. If memory serves, Caterpie evolves into Metapod at level 7, and then into Butterfree at level 10. Faced with Ash's unusually leveled Metapod, Natsume's interest peaked. System, does this Metapod qualify as a special individual? 1. Natsume was at a loss for words as he sensed an additional monetary unit appear in his system backpack. What's wrong, Natsume? Did something happen with Metapod? Noticing Natsume's silence after scanning the Metapod, Ash's expression of pride quickly faded, replaced by genuine concern. Huh, did it sustain some injuries during the battle? Misty, too, approached, her face filled with worry. Though she despised bugs, she had witnessed the performance of Caterpie and Ash as companions, and it would be disingenuous to claim she didn't care. It's nothing. Natsume scratched his head and turned away to delve into the battle rules system in his mind. Observing Natsume lost in thought, Ash's lips twitched. The day was drawing to a close. Let us set up camp for the night. We should reach Viridian City by tomorrow, Misty suggested. All right. The two enthusiastically began to set up a campfire, pulling out sleeping bags, leaving Natsume standing there in a daze. No other reason. The system had sent a notification. Ding. The Battle Rules module has been activated. SSS level long-term project. Data collection for game rules and real-world adaptation has been published. Data collection for today is complete. Scratching lottery ticket 1. Next battle cooldown is 23 hours. Is this considered a daily task? After processing the system's message, Natsume returned to reality. This so-called SSS level long-term project required Natsume to utilize the Battle Rules module to draw wild Pokemon or trainers into a game battle arena for a duel. Regardless of victory or defeat, Natsume would receive a scratch lottery ticket, but he would only have one opportunity per day to engage in a battle using the game rules. System, what do you intend to do with this data collection? Natsume inquired curiously. As always, the system remained silent. Shrugging, he turned to find Ash and Misty had already ignited the campfire. On either side of the fire, 2 sleeping bags, one pink and one blue, were laid out, leaving a wide space in the middle, seemingly reserved for themselves. Natsume, where's your sleeping bag? If you forgot to bring one, I have an extra. Ash waved his hand, ready to pull out a second sleeping bag upon noticing Natsume's gaze. No need. Natsume reached down and tossed a small square onto the ground. In the next moment, An inflatable tent expanded, appearing in the clearing. Ash and Misty exchanged envious glances at the sight. Natsume, do you have any more? I want to stay in one of those too. Ash's eyes sparkled with excitement as he approached the inflatable tent, only to emerge expressionless 3 seconds later. Observing Ash's antics, Misty's curiosity piqued as she too leaned in to peek inside Natsume's tent, only to return with an equally blank expression after 3 seconds. All right, I need to work on my thesis tonight, so unless it's something special, try not to disturb me. After Natsume finished speaking, he dove into the tent. Once he left, Kasumi covered her face with her hands, expressing her exasperation. What kind of person displays so many anatomical models in their sleeping area? Aren't they afraid to wake up in the middle of the night? If I were to sleep in there, I would undoubtedly be plagued by nightmares. Satoshi shivered, sensing that he would not sleep well tonight. Soon, night fell. The forest at night was always enveloped in silence. Occasionally, the chirping of insects melded with the crackling of the campfire, providing an unexpected sense of security. Pika Pika. By the campfire, Pikachu was already fast asleep, mumbling something in its slumber. Nearby, Metapod sat silently on a wooden stump, gazing up at the sky. The flickering firelight reflected off its verdant shell, and in its small, dark eyes, there seemed to be an endless yearning for the heavens. Crack! A faint sound of footsteps approached from behind. It was Natsume, cradling something that resembled a small blanket. Being a novice with limited travel experience, it was unwise to leave Pokémon outside like this. Observing the slumbering Pikachu and the silent Metapod, Natsume gently draped the object over them. Pika! As if sensing something, Pikachu rolled over, tugging at the covering and sinking deeper into sleep. Shifting his gaze from Pikachu, Natsume turned his attention to Metapod. Would the desire for evolution drive them to evolve prematurely? Natsume silently noted this question in his little notebook. The system did not consider this unevolved Metapod a special individual, indicating an objective reality. In Natsume's impression, he had scarcely encountered academic papers discussing the relationship between the desire for evolution and premature evolution. As a Pokémon researcher under 20, qualified to have Professor Okido as his mentor, it could be said that the papers he had yet to read were essentially unpublished. Speaking of which, there was also Shoko's Porygon, which could suppress its evolution. Natsume's thoughts wandered, recalling the Pearl and Diamond arc from his previous life. If delving into this direction yields results, it could lead to a publication in a special journal. However, to realize his ambitious Rotom project, Natsume needed a laboratory that would allow him to fully unleash his potential. Yet, such a godlike laboratory and the requisite team of research assistants would require at least the status of a Pokémon professor to apply for from the league. To become a Pokémon professor, 2 prerequisites must be met. First, a recommendation from another professor, which Natsume could obtain from Professor Okido. Second, at least 5 research reports or papers must be published in special journals. Currently, apart from 1 report related to Rotom that had been included in a special journal, all others had been rejected. One step at a time. Yawning, Natsume returned to his small nest. The night passed without incident, and the next day arrived. Pika Pika. Pikachu's terrified scream shattered the silence, filled with palpable dread. Satoshi opened his eyes, sensing trouble brewing. What's wrong, Pikachu? He jolted awake from his sleeping bag, turning to look at Pikachu. Who covered Pikachu with a blanket? No, that's not a blanket. It's a thick diagram, the muscle and skeletal distribution of Pikachu. The image was what terrified Pikachu, abruptly confronting it first thing in the morning. This seemed to be something from Natsume's tent. Beside them, Kasumi glanced over. What are you two arguing about? Do you not know to respect your elders? Natsume emerged from the tent, clad in his blue and white striped pajamas. Upon seeing Pikachu, he paused. In the dark, it seemed he had covered the wrong thing. Chapter 13. Fortunately, Natsume does not have your poor taste in fashion. At the exit road of the Tokiwa forest, the city of Nibi lay just ahead. Satoshi gazed at the towering buildings in the distance, filled with determination. After living as a wild boy for so long, I can finally take a proper bath. Beside him, Kasumi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Excuse me, do you need a guide? A steady voice called from a small hillside below. The group turned to see a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, standing by a stall adorned with an array of stones. The man wore a thick red hat that obscured his face. He directed his gaze solely at Natsume, the only adult in the group. Give me 50, and I'll be your guide. Natsume reached for his wallet. 50 is far too little. I charge 500. The middle-aged man trailed off, realizing something was amiss, and fell silent, staring at Natsume. How about this? I'll buy a few stones from you, and you can guide us for free for 2 days? Natsume recognized the man as Takashi's father, and if memory served, Pikachu's strength was closely tied to him. Concerning the research topic of S-rank importance, Natsume could not afford to be vague. If possible, he aimed to avoid disrupting the storyline. Haha, of course, that's fine. But you'll need to make a substantial purchase. Takashi chuckled heartily, stepping aside to reveal the stones displayed on the counter behind him. Wait, are you really going to buy them? He seems rather untrustworthy, Kasumi whispered to Natsume. Hey, don't speak ill of me, young lady. Takashi glanced at Kasumi. Who are you calling young lady? Kasumi retorted. Ah, Kasumi, let it go. Satoshi intervened, holding back an irate Kasumi. Meanwhile, Natsume began to examine the stones. Nibi City was renowned for its stone production, yielding not only collectible stones, but also various Pokemon-related items. Standing in front of the display, he noticed something peculiar. Many stones bore cracks, as if they had been cut with lightning. I sell only raw stones here. There's a good chance you'll uncover something valuable, Takashi boasted. As Natsume began selecting from the array, these priced at 1,000 will yield common items like firestones or leaf stones, but I recommend these 5,000 ones. With luck, you might find fossils. Fossils? Aren't those only of collectible value? How could they compare to evolution stones? Kasumi asked, puzzled. They can be sold to those foolish researchers. They'll make a fortune without exception. Takashi replied candidly. Natsume observed the stones closely. He noticed that beneath the high-priced raw stones lay smaller stones, priced cheaply, mostly ranging from 50 to 100, almost like they were being given away. Even the most ordinary Pokeball cost 200. Ha ha ha, these are just for fun. There's nothing inside them. Is that so? Natsume held a Rotom in hand, raising an eyebrow at Takashi. Seeing Natsume's skepticism, Takashi chuckled, patting his shoulder, and confidently declared, if you can find anything valuable within, I'll guide you for free. Deal, Natsume said, diving into the pile of rubble at the bottom. Young man, don't blame me for not warning you. These are the leftovers I've picked through. If you lack a discerning eye like mine, you won't find anything. Natsume remained silent. Whether his eyesight was sharp or not was irrelevant, as Rotom's X-ray vision was undoubtedly keen. This one. As soon as Takashi finished speaking, Natsume pulled out a palm-sized stone. Come forth, Geodude, use rock throw. Takashi wasted no time and released a Geodude of his own. Rest assured, my little Geodude has undergone professional training and will not cause harm to the items within, Wu Neng reassured. Boom. With a faint tremor, the stone disintegrated into a fine dust, within which a subtle blue glow emerged. It's a water stone. Xiaoxia immediately recognized the precious stone. You are indeed fortunate. Wu Neng seemed somewhat embarrassed. The raw stone was valued at merely 60, yet the market price of the water stone hovers around 3,000. Wu Neng cleared his throat twice, about to speak, when unexpectedly, another fist-sized stone was tossed at his feet by Natsume, marked at 120. Let us open this one too. Are you certain? The first stone opening is complimentary. Thereafter, it incurs a fee of 50 each time. Natsume remained silent, diligently sifting through the pile of rubble, tossing small stones at Wu Neng's feet one after another. In no time, over 20 fist-sized fragments had accumulated at his feet. Sigh. Wu Neng shook his head, considering Natsume to be rather naive. To find even one water stone among the rubble he had sifted through was already a tremendous stroke of luck. A total of 26 stones, that will cost 1,300. Geodude, use rock smash. Wu Neng made no effort to halt Natsume's actions, as the latter had just uncovered a water stone, allowing Wu Neng to recoup his losses. Boom, boom, boom. After several resounding blasts, the ground was strewn with powdered rock, sparkling with a kaleidoscope of colors. So many yellow stones, red stones, and green stones. Truly impressive, Natsume. Fool. Those are thunder stones, fire stones, and leaf stones. Xiaoxia, unable to restrain herself, corrected him, her eyes glued to the vibrant pile of stones. If I'm not mistaken, there are 4 water stones. Huh. Wu Neng was taken aback. These fragments were mere leftovers he had chipped off during his inventory for years. How could there be so many valuable items he had overlooked? Looking at the myriad of colorful stones scattered on the ground, Wu Neng felt his heart bleed. Luckily, Natsume has a sharper eye than you, or all of it would have been missed. Ash remarked with genuine admiration. Wu Neng, well, I'm afraid I must close my shop for the day. Noticing that Natsume was still eager to search through the rubble, Wu Neng's brows twitched, hastily rolling up his tarpaulin to cover his collection of stones. Observing this, Natsume wondered, as he had clearly seen that the small hillock appeared to be hollowed out, suggesting there should still be plenty of fragments remaining. Meanwhile, Xiaoxia stood up and clapped her hands, saying, since that's the case, Uncle, shouldn't you honor your promise? At her words, Wu Neng froze, nearly forgetting about that matter, truly a case of losing both the maiden and the troops. All right, Uncle will take you to the Pewter City Gym at once. Ash exclaimed excitedly. Hearing Ash's voice, Wu Neng paused, then looked up at Ash and his Pikachu perched on his shoulder. Pika Pika? Pikachu also gazed at Wu Neng with curiosity. After a brief moment, Wu Neng replied earnestly, "You stand no chance against Brock at the Pewter City Gym. How could you know without trying? I am quite confident." Ash patted his chest, beaming with self-assurance. "I'll first take you to the Pokemon Center in Pewter City for a little rest." Wu Neng shook his head and turned to lead the way. "We should head straight to the gym. Xiaoxia, why are you tugging on my ear? You're not resting, but we still need to, right, Natsume?" Behind them, Natsume gathered the colorful stones, turning to face forward. "I also believe it would be prudent for us to rest first." This time, he had reaped a bountiful harvest for water stones, 3 fire stones, 2 thunder stones, 3 leaf stones, and perhaps due to the proximity to Moonview Mountain, a remarkable 6 moon stones. In addition to these common evolution stones, there were also an awakening stone, a round stone, and a change stone. The remaining items were various attribute gems that enhance move power. After tallying the additional items in his system backpack, Natsume's gaze drifted forward. The trio had already ventured far ahead. Observing Wu Neng's silhouette at the front, Natsume cast a sidelong glance. If memory serves, Ash faced setbacks at the Pewter City Gym, and the method to empower Pikachu was taught to him by the very same Wu Neng. From what Natsume knew, there had indeed been related reports in the current cutting-edge research. However, such enhancements are limited and cannot possibly reach the heights Pikachu is destined for. Chapter 14, Professor Oak. I wrote your name. Pewter City, Pokemon Center. Let us rest first, and then head to the gym. Let us go to the gym first, then rest. The sounds of Ash and Xiaoxia arguing reached Wu Neng's ears, causing him great distress. Hey, you're Ash, right?" Wu Neng turned to Ash, his expression suddenly turning serious. "What's the matter, Uncle Wu Neng?" Ash ceased his dispute with Xiaoxia and turned to Wu Neng. "In your current state, you will certainly not prevail against Brock at the Pewter City Gym. I suggest you first visit another gym," Wu Neng stated bluntly as he looked at Ash. "How could that be? Pikachu and I are both quite confident," Ash insisted, while Pikachu energetically chimed in. "Fool, the Pewter City Gym is renowned for its rock and ground-type Pokemon. Your current Pokemon stand no chance of winning," Xiaoxia interjected, not missing an opportunity to jab. Seeing this, Wu Neng added, "She's right. The Pewter City Gym is not well suited for a novice like you. You should start at the nearby Cerulean City Gym. They are the weakest." Xiaoxia. Ignoring the suddenly silent Xiaoxia, Ash remained obstinate. "Natsume, what do you think?" Seeking Natsume's support, Ash suddenly noticed that Natsume was engaged in a conversation with someone. Upon closer inspection, it was Professor Oak. "Professor Oak, it's you. It's Ash. How is your journey going?" "Quite well, but why are you at my house again?" Ahem, Natsume, let us get down to business." The Rotom phone automatically adjusted its screen to focus entirely on Natsume. "Professor Oak, did my article reach you last night?" "Oh, I have already submitted it on your behalf." As he spoke, Professor Oak seemed to receive some news, picking up his mouse and clicking on the computer. Xiaoxia and Wu Neng also noticed the commotion and curiously approached. "Oh, look at you. I didn't realize you were a Pokemon researcher. Such a young researcher." Wu Neng exclaimed in surprise, offering genuine praise. "Natsume, what did you submit?" Xiaoxia leaned in, intrigued, to glimpse the Rotom phone's screen, where Professor Oak's voice, tinged with amusement, resonated. "Oh? The editor from there is reaching out." After a brief pause, Professor Oak set down the mouse and looked back at the camera, a congratulatory expression gracing his face. "Congratulations, Natsume. Your paper has passed the initial review by the Cerulean City's prestigious children's publication and will be published shortly." "What? That children's publication from Cerulean City?" Xiaoxia scoffed, noting that she had lost interest in it since she was 3 years old. To become a Pokemon professor, one must publish 5 exceptional papers, all of which must be of a quality that can be included in top-tier journals. Natsume has thus far published only one that meets the criteria: evaluation metrics for the fusion of Rotom and electrical appliances in battle applications, which has been accepted by 3 top-tier journals, including the Pokemon Alliance Academy of all regions, the Pokemon Iteration Journal, and the Johto Daily News, as well as countless second- and third-tier journals. It was also thanks to this paper that he could apprentice under Professor Oak, the so-called Special Class Children's Journal, despite its name suggesting a prestigious status, appeared in Natsume's eyes as a rather mediocre publication aimed at a youthful audience. Unfazed, Natsume blinked and earnestly remarked, "Dr. Okito, I have written your name as my co-author." The jovial Dr. Okito's laughter abruptly ceased, his expression freezing in shock as a panicked voice erupted from him. "You said, what? Wait a moment. I believe this paper has the potential for a top-tier journal. I shall retract and revise it for you." In a flurry, Dr. Okito hastily closed the communication as if the sky had fallen. What happened to Dr. Okito?" Ash inquired with curiosity. "I'm not sure. I'm not well versed in this area. Misty scratched her head in confusion. It's nothing. It just seems Dr. Okito will be pulling all-nighters for the next few days. Natsume stated while taking a sip of water. Well, if Dr. Okito is diligent, he can reduce the number of papers required for his doctorate. He only needs 3 now, remarked Takashi, who was observing. All right, Ash, what did you need from me? Upon hearing Natsume's voice, Ash snapped back to attention, immediately resuming his earlier spirited demeanor. Natsume, do you think I can obtain the badge from the Nibi City Gym? No, Natsume replied succinctly. Ah, Ash clutched his chest, appearing severely disheartened. He won't be all right, will he? Misty expressed her concern, glancing at Natsume. 3, Natsume stated, his lips forming a number. 3, what does that mean? Misty looked at him in bewilderment. 2, 1, 0. I will never give up. As the final number escaped Natsume's lips, Ash leapt up as if invigorated by a surge of energy, his eyes alight with determination. Well, words are insufficient. Action is what matters. I'm setting off now. With that, Ash snatched his restored Pikachu and 2 Pokeballs from the counter, racing towards the direction of the Nibi City Gym. Wait, Takashi attempted to intervene, only to be restrained by Natsume's grip on his shoulder. Let him go. That's just Ash's nature. He wants to stay down until he falls. And if he does fall? Misty interjected skeptically. He'll get back up and keep running, Natsume replied matter-of-factly. That fool. Humph, I hardly believe that. Misty turned her head away, dismissing Natsume's exaggeration. Natsume shrugged, choosing not to respond further. After all, Misty had only recently joined their group, and her impression of Ash was merely that of a kind-hearted youth with a passion for Pokemon. Meanwhile, Takashi appeared somewhat moved by Natsume's words, falling into a contemplative silence. Observing Ash's figure receding into the distance, Natsume stretched languidly. Though spirited enthusiasm was commendable, Natsume did not harbor any illusions regarding Ash's chances. The disparities in type advantages and levels loomed large, particularly given that Onix was nearly immune to electric-type attacks. He anticipated Ash's defeat, after which Takashi could assist in strengthening him. As he pondered this, Natsume caught a glimpse of Takashi's seemingly melancholic expression and shrugged. Taking a seat, he had little interest in the mindset of this paternal figure. He was merely aware that he still had a scratch-off ticket left to use. Nowadays, battling daily would yield 1 scratch-off ticket, causing Natsume to lose some of his previous enthusiasm for them. Upon retrieving the scratch-off ticket from his system space, Natsume was momentarily taken aback. The ticket in his hand bore a different design than before, featuring a blue cap and white base, signifying a Super Ball. Raising an eyebrow, Natsume scratched off the ticket, revealing a small disc within. Ding. Consumed Super Ball scratch-off ticket X1. Obtained random TM X1. Sensing the addition of a disc in his system space, Natsume refrained from examining it immediately, opting instead to inquire internally. System, why does this scratch-off ticket have a different design? Completing tasks of varying levels grants scratch-off tickets adorned with distinct designs. Pokeball, Super Ball, Ultra Ball, and Master Ball. The system clarified. Natsume nodded in understanding upon hearing the explanation. Completing a B-level research task yielded a Super Ball scratch-off ticket, with the guaranteed reward being a Super Ball. Completing an A-level task granted an Ultra Ball scratch-off ticket, with the guaranteed reward being an Ultra Ball. Completing an S-level or higher task yielded a Master Ball scratch-off ticket, with a Master Ball as the guaranteed reward. Natsume's interest peaked. Having obtained 10 Pokeballs, he realized he had stumbled upon a rule battling system, suggesting he was quite fortunate. It seemed that the aroma of the gas ball was indeed potent. Contemplating further, Natsume shifted his focus back to the system template before him. The guaranteed rewards for A, B, and C-level tasks could only be deemed consolation prizes. However, for tasks of S-level and above, even the consolation prize was a Master Ball. Natsume's eyes gleamed with fervor. In reality, the Master Ball's utility was not as extraordinary as depicted in the game. Without the process of battling to gain a Pokemon's trust, capturing them directly, be they legendary or otherwise, was fraught with the risk of abandonment. Even if one managed to capture a legendary Pokemon with a Master Ball, if it did not acknowledge the trainer, it could simply flee or even retaliate. Otherwise, with the Alliance's technology for crafting Master Balls, they would have long since captured all legendary Pokemon, leaving no room for villainous organizations to toil over them. It is important to note that the ultimate goal of nearly all villainous organizations has never been merely to capture legendary Pokemon, but rather to control them. System. If I capture a legendary Pokemon using a Master Ball in a rule-abiding arena, would that count as taming it? Natsume's eyes brightened at the thought. He recalled that the rule-abiding arena strictly adhered to game regulations. Within the game, capturing was tantamount to taming, devoid of any notions of recognition. The host may command the legendary Pokémon under the influence of game rules, the system responded. Natsume pursed his lips at this revelation. Thus, even if he captured a legendary Pokémon using game rules, it would only allow him to battle with it once a day, and during the remainder of the time, he would risk releasing it into reality. To be precise, he would be taking a considerable risk by even attempting to retrieve that Master Ball from the system space. After all, many legendary Pokémon possess the power to easily destroy Pokeballs, especially those with psychic abilities. Nevertheless, the Master Ball still held significant value for Natsume, as it pertained to his hypothesis regarding the Rotom in Pokeball form. Even without the system, he would find a way to acquire a Master Ball. Chapter 15, Nibi City Gym. Natsume stroked his chin, delving into profound contemplation. In reality, the Master Ball's function did not mirror its game counterpart's overwhelming prowess. Without engaging in battles to win a Pokémon's acknowledgement, capturing them outright, whether they were legendary or merely powerful, greatly increased the likelihood of abandonment by the trainer in future interactions. Despite this, the Master Ball's exorbitant production cost, coupled with strict regulation by the Alliance leading to its scarcity, combined with its enticing promise of a guaranteed capture, escalated its market price to astronomical heights. After all, if one were fortunate enough to capture a legendary Pokémon and preserve it using special means, even if one could not command or utilize it, it would still serve as a bragging point among the affluent, holding immense collectible value. Thus, each Master Ball's market price generally soared to around 50 million. Initially, Natsume had planned to tighten his belt for several months to purchase a Master Ball from the Alliance. After all, if he wished to develop a Rotom in Pokeball form, utilizing the highest performing Pokeball, the Master Ball, would be the optimal solution. Natsume, what are you thinking about? Misty seated herself across from Natsume, resting her chin on her hand, her curiosity piqued. At that moment, she realized that this seemingly unreliable adult was indeed a Pokémon researcher. And moreover, a researcher at the esteemed Okido laboratory. Dr. Okido, the individual in question, holds a significant position within the realm of research in Guandu. His reputation precedes him, and virtually anyone with even a slight connection to the Alliance has heard of his name. I pondered over Ash's situation. Natsume turned to glance at Kasumi. Upon hearing the statement, Kasumi was momentarily taken aback. Well, as a companion, I genuinely hope for Ash's victory. It seemed Kasumi felt a twinge of embarrassment for her earlier skepticism towards Ash. No, I wish for him to lose swiftly. Kasumi looked at Natsume with a puzzled expression, who had already risen and was striding towards Wuging, patting him on the shoulder as he said, "Come on, uncle, let us go and fetch Ash." Huh, he has only just departed. Behind, Kasumi chased after him, confused. Natsume cast a glance at her and uttered a number, just as before. What does that mean? Ash will be defeated in 3 minutes? Indeed, you have finally guessed correctly. Kasumi, system, activate the random skill machine. Natsume silently recited in his mind. And in the next moment, a crisp mechanical voice resonated in his consciousness. Randomizing skill machine. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Grass Knot. Below are the rules of the game field affecting Grass Knot, for your reference in reality. Grass Knot. Grass, special. Power, variable. Accuracy, 100, pp. 2030. Priority, 0. It is a contact move, affected by Protect, not influenced by Magic Bounce, cannot be stolen, affected by Parental Bond and items like King's Rock. Effect, entangles and trips the opponent with grass. The heavier the opponent, the greater the power. Ineffective against Dynamax Pokemon. Grass Knot. Natsume paused, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. This is quite an intriguing skill, capable of scaling its power based on the opponent's weight, with its maximum power reaching 6 times that of its minimum. If Natsume recalls correctly, for Pokemon exceeding 200 kilograms in weight, Grass Knot can unleash its maximum power, nearly equivalent to the strength of the Grass-type move Solar Beam. System, teach Pikachu Grass Knot. Without the slightest hesitation, Natsume tossed the skill machine to his Pikachu with a parted hairstyle. Pikachu? Inside the Pokeball, a slumbering Pikachu, sprawled out and dozing, suddenly sat upright. Due to game field rules, it is recommended for the host to have Pikachu forget a skill to replace it with Grass Knot. Forget Tackle. Natsume waved his hand decisively. In certain battlefields, aside from unexpectedly securing victory, he personally felt they lacked the thrill of real-life battles. For instance, Pokemon moves. Under the influence of battlefield rules, Pokemon can only carry 4 moves. However, in reality, most Pokemon possess more than 4 moves. Moves like Tackle and Tail Whip are simply impossible to forget. Nevertheless, from the literature Natsume has read thus far, he noted that for some complex skills, Pokemon indeed have a learning limit. This is related to their inherent talent and effort. Those lacking in skill may not even meet the game's standard of 4 moves, while those with exceptional talent could learn 7 or 8 complex techniques. Among them, learning ability varies according to different attributes, with Psychic-type Pokemon exhibiting the strongest learning capacity. Natsume reminisced about some literature he had perused in his early years. The Pikachu he had chosen, with a parted hairstyle, was one he had meticulously nurtured, boasting the finest attributes among Pikachu. The ultimate move set had been carefully planned by Natsume: Thunder, Protect, Grass Knot, Rain Dance, Grass Whistle, Electro Ball, and so forth. Among these, besides the inherited move from its parted hairstyle, the newly acquired Grass Knot, the rest of the moves it could not yet learn. Unfortunately, the parted hairstyle was only at level 21, and many moves require a certain level to be learned. As for the other skills, they could only await system production. As he walked, Natsume took out the red and white ball containing his parted hairstyle. Through the system's function, Natsume easily observed what his Pikachu was doing. The parted hairstyle seemed to be jolted awake as if struck by an electric shock, only to yawn again and recline, still covered by a small blanket that had been pilfered from Natsume's tent. So that's why I mistakenly took the wrong one that day. It was you who swiped it. Viewing the languidly sprawled parted hairstyle, Natsume felt a surge of frustration. At this age, with such remarkable talent and a perfect trainer, how could it possibly slumber? The Pikachu from Ash's household has already surpassed you by 10 levels. We've arrived. Huh. Natsume, what are you going inside for? Outside the Pewter City Gym, Kasumi halted her steps, preparing to call out to Natsume, who was heading into the gym. Natsume, you're here too? As Natsume entered, he coincidentally encountered the dejected Ash exiting from within. Of course, I'm here to challenge the gym. Glancing at the weak Pikachu in Ash's arms, Natsume casually tossed him 2 bottles of healing spray. Oh, I want to watch, Ash exclaimed, accepting the healing spray while applying it to Pikachu. Following Natsume back into the Pewter City Gym. What else with these two? Outside, Kasumi covered her head, taking a few steps forward before turning back to Wooging. Uncle, aren't you coming in to take a look? I think I'll wait outside. Wooging scratched his head, appearing somewhat flustered. Kasumi narrowed her eyes, finding this uncle increasingly suspicious, but refrained from saying more, turning back to catch up with Natsume and Ash. Natsume, are you also planning to participate in the league tournament? I have gained another rival. Observing Natsume's demeanor as he prepared to challenge the gym, Ash was filled with excitement, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Of course, the prize money for the league tournament is quite substantial. Natsume, are you in it for the prize money? Ash scratched his head, seemingly bewildered. The group moved swiftly, and within minutes, they arrived inside the Pewter City Gym. The battleground Ash had previously fought on had yet to disperse, and a young man in a green vest with squinted eyes stood at the center of the arena. Noticing the approaching group, Brock unexpectedly glanced at Ash before shifting his gaze to Natsume, who was leading the way. A new challenger, how fortuitous. I've just warmed up. Chapter 16, Natsume vs. Brock. Ash, I don't need to guess. You must have foolishly sent Pikachu into battle like a headstrong rookie, right? On the stands, Kasumi leaned in, casting a reproachful look at Ash. Is there a problem? You dolt. Did you not hear what I said earlier? Electric-type attacks are virtually ineffective against ground types. Kasumi folded her arms, glaring fiercely at Ash, feeling quite indignant at his disregard for her advice. Just watch. Natsume's challenge will surely not be as foolish as someone sending Pikachu into battle. I'll be watching closely. Seeing Ash's attitude grow serious, Kasumi diverted her gaze back to the battlefield below, where Natsume stood. Although Natsume may not be entirely reliable, he is at least a Pokemon researcher and possesses some knowledge. Go, Pikachu! Pika! Natsume's booming voice echoed from the sidelines. Kasumi, what kind of researcher is this? Oh, another Pikachu, is it? Below. Brock looked at the yawning parted hairstyle on the battlefield and shook his head slightly in disappointment. You won't be able to defeat me. Go, Onyx. Roar. With a resonant growl, a colossal figure composed of countless dark, rugged rocks emerged onto the battlefield. Battlefield, commence. With a powerful shout from Natsume, an exhilarating battle theme erupted into the air. At that moment, a stream of light effortlessly entered Brock's mind, elucidating the rules of the battlefield. What could it be? In the stands, as Pikachu and Onyx were respectively labeled LV-21 and LV-30, Ash and Misty were filled with curiosity. As a Pokemon researcher, how remarkable it is to possess such astonishing insights. After absorbing the information in his mind, Brock cast a gaze of deep admiration towards Natsume. Following his battle with Jesse's partner, Natsume had proposed to the system that every individual drawn into the battlefield should receive an automatic briefing on the battle rules. Although he was uncertain how the system had managed to rationalize this, Brock seemed to regard it as his own invention. Your Onix is also quite well trained, he remarked. Indeed. Brock scratched his head, initially thinking this was Natsume's way of reciprocating a compliment, but was taken aback as Natsume began to extol its virtues. The Onix you raised is a paragon of the rock type. Judging by the stones adorning its body, its primary diet likely consists of high-purity silicate layers, complemented by iron olivine refined from volcanic lava, which activates the genetic sedimentation of metallic elements within. Brock was startled. A glimmer of confusion filled his narrow eyes. Indeed. Natsume continued unabated. The stones on this Onix have gradually developed a honeycomb-like cushioning structure. Additionally, based on the membrane present, it appears you soaked it in water for 2 hours before immediately exposing it to high temperatures, thereby inducing a water-resistant crystalline coating on its surface. How do you know all this? Brock was astonished. Natsume's observations were spot on. Yet Natsume remained unperturbed, continuing. Although this Onix has not evolved, it can still be considered a steel beast. Is that so? It's not as extraordinary as you claim, merely. Alright, Pikachu, use Grass Knot. With a resounding cry, Onix collapsed, unconscious. Brock was left bewildered. You praised it for so long, only to have it taken down in an instant? And what was that move Pikachu just used? The events transpired too swiftly. With Onix down, the battlefield rules were instantly dissolved, leaving Brock unable to comprehend what had occurred. Send forth your other Pokémon, Natsume suggested, turning his gaze towards Brock. No need, I concede, Brock replied with a wry smile. Having initially wished to experience the wonders of this so-called battle system, only to discover that Natsume's Pikachu possessed a move capable of effortlessly defeating Onix. The 2 remaining Geodudes seemed unnecessary to bring forth. Wow, Natsume is incredible, he won so quickly. In the stands, Ash exclaimed, imbued with excitement as if he were the victor himself. Well, since Natsume could win, I must not fall behind. I need to train hard. Pikachu, let us grow stronger. Hey, did you not grasp the situation? His Pikachu won because it utilized some peculiar high-powered move. Wait for me, Misty exclaimed in frustration, stomping her foot before chasing after him. Observing Ash's departure, Natsume made no effort to hinder him. It was a positive omen for Ash to seek improvement. Once he left the Pewter City Gym, it would be expected for him to encounter Brock, who would then guide him to recharge his Pikachu. Here is your badge, Brock said, handing over a polygonal badge with sharp edges to Natsume. Do you have any questions for me? Noticing Brock seemed about to speak, Natsume proactively inquired. How did you know my training methods? Also, what move did your Pikachu just use? Brock prioritized asking about the aspects he was most concerned with, as his dream was to become a top-notch Pokemon breeder. Oh, this, Natsume casually produced a newspaper from seemingly nowhere and handed it to Brock. Pewter City Pokemon Science Institute. Issue 32. Brock's mind jolted. He indeed followed the methods outlined within, yet what was mentioned in the article lacked the detail of Natsume's casual remarks. Brock attempted to articulate further, but was interrupted by Natsume. I know, just take another look. Another look? Brock stared at the newspaper in hand, which featured an article titled Onix Scientific Breeding Guide, authored by Natsume. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Natsume. By the time Brock returned to his senses, Natsume had already walked away. Brock lowered his gaze to the newspaper, and since the author suggested he review it again, he decided to do so thoroughly. 1. Ecological adaptation directions. 1. Habitat selection. Long-term residency in volcanic ash sediment areas. 2. Diet configuration. 2. Impact resistance training system. 1. Physical defense enhancement. Impact training to withstand a million-ton punch from a boulder. 2. Attribute resistance specialization. Soaking in torrential rain for 2 hours, followed by immediate exposure. 3. Tactical skill development. 4. Evolution potential exploration. 5. Practical deployment warnings. Upon reaching the end, Brock realized he had overlooked significant details over the years. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of 2 lines of small text at the bottom of the newspaper. Note: this plan has passed ethical review by the Pewter City Pokemon Science Institute. Side effects include, but are not limited to being exploded by a walking grass. So, that move was a grass-type skill? Brock mused, stroking his chin, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Indeed, it is true. Onix cultivated in this manner is largely resistant to water-type moves, but the trade-off is a pronounced vulnerability to grass-type attacks. Yet he was puzzled. What grass-type moves did Pikachu possess? Chapter 17. A conversation with Brock. Completion of S-Class subject. Ding. Today's combat data collection successful. Received Scratch-Off Lottery X1. With a thought, Natsume produced a Scratch-Off Lottery ticket emblazoned with a red and white Pokeball. System, why not a Great Ball? Combat data collection task will yield a randomly graded scratch-off lottery ticket. Alright then, Natsume nonchalantly returned the low-quality scratch-off ticket to the system's space, deciding it was best to accumulate more of these lower-tier tickets before scratching them off. Rotom, open the map. With a gentle hum, Rotom floated to the forefront, displaying the map of Pewter City in meticulous detail for Natsume. After a brief observation, he tapped the map and promptly followed the navigation. To ensure he wouldn't lose track of Ash at critical moments, he had discreetly attached a miniature locator to Ash's clothing. Before long, following Rotom's guidance, Natsume located Ash and his companions by a small power station near a river on the outskirts. By the time Natsume arrived, the power station was already flickering with hints of electricity. Near the river, a massive wheel loomed, but during the dry season, there was insufficient water flow to turn it. Ash stood atop the wheel, only 2 barriers high, pedaling vigorously like he was riding a bicycle. Observing the stark contrast between Ash's diminutive stature and the enormous wheel, Natsume couldn't help but smirk. Truly, a Pallet Town hero. At the entrance, Misty shielded herself with her backpack, seemingly apprehensive of the sporadic flashes of lightning. The lightning will intensify shortly, Natsume warned as he approached. Should I hurry and leave? No, you might also choose to stand behind a reliable man, such as Ash. Natsume shrugged. What do you mean by that? Misty's cheeks flushed as she clutched her bag and darted back. Creak. Natsume pushed open the door, the wooden hinges creaking in protest. Inside, Pikachu sat calmly on a stool, its cheek pouches, charged with electricity, connected to wires extending from the generator. Natsume, you've arrived. Wu Nung remarked, seemingly unfazed by Natsume's arrival, continuing his work without turning around. My curiosity is piqued. How did you come upon this method? Natsume squinted, glancing at the numerical values displayed on the generator's screen, which indicated Pikachu's average current endurance limit. It was evident that Wu Nung was not engaging in frivolous experimentation. During my time as a gym leader, I was also a Pokemon breeder. The Nibi City Gym offered Pokemon breeding services as well. Wu Nung's tone carried a hint of melancholy as he began to reminisce. This method was an accidental discovery of mine, by channeling a specific current through the body. The moves of electric-type Pokemon can be significantly enhanced. Some naturally gifted electric-type Pokemon can even amplify their abilities by more than threefold. Wu Nung emphasized this, and Natsume looked on in astonishment. Threefold. Although Pikachu generally possesses lower base stats, if its moves could indeed be enhanced threefold, its attack power would rival that of legendary Pokemon. No wonder Alpaca had to employ a slate to block the thunderbolt of the divine beast. In such circumstances, administering an Electrium Z would be extraordinary. This was the first time Natsume had heard such a claim, and he quickly stifled his wandering thoughts, continuing to inquire of Wu Nung. And then, suddenly, Wu Nung's demeanor shifted to one of despondence. I began to promote this method to trainers who entrusted their electric-type Pokemon to my breeding facility. Isn't that a good thing? Natsume paused, realizing something amiss. If this were beneficial, such a technique would surely be widely known by now. However, the pleasant atmosphere was short-lived, as Wu Nung's voice grew choked with emotion. The electric-type Pokemon that underwent current enhancement experienced a sudden drop in levels after a period. Many trainers abandoned them as a result. I am guilty. I do not deserve to be a gym leader in Nibi City. Natsume. Upon hearing Wu Nung's words, Natsume was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly connect the dots. So, in the original storyline, every time a legendary Pokemon changed regions, its level reset. This was all your fault? Why did you still use it on Ash's Pikachu? Natsume posed a soul-searching question. Wu Nung, who had been quietly weeping, stiffened after a brief pause. He wiped his tears and looked at Natsume. In the time we've spent together, I've realized that the bond between this child and Pikachu runs deep. He is certainly not the type to abandon his Pokemon. Upon hearing this, Natsume was taken aback and followed Wu Nung's gaze to look out the window at Ash. At that moment, Ash remained blissfully unaware, lost in his own world as he pedaled away on his rollerblades. Natsume remained silent, given his understanding of Ash. Even if Wu Nung revealed the truth, Ash would merely chuckle and say, "What does it matter? We'll just grow stronger together, right, Pikachu?" Ash had never measured the bond he shared with his Pokemon in terms of strength or weakness. Yet, this was troubling. He was uncertain if he could find a way to resolve such side effects. Hang in there, Pikachu. Outside, Ash's voice rang with enthusiasm. Pika. Inside, Pikachu's face displayed a hint of restraint. Pikachu is reaching its limit. We should head out. Wu Nung suggested. Natsume nodded in silence, feeling a twinge of annoyance at Wu Nung's unilateral decision. Had he informed him in advance, perhaps he could have devised a means to mitigate these issues. And perhaps even written a paper on it. The moment they stepped out of the cabin, a bolt of lightning shot skyward, and the system's voice echoed in Natsume's mind. Ding! S-level task deciphering Ash's Pikachu has been completed, rewards have been issued, and subsequent tasks have been assigned. S-level task creating a side effect-free electric enhancement training system has been issued. A scratch-off ticket emblazoned with a Master Ball design appeared in his backpack. Alongside yet another S-level task, Natsume raised an eyebrow. However, he soon felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. The lightning behind him intensified, and the roof of the wooden cabin was torn away. The surrounding area fell silent, save for the crackling sound of the electric light shooting skyward. After a considerable time, the brilliance began to fade. Huh, is it over? Behind Ash, Misty cautiously poked her head out, shield raised, surveying the surroundings. Upon seeing the aftermath, she was taken aback. The entire wooden cabin had been reduced to charcoal, and the surrounding pebbles were pitch black. At the entrance stood two shadowy figures, Natsume and Hoenn, both exhaling plumes of black smoke. Pika, a yellow figure burst forth from the cabin. Pikachu, Ash, facing the cabin, was also covered in soot but remained oblivious to the chaos, rushing forward to embrace Pikachu. Ash, let me check. Natsume, sporting an exasperated expression, approached Ash. All right, Natsume. Ash held Pikachu up for inspection. Rotom, the Pokédex, autonomously floated over to scan the divine Pokémon. After a thorough analysis, Natsume stroked his chin, his eyes revealing a knowing glint. Pikachu's attack and special attack stats had doubled compared to their original base values. This indicated that Pikachu had not only received a one-time enhancement, but would experience accelerated growth in both attack stats with each subsequent level up compared to other Pikachu. At this rate, even a Mega Rayquaza using a Thunderbolt on Pikachu would require a shield. Natsume, how is Pikachu? Noticing Natsume's prolonged silence, Ash grew anxious. No. Pikachu is in excellent condition. You scared me. I thought something had happened to Pikachu. Ash exhaled in relief, quickly regaining his previous enthusiasm. All right, no time to waste. I'm heading to challenge the Nibby City Gym. Wait. Hoenn called out to Ash. It's getting late. The Nibby City Gym is already closed. Yes, Ash, we look a mess. It's best to head back and rest first. Not far off, Misty approached with a backpack, echoing the sentiment. Let us head back to the Pokemon Center for some rest. Natsume concluded decisively. Chapter 18, Hoenn's Request, The Wishing Star. The group swiftly returned to the Nibby City Pokemon Center. After dinner, Hoenn, looking troubled, pulled Natsume aside. What is it you wish to discuss? Natsume inquired. Noticing Hoenn was carrying a large bag of berries. I would like to ask you for a favor. I'm busy. Natsume waved him off, preparing to retreat to his room to delve into the subsequent S-level task. Wait, you might find this interesting. Hoenn called out, and when Natsume turned back, he was holding an object the size of a fist, emanating a faint glow. Oh, Natsume leaned in with curiosity, finally discerning the full form of Hoenn's treasure. It was an irregular fragment of a meteorite, its surface rough, yet featuring distinctly angular crystalline structures. The main body was golden, with a subtle orange-red glow emanating from within. Reminiscent of flowing lava, faint star-shaped patterns were visible on its surface, floating in the air, surrounded by tiny particles of starlight, resembling a miniature star. A wishing star? ISNT, this a specialty of the Galar region? Natsume exclaimed, astonished, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Galar region? Ha ha ha, so it's not from Kanto. No wonder I didn't recognize it. Seeing that Natsume was intrigued, Hoenn earnestly gazed at him and stated directly, if you assist me with a favor, this item will be yours. After glancing at the wishing star in Hoenn's hand, Natsume pondered for a moment. The wishing star was a vital material for crafting Gigantamax bands. Based on Professor Magnolia's research from the Galar region, utilizing Professor Oak's laboratory, Natsume felt confident that crafting a Gigantamax band by hand would not pose any difficulty. However, the principle behind the Gigantamax band's ability to enable Pokemon to Gigantamax lies in the fact that the wishing star guides Galar particles through the band, thereby bestowing trainers with the capacity to make their Pokemon Gigantamax. Outside of the Galar region, such a phenomenon is unattainable. Wait a moment. A shadow of realization crossed Summer's face as he recalled the unusually large Pokemon that had appeared in the original storyline, the gigantic Tentacruel and the colossal Dragonite. Could it be that the Kanto region also harbors something akin to Galar particles? Very well, I shall grant your request, provided you give me the wishing star. With this thought, Summer disregarded any demands Hoenn might have and readily agreed. As anticipated, the colossal Pokemon that the main characters would later encounter would all be subjects of the system's tasks. Following the system's guidance for research, not only could Gigantamax be promoted in the Kanto region, but it would also provide him with the means to Gigantamax himself. All right, I'll hand this over to you. Follow me. Wu Neng wasted no time, passing the wishing star to Summer before turning to walk outside, safeguarding the wishing star. Summer did not forget to remind the Pokemon Center, KZ, please remember to wash my clothes. In return, you owe me a meal. Humph, that's more like it. KZ replied, somewhat miffed, while clutching the clothes. That night, in the suburban hills, Wu Neng carried a large bag of berries and swiftly led Summer to the stall from earlier. Pika? A faint sound caught Summer's attention. Looking up, he saw a Piku standing atop Wu Neng's stall. The moment Piku spotted Wu Neng, its joy was palpable. Here, have a bite. Wu Neng offered the berries to Piku, who eagerly munched away while casting curious glances at Summer. Summer crouched down, causing the little creature to flinch and hug its berry tightly, retreating a safe distance. Come out, everyone, Wu Neng called out, and soon enough, numerous Pokemon emerged from all directions, particularly from the cave Wu Neng had covered during the day. Pikachu, Piku, Magnemite, Electabuzz, without exception. They were all electric-type Pokemon. Summer inquired with curiosity, what are these? These are the abandoned electric-type Pokemon. Many returned here guided by their memories. I have taken them in. Wu Neng replied, falling silent as he distributed the berries. Summer stood behind him, feeling a mix of emotions. After a considerable time, illuminated by moonlight, Wu Neng finished distributing the berries and stood up, looking at Summer with a hint of beseeching. I would like to ask for your assistance in finding a way to eliminate the side effects of electrical training. Observing the jubilant electric Pokemon devouring the berries, Summer nodded solemnly this time. Rest assured, even without your request, I would pursue this endeavor. Thank you. Here are some of my breeding notes. I hope they prove beneficial to your research. Summer accepted the notes, and right after, Wu Neng felt a gentle pressure on his shoulder. It was Summer's hand resting there. Do you truly wish for Brock to manage the Pewter City Gym all alone? These children deserve a better environment, and Brock's siblings would be delighted as well. Please ponder this carefully. With that, Summer's figure vanished without a trace. In the Pokemon Center, Summer's room, with a flash of azure light, Summer was returned by Rotom's teleportation. The wishing star was temporarily stowed in the system space as he opened Wu Neng's breeding notes, diligently poring over them. The notes were extensive, resembling a journal filled with spontaneous records, requiring Summer to sift through the useful information, which he anticipated would take considerable time. The following morning, at dawn, Pikachu Thunderbolt. Below, Ash's energetic training voice resonated. In his room, Summer stretched lazily. Despite having not slept all night, he appeared remarkably vibrant. On the right side of his desk lay two notebooks, both densely filled with records. One was Wu Neng's breeding notes, while the other contained the useful information Summer had compiled. Wu Neng had conducted electrical enhancement training on various Pokemon of different species and varying talents. From the strands of information he had gathered, Summer discerned a pattern. The effectiveness of electrical enhancement was greater for electric-type Pokemon with superior talents, whereas the opposite held true for different species. Seemingly, the weaker electric Pokemon groups benefited more from the enhancements. As for the so-called side effects mentioned, Summer had formed a preliminary hypothesis. It likely pertains to the frequency and intensity of the electrical currents. After all, the first time Pikachu charged at the Pokemon Center, it did experience an enhancement. Yet after several days of observation, Summer had not witnessed any signs of a decline in its level. By approaching this matter through batches, varying intensities, and time intervals, he believed he could derive an electrical enhancement training method devoid of side effects. However, this would necessitate extensive time for repeated experimentation. As for the subjects of his experiments, come forth, middle part. A beam of red light flickered, and a Pikachu styled with a middle part appeared in the room. Unlike the industrious Pikachu outside, his middle-parted counterpart was still wrapped in a small blanket, its short legs protruding from the blanket, sprawled out in slumber, with a bubble of drool dangling from its nose, contracting and expanding. Summer stared at it, his expression a mixture of exasperation and disbelief. The trainer activated the Intimidate ability. Pika. As if sensing Summer's deadly glare, the middle-parted Pikachu jolted awake, its fur standing on end like a little hedgehog. Turning its head, it looked at Summer, a sense of foreboding washing over it. Humph, your days of leisure are over. Uncertain of what to say next, an advertisement space was available for rent. Chapter 19. I want to be the principal. Pika. In Pewter City, at the Pokemon Center's backyard, the anguished cries of Pikachu echoed intermittently, drawing curious glances from passers-by who speculated whether a malicious trainer was mistreating Pokemon inside. Mr. Summer, is your Pikachu really okay like this? Nurse Joy, carrying a tray, passed by and cast a worried glance toward the backyard. At the rear of the yard, near the wall of the Pokemon Center, A Pikachu was bound tightly in 5 places to a chair entangled in wires. Among the chaotic wires extended a slender line, connecting to a specialized ammeter that led into the Pokemon Center, plugged into an outlet. Clearly, the piercing cries were emanating from this very Pikachu. Mr. Summer. This doesn't seem right. Nurse Joy approached, her heart aching. Pika. Whether intentionally or not, the middle-parted Pikachu cried out even louder. Summer, unable to contain his amusement, removed his sunglasses, set down his newspaper, and approached the pitiful middle-parted Pikachu. Bang! Summer tapped the Pikachu's head, sending a surge of electricity coursing through it, causing its fur to stand on end. Stop pretending. This level of current wouldn't even harm me. The pained expression on the middle-parted Pikachu's face vanished, replaced by a look of sheepishness. Pika, Pika. From now on, you will follow my training regimen for electrical enhancement daily, with the intensity gradually increasing. This will only bring you benefits, not detriments. You'll realize this in a month. Summer observed the chair beneath the middle-parted Pikachu and stroked his chin. Given the limited materials, this handcrafted chair can only manage this level. The current intensity is still less than 1/10 of what Pikachu experienced yesterday. Pika. The middle-parted Pikachu appeared resigned, lowering its head. It simply wished to remain nestled within its Pokeball, indulging in a peaceful slumber. However, unexpectedly, a devilish voice echoed once more. Moreover, you shall accompany Ash for training every day henceforth. I shall instruct him to teach you, should you dare to refuse. The duration of your electric reinforcement shall be doubled each day. Pikachu, upon hearing this, was alarmed. Doubling the punishment was simply intolerable. Sitting there, feeling tingly and drowsy, yet frequently jolted by bursts of electricity, it was nothing short of torturous for this little creature. I need to send something via mail, Miss Joy. Could you kindly look after this little one? Ah, certainly, Miss Joy replied, taken aback by the dramatic change in Pikachu's expression, akin to that of a seasoned actor. With that, Satsuki exited the Pokemon Center and made her way toward the Pewter City Science Museum. Ash had eagerly rushed off to challenge Brock, and seizing this opportunity, Satsuki intended to mail that wish star to Professor Oak, entrusting Professor Magnolia with the task of crafting a Gigantamax bracelet for her. The prospect of crafting it herself was far too cumbersome, not to mention the need to return to Oak's lab. The ordinary post office was unaware of the proper preservation methods for a wish star, and its safety was questionable. Thus, Satsuki resolved to enlist the assistance of the Pewter City Science Museum staff for the delivery to Professor Oak. Upon entering the Pewter City Science Museum, she was greeted by an array of fossil skeletons, which would likely terrify Misty if she were present. Ah, hello? How may I assist you? As Satsuki ascended the stairs, a staff member clad in a white lab coat intercepted her. The young man, with unkempt hair and a slightly unshaven chin, appeared to be rather neglectful of his grooming. Greetings, I am Natsume, a researcher at the Pewter City Science Museum. Access to the second floor is restricted to staff members only. He produced his identification and introduced himself to Satsuki. Professor Oak's lab, Satsuki. She also presented her credentials. To her surprise, the moment her identification emerged, Natsuki's eyes lit up. You are the researcher who proposed the Rotom-Satsuki theorem. I have read your paper. I never expected you to be so young, Natsuki exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable as a warm glow spread across his face. Yes, that would be me, Satsuki replied, scratching her head and gazing intently at the young man. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her scrutiny, Natsuki eventually spoke up. So, Mr. Satsuki, what brings you here? I would be happy to assist. He patted his chest, exuding a sense of readiness. I wish to commission you to send an item. Ah, a significant research finding, I presume? Please, follow me, Natsuki said, not oblivious to the implications of Satsuki's visit. With Natsuki's assistance, Satsuki swiftly sent off the packaged wish star. Mr. Satsuki, Natsuki called out as she reached the museum's entrance. What is it? Satsuki turned, casting a curious glance at him. Since her arrival, he had been unusually exuberant, and she sensed he was holding back something. Well, I too am conducting research related to Rotom. Would you mind offering me some guidance? Natsuki inquired, extending a stack of documents towards Satsuki, his eyes filled with hope as he regarded the pioneer of Rotom innovation. Indeed, Satsuki is the trailblazer, she thought to herself. Particularly, the Rotom-Satsuki theorem serves as the fundamental metric for evaluating Rotom fusion forms. Professor Oak would never mentor an ordinary researcher. My research focuses on the optimal circuit solutions for plasma formation when Rotom integrates with high-power appliances, but I am hindered by the lack of Rotom specimens. My current work remains theoretical, Natsuki admitted. With just a glance, Satsuki grasped Natsuki's intentions. When Rotom enters various appliances, it adopts a plasma state. becoming the driving force behind the device, thus achieving a new fusion form. Moreover, identical Rotom, interacting with the same appliance but through different circuit configurations, would yield varying power levels. This aspect was briefly addressed in Satsuki's paper published in a prestigious journal, and she was surprised that this young man had chosen to delve deeper into it. As expected, he likely had additional research pursuits regarding optimal circuit solutions for low-power appliances and overclock devices, which could easily yield several papers. Realizing that he had been seen through, Natsuki's face flushed slightly as he remarked, "Mr. Satsuki, you are now an idol to us mid-tier researchers. Your groundbreaking work has paved a pathway for us, allowing us to explore these intricacies and achieve our own graduation as researchers." Satsuki's eyes brightened at his words. He had become an idol to mid-tier researchers? Reflecting on it, this made sense, as most conventional Pokemon research directions had already been thoroughly explored. Satsuki's bold endeavors had indeed created a vast void. The task of creating a mechanized Rotom was monumental, particularly concerning the theoretical validation of experiments. Could multiple Rotom collaborate to control a giant mech? Would common materials undergo physical and chemical property changes upon fusion with Rotom? What would be the most efficient collaborative model for Rotom? A broad direction could be broken down into countless smaller facets, each of which could further subdivide into even finer details, potentially leading to Natsuki's proposed optimal circuit solutions for plasma formation when Rotom integrates with high-power appliances. Satsuki estimated that she could generate thousands of research topics. If she attempted to tackle them all herself, it would be utterly exhausting. Mr. Satsuki? Noticing Satsuki's silence, Natsuki's initial excitement waned, and he suddenly realized that, in a way, he was appropriating someone else's ideas, causing a flush to spread across his cheeks. Your idea is quite commendable. In fact, Pokemon capable of precisely controlling current intensity could serve as substitutes for Rotom. Satsuki responded, finally realizing that she could harness the potential of numerous mid-tier researchers across the region. These individuals merely lacked the insight that someone like Natsuki possessed, unable to pinpoint specific subdirections. While those lesser-known researchers might be elusive as the pioneer, Satsuki certainly could guide them toward clearly defined research paths. She resolved in her heart to organize a symposium or perhaps even establish a school. She aspired to be a leading figure in academia. In Chapter 20, titled Brock Joins the Team, Satsuki clarified Natsuki's thoughts and even instructed her Rotom to conduct several tests based on his experimental design. As the day waned and dusk approached, she bid farewell. "I must take my leave. Let us keep in touch. Take care, Mr. Satsuki." Natsuki bowed deeply as she departed from the Pewter City Science Museum. Behind him, several fellow researchers watched with envy, their gazes fixed on Natsuki. This young man had the shortest tenure but appeared to be on track to graduate first and secure a position within the League's research framework. While they felt envy, the others brimmed with self-assurance as well. When Mr. Satsuki departed, he mentioned future symposiums would include them. He collected nearly all the researchers' contact information present, indicating his sincerity. They were eager to witness a future Pokemon Doctor symposium, as undoubtedly, a new Pokemon Doctor would need to select assistants. After bidding farewell to the researchers at the Pewter City Science Museum, Satsuki returned directly to the Pokemon Center and promptly dialed Professor Oak's number. Soon, a figure resembling a disheveled old man, complete with panda eyes and a messy hairstyle as if he had not slept for 2 days and nights, appeared on the screen. "Natsume, is that you?" With a decisive snap, Professor Oak ended the call, choosing to ignore the matter. Natsume scratched his head, pondering that perhaps he had strayed too far from home, causing Professor Oak to miss him to the point of insomnia, so he redialed. "Speak up, what do you need? But let me make it clear, I absolutely will not assist you in revising your paper again." Professor Oak displayed an expression of utter despair, his typically kind eyes now resembling those of a menacing ghoul, as if they could devour a person. Natsume cleared his throat and said, "Ahem. I've sent you a wishing star." "What did you say? A wishing star? Where did you acquire that?" Professor Oak's fatigue vanished, replaced by a look of astonishment. "Someone gave it to me. I believe it was found on Tsukimi Mountain." "Found in the Kanto region?" Professor Oak's expression suddenly turned grave. "Natsume, do you understand why wishing stars are only discovered in the Galar region?" "Yes. It's because the gravitational pull of Galar particles causes the trajectory of wishing stars to deviate towards the Galar region." "Well, since you claim it was found on Tsukimi Mountain," Professor Oak began, fixating his gaze on Natsume. "Does this imply that something similar to Galar particles might exist on Tsukimi Mountain?" Natsume took the cue with an odd expression. In truth, when he learned from Wuning that the wishing star was found on Tsukimi Mountain, he had considered this possibility. However, given that there were no abnormalities on Tsukimi Mountain while gigantic Pokémon appeared elsewhere. Natsume leaned towards the theory that the wishing star had fallen into some area of Kanto by coincidence and was picked up by Hoenn on Tsukimi Mountain. Natsume, you've done exceptionally well. I will petition the League to organize a team to conduct an investigation on Tsukimi Mountain. Professor Oak's voice followed closely, fully aware of the significance of Natsume's wishing star. If it were true, Kanto could very well become the second region to implement Dynamaxing after Galar. Hearing this, Natsume nodded. It was indeed a good thing for the League to send people for the investigation. If they found any clues, he could easily receive information from Professor Oak, which would undoubtedly aid in the subsequent system-released missions involving deciphering gigantic Pokémon. By the way, Professor Oak, Natsume suddenly recalled. The wishing star I sent you is about the size of a fist. The size of a fist, Professor Oak exclaimed, then continued, you've really hit the jackpot. A piece of wishing star only the size of a fingernail is sufficient to create a Dynamax band. So, Natsume nodded, you keep half of that wishing star as evidence. And the other half, I'll ask you to seek help from Dr. Mulan in the Galar region to produce as many Dynamax bands as possible. All right, no problem. With this joyous news, Professor Oak's voice became robust and spirited. Natsume, I've obtained the gray badge. Just as he hung up the communication, a voice from outside called out, belonging to Ash. Natsume turned to see three figures approaching. Oof, what are you talking about? That was given to you by Brock. Wasn't he it? Misty interjected while walking, eager to undermine the moment. Brock? Natsume looked up, gazing directly at the squinty-eyed figure trailing behind Ash. Natsume, let me tell you, Uncle Hoenn is actually Brock's father. He has taken over the gym, and Brock is going to travel with us. Ash excitedly introduced. Well, that sounds great. Natsume feigned ignorance, nodding while feeling a tinge of regret for seemingly missing a dramatic family reunion. Hello, I'm Brock, and my dream is to become the world's #1 Pokemon breeder. Brock extended his hand, earnestly introducing himself to Natsume. Hello, I'm Natsume. I plan to open an academy in the future, and if there's an opportunity, please don't refuse to come and teach. Natsume smiled as he shook Brock's hand. Huh, Natsume's going to open an academy? Can we come? Misty and Ash looked at Natsume with curiosity. You're Gatekeeper 1, and you're Gatekeeper 2. Natsume playfully tapped each of them on the head. Don't underestimate me. I am destined to be a Pokemon Master. Yes, I will be the future master of Water-type Pokemon. The two seemed somewhat unconvinced, wanting to say more, but then noticed Natsume preparing to set off with his backpack. Let us go, we're departing. Huh, it's so late. Shouldn't we rest for the night first? Even Ash, brimming with enthusiasm, was taken aback by Natsume's actions. I believe Natsume wishes to go to Tsukimi Mountain. Brock remarked thoughtfully from the side. What does that have to do with going to Tsukimi Mountain? Ash and Misty turned in unison to look at Brock. Because the most wondrous time at Tsukimi Mountain is during the night. It takes roughly 2 days to walk from Nibi City to Tsukimi Mountain, and excluding rest breaks along the way, if we set out now. We should arrive just in time 3 nights from now. Brock educated the two. Exactly, so let us depart. Natsume's voice rang out, and upon looking back, he was already at the door. The matter of the wishing star was crucial, and the League's actions would likely be swift. Arriving 3 days later would be just right. Natsume calculated in his mind. All right, there's no time to waste. Let us set off and witness the marvels of Tsukimi Mountain. Ash eagerly slung his backpack over his shoulder and followed in Natsume's footsteps. Wait for me. I need to grab something. Misty called out as she chased after them with her backpack. Looks promising. Brock observed the trio's figures with a soft smile before following suit. Stepping out of the Pokemon Center, Natsume suddenly halted, feeling as though he had forgotten something. What is it? Pika. In the backyard, his Pikachu, perched on a celebratory chair, emitted a despondent roar. Right, it's my Pikachu. Natsume slapped his forehead in realization. Chapter 21. Tsukimi Mountain. The sky was clear and bright, and under the shade of a large tree, the group was taking a break. On Ash's shoulder sat 2 Pikachus, one on the left and one on the right, both gazing curiously at Natsume. Natsume, are you modifying Pokeballs? Ash inquired, observing the discarded red and white spheres scattered around Natsume. Ever since they left Nibi City yesterday, Natsume had been tirelessly working with a plethora of wires and unfamiliar tools, relentlessly destroying red and white Pokeballs. In just 2 days, it seemed that hundreds of them had met their untimely demise. Yes, I'm going to inscribe this chip and circuitry into them, Natsume replied, not looking back. Why implant such things? A small orange head poked in curiously. Because they look good, Natsume said, still focused on his task. Misty interjected, what a waste. With that, she turned and went to assist Brock, who was busy cooking. Bang! A faint explosion echoed as the Pokeball in Natsume's hand was rendered unusable once more. Staring at the ruined Pokeball, Natsume appeared somewhat lost in thought. Recording completed. Would you like to conduct a failure summary? The diligent voice of Rotom, the phone, chimed in. Save it for now, Natsume replied, his gaze fixed on the ruined Pokeball. Pokemon balls, Rotom. Although theoretically it seems straightforward, the practical execution is far more challenging than anticipated. Firstly, the interior of the Pokeball contains only a rudimentary circuit, and these circuits exist in a very confined space. Rotom cannot integrate itself at all. What I need to do now is implant the circuitry into the Pokeball alongside a chip capable of housing Rotom's main body. The chip was salvaged from the electric toy I previously modified for Rotom. That toy is roughly the same size as a Pokeball, and if the circuitry matches, it can be utilized directly. The only complication lies in expanding the original circuitry of the Pokeball while ensuring compatibility with the chip to maximize performance. Certainly, the absence of a proper laboratory is undoubtedly the cause. Natsume pondered for quite some time, feeling that the fault did not lie within himself. After all, he genuinely believed the theory behind this matter to be quite straightforward. He had already utilized that S-rank scratch card, and unsurprisingly, the most meager consolation prize he received was a Master Ball. Unwilling to experiment with the Master Ball, Natsume decided to practice with the ordinary Pokeballs first, then move on to the slightly more complex Great Balls, Ultra Balls, and only then the Master Ball. However, he found himself stuck at the very first step. Pika hi hi. Laughter erupted from a nearby figure with a center-parted hairstyle. Natsume cast a sidelong glance before retrieving a small chair and beginning to untangle some wires. Pika. Natsume, your Pikachu already possesses the electric-type throne, doesn't it? Ash intended to mention the full name of the chair, but due to the complexity of the terminology, he settled on Natsume's more casual term, referring to it simply as the throne. That's the first tier of the throne. The center-parted one has fully adapted to it. I am currently creating the second tier, which consists of 10 tiers in total. Pika, the center-parted Pikachu, precariously perched on Ash's shoulder, wore a pitiful expression. Pika. The Pikachu, known for its divine prowess, gently patted its companion's split hairstyle in a gesture of comfort. Is that so? Ash scratched his head. Since the day before yesterday, Natsume had entrusted him with bringing the center-parted Pikachu along during training sessions, alternating battles with others, and even sharing the same food, insisting on maintaining relative variables. Through these days of companionship, Ash had come to realize that Natsume's Pikachu seemed somewhat different from his own. The center-parted Pikachu had even learned a grass-type move called Grass Knot. When Ash discovered this, he was utterly amazed and had pestered Natsume for quite some time, hoping he would teach his own Pikachu as well, but was met with a firm refusal. There was no helping it. Natsume had only obtained one technical machine himself. Ash decided to postpone that conversation for later. All right, everyone, let's eat. Misty called out to the two. After we finish eating, we should be able to reach MT Moon tonight, Brock encouraged. As dusk fell upon MT Moon, Natsume remarked, this is faster than I anticipated. It is still merely twilight. Before the group of four stood a barren hill, resembling the cratered surface of the moon. Why does it look the same as during the day? Misty gazed at MT Moon, somewhat astonished. At that moment, various instruments could be seen scattered across the mountain, along with flying-type Pokemon, seemingly engaged in transporting something. The entire mountain was illuminated by numerous searchlights, as bright as day. It seems like some kind of scientific project is underway here. The roads are blocked off. And over there, staff members have set up a warning line. Not far away, Ash approached with a downcast demeanor. Follow me. Natsume beckoned to the trio as he strode towards a group of nearby staff members. I am Natsume, a researcher from Professor Oak's lab. He presented his credentials. Natsume-senpai. One of the staff members recognized him. Is that you? Natsume had a vague recollection of the individuals before him. They were researchers from the Pewter City Academy. What brings you here? It's not convenient to discuss here. Let us head inside first. Are you friends of Natsume-senpai? Please come in. With that, two researchers welcomed the group inside. By the way, you haven't answered Natsume's question yet. As they walked, Brock curiously glanced at the two researchers. The Pewter City Academy? I've had a few dealings with them. Don't mention it. Something strange happened at the League. They suddenly mobilized personnel and cordoned off MT Moon. All the researchers from Pewter City, being the closest, were nearly all summoned. Indeed, I heard a champion trainer has also arrived. I wonder what significant event this is. The two researchers conversed animatedly, while Ash only latched onto the phrase champion trainer. Natsume, what is a champion trainer? Ash inquired, glancing at Natsume, who had been engrossed in fiddling with his Pokeballs. In each region, the most powerful trainers within the league are referred to as champions. For example, In the Kanto region, there are the Elite Four. The Elite Four. Ash's eyes sparkled with excitement. All right, I am going to challenge the champion trainer of MT Moon. Pika. The nearby Pikachu was equally spirited. On Ash's other shoulder, the center-parted Pikachu, dangling with a snot bubble, suddenly jolted awake. Pika. The center-parted Pikachu felt utterly defeated. It had just mastered the technique of standing while sleeping, yet the commotion around it constantly disrupted its rest. Moreover, being made to train alongside this trainer named Ash, who was nothing short of a battle fanatic, was exhausting. In just 3 days, Ash had battled nearly every trainer they encountered on the road. Even with another Pikachu assisting him, the center-parted one had participated in nearly 10 battles. Most importantly, this trainer had a penchant for issuing nonsensical commands. For instance, instructing it to use Thunderbolt against a Geodude, which it had no knowledge of. Now, Ash was going to challenge yet another champion trainer. It was impossible to win against such a formidable opponent. The center-parted Pikachu had already resolved that if Ash made it battle the champion trainer, it would simply choose to sleep. Chapter 22. Encountering Shirako again. Natsume-senpai will escort you to this point. The two researchers led the group to the largest cave entrance. Waving goodbye as they departed. Natsume, can we stay here for a few days? Ash looked at him with hopeful eyes, eager to challenge that champion trainer. Rest assured, I had already intended to stay here for a while. Natsume waved his credentials at Ash. I'll seek out the person in charge here and request a few rooms for temporary accommodation. Everyone. It seems like there are sounds of distress coming from that cave. Brock pointed towards a smaller cave, indicating he had heard something. It seems like it. Misty listened intently for a moment before nodding in agreement. Then let us go take a look. Natsume, curious, was the first to step into the smaller cave. Inside, the cave was dimly lit by flickering torches on either side, allowing for a vague glimpse of the ground. Natsume, why doesn't this cave have electricity like the main passage? It's quite dark with only torches hanging. Carelessly, Ash almost stumbled. These caves are different from the main passage. They are not artificially excavated but naturally formed, and many Pokemon inhabit them, most of which are light-averse. Oh, I see. Ash scratched his head, appearing somewhat troubled. You could hold Misty's hand. She is more meticulous. Oh, what are you doing? Ash exclaimed as a large bump formed on his head. Before long, the group arrived deep within the cave, where it was pitch black. Brock took out a flashlight. Help! Natsume recognized a familiar voice. Over there. Brock quickly located the source of the distress. The flashlight illuminated a researcher in a white lab coat, crouched on the ground with his head cradled in his arms, surrounded by scattered documents. Above him, several bat-like Pokemon were attacking him. Zubat, the bat Pokemon, flying by emitting ultrasonic waves, rarely emerges from the dark caves. It looks perilous. Should we save him, Natsume? Ash wondered aloud, but quickly realized Natsume had vanished. He's over there. Brock pointed to a spot beside the researcher, where Natsume was intently rummaging through a bag. Natsume, what are you doing? Ash curiously approached. I was searching to see if there were Pokeballs containing Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur. Why must these 3 Pokemon be included? Misty leaned in, followed closely by Brock. The mysterious demeanor of Natsume caught their attention. Stop chatting and help me. A familiar voice resonated nearby, and Natsume realized why the voice of this researcher sounded so familiar. Instead of uncovering the Pokeballs with the starter Pokemon, Natsume stumbled upon the researcher credentials belonging to Shuko. Why couldn't it have been Otakuen? Go, Pikachu. Use Thunderbolt. Pikachu. With a flash of electricity, the Zubat was startled away. Thank you so much. I'm Shuko, a junior of Natsume here. Shuko picked up her scattered glasses, and upon recognizing everyone's faces, she couldn't contain her joy. Natsume-senpai, my thesis has been submitted to the Alliance Academy and is currently under preliminary review. Well done. Natsume was not surprised. Shuko's research leaned heavily towards theoretical work, and she merely needed a Rotom for validation. By the way, Shuko seemed to have recalled something, continuing. My second author was named after you, Natsume-senpai. In that instant, Natsume froze, and for some reason, Ash felt that Natsume's expression resembled that of Professor Oak's on that fateful night. The moment of stiffness quickly passed, and Natsume shook his head slightly. Shuko had prepared thoroughly, and her thesis was heartfelt, contrasting sharply with the academic rubbish he had concocted that day. It certainly wouldn't reach the point of embarrassment. Conversely, while the second author was not as prestigious as the first, Natsume would still receive a portion of the copyright fees when Shuko's article was published in other journals. A first-rate core journal would typically pay around 1 to 10 million yen per month for copyright fees, while a second-rate journal would range from 500,000 to 2 million yen, and a third-rate journal would pay around 100,000 to 1 million yen. The specific fees given to authors depended on the placement of the article within the journal. Pieces in the core areas received more, while those tucked away in corners received less. Natsume's annual income from copyright fees approached the billion-yen mark. However, this was of little consequence, as the purchasing power of currency in this world was roughly equivalent to that of the yen. Moreover, the facilities for his future godlike laboratory would start at tens of millions. Some machines contained expensive components that were single-use, costing hundreds of thousands with each use. And that was still on the cheaper end. His current income barely sufficed for the routine annual maintenance of the future laboratory. Now, Shuko had provided him with a spark of inspiration. The second author. You're quite impressive. Would you be interested in working with me in the future? Natsume patted Shuko on the shoulder, increasingly finding her agreeable. The second author would also receive copyright fees from the journal, albeit typically only a tenth of what the first author received. But that was all right. Natsume could win by volume. His mind brimmed with countless ideas. Yet the constraints of individual capability rendered their implementation exceedingly difficult. Of course, it would be an honor to work on projects with you, Natsume-senpai. Shuko appeared quite excited. All right. In a couple of years, I'll figure out a way to establish a research institute, and you must come. Upon hearing this, Shuko's expression stiffened. She had assumed Professor Oak had provided some project and that Natsume was in need of assistance. However, gaining entry into a future doctoral research institute was indeed a tremendous opportunity. Let's head outside. It's quite eerie in here. Misty timidly raised her hand to suggest. Ah, yes. I'll lead you to the mountaintop. A temporary resting area is already being set up there. Shuko responded, regaining her composure as she accepted the flashlight Brock passed her and led the group forward. The cave of Tsukimi Mountain was a labyrinth, interconnected throughout. Shuko guided everyone deftly. And soon they arrived at the summit of Tsukimi Mountain. Wow, this mountaintop is enormous, resembling a lunar crater. Misty exclaimed upon emerging from the cave. There's a large stone right in the center. Ash's focus was evidently different from Misty's. That stone appeared to be a massive moonstone. I've been here a few times, Brock explained. Over there is our makeshift resting area. I've already spoken with the person in charge. Shuko pointed to a nearby area filled with container-like structures. The group nodded and proceeded in that direction, but Natsume stood immobile. Natsume-senpai, do you have any instructions? Shuko inquired, glancing at Natsume. Is there a temporary laboratory? I would like to borrow it, Natsume said, fiddling with the pokeball in his hand without turning around. Yes. Please follow me. Shuko led Natsume to another area bustling with researchers. All right, I'll borrow it for the night. Please take care of those few, Natsume said, closing the temporary laboratory door behind him. Meanwhile, Shuko found Ash and the others, who had already set down their belongings and were preparing to spend the night. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed, and the surroundings visibly dimmed. What is happening? The group turned to find the lights below had gone out, and even the machines that were operating just a moment ago had ceased. Ah, that's because a precious population of Clefairy lives on Tsukimi Mountain. They are active at night. So we won't be working, Shuko explained with a smile. But don't worry, the power supply here won't be interrupted, so it won't affect us much. Look over there. As she spoke, Shuko pointed toward a cave. Tonight is a full moon night. The Clefairy will emerge from that cave to hold a mysterious ceremony. Sure enough, as Shuko finished speaking, countless pink Pokémon with adorable miniature wings emerged from the cave. Clefairy, the fairy Pokémon, are rare and difficult to find. What a precious Pokémon. So cute. Misty remarked, putting away her Pokédex, her eyes sparkling with delight. She had no resistance against such adorable creatures. It seemed they were gathering around the enormous moonstone. Brock reminisced, watching the Clefairy's path. There's a legend in Nibi City that these Clefairy arrived on a spaceship, and that massive moonstone is a part of the vessel. Meanwhile, Ash's thoughts were elsewhere as he turned to Shuko, unable to suppress his curiosity. Shuko, who is the elite trainer that came to Tsukimi Mountain? The elite trainer is, Shuko's voice was drowned out by a tremendous explosion. The group turned to the source of the smoke. They saw a massive cat-shaped hot air balloon floating above the moonstone. At that moment, a large net shot out from the hot air balloon, capturing the moonstone and all the Clefairy within. Not good, it's Team Rocket. Chapter 23, New Form, Red and White Ball Rotom. We must hurry to stop them. Ash and the others felt anxious, ready to throw their Pokeballs, but were halted by Shuko behind them. Wait a moment, everyone, Shuko called out, pointing to the area above the cat-shaped hot air balloon. There, a colossal figure loomed in the air, half its body shrouded in shadow. Inside the cat-shaped hot air balloon, the trio was dreaming of their future. This time, we've specifically chosen to strike when that elusive researcher is absent. We're sure to succeed. Indeed. And for some reason, they've conveniently lost power. We had initially planned to sabotage the circuits. Ha ha ha. Musashi, my promotion and fortune are just around the corner. Suddenly, Nyarth seemed to sense something, its fur bristling. Nyarth, what's wrong? Musashi and Kojiro gazed at Meowth in bewilderment, as it trembled like a leaf in the wind. Unbeknownst to them, an inexplicable fear had suddenly gripped Meowth, as though a fearsome Pokémon loomed ominously above its head. Before the two could react, a low-frequency tremor pierced through the roar of the engine, causing the hair on the nape of Musashi and Kojiro's necks to stand on end. A colossal silhouette descended from above the hot air balloon, shrouded in darkness, rendering its features indistinguishable. They could only vaguely discern that it was a Pokémon, with a human figure perched upon its back. As the creature flapped its wings, the hot air balloon began to sway precariously, the flames flickering as if they might extinguish at any moment. Kojiro, trembling, manipulated the spotlight on the basket, and when it swept across, he was met with a pair of inverted crimson pupils that suddenly contracted, cold light flowing within the irises. This is... Upon recognizing the creature, Kojiro's eyes widened in shock. Dragonite, use Hyper Beam. A voice erupted from the red-haired figure atop Dragonite. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the hot air balloon burst apart, and three figures soared into the sky, disappearing from sight. Dragonite, the dragon Pokémon, is the evolved form of Dratini, said to possess the speed capable of circling the globe in just 16 hours. Upon hearing the Pokédex's voice, Ash displayed considerable excitement. Is that the Pokémon of the elite trainer? It certainly looks formidable. Indeed, that is the dragon-type elite trainer, Mr. Dato, sent by the League to assist us. As they watched the departing duo, a glimmer of admiration sparked in Shoko's eyes. Once, he too aspired to become a remarkable Pokémon trainer, but alas, he resigned himself to the notion that perhaps such aspirations were beyond his reach. Mr. Shoko, I wish to challenge Mr. Dato. Ash turned and suddenly fixed his gaze on Shoko, his eyes brimming with determination. Huh. Shoko was momentarily taken aback, but ultimately did not decline Ash's request. Very well. I shall mention it to Mr. Dato tomorrow. Whether he agrees is up to him. Great. Thank you, Mr. Shoko. After expressing his gratitude, Ash turned eagerly towards his two Pikachu. Pikachu, let us have a special training session tonight. Pika. Pika Pika. The following day, within the laboratory. All right, just like that. Try to merge in. Under the anxious gaze of Natsume, Rotom detached from the mobile phone and integrated into the Pokeball on the experimental platform. The surface of this red and white sphere was adorned with blue patterns, housing the circuits pre-installed by Natsume. As Rotom entered, the blue patterns began to pulsate with energy, gradually transforming into a brilliant gold. Soon, the golden patterns enveloped the Pokeball, revealing a pair of triangular eyes and sprouting small wings shaped like lightning. Rotom. With a powerful cry, Rotom shattered the Pokeball. It failed. Natsume gasped in surprise, but quickly regained his composure. Although the Pokeball had broken, the shards separated along the golden lines. As expected, the fragmented Pokeball revealed the chip that Natsume had implanted inside, with Rotom anchoring itself to the chip, releasing countless arcs of blue electricity that drew the broken fragments back together. With a flash, a Rotom in the form of a Pokeball, now significantly larger than before, appeared before Natsume. Rotom, how do you feel? If anything feels off, please let me know. Natsume regarded the transformed Pokeball with delight. Rotom, now anchored to the central chip, connected the red and white fragments with golden arcs, forming a massive Pokeball. The Pokeball Rotom nodded at Natsume, indicating that it was unharmed. Seeing this, Natsume fully relaxed, turning his attention to the appearance of the Pokeball Rotom. Does it resemble the size and state of a Ghastly? After a lengthy observation, Natsume activated the system in his mind. This unknown form could only be accurately assessed through the system. Pokeball Rotom, Pokeball form, LV50. Type, Electric Psychic. Base stats, 520 HP, 160, attack, 20. Special attack, 40, defense, 140, special defense, 140, speed, 20. Moves. Protect. Ability. Pokeball exerts a strong suppressive effect on Pokemon. Is this a super tank? The combination of electric and psychic types results in 4 weaknesses: ground, ghost, bug, and dark. However, judging by the base stat distribution of Pokeball Rotom, it seems to be a Pokemon inclined towards tanking. A standard Pokeball can reach a base stat level equivalent to those several fusion forms, while upgrading to a Great Ball, Ultra Ball, or Master Ball would further enhance its stats. Yet, achieving the system's claim of breaking through world limits seems unlikely. After all, in the movie, the Gigantamax form of Gigantamax Eternatus reached an unprecedented base stat total of 1125 in the Pokemon universe. To surpass world limits, one must exceed that figure. Natsume could only focus on the Mecha Rotom he intended to develop in the future. Of course, the current research also serves to pave the way for the future. With this in mind, Natsume examined the 3 moves on Pokéball Rotom, all of which were marked with question marks. Absorbs and seals one opposing Pokémon, releasing it after 3 turns. During this time, Rotom can act. Each turn, the sealed Pokémon loses 20 maximum HP, and upon release, it randomly receives a negative status. PP 2. Absorbs one of the user's Pokémon, releasing it after 1 turn. During this time, Rotom can act. The released Pokémon will remove all negative effects and restore 50 maximum HP, gaining a random status boost. PP 5. Absorbs and seals one opposing Pokémon until the battle concludes. During this time, Rotom cannot act, and the sealed Pokémon cannot be retrieved. When Rotom is attacked, the damage transfers to the sealed Pokémon. PP 1. Protect. Fully blocks an opponent's attack for 1 turn. Consecutive use will cause it to fail. The above effects are for simulation testing of game rules. Real-world applicability is for reference only. After reviewing the information, Natsume was left with nothing but question marks in his mind. The dawn of a new star. Merely reading the descriptions of these 3 moves conjured notorious images from his past life in Pokemon battles. As he perused the lengthy descriptions, he discerned 2 words that encapsulated his thoughts: utterly disgusting. He could guarantee that if Pokéball Rotom existed in the previous games, it would surely dominate the Pokemon game's birth rankings. However, if this were his own Pokemon, it would not be associated with notoriety, but rather with the most reliable presence. How does the system compare to divine beasts with divine roles? Natsume felt a surge of confidence. Beyond one's capabilities, Natsume was taken aback. Long ago, during his research, he discovered that many divine beasts in the real world corresponded to divine roles, typically held by the strongest individuals of their species. Although divine roles were portrayed as relatively weak and lacking presence in past games and anime, Natsume had uncovered numerous clues in the literature he had perused since his arrival. Individuals with divine roles exhibit strength far superior to that of their kin, to the extent that they could be considered an entirely different species. However, research on this topic is scarce, and Natsume has yet to encounter any divine beasts, leaving him uncertain about the specifics. Returning to Pokéball Rotom, Natsume felt that he still had much to learn. He took out a Pokeball, but Rotom did not enter it. Instead, it gradually shrank and transformed into a red and white sphere adorned with small lightning-shaped wings and golden triangular eyes. The golden sphere that Rotom had become fell back into Natsume's hand. Whoosh! A golden current erupted from the specially designed red and white Pokeball and surged into Natsume's mobile device. Observing this, Natsume affectionately patted his Rotom phone and remarked, "Perfect. During battles, you can enter this special Pokeball while remaining in a non-combat state within the phone." With that said, he eagerly opened the door, his fists clenched in anticipation. Natsume was not a battle enthusiast per se, yet at that moment, he was fervently eager to witness the reliable presence of Rotom in the red and white sphere through combat. Chapter 24. Rescuing Pippi. Upon arriving at the resting area, Natsume was taken aback. The summit of the moonlit mountain was entirely occupied by injured Pippi. As he passed through, he noticed several researchers bustling about, deeply engrossed in their tasks. Stopping in his tracks, memories of the previous night flooded back to him. There had indeed been some commotion outside, but as he was engrossed in crafting circuits, he had not dared to lose focus nor pay it much mind. Now recollecting, he realized that in the original narrative, Team Rocket would seize the Moonstone in this very location. It dawned on him that these injured Pippi were undoubtedly the result of Team Rocket's mischief from the previous night. "Allow me," he said, suppressing his urge to seek a battle, as he intercepted a staff member cradling an injured Pippi. "Please do not impede my efforts." The individual, taken aback by Natsume's interruption, responded with a somewhat unfriendly tone. "What assistance can you provide?" Natsume promptly presented his credentials. The staff member hesitated for a moment before handing over the Pippi and advising, "I will entrust this little one to you while I search for others that are hiding." Natsume cradled the Pippi in his arms. It lay unconscious, covered in bruises, indicative of severe injuries. Rotom, Pokeball form. Natsume tossed the specially designed Pokeball into the air, a yellow flash merging within. Utilized the healing ball on this Pippi. He designated names for 3 skills: Curse Ball, Healing Ball, and Annihilation Ball. As the words left his lips, a beam of green light emanated from the core of the Pokeball Rotom, enveloping the Pippi within. Whoosh! Much like capturing a Pokemon, the Pippi was drawn into the green light, and the dispersing fragments of the red and white sphere coalesced, radiating a gentle green glow. After a brief interval, the Pippi was released from a burst of green light. Pippi. Upon its reappearance, the Pippi had regained consciousness, curiously surveying the Rotom Pokeball floating in the air. Let me observe the effects of this skill in reality. Natsume, invigorated, crouched down and retrieved his notebook, meticulously scrutinizing the Pippy's condition. After all, his primary motivation for seeking a battle was to ascertain the real-world effects of these 3 game rule skills. Reality is reality, and the game is merely a game. Its rules could only be applied once per battlefield. With the innate curiosity of a researcher, Natsume recorded every detail. The healing effect appears to exceed 50, he mused, raising an eyebrow and gesturing towards the numerous Pippy sprawled on the ground. Rotom, sequentially apply healing balls to these Pippy. One by one, beams of green light emerged, drawing in and releasing each Pippy. Soon, nearly a dozen Pippy of various sizes stood behind Natsume. It seems that in reality, the lower the level, the easier the healing. Based on the levels and severity of injuries of these Pippy, Natsume began to formulate preliminary conclusions. Unbeknownst to him, the rescued Pippy had started to gather around him, performing a peculiar dance. More accurately, they danced around the Rotom Pokeball hovering beside him, seemingly engaging in some form of ritual. What are you all doing? Natsume queried with a perplexed expression. While Pippy were known to partake in rituals, such occurrences typically transpired at night and only under a full moon. I believe these Pippy regard your peculiar Pokemon as the moon god, a cheerful voice chimed in from behind. Turning around, he beheld a figure clad in a striking red battle cloak, their vibrant red hair ablaze with enthusiasm, accompanied by a rather familiar large Dragonite. Oh, you are that, Natsume exclaimed, pointing at the newcomer, realization dawning upon him. Indeed, that is correct, the individual, Dado, replied with a smile. The flying-type champion, Dado. Natsume blurted out. Dado, Natsume, my good fellow, I am the dragon-type champion. Ash's voice chimed in shortly thereafter. Following him, Brock and Misty appeared, each cradling a Pippy, seemingly having participated in the rescue efforts as well. My apologies, that slipped out. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Natsume, he said, nodding at Dado. Having been a Pokemon blogger prior to his journey, Natsume effortlessly called Dado by his well-known title. It was rare for anyone to mistakenly refer to him as the flying-type champion, a notion Dado found hard to believe. He studied Natsume intently, committing the young man's visage to memory. Mr. Dado, after assisting these Pippy, may I challenge you? Ash asked, eagerly applying ointment to the Pippy in his arms. Dado appeared somewhat conflicted. While he was always willing to impart wisdom to new trainers, this time was different as he bore a significant mission for the league. He had to maintain his utmost readiness, as nearly all the Pokemon he carried were his ace companions. Ash would likely face a crushing defeat. To spare Ash's spirit from shattering, Dado pointed at the Rotom floating beside Natsume, attempting to redirect the conversation. Aren't you curious about such a marvelous Pokemon? Perhaps Natsume could enlighten us on its capabilities? Misty and Brock simultaneously turned their gaze toward the Rotom Pokeball, while Ash remained fixated on Dado. Dado rubbed his forehead, feeling the weight of the moment, when suddenly, a commotion erupted. Pippy, 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 Pippy. The voices of the Pippy grew increasingly louder, and without warning, they began to congregate around Natsume. These Pippy, in unison, performed a synchronized dance, seemingly enacting a mysterious ritual. Ah, look, the Pippy that were hiding have all come out. Ash exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. Dado had tasked the 3 of them with locating the injured Pippy that were hiding. However, following the events of the previous night, most of these Pippy had become quite skittish and difficult to find. Now, they had gathered voluntarily. It appeared that, as Dado had suggested, these Pippy regarded Natsume's Rotom as the moon god. Rotom, huh? Brock mused, his tone reflective. Dado, keenly perceptive, seized upon Brock's words. Yet, as far as he knew, Rotom did not possess this form, and this individual was evidently named Natsume. Why would they perceive Rotom as the moon god? Surely it could not be simply because Rotom had rescued them? Natsume stroked his chin, his curiosity igniting a desire to ponder the peculiar events unfolding before him. Regardless, Rotom, let's proceed to use healing balls on the injured Pippy. With a grand gesture, dozens of green beams shot forth. Chapter 25. Natsume vs. Dado in reality. The healing ball from the red and white Pokeball Rotom could heal multiple Pokemon simultaneously. Although the therapeutic effects may wane, for these mildly injured Clefairies seeking refuge, it suffices. Natsume is truly remarkable. Ash cheered from the side, as they had originally anticipated 3 days' worth of work, yet Natsume completed it in a mere moment. Congratulations, Natsume. Your research appears to be exceedingly successful. Indeed, Natsume, your efforts over the past few days have not been in vain. Brock and Misty also extended their heartfelt congratulations to Natsume. The treasures Natsume had been diligently toiling over these days had led them to surmise his intentions. Judging by Rotom's performance thus far, Natsume's research is undoubtedly a resounding triumph. It is simply astounding. Should this new form of Rotom gain prevalence within Pokemon centers, it would undoubtedly result in substantial savings on medical expenses. Dado praised as he approached, extending his hand towards Natsume, who was surrounded by Clefairy like a star among admirers. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dado, the Dragon-type Elite Four trainer from the Kanto region. You may call me Dado. At this moment, it was evident that Dado could no longer regard Natsume as an ordinary researcher. Upon receiving Dado's commendation, Natsume rubbed his nose and reciprocated the handshake. Well, if this catches on, the Pokemon Center may become infamous. However, Rotom is a Pokemon of limited numbers, making widespread adoption quite challenging. Natsume. Just as Natsume and Dado were engaged in their solemn handshake, Ash's quiet call could be heard from the side. A fleeting glance revealed Ash gesturing excitedly, seemingly quite animated. Natsume understood instantly. Dado, do you have any battle-capable Pokemon with you? He inquired, pointing at the Dragonite behind Dado. Dado, taken aback, responded, my Dragonite is quite formidable. I am aware, yet the greater the strength, the more significant the challenge. Right, Ash? Natsume remarked, looking towards Ash, who was nodding vigorously, eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Exactly. Natsume truly understands me. This will surely persuade Mr. Dado. Thus, Natsume declared, I wish for you to battle me, to test this new form of Rotom. Ash's disappointed voice echoed, casting a forlorn glance at Natsume. Fear not, Ash, if I prevail, I shall have a training partner who surpasses Mr. Dado. Natsume affectionately ruffled Ash's hair, instantly igniting his enthusiasm. All right, Natsume, you must give it your all. After a moment's contemplation, Dado nodded in agreement. Very well. I too wish to witness the new form of Rotom. This will undoubtedly be an exhilarating battle. An exhilarating battle? Natsume gazed up at the sky, feeling a twinge of guilt. Perhaps, quite possibly, Dado's expression will indeed be quite entertaining. At the summit of Tsukimi Mountain, a clearing was present. A group of onlookers anxiously observed the two combatants within the designated area. In the center, Brock was assuming the role of referee. All right, the battle begins. With that command, neither combatant immediately sent forth their Pokemon. Natsume, are you certain you wish to use only this one Pokemon? Dado inquired, his expression curious as he realized at this juncture that Natsume possessed only two Pokemon, a newly bred Pikachu and a Rotom contained within a red and white Pokeball. It was implausible for Natsume to secure victory against Dado's fully equipped team. Yes, just these two, Natsume affirmed solemnly. In truth, there existed a teleportation device for Pokeballs at this location. Natsume had cultivated numerous Pokemon at Professor Oak's lab, most of which were acquired over the years for experimental purposes. He had thought that with a mere call, countless Pokemon would eagerly rush forward to serve as vanguards. Yet, when he called out, every Pokemon in the yard scampered away, leaving only two fiery monkeys presenting their red behinds to him. Well then, let us amend the battle format from doubles to a 1v1, Dado decided, rubbing his forehead, opting for a more lenient approach. This way, he could facilitate Natsume's research without completely overwhelming him. Rather than releasing his Dragonite, Dado retrieved a Pokeball from his pocket and tossed it into the arena. Roar! A brilliant red light descended, revealing a Pokemon with an orange-red body, massive wings, and a fiery tail. Its roar deep and commanding like that of a dragon. This is my Charizard, more than adequate for testing your Rotom's capabilities, Dado casually introduced, an aura of strength emanating from him. All right, go forth, Rotom. At Natsume's command, the red and white Pokeball Rotom charged forth, accompanied by a multitude of Clefairy. Hey, you cannot enter. Misty and the others frantically attempted to restrain the Clefairy. Rotom. The red and white Pokeball Rotom glanced back, uttering something incomprehensible, causing the Clefairy to obediently halt. They spontaneously dispersed, forming an organized circle around the battlefield. Clefairy. The Clefairy began to perform their enigmatic dance once more. Wow, how adorable. They seemed to be cheering for Rotom. Misty's eyes sparkled with delight as she observed the charming Clefairy. Natsume, you must give it your all. Ash's encouraging voice resonated from behind, prompting Natsume to give him a thumbs up. As the red and white Pokeball Rotom entered the arena, the battle officially commenced. You may attack first. This time, the focus is on testing the abilities of this new form of Rotom. Dado closed his eyes, believing that from his observations, Natsume's Rotom was significantly weaker than his Charizard in terms of level. Moreover, it appeared to have a considerable speed disadvantage in a standard battle. His Charizard would undoubtedly strike first, leaving Rotom with no opportunity. Charizard, LV66. After glancing at the assessment software displaying the approximate level, Natsume put away his phone. Let us agree on this, Dato. You must not get angry later. Why would I be angry? Dato asked, perplexed, as he looked at Natsume. All right, I am recording this. Natsume replied, retracting his phone. Dato, in this battle, Natsume did not employ the game's regulated arena, because it was unnecessary in the context of a game. The skill descriptions dictate how the red and white Pokéball Rotom's abilities function. What he seeks to test is the practical application of these skills in an actual battle. It was precisely because of this that Dato was willing to allow him the chance. Even if Rotom was slower, it could still seize the initiative. Alright, red and white Pokéball Rotom, use Curse Ball. Rotom. A peculiar purple beam radiated from the core of the red and white Pokéball Rotom, enveloping Charizard in an instant. Dato did not command his Charizard to evade. Instead, he watched this scene with great interest. Prior to the battle, Natsume had informed him that the new form of Rotom had developed an unprecedented skill. He was eager to witness just how formidable this unprecedented ability could be. As Charizard was ensnared by the purple beam, despite not being commanded to evade, the eerie aura emanating from the beam compelled Charizard to instinctively struggle. Alas, his struggle proved futile. Similar to capturing a Pokémon, Charizard was effortlessly absorbed into the red and white Pokéball Rotom. If he were not mistaken, this skill seemed capable of sealing Pokémon. Indeed, Dato remained with his arms crossed, though a flicker of intrigue crossed his expression. After capturing Charizard, the red and white Pokéball Rotom fell silent, and time ticked away. How peculiar! Natsume seems to be diverging from the usual Pokémon battle. Ash mused, stroking the two Pikachu perched on his shoulders, feeling that this was entirely unlike the exhilarating clash he had envisioned. Chapter 26, Clefairy Ritual, Gigantamax. Sealed and then what? The same question lingered in the minds of all present. Clefairy, Clefairy, Clefairy. The entire battlefield descended into an eerie silence, save for the relentless sounds of the Piplup, as all eyes fixated on the red and white Pokéball Rotom. A number of researchers even gathered closer, fixated on the red and white Pokéball Rotom. 2 minutes later, a pained roar echoed as Charizard was unleashed. At that moment, Charizard was panting heavily, its once robust breath now significantly diminished. A level approximately 16 higher, and only 2 minutes had passed? Natsume silently noted this in his mind. Observing Charizard's condition, Dato was taken aback, instinctively exclaiming, Charizard, use Flamethrower. With a roar, Charizard opened its mouth, concentrating countless flames that grew larger by the second. Suddenly, a golden arc of electricity flashed across its body, instantly interrupting its flamethrower. Paralyzed? Dato exclaimed in astonishment. Does your Curse Ball also have a paralysis effect? After all, it is called a Curse Ball. Rotom, continue to use Curse Ball. The motionless Charizard was once again enveloped by a purple beam of light. 2 minutes later, Charizard entered vertically and exited horizontally. Charizard lost its ability to battle. Natsume emerged victorious in the first match. Brock announced the result loudly. Such a skill? Dato's eyes widened in disbelief. Dato, send out your second Pokemon. Natsume spoke, watching the opponent slowly respond. All right, I understand. Dato's expression grew serious as he recalled Charizard. Go, Gyarados. With a roar, a red beam shot forth, revealing a dragon-like Pokemon with a massive dorsal fin. The most striking feature was its fierce maw. Gyarados, LV70. Pokéball Rotom, Curse Ball. Quickly dodge. This time, Dato dared not let his Pokemon endure the Curse Ball. It was an uncounterable technique in a one-on-one duel. Use Crunch. Gyarados dexterously dodged the purple beam and, following Dato's command, swiftly reached Rotom's side. Crunch, a Dark-type move, was doubly effective against the Electric Psychic-type Pokéball Rotom, and with Gyarados' high level. Taking a hit would be quite troublesome. Unexpectedly, Natsume decided to take a different approach. Rotom, charge in. With a thud, Crunch landed solidly on the Pokéball Rotom, which emitted a muffled cry of pain. Extermination Ball. As expected, the Pokéball Rotom, with all its stats allocated to defense, did not fall. A peculiar wave of light erupted from within the Pokéball Rotom, instantly radiating across the surrounding area. The space enveloped by the wave transformed into shades of black and white, as if Rotom had drained all color from that part of the space. Gyarados' colors gradually faded to a lifeless monochrome. Without struggle or fear, Gyarados remained eerily frozen in midair. Dato felt an ominous foreboding as he sensed Gyarados' state. As Gyarados' colors vanished, the wave of light abruptly contracted, pulling the colorless Gyarados back into the Pokéball Rotom. With a sound akin to energy depletion, Rotom's glow turned gray, and the fragments of red and white began to shrink, ultimately freezing in midair. What have you done to my Gyarados? Dato hastily inquired. Rest assured, once the battle concludes, Gyarados will be released. You may send out your next Pokemon. The stronger the Pokemon, the quicker Gyarados will emerge. Natsume waved dismissively. All right. Dato nodded solemnly, understanding Natsume's implication that he should focus on defeating the Pokeball Rotom. He never anticipated a single Pokemon could achieve such a feat. Dato's expression grew incredibly grave. It seemed he was about to get serious. Go, old buddy. At Dato's command, an orange-yellow Dragonite descended from the skies, landing in the center of the arena. With a fierce roar, Dragonite gazed intently at the opposing Pokeball Rotom. It had been observing from above for quite some time and was not about to let its guard down. Dragonite, LV88. Try to attack my Rotom. The harder you hit, the faster Gyarados will come out. The PP for Curse Ball and Extermination Ball is finite, and it 1T retaliate. Natsume called out to Dato. Dato felt a twinge of confusion but commanded, Dragonite, use Hyper Beam. A white beam of light surged towards the Pokeball Rotom. Strangely, aside from a ripple of grayish-white energy, Rotom showed no response. What is going on? Dato pondered in bewilderment. Continue. Natsume's voice resonated again, and Dato looked up to see a Pikachu with a center-part hairstyle offering him chips. Seeing this, Dato felt a surge of inexplicable anger. Thunder Punch. With a crash, violent electricity coalesced around Dragonite's fist and struck the Pokeball Rotom. This time, the Pokeball Rotom finally reacted. A faintly unconscious Gyarados was released. Gazing at the wounds on Gyarados, especially the burn mark from the punch, Dato was alarmed. Can your move transfer damage? Well, otherwise why would I have you attack Rotom? Natsume mumbled through a mouthful of chips. Dato was left stunned. He had thought that if he didn't defeat Rotom quickly, Gyarados would be in danger, only to discover it was like this. Dato suddenly felt a frustration he couldn't express. Dragonite, Dragon Rush. Dato decisively commanded, seeking to conclude this battle swiftly. The Pokeball Rotom had already taken a solid hit from Gyarados' crunch and was on its last legs. With a roar, Dragonite soared into the sky, its aura coalescing into a massive dragon silhouette, diving down towards the Pokeball Rotom with ferocity. Watch out, Natsume. Quickly evade. Ash's anxious voice rang out from outside. The Pokeball Rotom would surely fall from this blow. With a crash, Natsume continued munching on chips, seemingly oblivious. In the blink of an eye, Dragonite reached the Pokeball Rotom. Rotom, heal ball. Rotom. A green beam effortlessly struck the close proximity Dragonite. In an instant, Dragonite was absorbed. The next moment, enveloped in green healing waves, Dragonite returned to the arena in a daze. Congratulations. Your healthy Dragonite has become an even healthier Dragonite. Dato? Is this how you can interrupt moves? Misty, confused, asked Ash. I don't know, it feels rather shameless, but I suppose it's a strategy if one has thick skin. Is that so? Ash squinted, sensing he could learn much from Natsume. Dragonite, fly up high, spiral rapidly in the air, maintain distance, avoid the green light, and then use Hyper Beam. As the Dragon-type champion, Dato quickly devised a strategy to break the deadlock. Roar. A robust white beam descended rapidly, aimed directly at the Pokeball Rotom. Here, have some. Natsume offered chips to the center-parted Pikachu, who was eagerly rubbing its little hands. Watching the Pokeball Rotom facing the impending Hyper Beam, Natsume shook his head slightly. It seems this is the limit. Suddenly, the voices of the Piplup surged, reverberating throughout the arena. What is happening? The surroundings lit up with blue electrical currents, enveloping the Pokeball Rotom. Psychic? No, wait. Natsume's gaze sharpened as he noticed that amidst the azure electric lights, there were faint black-red particles mingling, sparse yet discernible upon closer inspection. Pippi! Hi! Pippi! The Pippi's cries reached a crescendo, their exuberance suggesting that a ritual had reached its culmination. In an instant, a brilliant blue beam enveloped the Pokeball containing Rotom. Roar! The Dragon God collided with this luminous column, momentarily disrupted, as Dragonite spiraled through the air several times before regaining its composure. Pippi! Hi! Pippi! The lunar deity shall not falter. Within the azure beam, the ratio of black-red particles increased steadily, ultimately coalescing into an ominous black-red column. The size of the Pokeball Rotom expanded continuously during this transformation, growing larger and larger. This is... Natsume and Wataru exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening. Gigantamaxing. Chapter 27. Natsume's Fourfold Struggles. The tumultuous energy gradually subsided, morphing into black-red particles that began to swirl around the red and white Poke Rotom. Yet its form continued to swell. In the end, the red and white Poke Rotom reached a size akin to that of the summit of a mountain. Natsume cast a glance skyward, and it dawned on him why the Pippi regarded their Rotom as the lunar deity. From the perspective of the Pippi, The red and white Poke Rotom indeed resembled a moon suspended overhead. Natsume. Wataru's gaze shifted over, brimming with seriousness. Let us proceed. Rotom has informed me that it requires an outlet for its energy. All right. Wataru readily unleashed all his Pokemon. Come forth, Hakuryu, Fossil Pterodactyl, and Bakuang. Attack with full force. Rotom, utilize Gigantamax Destruction Ball. Whoosh. In an instant, an expansive wave of light radiated outward, its reach encompassing the entirety of the Moonview Mountain. The colors of the mountain began to be stripped away. Whoosh. The gray-white light wave receded, vanishing the forms of Dragonite and Bakuang. Wait, why can it select 2 targets? And didn't you mention this move had no PP left? Indeed, but it seems Gigantamaxing has enhanced all of Rotom's skills, and even granted a slight PP boost to the Destruction Ball. Upon hearing this, Wataru felt as though his worldview had shattered. If Natsume had brought more Pokemon, he might have been overwhelmed. Yet, that seemed incorrect. This Rotom had a low speed stat, and if Natsume lacked a space handler, Wataru still felt confident in defeating the opponent. Whoosh. After a moment, the unconscious Dragonite and Bakuang were released. Behind them, countless Pippi appeared to be on the verge of exhaustion, and the Gigantamaxed red and white Poke Rotom was gradually diminishing in size, eventually reverting to its original form. Are you alright, Rotom? Natsume cradled the Rotom that had emerged from the specialized Pokeball. This method of Gigantamaxing without the Gigantamax band was quite perilous. Even with the Gigantamax band, it only ensured a brief period of Gigantamaxing. Prolonged exposure could be dangerous. Natsume-kun, is Rotom okay? From behind, Ash and others hurried over. Rest assured, it's merely fatigued. It just needs to recuperate. Saying this, Natsume returned Rotom to his mobile device. Your red and white Poke Rotom's abilities were already extraordinary. I hadn't anticipated that Gigantamaxing would enhance them further. Wataru's voice came, tinged with resignation. If I'm not mistaken, the Destruction Ball not only selects 2 targets, but can also actively sap the energy of the trapped Pokemon, right? Natsume nodded, not denying it. Such a move is truly. Wataru wished to vent, but his refined nature held him back. Natsume chuckled lightly. Not only did the Destruction Ball and Curse Ball gain potency through Gigantamaxing, but their PP also increased slightly. Natsume shook his head slightly and gave Wataru a thumbs up, declaring the outcome of this confrontation. Wataru, you are in a precarious position. Your resources dwindling. Wataru, please share your acceptance speech. Natsume employed synchronization without the high-quality barrier. What acceptance speech? Can I just berate you instead? Wataru retorted. Maintain your composure. Do not succumb to anger. Maintain your composure. He inhaled deeply, mentally repeating to himself. Natsume, it seems there are indeed particles related to Gigantamaxing underground. Nearby, a group of researchers led by Neru rushed over, their attention captured by the vast spherical phenomenon in the sky. It appears to be utilizing the psychic energy of the Pippi as a medium, attaching itself to Rotom. Natsume pondered aloud. Let us wait for Professor Okido to arrive. He went to the Galar region to consult with Professor Milan a few days ago, and will be back tomorrow. The next day, atop Moonview Mountain. So, this is the Gigantamaxed Rotom? In a resting area, a woman clad in a lab coat, her chestnut hair framing her face, glasses perched on her nose, and an air of composure about her, was intently watching a video. The footage depicted the battle involving the Gigantamaxed Rotom, filmed by the staff. What do you think, Milan? Have you discerned anything? Professor Okido, with a cheerful smile, leaned in from behind her. I see it. This fellow's new form of Rotom has been cultivated exceptionally well. Oh, I meant have you observed anything about Gigantamaxing? Professor Okido clarified. Humph, research on Gigantamaxing cannot be unraveled in a short time, Milan replied. A hint of irritation in her tone. She had not yet completed her own tasks when Professor Okido had pulled her along. Behind them, Natsume, Ash, Wataru, and others awaited patiently. Hey, you there. Milan suddenly turned, directing her gaze toward the back. Did you need something from me, Professor Milan? Nera stepped forward, looking perplexed. Not you, Milan said, using her cane to nudge Neru aside, and walked straight to Natsume. I'm referring to you, Natsume, correct? Milan circled around Natsume, scrutinizing him from head to toe, nodding occasionally. Splendid, simply splendid. To achieve such accomplishments at a young age, and as a researcher no less. As she spoke, Milan handed Natsume a business card. Hey, don't try to poach my assistant in front of me. Professor Okido interjected, moving closer. Natsume accepted the card, momentarily taken aback. The image printed on it depicted a strikingly beautiful young woman with vibrant orange hair and the same verdant eyes as Professor Milan. Wow, Professor Milan. Did you edit your granddaughter's photograph? Ash inquired curiously, only to receive a swift rap on the head from Milan's cane. Oof, Pay attention. This is my granddaughter. Sonia, Mulan said, her expression softening as she looked at Natsume. My granddaughter is also a researcher. You two should exchange insights when you have the chance. Sonia. Natsume racked his brain for a moment before recalling her details. Sonia, the childhood friend of champion Dan from the Galar region. She had always attempted to intervene in the relationship between Dan and Shabana, suggesting that the three shared a close bond given Dan's connection. Natsume pondered this and nodded seriously. Certainly, Professor Mulan. When I visit the Galar region, I will be sure to keep in touch with your granddaughter. If memory served correctly. This Sonia was among the few researchers mentioned in the narrative who later ascended to the status of Pokemon Professor. Such a top-tier talent must be persuaded to join his ranks. Noticing Natsume carefully stowing the business card, Mulan's face broke into a smile. Ah, Natsume-kun. Here is the Gigantamax band you commissioned me to create. I brought 8 pieces since time was short, and I couldn't finish them all. Mulan cheerfully retrieved a large box from her assistant and handed it to Natsume. Upon opening the box, 8 exquisitely crafted Gigantamax bands lay quietly within. He delivered 8 wish stars, which, accounting for losses, might only amount to around 6. Nevertheless, Dr. Mulan graciously provided him with 8 Gigantamax bands, yet to be charged. Thank you, Dr. Mulan, Natsume said solemnly, bowing deeply. Indeed, the grandmother is a person of integrity. Her granddaughter must surely be easy to deceive. No, rather. She is diligent and selfless. Chapter 28, Hualan City. Let me remind you, the Gigantamax bands are of no use in the Kanto region. At least until something akin to Galar particles becomes widely available. Natsume, do refrain from contacting me unnecessarily. Beneath Tsukimi Mountain, Dr. Mulan and Professor Okido admonished Natsume and his companions. All right, Dr. Mulan, we shall take our leave. Natsume selectively ignored. Do remember to keep in touch with my granddaughter. This time, the Gigantamax of the Rotom and the Pokeball was merely a fluke. The research at Tsukimi Mountain has been entirely taken over by Professors Okido and Mulan. It is estimated that within a year, preliminary conclusions will be reached. During the lengthy interim, Natsume intended to participate in the league tournament of the Kanto region. While earning a prize, he also hoped to make a name for himself, potentially attracting investments. By the way, how far is it to Hualan City? On the road. Kasumi was somewhat reticent. No worries. If you're in a hurry, you can find some bushes and ask Satoshi to keep watch. So you won't encounter any caterpie like last time. Natsume continued fiddling with the Ultra Ball in his hand, not glancing back. What nonsense are you spouting? That's not what I meant. Kasumi wanted to say more, but suddenly weakened her tone. Could we perhaps avoid going to Hualan City first? The Kureha Gym is quite close. Natsume resolutely declined. No, we can obtain a badge at the Hualan Gym. Kasumi, that trainer looks quite formidable. I want to challenge him. On the road, Satoshi's eyes lit up as he rushed towards a passerby, clutching 2 Pikachu. System, today's battle data collection. Ding. Collection target, Satoshi, activated. 3 days prior, Natsume had discovered the system's announcement of the SSS level long-term project, data collection for game rules and real-world adaptation. The task intriguingly comprised 3 modules, reality versus virtual battles, which referred to Natsume's earlier encounters with Takashi and Kojiro, reality versus reality battles, which pertained to standard Pokemon battles, and virtual versus virtual battles, the meaning of which Natsume had yet to decipher, possibly an unopened feature. Each of these tasks, recording just 1 instance daily, would yield rewards. Natsume was cautious not to misuse the daily game venue rules, as they served as a trump card of sorts. Regardless, by recording 1 instance of Satoshi's reality versus reality battles daily, he would still earn a scratch card as a reward. Ding. Battle concluded. Reality versus reality battle data recorded. 1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a red-white ball scratch card X1. Hearing the voice in his mind, Natsume lowered his gaze, immersing himself once more in the Ultra Ball he held. The Ultra Ball's performance far surpassed that of the red-white ball. Summoning a Rotom from an Ultra Ball should yield significantly superior results. Importantly, while the Pokéball Rotom is electric psychic, all 3 of its unique skills are attribute-less. Attribute-less skills, of which Natsume only knew 1, Struggle, existed solely within the game and manifested only when all a Pokemon's skill PP was exhausted. To enhance the potency of attribute-less skills, Natsume could only think of continually improving the quality of the Pokeballs. However, crafting the circuitry of an Ultra Ball was significantly more complex than that of a red-white ball. With little stock on hand, he could only sketch the intended circuits on the surface of the Ultra Ball with a pen these past few days. His urgency to reach Hualan City stemmed not only from the desire for a complimentary badge, but also to purchase Ultra Balls and Great Balls from the department store. Once we're done, Let's hurry and reach Hualon City before dark, Takashi called out to Satoshi, who was not far off. Really? Why did this battle end so quickly? Kasumi muttered like a disgruntled spouse, casting sidelong glances at Satoshi. Weren't you the one who complained about battles wasting travel time? Satoshi donned his outerwear, looking puzzled alongside the two Pikachu perched on his shoulders. Natsume and I, what's wrong with Kasumi? Even a straightforward person like Satoshi noticed that Kasumi's demeanor seemed off. I don't know. Perhaps when you were supposed to keep watch while she went to the restroom, you failed to do so. Is that so? Kasumi, I'll make sure to do better next time. A large bump appeared on Satoshi's head. Don't believe everything Natsume says. Kasumi, unable to contain her frustration, finally tossed her backpack over her shoulder as if resolved. Humph. Whatever. There's nothing to fear. Let's go. At the Hualon City Pokemon Center, Kasumi, why aren't you coming inside? Ahaha. I'll wait a bit, just a bit. Kasumi's gaze shifted nervously towards the Pokemon Center. How strange. Pikachu, Takashi, let's head in first. As soon as he entered, Takashi, like a radar, locked onto a figure. Beautiful lady, please do tell me your name. Takashi swiftly bowed before a golden-haired woman. Takashi, what are you doing? Pika. Ahaha. The golden-haired woman paused, then glanced towards the entrance of the Pokemon Center, where Kasumi had just been standing. At the department store, as Natsume frantically stocked up on Ultra Balls and Great Balls, he felt someone tugging at his sleeve. A thief? Natsume's expression darkened, and he bolted away. Help. Someone's stealing my belongings. His cries echoed, employing a textbook response. What are you screaming about? It's me. Behind him, Kasumi, her face flushed, covered her face as many onlookers turned their attention. Kasumi? Weren't you with Satoshi and the others at the Pokemon Center? Natsume regarded her with curiosity. I was worried you might have trouble carrying things. Kasumi averted her gaze, conjuring a flimsy excuse, but Natsume's eyes brightened the next moment. How did you know? Thank you so much. Come with me. With that, Natsume dragged Kasumi towards the electronics section. Why are you buying a refrigerator? Are you out of your mind? And a microwave and television. None of these are useful for traveling. On the street, Kasumi struggled to pull two large shopping carts piled high with appliances, ranging from refrigerators and televisions to microwaves and hairdryers. Natsume, licking an ice cream cone ahead, felt a pang of guilt and decided to offer her one as well. Here, have some. Kasumi, do you see any hands on her? By the way, how can you, an adult, expect a child to carry all this? Kasumi's forehead throbbed with anger, a red line flashing across her face. Actually, I'm the one with the least strength, Natsume said seriously, looking at Kasumi. According to the system's assessment, Kasumi's strength was a staggering 0.36 times his own. Oh, the pain of wearing this. Kasumi was left speechless by Natsume's shameless admission. Here, I'll hold the ice cream for you. Just bear with it until we reach the Pokemon Center. Natsume, disinterested in crafting the circuits himself, decided to buy these appliances, intending to dismantle them for their circuit boards, which should suffice for some time. As Kasumi bit into the ice cream Natsume offered her, a loud crunch echoed as her teeth met empty air. It seems something is happening up ahead. Miss Junsha has arrived. Natsume's figure flickered and swiftly merged into the throng of people ahead. Natsume. Chapter 29. Pikachu is reluctant to enter the fray, and Ash dispatched another Pikachu. Pikachu, what's going on here? I don't know. I've heard that an engine and a gigantic drainage pipe have been stolen. Oh, instantly, Natsume lost interest. Let's go, Kasumi. Why aren't you eating your ice cream? Why throw it on the ground? Natsume successfully activated the hunter's bloodlust mode, sprinting ahead while Kasumi trailed behind, struggling to keep up as the shopping cart wheels spun rapidly. At the Pokemon Center in Hualon City, panting, two figures, one large and one small, leaned against the wall to catch their breath. Natsume, you are truly excessive. I will never accompany you on shopping trips again. But you were the one who offered to help me carry things. Kasumi lamented, regretting her decision. How foolish she was. She should have anticipated it. Even if she wanted to evade her sister, seeking out Natsume was not the answer. She might as well hang herself from a tree outside and pretend to be a mischievous monkey. Taking a deep breath, Natsume glanced at Kasumi and extended his hand toward her. What are you doing? Kasumi regarded him warily, fearing he might be up to some mischief again. Natsume's palm slowly opened, revealing a water blue, round stone resting in his hand. This is for you. A water stone? For me. Kasumi's eyes lit up. She had long wished to ask Natsume for one, but had never mustered the courage to do so. Now that's more like it. She accepted the water stone, cradling it as if it were a rare treasure. Clattering, Natsume produced a small pouch, shaking it to reveal several more water stones that fell into Kasumi's hands. Stunned by the additional 3 stones, she blinked in surprise. Since you're heading home, you ought to bring something back for your family. lest you return after months with nothing to show for it, Natsume remarked. How did you know? Have you been investigating me? Kasumi exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. To ensure my companions are trustworthy, it's essential to know their background, isn't it? Natsume pointed at her face. Your emotions are written all over it. But are you truly this generous? Kasumi looked at the 4 water stones in her hands, puzzled by Natsume's apparent kindness. Did this little brat not trust him? Seeing her confusion, Natsume shrugged his shoulders, a radiant aura seemingly illuminating his face as he looked at Kasumi with an air of benevolence. After all, as the only adult here, I can be considered your temporary guardian. With that, Natsume turned and began to drag the shopping cart away. Kasumi watched him, perplexed, as he posed dramatically while pulling the cart. Why aren't you moving? She asked, still standing still. Could you give me a push? Kasumi replied. Once everything was packed up, Natsume led Kasumi to the Hoenn City Gym. When they returned to the Pokemon Center, Ash and Brock were conspicuously absent, likely having already gone to the gym. Soon, they arrived at a building resembling a theater. Your 3 sisters are quite beautiful, Natsume remarked, taking a sip of his moo-moo milk while admiring the enormous poster outside the gym. Of course. Just look at who their sister is. Kasumi replied proudly. The 2 soon entered the gym, where Kasumi appeared somewhat timid, lingering behind Natsume. Reluctantly, he ventured inside first. By a pool filled with various foam props, Natsume spotted Ash. Opposite him stood a beautiful woman with golden, blue, and pink hair, reminiscent of the poster. Nearby, Brock lay sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted from the sweltering heat. Hey, are you a challenger here too? The Hoenn 3 sisters noticed Natsume. Natsume, Ash waved excitedly. You know each other? The golden-haired Sakura smiled, then grew slightly bashful as she looked at Natsume. I apologize. The 3 newcomers from Shirnu were too formidable, and we currently have no Pokemon available for battle. Indeed, our remaining Pokemon are engaged in a water ballet and cannot participate in combat, the pink-haired Botan chimed in. Therefore, we shall simply present you with the blue badge. Sakura continued, producing 2 droplet-shaped badges from her pocket and offering them to the duo. This feels rather dismissive, Ash stammered, his brow furrowing. Natsume told me that nothing comes without effort. Thank you. I accept it, Natsume interjected, stepping forward to take the badge before Ash could continue. This is not what you taught me, Natsume. Ash stared at him in disbelief. We are both electric-type Pokemon, which gives us an advantage against water-type gyms, Natsume shrugged, adding. And they truly have no battle-ready Pokemon left. Oh, Ash fell silent for a moment before preparing to accept the blue badge as well. Stop right there. Just then, Kasumi appeared in front of Ash. I want to battle you, she declared, brandishing a Pokeball. But why would I battle you? Ash replied, utterly confused. Oh, it's Kasumi. Sakura approached her. Did you not say you wouldn't return until you became the premier water-type Pokemon Master, instead of wandering around looking foolish? The 3 sisters erupted into laughter. I have my own accomplishments, Kasumi retorted, producing the 4 water stones. Oh, the blue-haired Alloy extended her slender fingers to examine one of the water stones. Is this truly a water stone? The other sisters leaned in. Yes, I obtained all of these in the Pewter City, Natsume added. Indeed. This is the result of my keen insight as the future top water-type Pokemon trainer. With Natsume's support, Kasumi transformed into a boastful Pinocchio, overflowing with confidence. Wow, you've achieved quite a lot. It seems letting you travel was the right decision. We were initially quite worried. Indeed, Kasumi. Your growth has elevated us to become the more popular Hoenn 3 sisters. Enough. Kasumi's voice rang out, silencing the commotion. In any case, Ash, I will battle you as a trainer from the Hoenn City Gym. Let's use this pool as our battleground. Go, Stereo, she declared, facing Ash. Why don't you call Natsume? Ash scratched his head. I can't win against him, Kasumi replied candidly. What? Ash bristled, feeling insulted. Go, Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu tugged at Ash's pants, looking distressed. What? You really like Kasumi and don't want to battle her? Pika. Pikachu nodded earnestly. Just give up. You're Pikachu, who has an advantage over me, refuses to battle, so you cannot win. Kasumi's laughter echoed triumphantly. Darn it, don't celebrate too soon. Go, Splithead. Pika. Kasumi. Chapter 30, The Blue Badge. Splithead, use Thunderbolt. Natsume, fiddling with a Super Ball, looked up at Splithead on the foam board. It has learned Thunderbolt. That means Splithead is likely at least level 32. TSK, what a battle enthusiast. Even with 2 Pikachus, it has leveled up so quickly, above level 30. They'll need to craft the 3rd tier of the Frenzy Chair. Bang. 5 minutes later, the dashing figure with a center-parted hairstyle landed gracefully, sending the opposing Starmie soaring into the air with a violent flash of electricity, rendering it incapable of battle. Pikachu. For some inexplicable reason, despite having secured victory, the center-parted figure felt a chilling sensation creeping up from behind. All right, you're back now, center part. Pikachu. The center-parted figure yawned and returned, exchanging a high five with the nearby Pikachu before standing one on each side of Ash. Very well, I understand. Ash sighed and adjusted his hat. This Pikachu belonging to Summer is far too lethargic. Unless compelled by a direct command from Summer, it would never engage in consecutive battles. A mere taste suffices. Pokemon too require their rest. The center-parted figure, well-versed in the art of health preservation, rummaged through Ash's backpack to retrieve a small blanket, resting his head on Pikachu's tail and promptly dozing off. Humph. Without the center-parted figure and Pikachu, let us see how you win this next round. On the other side, Misty once again threw out a Pokeball. Go Starmie. A 5-pointed starfish resembling Ultraman's timer materialized atop the water's surface. Starmie, Water Psychic, the evolved form of Stereo, is a hermaphroditic Pokemon. An evolved form of Stereo, you say? In that case, go Butterfree. Ash's voice rang out, causing Summer to raise an eyebrow as he gazed at the battlefield. Rotom. Rotom nodded in understanding, focusing on Butterfree on the arena. Butterfree, LV16. After glancing at Butterfree's approximate level, Summer rubbed his temples. Almost forgot, he still has a thesis topic concerning the relationship between a Pokemon's evolutionary desire and its evolution level. Alas, being with Ash presents ample opportunities. The opponent has so many Pokemon that evolve suddenly during battle. Surely, many of them have had their evolutionary desires sparked by the will to fight. However, Summer regretted that such a paper, if executed well, would only be worthy of inclusion in a second-tier journal at best. Moreover, he had not found the time to publish an article integrating the theories of the Pokeball Rotom, a taste unworthy of consumption, yet too precious to discard. With this thought in mind, Summer's gaze shifted to the fallen Brock. Brock, research and breeding go hand in hand. Would you be interested in becoming a researcher? Summer moved closer, though he anticipated that the outcome would only reach the level of a second-tier journal. Yet, if he could publish a few articles in such journals, securing a position in a municipal research institution would be a breeze. Well, Brock glanced at Summer and quickly shook his head with gravity. I only wish to become a breeder, and as my father's age increases, I must return to inherit the gym in a few years. I fear I won't have the energy to become a researcher. I see. Summer lowered his head, refocusing on the Ultra Ball in his hand. Perhaps it would be wise to take on a student? Summer felt a surge of inspiration, but most of it was neither here nor there, lacking the motivation for research. Passing it on to a student would be just right. Boom. Suddenly, the walls of the Hoenn Gym were breached by a roaring, tank-like machine. It was Team Rocket. Ash and Misty, who had just finished their battle, instantly tensed. To prevent the world from being destroyed. Musashi. Kojiro. That damned researcher isn't here, is he? Meow? Meow? Don't interfere with our lines. A punch from Musashi landed on Meowth's head. Meow, Musashi, no. Before Meowth could finish, its body was enveloped by a red light. Return. Meowth. The red and white ball thrown by Summer struck Meowth perfectly, capturing it inside. Watching the ball wobble and shake on the ground, Kojiro and Musashi felt their minds go blank. After a short pause, the two reacted, shouting at Summer. You little brat. What are you doing? Meowth is a member of Team Rocket. Huh. Summer shrugged. I know, but it's also a wild Pokemon. Finally out, Meow. The Pokeball shook violently as Meowth burst forth, its fur bristling at the sight of Summer. And it clung to Musashi's leg. Let's hurry and run, Meow. Meowth, don't encourage others. Remember our mission. Musashi yanked Meowth down. Exactly. We're here to steal all the water-type Pokemon and hand them over to Boss Giovanni. Kojiro pulled a rose from who knows where, gazing dreamily as he spoke. Right. Meow, let us get this started. Meowth pressed a button on the machine beneath it. Soon, a gigantic pipe extended from the back of the machine, inserting itself into the battle arena's pool and beginning to suck up water at a frenzied pace. This is bad. We must stop them. Just as Ash reached for a Pokeball, Brock restrained him by the shoulder. Huh, what are they doing? Aside from the Pokemon needed for the performance, the rest are at the Pokemon Center. So they're just sucking up water? The three sisters of Hoenn approached. I feel like that thing is about to explode. It looks poorly made. Misty, clutching her backpack, nervously inched backward. Actually, this machine isn't too bad. Summer observed the water-pumping tank beneath Team Rocket, recalling the old water pipes and the theft of the pumping engine he encountered earlier that morning. In less than a day, Team Rocket had achieved this level of capability. Their operational skills were already quite impressive. What a nuisance, always encouraging others. Misty glanced at Summer. Summer remained silent, his gaze intensely fixed on Team Rocket. How could he have forgotten about these three? From the anime's portrayal, Their operational skills were remarkably high, practically the epitome of innate research prowess. What is he staring at us for, Meow? Meowth's eyes darted nervously towards Summer, seemingly affected by some psychological trauma. Meowth, something feels off. Quickly stop the machine. Musashi and Kojiro also noticed something amiss in the water pool. It seemed devoid of Pokemon. What the heck, Meow? Due to overwhelming anxiety, Meowth pressed the wrong button, causing the machine to accelerate its water-sucking process instead of stopping. This is bad, Meow. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted as the water-pumping tank burst, sending Team Rockets soaring through the air. My bag is all wet. Ugh, it wasn't me who woke you up, Summer. The center-parted figure bit me. Oddly enough. Where did Summer go? Brock noticed that Summer seemed to have vanished, but his attention uncontrollably returned to the Hualon sisters. Outside Hualon City, on a tree branch, 3 individuals cosplaying as Infernape dangled there. Meowth, it's all your fault for pressing the wrong button. What? It was you, Kojiro, who connected the engine to the wrong pipe. Why don't you blame Musashi? She didn't do anything. What did you say? Who drew the design plans? Musashi grabbed Kojiro by the collar, spitting in his face. In Kojiro's eyes, Musashi seemed to see a shadowy figure. Enough, stop rewarding him. All eyes on me. From behind, Summer's voice echoed. Turning around, a face radiating with divine light and kindness appeared in their view. My dear friends, do you wish to become my researchers? Chapter 31 Ash. Try challenging yourself. Who wants to become your researcher, Meow? How did you get here? Don't flash that light around. It's blinding. Oh, from the Pokéball Rotom. Summer put away the flashlight and swiftly snatched a Pokeball from Musashi's waist. Hey, what are you doing? Arbok, use bite on that branch. Summer skillfully opened the Pokeball. Arbok. The Aber snake cast a glance at Natsume, then turned its gaze toward Musashi and the others, who were hanging from a branch nearby. After a brief 3 seconds of silence, it decided to use a powerful impact to break the branch, thereby rescuing Musashi and his companions. The 3 tumbled to the ground but quickly regained their footing, staring at Natsume with a serious demeanor. Hey, give me back Abersnake's Pokeball, Musashi exclaimed, his frustration evident as he glared at Natsume. Here you go, Natsume replied, tossing the Pokeball to Musashi, and then continued. So, what do you think of my earlier proposition? Humph, that's impossible. We would never betray Boss Banmu, Meowth retorted. Exactly. Following Boss Banmu is the way to a promising future, Musashi added. Natsume raised a single finger and declared, a monthly salary of 1 million. What? Are you serious? The eyes of Meowth and Musashi sparkled with the allure of riches. Both of you, can you not display such lack of integrity? Only Kojiro remained unfazed, angrily grabbing the 2. Have you forgotten the original purpose of joining Team Rocket? Meowth and Musashi were momentarily shaken from their greed, though the temptation still lingered in their eyes as they resolutely shook their heads. We would never betray Boss Banmu. Is Banmu's prestige truly that high? Natsume raised an eyebrow, contemplating that seeking Banmu for reinforcements might indeed be the best course of action. However, given his current standing, that seemed inadequate. As for his grand plans for deification, sharing them with Banmu was out of the question. By the way, Natsume, you would actually fit quite well in Team Rocket, Meowth proposed, attempting to sway him. Indeed. I've never seen anyone handle Pokeballs with such finesse. I'm not interested, Natsume replied as he walked toward the trio. What are you up to? Kojiro asked warily. Pulling out a Pokeball. Young Master Kojiro, if your father is interested, perhaps he could invest in me, Natsume said, handing a business card to Kojiro. Rotom. Let us go. Rotom merged with Natsume's phone, activating the instant teleportation. Natsume vanished, leaving Meowth and Musashi in a state of stunned confusion as they turned suspiciously to Kojiro. Kojiro? Musashi inched closer, his voice suddenly rising. Young Master? Let me explain, Kojiro stammered. In the Pokemon Center of Hualon City, Ash stood at one end of the battle arena, challenging Natsume, who had just returned. Natsume, I want to challenge you. Pikachu shared Ash's excitement, gazing eagerly at Natsume. Very well, Natsume replied, signaling to his partner, who eagerly took position opposite Ash's Pikachu. Natsume himself remained still, fiddling with a great ball in his hands. Aren't you going to battle me, Natsume? Ash asked, puzzled. Indeed, just instruct your Pikachu to battle my partner, Natsume suggested, glancing at Ash with curiosity. Why was this child so stubbornly linear in his thinking? Wait, that is not how it works. Natsume, you've defeated 4 Pokemon of the Dragon-type champion, and 1 was your ace. Ash exclaimed, glancing at the Rotom floating beside Natsume. I lack strength. I rely heavily on luck, Natsume stated plainly. Ash was taken aback, but Natsume spoke the truth. Luck played a significant role in his victories. His Pokéball Rotom was best suited for double battles and lacked the advantage in singles. Previously, Dato had allowed him to make the first move, coupled with the opponent's unfamiliarity with Rotom's skills, leading to a cascade of favorable outcomes. Natsume, Ash insisted, not ready to give up. Who is the hardest opponent for a Pokemon trainer to surpass? Is it the champion? Ash asked, feeling the gravity of Natsume's sudden seriousness. No, even the champion has those who are hard to surpass, Natsume replied, shaking his head. Who then? Ash was intrigued. It's the trainer themselves, Ash. Natsume placed a hand on Ash's shoulder, his expression illuminated by a solemn glow. The gap lies not between you and me, but between yesterday and today. Ash, challenge yourself. Natsume's passionate voice ignited a fire within Ash, who felt invigorated. You're right. I will challenge myself. Go, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Dive, middle head. Oh no, he's doomed, Misty sighed, placing a hand on her forehead. Agreed, Brock added. The next day, in the outskirts of Hualan City, Pikachu used Iron Tail to block Sandshrews' roll. In the battle tent, a Pikachu wielded its tail like a sword, holding it steadfastly in front. What? The tent's owner, a boy with dark green hair, widened his eyes in shock. All right. Quick attack with a spin, Ash commanded. Pikachu supported itself on one hand while holding its shimmering silver tail with the other, resembling a knight wielding a massive sword. Whoosh. Pikachu's form darted to Sandshrews' side, delivering a powerful blow. Boom. Hang in there, Sandshrew, use Earthquake. The green-haired boy attempted to issue commands, only to find Sandshrew unable to continue fighting. Impressive. The boy recalled Sandshrew, rushing over to Ash with excitement. How can Iron Tail be utilized like that? And it's always there? Please, tell me how you trained this Pikachu. Ash scratched his head awkwardly. Natsume had helped him devise a training plan for his Pikachu, who was waiting outside for him. Outside the battle tent, Natsume and the others waited patiently for Ash. Honestly, he rushed in after seeing someone achieve a 99-win streak. Misty remarked as usual. Enthusiasm is a good thing. I'll take this opportunity to prepare lunch, Brock noted, appreciating the cleanliness of the area surrounding the battle tent. Perfect for dining. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Ash finally emerged from the tent with Pikachu. So what do you think of that Pikachu sword technique? Natsume inquired, glancing at Pikachu's tail, slightly raising an eyebrow. Unlike in the original, at this moment, Pikachu's tail naturally exhibited a metallic sheen. Ever since Natsume learned that Pikachu had mastered Iron Tail, he had devised a series of plans for the Pokemon. He personally crafted a specialized steel reagent to enhance the tail, making it more suitable for Pikachu's physique. Based on the structural design of mouse Pokemon, Natsume customized the technique for Pikachu, allowing for a smoother execution of Iron Tail. Thank you, Natsume. Pikachu can now initiate Iron Tail at the start of the battle. Ash expressed his gratitude earnestly. By the way, Natsume, were those reagents expensive? I'll pay you back once I earn some money, Ash added. No worries. Consider it payment for taking care of Middle Head, Natsume said, ruffling Ash's hair. Chapter 32, Misty Forest. At their feet, Middle Head gazed enviously at Pikachu's tail, waddling over while clutching its small blanket, raising its tail toward Natsume. Pika pika pika. Trainer, I want to learn that. What are you doing? Natsume observed Middle Head suddenly lifting its rear. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously raised his foot. Pika. Middle Head soared into the air. With an opportunity presented, Natsume thought it would be a shame not to take it. Middle Head stood up, holding its rear, tears welling in its eyes. Oh no. What if the trainer's elbow bends outward? From behind, Natsume's voice followed closely. To effectively process the specialized steel reagent, you must double your daily exercise. Otherwise, your joints will stiffen. Middle Head's ears perked up. Could it be? Is the middle part hairstyle meant to signify a change from laziness? Ash gazed at the other person with hopeful anticipation. The middle part hairstyle, draped in a small blanket, declined the invitation. Alas, why aren't you intervening, Natsume? Ash pointed at the middle part hairstyle, seemingly perplexed. Why should I? Natsume replied, taking a sandwich from Brock and looking at Ash with mild curiosity. Oh, it's just that the middle part hairstyle is too lackadaisical and negligent in training. Ash found Natsume's indifferent attitude somewhat disconcerting. Well, aren't you also participating in the Indigo Conference? Natsume. Beside them, Misty munched on her sandwich, vaguely chiming in. My previous philosophy on Pokemon breeding was to let things unfold naturally and respect their inherent nature. Natsume remarked without turning around. Previously? And what about now? The group inquired with keen interest. Now I realize that such an approach results in Pokemon that are both lazy and gluttonous. If you understand that, why do you still indulge it? Misty asked, her expression one of confusion. Because I have come to understand, Natsume replied slowly, taking a bite of his sandwich. Respecting their nature does not equate to indulgence. Rather, it involves discovering ways to unlock their latent potential. Suddenly, Natsume's gaze sharpened, and his demeanor shifted from gentle to intense. Do you know? Natsume said mysteriously. Have you ever witnessed the dormant phase of a Magikarp before it leaps over the Dragon Gate? It will curl up in a deep pool for 3 whole seasons. Its scales dull as gravel. You mean to say that the middle part hairstyle is about to become stronger? No. Natsume must be indicating that it has now found the direction of its potential. Unlike the usual banter between Ash and Misty, Brock seemed to find this dialogue enlightening. Having independently studied many aspects of Pokemon breeding, unlike a layman, Brock grasped what Natsume was attempting to convey and couldn't help but ask, Natsume, could you share with me the future breeding direction for the middle part hairstyle? I'm quite curious. Currently, the future is not visible, Brock replied. By the way, where are we headed next? Suddenly, Misty and Ash ceased their argument and turned their attention to Natsume and Brock. If we're talking about the next destination, Kurogaki City is relatively close. Brock stroked his chin, appearing contemplative. All right, then let us head to Kurogaki City. A trip on the luxury cruise ship ST, and will surely be worth the fare. A look of longing sparkled in Misty's eyes. Let us set off. Ash wiped his mouth, standing up with renewed vigor. In a forest, thick fog enveloped the area. Natsume, where have you brought us? In the fog, Ash looked around, somewhat bewildered. I'm not sure, but the navigation indicates that there's a school nearby. Beside him, a small picnic table with a teapot awaited. Natsume sat in a chair he had procured from somewhere, cradling a cup of coffee. Pikachu. The middle part hairstyle mimicked Natsume, holding a cup of juice and taking a sip. Good stuff, declared Pikachu. The day is waning, I say. Aren't you two at all anxious? Misty glared at Natsume, her fists clenched. Worrying is futile. It's better to sit down and relax, Natsume replied. Seated calmly in his chair, exuding an air of leisure. How can you be like this? Brock has always handled our logistics. He hasn't given up on us. What are you doing? At the other end of the table, Brock, also holding a cup of coffee, took a sip. A look of ecstasy crossing his face. This is coffee made from the morning mist beans of MT Crown in the Sinnoh region. As he spoke, Brock inhaled deeply, the ecstasy on his face intensifying. Slow roasted using volcanic geothermal heat, it possesses a unique smoky mineral flavor. This is an exceptionally rare find, absolutely not to be missed. That sounds impressive. Ash, who was trying to find his way, looked over with curiosity. Natsume, please get a cup for Pikachu and me as well. I want one too. Hearing Brock's conversation, Misty leaned in with interest. Kids should drink less, Natsume said, handing each of them a cup of juice. The orange juice, freshly bottled from the Orange Archipelago, made Misty's mouth twitch at the sight of the untouched price tag. All right, I've finished mine. What about our dinner? Pikachu. Having downed his juice, Ash's stomach growled even louder. I don't know. Natsume mentioned we could borrow accommodations and the cafeteria at the school. So I didn't prepare anything, Brock said, still lost in his coffee bliss. Where's that school, Natsume? Misty suddenly realized that Natsume had already vanished from the other end of the table, leaving the middle part hairstyle staring vacantly at the empty seat. In the fog, faint lights began to appear. If one got close enough, they could discern that it was a large building. On the top floor of the building, in an office with floor-to-ceiling windows, 2 figures faced off. Natsume, the Pokemon mimicry system here has been malfunctioning for some time. Regrettably, we cannot lend it out. An old man with a white beard stood up from his office chair, regarding the seemingly harmless gentleman opposite him with apprehension. Ding. The fog mimicry internship has concluded. The next internship will focus on snow day mimicry. Please prepare accordingly, students. The campus broadcast echoed through the air, and with a gust of wind, the fog enveloping the forest suddenly dissipated, revealing a vast expanse of campus area. Ahem. The old man coughed twice, the atmosphere turning slightly awkward. Rest assured, Director Jim. I've left Professor Oak's lab and am currently traveling, Natsume said, casually tossing some coffee beans into a small tin on the table. Jim ignored Natsume's little gesture, looking at him with suspicion. So, what are you here for? I am Natsume, but before he could finish, Jim interrupted him. No lending to students, no borrowing of facilities, and most importantly, no lending of Pokemon. After a moment of reflection, Jim added, even with Professor Oak's and the League's paperwork, it won't suffice. Don't be so tense, Director Jim, Natsume said, pulling out a chair and sitting down. I'm merely passing through, with no place to sleep or eat. And my stomach is growling. Natsume appeared utterly pitiful. Really? Director Jim maintained a skeptical demeanor, as if having been burned by similar encounters before. Chapter 33, Kanto Pokemon Research Academy. Very well, I will arrange a place for you to rest. After a thorough explanation, Jim finally relaxed. regardless of Natsume's intentions. As long as he wasn't here with a research project, it was a blessing. Last time, he insisted on testing regeneration speed, trimming tails 3 times a day, ultimately cultivating an angry form Snorlax, forcing all the teachers in the school to learn how to glare, with effects rivaling intimidation, just to control the situation. There was also the time he wanted to verify male parenting potential, stealing 30 baby Kangaskhan to spray pheromones on a Nidoking population for rearing, which resulted in the school's Kangaskhan herd clashing with them, with countless Nidorans joining the fray midway. The scene had been chaotic beyond belief. And that was just the last time. Well, I shall rely on the director's hospitality then, Natsume said, opening the office door. Hee. Jim watched Natsume go as if he were sending off a plague. Oh dear. As soon as he exited, a small figure collided with Natsume. Looking down, he saw a girl, delicate and porcelain-like, dressed in the academy uniform, seemingly of a similar age to Ash. Are you all right? Natsume helped her up and, before she could speak, handed her a business card. If your family is interested, feel free to contact me to discuss investment opportunities. Top student. Wait a moment, that person. The top student's gaze darkened suddenly, fixated on Natsume's retreating figure. And one more thing, you are not permitted to harass my students. In the office, Jim dashed out in a fit of frustration. I understand, Natsume remarked, casually handing a business card to a passing student. Young masters and mistresses, come and play. On campus, behind Ash and his companions, trailed a shy boy clad in a school uniform. Are you saying that the thick fog we just encountered was created by your school? Ash exclaimed in astonishment. What about the other Pokemon in the mountains? Misty chimed in. This entire mountain belongs to our academy, and the Pokemon population was also released and nurtured by the institution, replied Kojiro candidly. My heavens. Such a lavish academy must have exorbitant tuition fees. Misty exclaimed, cradling her head in disbelief. Brock, contemplatively, remarked, if I'm not mistaken. This is the Kanto Pokemon Research Academy, where the students are all scions of affluent families. Indeed, and graduates from our academy can participate in the Indigo Conference without needing badges. Kojiro added. Without badges? How can that be? Ash furrowed his brow, as if he had uncovered a grievous injustice. You cannot become a Pokemon Master solely through theoretical knowledge. You are mistaken. Theoretical knowledge alone can indeed elevate one to the ranks of a Pokemon Master. Kojiro nonchalantly shook his head, continuing, I once thought like you, but upon entering this academy, I realized that theory far outweighs practical experience. Oh, so those who bullied you earlier were merely relying on their theoretical prowess to overpower you? Practical skills may not be their strong suit, Misty interjected, defending Ash. Exactly. Why are you hesitant to send out your Pokemon? Brock added. It's futile. Their theoretical knowledge surpasses mine, and undoubtedly their practical skills do as well. My Pidgeotto cannot compete with theirs, Kojiro lamented. Hey. How can you lack confidence in your partner? If it were me, I would absolutely have Pikachu fight back. Ash exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Pika. Pikachu echoed, brimming with determination. Really? Kojiro glanced skeptically at Ash, then at the 2 Pikachus perched on his shoulders. Those 2 Pikachus might not even be able to defeat me. He shrugged, seemingly resigned to his fate. Brock whispered to Misty, well, I wish I hadn't intervened. Misty nodded in agreement, her expression tinged with annoyance. Natsume had vanished, prompting the trio to search the surroundings. While they failed to locate Natsume, they stumbled upon Kojiro, who was being bullied by classmates. Hey. Don't adopt such a nonchalant attitude when being bullied. Tell me, who is their leader? I'll seek vengeance for you, Ash declared, fueled by a sense of justice as he grasped Kojiro's collar. Well, having them push me does have its benefits, Kojiro replied, still unfazed. Why did he consider this a motivation? Misty sighed in exasperation. Forget it. Just tell me what their leader looks like, and I'll avenge you. Ash remained irate. Pika. Pikachu was equally enthusiastic. All right then, Kojiro said, retrieving a photograph from his pocket and presenting it to Ash. Here, the one in the center is the founder of the Academy's Whip Club. Upon seeing the photograph, Ash rolled up his sleeves to take a closer look. All right, let me see which scoundrel it is. Suddenly, Ash fell silent, and Pikachu appeared as if petrified. What's wrong? Fear is not your style. Ash, Misty frowned, leaning in for a closer look. Misty too fell silent. What are you two doing? Brock inquired with curiosity. Upon glancing at the photograph, Brock too fell silent. The picture was filled with people, and among them were several familiar figures who had bullied Kojiro. At the center stood a boy with a fair complexion, seemingly harmless, flashing a sunny smile at the camera. It was unmistakably Natsume. Natsume! Misty gasped in astonishment. Though he appeared more youthful in the photograph, there was no mistaking it. Natsume, how is this possible? Is there some sort of misunderstanding? Brock was the first to react, pointing at Natsume in the picture. Kojiro. Do you know this person? I don't know him, Kojiro replied, shaking his head. I heard from some seniors that Mr. Natsume was merely the founder of the club. The current president has already been replaced. I knew there was a misunderstanding, Brock sighed, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. All right then, Kojiro. Tell me who the current club leader is. With the misunderstanding resolved, Ash's eyes reignited with fervor. Kojiro, just wait. I will show you that practical experience is the decisive factor. The current president, huh? Kojiro's eyes suddenly sparkled. He carefully pulled out a poster from his pocket and solemnly unfolded it. Here, it's her, known as the outstanding prodigy. Ash rolled up his sleeves once more, now filled with determination. All right, let us see what sort of troublemaker she is. How adorable. Indeed, in 5 years, she will undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. Brock genuinely praised. Hey, what are you two doing? Misty rushed over, eager to see who this person was. The poster depicted a girl who appeared a few years older than them. With black hair adorned with a satin ribbon, her gaze was sharp. Her left eye graced with a teardrop beauty mark. Clad in a white uniform, a black short skirt, and knee-high socks, she held her chin slightly raised. Her piercing gaze exuding an air of arrogance that seemed almost palpable. This hardly qualifies as adorable, Misty retorted, her tone defiant. Besides, who knows what she will look like in 5 years? Not true. The prodigy senpai is already of age. She is a senior. Kojiro's eyes sparkled with admiration. Oh, so her underdevelopment is still superior to you, Misty. Before Brock could finish his thought, he suddenly found a large bump forming on his head. Suddenly, I think a little appropriate motivation could be quite beneficial. Brock quickly recovered. Exactly. Kojiro beamed, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Wait, even if she is cute, that doesn't give her the right to bully others. The steadfast Ash was the first to react. I'm going to challenge her. Pika. With that, Ash, accompanied by 2 Pikachus, stormed through the campus in search of their rival's whereabouts. Chapter 34, The Whip of the Academy. The eerie fog dissipated, revealing the Pokémon Research Academy. There must be an abundance of rare Pokémon within. From afar, Meowth perched on a tree, excitedly peering through binoculars. What is wrong with you two? Not hearing the usual aspirations of Jesse and James, Meowth felt something was amiss and turned to find their expressions were oddly disconcerted. What is wrong with you? Meowth observed their faces, which bore an unusual look reminiscent of a past experience he had only seen when carsick. Are you feeling unwell? No. We were just reminded of some unpleasant memories, James lamented, tears streaming down his cheeks. It was dark, too dark. Could it be that you were once students at this academy? Meowth realized. Indeed, thus we should forego this operation, Jesse suggested solemnly, glancing at Meowth. What are you saying? We are notorious villains. How could we let go simply because this is our alma mater? Meowth chastised. That is not it, Meowth. James retorted, mimicking a gagging motion. Pull yourselves together. Even if it's not a mission, don't you wish to return to your alma mater and take a look? Meowth began to motivate them. Think of all the wonderful memories of your school life. The morning runs at the Trainer Academy are perpetually disrupted by the relentless antics of the Onyx, while the homework, drenched in Tadbulb's moisture, precariously perches atop Psyduck's head. The lunchboxes, forever tainted by Snorlax's drool, evoke nostalgia for a time of simpler joys. Do you not yearn to return to such a delightful existence, Meowth? The plaintive cries of Meowth crescendo into fervent enthusiasm, igniting a spark of fury in the eyes of Jesse and James. Yet, who would willingly return to that suffocating life? Silence yourself, Meowth. With a resounding thud, each of them delivered a powerful kick, sending Meowth soaring into the treetops. Let us depart, Jesse. If I gaze any longer, I fear my stomach might burst. I feel the same. Supporting one another, Jesse and James retreated from the Pokémon Research Academy. Why, Meowth? Your speech was so moving. Meowth, lacking formal education, naively believed the reality of life within the academy mirrored the idyllic descriptions found in books. Undeterred, it raised its binoculars to peer inside, only to glimpse a familiar figure atop the teaching building. How can that researcher be here? Meowth exclaimed in terror, fearing that Natsume, like a specter, might suddenly appear behind it. Achoo! Natsume rubbed his nose, thinking that perhaps the Pokémon from Professor Oak's lab missed him. On the 3rd floor of a certain teaching building, Natsume leaned against the railing, contemplating whether to use the school's printer to print more business cards. Before he could descend, he had already sent out his messages. It's best not to dance in Jim's danger zone, he mused, deciding that as an honest man, he should adhere to the rules. Glancing down, he spotted the figures of Ash and his companions, prompting him to prepare to join them. As he descended, a figure abruptly obstructed his path. You are Natsume, correct? The arrogant young prodigy lifted her chin, regarding Natsume with an air of superiority. "Please step aside, little one," Natsume replied, casually nudging her head aside. The expression on the young prodigy's face momentarily froze, only to quickly revert to normal. "Who are you calling little?" she retorted, flicking her student ID at Natsume. Upon examining it, he remarked, "You're still not graduated at your age? You could have graduated 3 years ago. Are you still waiting?" The young prodigy, realizing the ambiguity of her statement, paused before declaring with exaggerated bravado, "Humph. The founder of the Academy's whip shan't fear me, the 4th president." "What is that?" Natsume inquired, puzzled as he regarded the young prodigy. "What do you mean, what is that?" she countered, equally bewildered, as they exchanged incredulous glances. "What is the Academy's whip? Whose idea was that name? It sounds utterly tasteless." Natsume waved his hand dismissively. The young prodigy, flustered by Natsume's reaction, retrieved a photograph from her pocket, comparing it to something. "It's you." After a lengthy pause, she pointed at Natsume and exclaimed, "As the 1st president, I challenge you in the name of the 4th president of the Academy's whip. But first, tell me what this Academy's whip is." Natsume gestured, lowering his gaze to the young prodigy. Truth be told, he had a vague recollection of the name. "It's that. The young prodigy suddenly flushed, her voice turning excessively bashful. Natsume's curiosity deepened. "It's that," she exclaimed, as if resolved, spilling forth her words. "When the decaying theoretical textbooks are reduced to pulp under the hydro pump of Gyarados, when the poke balls of the timid shatter under the stone edge of Tyranitar, we are forged in the fiery steel of the whip, shattering the glass dome of the greenhouse, driving the pests lurking within the data sheets to the battleground of thunderous storms." Upon finishing, the young prodigy bowed her head, her cheeks crimson as if bleeding, her body trembling with embarrassment. "Oh, you mean that? I remember now. 3 years ago, I established a club at your academy," Natsume finally recalled. Upon his first arrival at the Kanto Pokémon Research Academy 3 years prior, he had identified significant flaws in the teaching model. The academy placed excessive emphasis on theoretical courses while neglecting practical combat. Natsume understood the reason behind this. Students attending were either wealthy or privileged, and any mishap would burden the institution with immense responsibility. Gradually, the education had skewed towards a pathological focus on theory. Thus, Natsume had casually founded a club named the Academy's Whip, which aimed to bully other students into engaging in Pokemon battles. The club amassed numerous members eager for formidable opponents. To his surprise, this impromptu club he had initiated had gained the Academy's recognition and continued to the 4th president. Natsume found himself astonished. "So, you are the 4th president?" he asked, eyeing the young prodigy. Then, with a sudden shift in tone, he added, "But how did you manage to articulate such a melodramatic club philosophy?" The young prodigy retorted, "Isn't it your rules that state future presidents must remember the club's philosophy word for word?" Tears welled up in her eyes as she glared at Natsume. She had diligently memorized the club's ideals, while the founder himself could not even recall its name. Indeed, invoking such melodrama as a club philosophy seems rather inappropriate, a voice chimed from behind. Turning around, Natsume found Ash and his companions had appeared seemingly from nowhere, all gazing at him with curiosity. Misty raised an eyebrow, teasing, "You aren't trying to witness each president's embarrassment, are you?" "Impossible. Natsume is not that sort of person. He must have his reasons for doing this, right, Natsume?" Ash interjected defiantly, turning to Natsume for affirmation. "Well, it's like this." Natsume scratched his head, preparing to explain. His actions indeed stemmed from a calculated plan. Fearing that the club might devolve into a genuine bullying organization after his departure, he had made the club's philosophy and initiation rituals deliberately over the top. After all, those with a penchant for melodrama are not inherently malicious. Most importantly, they are easy to manipulate. After Natsume's explanation, Ash and the others exchanged peculiar glances. "Ah, so that's why those guys spoke so strangely." Dawn recalled the tone of the bullies she encountered. Nearby, Brock stroked his chin, mused, "It sounds like an unreliable strategy, yet it seems remarkably effective." "Ash, why do you have that expression like you need to use the restroom? If something's up, just say it." Misty noted Ash's conflicted demeanor. "Oh, what does melodramatic mean?" Ash asked curiously. Pikachu raised its paw in agreement. "Heard it before, but didn't pay attention. I thought it was a derogatory term when I heard Natsume tease the young prodigy, but after his explanation, it feels more complimentary," Misty reflected. Yet, the reactions of everyone contradicted that notion, suggesting it might not be entirely positive. "Ash, you can think of melodramatic as a form of alternative passion." Brock contemplated for a moment before clarifying to Ash. "What? Why does everyone look so strange? As if it were some odd term." Ash exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. He turned and pointed a pokeball at the young prodigy. Though I know you mean well, I still wish to engage you in a melodramatic duel. Why did you have to explain that to him? Misty facebombed at Ash's sudden eagerness. Get away. The young prodigy, expressionless, pushed Ash aside and strode directly towards Natsume. You can no longer feign ignorance now, O esteemed founder. She dangled a keychain from which hung a red and white Pokeball. As the outstanding prodigy approached him, Natsume felt compelled to express his admiration. Thus he raised his thumb towards the prodigy and declared, Youngster, you are doing splendidly. The prodigy's expression stiffened, and her previously icy gaze sharpened to a piercing intensity, as if she could inflict 1,000 cuts upon Natsume. I have stated my intention to challenge you. The prodigy fixed her unwavering gaze upon Natsume, a flicker of an unusual determination evident in her eyes. You cannot possibly defeat me, Natsume waved dismissively. Unless there is a significant disparity in our levels, my Rotom in a 1v1 confrontation is nearly unbeatable. In a 6v6 battle, I have but 2 Pokemon at my disposal. You. The prodigy seemed affronted, fury igniting in her eyes. Let me inform you that I have completed all courses in just 2 years, finishing at the age of 14. And by 15, I had unified the entire Academy's whip. Her voice darkened as she pointed an accusing finger at Natsume. You are the only one left. With that, the prodigy placed her hands on her hips, a defiant expression etched upon her face. After all that she had proclaimed, surely she had earned the right to challenge him now, had she not? Wow, you are truly remarkable, Natsume responded, giving her a thumbs up. At that moment, a visible flush crept across the prodigy's cheeks, as if she were about to explode with indignation. Uffed. Kasumi could not stifle her laughter, for reasons unknown. Witnessing the prodigy's vexation brought her amusement rather than sympathy. You mustn't jest. A junior student is equivalent to 2 gym badges, an intermediate to 4 badges, and a senior to 6 badges. Little June began to elucidate to the group. Suddenly, June's expression grew gravely serious. A prodigy who has completed all courses in 2 years and has defeated the entire Academy's whip possesses the strength to directly participate in competitions. What nonsense about levels. I refuse to believe it. Satoshi scoffed. Indeed, if that were true, what significance would gyms hold? Brock nodded in agreement. Wait a moment, does that mean, June, as a junior student, you actually possess the strength equivalent to 2 badges, just like Satoshi? Kasumi pointed out the oversight. Of course, June replied proudly, puffing out his chest. Then this corresponding rule is indeed unconvincing. Kasumi nodded in agreement. Who dares challenge the 4th generation of our Academy's whip? Boomed several rugged voices from a distance. Looking up, they beheld a group of young men, each sporting an array of flamboyant hairstyles. You wish to challenge the 4th generation? You must first get past me, the Flame Whip. Another declared. With my Iron Whip present, who dares to resurrect the 1st generation? Some of the older club members recognized Natsume. What? This is the legendary 1st generation. The new members immediately stood at attention, their gazes towards Natsume filled with reverence. Rumor has it that this 1st generation is extraordinarily formidable. Merely the presence of his aura sends shivers through every Pokemon in the forest. My apologies, I inadvertently omitted a chapter. It's appended to the end of Chapter 34 and before Chapter 35, having lost a chapter of drafts. Chapter 35, Satoshi versus the Prodigy. The days spent by the opposing party at the Academy have left even the principal in a state of anxiety. So what is your whip? Natsume inquired, leaning closer, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he gazed at the prodigy. Reporting to the esteemed 1st generation, I am the 4th generation, the Whip of God. Someone promptly responded. Quite an impressive title, Natsume nodded. He had not anticipated that the culture he had left behind casually would evolve to such an extent. At this moment, the prodigy's face flushed a vibrant red, resembling a succulent fruit, with steam beginning to rise from her head. You all, return. She stiffly extended her hand, pointing towards the teaching building. 4th generation, why? Someone protested. The 1st and 4th generations meeting must be for some significant decision. It is indeed inappropriate for us to be present during such discussions, another voice chimed in, making the prodigy even more embarrassed, standing there as if she had short-circuited, emitting heat. Fortunately, the club members were still quite obedient to their president's commands, discussing amongst themselves as they retreated. You seem not to get along with them very well. Natsume raised an eyebrow, observing the prodigy as she regained her composure. Humph. The prodigy lifted her chin, speaking haughtily. I joined this so-called club merely to challenge the strongest in the Academy. There is no other reason. The individuals here, while a bit eccentric, are undeniably the strongest in the Academy, primarily comprising senior students. And one more thing. The prodigy turned her gaze to Natsume. I will prove that theoretical calculations are indeed more crucial than practical combat. My victory over all members of the Practical Combat Academy's whip serves as evidence. Seeing that the reality seemed to diverge from her expectations, Natsume raised an eyebrow, suppressing the words of provocation that the prodigy had hoped to elicit. Then how did you become their fourth generation? Natsume inquired, redirecting his question. The prodigy froze, as if ensnared by an awkward memory, her cheeks reddening once more. She had not intended for this. Before she could even begin to mock, her club members had hoisted her onto the throne of succession. The Academy's whip was subdued by her that very day, and news of her becoming the fourth generation had circulated throughout the Academy since the previous day. The former president of the Academy's whip was evidently adept in theoretical calculations. The prodigy shook her head vigorously. Let us not discuss that for now. Suffice it to say, I intend to challenge you and subsequently disband the Academy's whip. I refuse. Satoshi bellowed. The atmosphere is so delightful, so warm, and so supportive of you. How can you even suggest disbanding? What a joke. Pika Pika. Even the usually aloof Pikachu began to cheer for Satoshi. Humph. What right do you have to lecture me? You rookie with only 2 badges? The prodigy averted her gaze dismissively. How about this? Natsume suggested unexpectedly as he patted her head, catching the prodigy off guard. You and Satoshi will battle 1v1. If you win, I will accept your challenge. Him? Really? The prodigy scrutinized Natsume, her voice tinged with a hint of threat. You are a researcher, right? Should you dare to go back on your word, I'll have my father acquire your research facility. All right, no problem, Natsume nodded, contemplating whether he should purchase a plot of land to sell at a premium for his research facility. I will absolutely not lose. Satoshi cast a reassuring glance towards Natsume. Soon, the two arrived at the Academy's battleground. Let us go, Pikachu. Satoshi waved his hand dramatically, and Pikachu leaped forth, ready for action. Pika. Pikachu's cheeks crackled with electricity, gazing at the prodigy with utmost seriousness. I cannot fathom what sort of person chooses Pikachu as their starter Pokemon. The prodigy shook her head, looking at Satoshi as if he were a peculiar sight. I do not wish to waste time. Go forth, Rampardos. With a thunderous roar, a massive figure emerged, accompanied by the tremors of rock grinding against rock. Rampardos, rock ground type, the drilling Pokemon, an evolved form of Cranidos, fills the holes in its palms with rocks and launches them using its muscular strength. Satoshi, be careful. This Pokemon shares the same type as my Onix. Brock cautioned from the sidelines. I understand. Go, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Pikachu unleashed a torrent of furious lightning, cascading unreservedly upon Rampardos. With a simple flick, Rampardos dissipated the electric charge as if it were nothing. Humph, truly a clueless fool. The prodigy lifted her chin, her hand rising slightly. Rampardos, use Earthquake. Pikachu, jump into the air. Pika. A yellow figure suddenly leaped into the air, deftly evading the tremors that threatened to topple it. Come on, Ash. Misty cheered for Ash. A rare moment of support. Don't lose, you can do it. Just as Dawn's words fell, she was abruptly yanked by the collar by an agitated Misty. Which side are you on? Humph. The proud competitor scoffed. Only weaklings like you need the encouragement of companions. No sooner had she spoken. A cacophony of drums and gongs erupted behind her. Boom, boom, boom. Go, fourth generation. Hey, little brat. If you dare to defeat the fourth generation, be prepared for a beating. Yo-yo, you can't do it. The departing members of the club, seemingly appearing from nowhere, returned to rally behind the proud competitor, cheering her on with fervor. Looking back, she saw the 18 members of the club, playing instruments, drumming, and even performing impromptu rap. The proud competitor stood frozen, her knuckles turning white from the strain, as a crimson line slowly crept up her neck, spreading across her cheek. Wow. It seems you share a deep bond with the club. Pikachu, we can't give up. Use Iron Tail. Who has a deeper bond than me? The proud competitor's combat prowess quickly kicked in. Super Armored Rhydon dodge. Yet, Pikachu's speed proved too formidable, and Super Armored Rhydon took the Iron Tail head-on. A thunderous roar echoed, sending plumes of dust into the air, but the proud competitor's gaze remained unfazed. Those Steel-type moves are effective against me. My Super Armored Rhydon boasts the rock-solid ability. Rock-solid? What's that? Misty turned, puzzled, to Brock. Rock Solid weakens the power of incoming attacks, he explained. Oh no. Doesn't that put Ash in danger? Don't worry, Pikachu's Iron Tail has been enhanced by Natsume. As they spoke, the dust settled, revealing Pikachu and Super Armored Rhydon. The latter stood unyielding, while Pikachu's tail was lodged between the armored plates of its opponent. Surrender. My Super Armored Rhydon needs to conserve energy for the battle against Natsume. The proud competitor declared, casting a glance at Natsume's figure. So, does she possess the strength to challenge now? However, upon looking, the proud competitor's expression froze. Natsume showed no interest in their battle, his head down, one hand clutching a Pokeball, the other wielding a file, seemingly lost in his own task. Pika! Pikachu's cry jolted the proud competitor back to reality, and before she could issue a command, sparks surged from Pikachu's tail. In an instant, Super Armored Rhydon felt the weight of Pikachu's iron tail multiply several-fold. Roar! A cry of pain escaped, as Super Armored Rhydon was forced to kneel, allowing Pikachu to escape and return to Ash's side. How can your Pikachu maintain Iron Tail continuously? The proud competitor exclaimed in astonishment. It dawned on her that Pikachu's tail had been in Iron Tail form all along. Wait, that doesn't seem like Iron Tail. At that moment, golden currents flickered at the tip of Pikachu's tail, entwined with dark matter, giving the appearance of an enlarged tail, reminiscent of a great sword. This is... Ash exclaimed in delight. Pikachu, you've achieved the steel alloy, as Natsume said. Pika! Pikachu turned, nodding at Ash. At Ash's feet, a divided hairstyle seemed conflicted. So cool, but so tough. Remembering the demanding training conditions Natsume described, the divided hairstyle shook its head vigorously, retreating under its little blanket. Impossible to learn, it's unattainable in this lifetime. I'll just have to coast as a trainer. Natsume. The proud competitor was taken aback, realizing from Ash's words that Pikachu's transformation was linked to Natsume. I don't care what it is, type advantage is advantage, level suppression is suppression. The proud competitor appeared somewhat irked. Super Armored Rhydon, use Sharp Stone attack. Boom. Super Armored Rhydon rose and unleashed a powerful move, countless sharp stones hurtling toward Pikachu. Pikachu, use the Iron Tail sword technique. Ash shouted, introducing another term the proud competitor had never heard. Pika. Pikachu focused, unwavering in the face of the incoming barrage of sharp stones. In the next moment, it opened its eyes, darting like a falling leaf, tail leading the way, as if the tail were the essence, evading the rain of attacks. Impossible. The proud competitor gasped in disbelief. Even a Pikachu trained for agility couldn't. Before she could finish her thought, Pikachu, wielding its massive sword-like tail, soared above Super Armored Rhydon. Pikachu, use Magnetic Storm Sword Tail. Ash shouted with fervor. The thunderous energy surged into the darkened tail. Pika, with a graceful spin, the Magnetic Storm Sword Tail struck Super Armored Rhydon squarely on the head. The effect was spectacular. In a corner of the battlefield, Natsume, who had been looking down, lifted his gaze slightly, casting a glance at Pikachu. Magnetic Storm Sword Tail, Electric Steel, Physical, Power, 150, Accuracy, 90, PP, 10, Priority, 0, Electric Steel, indeed. Skills can possess multiple attributes. Although in the Pokemon world, all known Pokemon skills are of a single attribute. When Natsume observed the dazzling combination techniques at the Grand Festival, he had envisioned multi-attribute skills. It seems his hypothesis held true. However, this approach necessitated minor modifications to the Pokemon's body. This was a taboo in the field. The mere mention of Pokemon modification elicited a visceral aversion in everyone. Researchers daring to venture into such territory are often branded as scientists of evil organizations. Yet, Natsume held a different perspective. Technology is devoid of morality. It is humanity that defines right and wrong. As long as one maintains their ethical boundaries, technology can benefit countless individuals and Pokemon. For instance, those Magnemites afflicted with magnetic loss who can still generate electricity could be restored to normalcy through similar means. Most importantly, he could publish another paper, but alas, he lacked the time and energy. My drafts. Chapter 36. I want you to be my teacher. Super Armored Rhydon has lost the ability to battle. Pikachu wins. The teacher acting as the referee displayed a hint of astonishment, but still announced the results. How is this possible? The proud competitor stood rooted to the spot, dazed as she recalled Super Armored Rhydon. I told you, theory cannot determine everything. Ash approached the proud competitor, flashing a youthful grin. Humph. She turned her head, striding directly toward Natsume. Natsume, what method did you use for that Pikachu's tail? The proud competitor felt a surge of indignation. She was willing to bet that if it weren't for Natsume's interference, she would have undoubtedly emerged victorious. Natsume stood, offering no response as he gazed upward at the sky. Hey, don't ignore me. The proud competitor stamped her foot, but soon, a voice of alarm echoed from above. Natsume, I warned you not to cause trouble in my school. Principal Jim descended from the sky atop a Charizard, landing before Natsume, trembling with rage. He raised his cane to strike Natsume. Bang! Natsume caught the proud competitor by the shoulders, using her head to block the impending blow. Jim, what are you doing? Oh dear. Miss Proud Competitor, I sincerely apologize. How has life at the academy been? Jim chuckled, retracting his cane before turning his scrutinizing gaze toward Natsume. I didn't do anything. It wasn't me, it was her battling. Natsume deftly excused himself while casually raising the esteemed scholar in his grasp. Why is there smoke? Natsume pondered, only to discover that tendrils of azure smoke were wafting from the top of the scholar's head. Upon flipping the scholar over, he noticed a fiery blush adorning their face. What are you staring at? Put me down. Natsume released the esteemed scholar, dismissing their fierce gaze. Upon hearing this, Jim tapped his cane, surveying the surroundings, and, after confirming that Natsume had not conjured any mischief, he finally felt at ease. Natsume, I have arranged accommodations for you. Shall I escort you there now? Can we wait a moment? No, Jim replied with a smile, placing a hand firmly on Natsume's shoulder. He could hardly contain his eagerness to confine Natsume. Ideally, he wished for Natsume to remain in his quarters until their departure the following day, which would hopefully result in no more than the destruction of a single building. Let us proceed, everyone. With that, Jim turned his attention to Ash and his companions, intending to personally escort Natsume to his residence. However, the esteemed scholar behind him interjected, Jim, wait a moment. Yes, Miss Scholar, what can I do for you? Jim asked, casting a knowing glance at his assistant, instructing him to keep a close watch on Natsume. The assistant, drenched in sweat, nervously replied, I will lead the way from here. Wow, this is a grand villa. Natsume, you truly have connections, Ash exclaimed. Heavens, the decor here is splendid. But why are there no other buildings nearby? It seems as though it has just been cleaned, another remarked. Thank goodness nothing went awry. Behind them, the assistant wiped his brow and discreetly retreated. A night passed in silence. The following day, at the academy's entrance, Natsume arose early and jogged around the lake. On his second lap, a Charizard appeared, with Jim watching him intently from above. Fortunately, after finishing their breakfast at the cafeteria, Natsume and his companions prepared to depart. Thank you, Dean, for your hospitality. Ash and the others bowed in unison to express their gratitude to Jim. Haha, no need for thanks. Do come and visit more often. Jim waved them off, his expression one of sheer relief. However, just a few steps away, Natsume and his companions halted abruptly. The reason was evident. A figure as delicate as a porcelain doll stood before them. It was the esteemed scholar, her travel backpack slung over her shoulder. Natsume, I want you to be my teacher, she exclaimed excitedly. Natsume remained silent, extending his hand as if he were about to catch a volleyball, gripping the scholar's small head. What? The scholar's gaze shifted, spotting the academy's entrance. Your teacher is inside there. Natsume pointed towards Jim, who seemed to recollect something and hurriedly declared, Ahem. Due to the damage caused to the academy's precious facilities during yesterday's battle, the esteemed scholar has been expelled. What? Expelled for battling? How can this be? Misty frowned at Jim's announcement. I truly apologize. It was my fault that you were expelled. Ash bowed in apology to the scholar. Wah. Now I have nowhere to go. The scholar wailed, covering her face as if in tears. Is she just pretending? Brock whispered to Natsume, sensing something amiss. I do not wish to accept weak students. Natsume replied, his expression unchanged. In an instant, the scholar's sobs ceased as she looked up at Natsume, her eyes filled with determination. I prefer obedient and diligent students. Very well, what must I do? The scholar's eyes sparkled with hope, sensing a slight softening in Natsume's demeanor. Natsume turned her around, as if activating a toy, and tugged at her backpack, commanding, I hereby order you to return to the academy and attend your classes diligently. Natsume. The scholar abruptly turned back. Her gaze icy once more. You are a researcher, correct? And I heard from Jim that you are in need of funds? As she spoke, the scholar produced a black card emblazoned with a master ball. My family owns the largest pharmaceutical company in Kanto. Take this card. Natsume accepted the card, scanning it against his phone's back. 100 million. Wow, so many zeros. Natsume, we have a deal. Misty's eyes gleamed with excitement. Humph. The initial amount is barely sufficient for your family's shares, Natsume retorted, returning the card to the scholar. She appeared stunned, incredulous as she asked, Do you know how much is on it? I do. It has already been transferred to my account. The scholar stared at him in disbelief. Before she could respond, Natsume's expression darkened, his aura becoming commanding. I offer you an opportunity, he declared, extending a finger. For 1 month, I will guide you. Within that time, you must publish a research report accepted by a top-tier journal. How is that even possible? The scholar glared at Natsume, indignant. A month is hardly enough time, is it? I have gathered most of the data. You just need to write it. Natsume's words momentarily stunned her. All right, that sounds more reasonable. The scholar suddenly turned elegantly towards Natsume and bowed. Natsume-sensei, I look forward to your guidance. Natsume replied, ruffling her hair. Oh no, I forgot to include a chapter. Chapter 37, the esteemed scholar joins the team. By the roadside, a thin plume of smoke rose as the three rested. Natsume-sensei, why do we use magnetite powder and orange fruit extract in the formulation of steel reagents? I don't know, look it up. Natsume-sensei, what's the purpose of the 0.3 fragments of thunderstone? How should I know? Natsume-sensei, what is this energy carrier? I've already explained, consult my books. Honestly, how can Natsume treat a curious scholar this way? Misty, who was stirring a pot, buried her face in her hands, feeling embarrassed. Not far off, Natsume sighed, glancing at the scholar. Your task is to explore the impact of a Pokemon's evolution willingness on its actual evolution level. Did I not write enough for today? The scholar feverishly flipped through a massive book devoid of a cover. Natsume suddenly regretted granting the scholar an internship. Her capacity for learning far exceeded his expectations. Yet, despite this, he did not desire a novice assistant. Too much hassle. For days, the esteemed scholar had pestered him with questions like a ghost, leaving him with no time to pursue his own research into Ultra Balls. Frustrated, Natsume compiled his years of research notes and important records, handing them all to the scholar in a single bundle. Fine, this life will last at most a month. The direction of the article he assigned to the scholar would undoubtedly not be accepted by a top-tier journal. The ceiling was set. In no more than a month, he could legitimately send her away. Natsume-sensei, you are incredible. The scholar's fervent gaze was upon him. In just 3 days, she had discovered that the books Natsume had provided were nothing short of an encyclopedia in the truest sense. Most importantly, there were not just 1, but 9 comprehensive volumes. Even more astonishing was the fact that these books were penned by Natsume himself. Apart from the Pokemon compendium in her hands, the other volumes contained Natsume's myriad research ideas, insights, and numerous classic experimental cases he had collected over the years. Most impressively, many of the research topics he proposed featured examples that were utterly breathtaking, especially regarding certain seemingly perplexing points. After perusing the explanations penned by Natsume in these tomes, one can profoundly perceive the ingenuity of the author's thought process. A prodigious intellect, inherently devoted to theory, appears to glimpse the divine essence of theoretical scholars through the pages of her books. She would become Natsume's most ardent disciple. Perceiving the peculiar gaze of her in turn, Natsume expressionlessly pressed down her head, directing her attention to the book in hand. Do not call me teacher. You are merely an intern now. Natsume found it rather odd to be addressed as a teacher by someone only a year his junior, as Dr. Oki's assistant. Their relationship seldom conformed to the conventional teacher-student dynamic. The lineage within the research field resembles more of a symbiotic relationship. I impart knowledge, and you assist me in my tasks. Understood, Natsume-sensei. I shall strive diligently. Acknowledging her role as an assistant elicited considerable excitement from the prodigy, her head nearly emitting steam. You look like a blushing teapot. Natsume observed the recent shift in the prodigy's attitude toward him. It bore resemblance to the starry-eyed fervor common among adolescents, despite the prodigy having long surpassed the age of graduation. Yet, Natsume theorized that her prolonged stay within the academy might have contributed to her relatively juvenile psychological demeanor, placing her in a stage akin to adolescence. This is an incredibly crucial phase, wherein cognitive growth accelerates rapidly, necessitating careful guidance and mental fortification. Thus, Natsume resolved to capture additional photos, intending to later present them as an amusing black history when the prodigy had matured. Dinner is served, exclaimed Kasumi, who approached with a pot of stew. Thank you, Kasumi. By the way, have Satoshi and Takashi returned yet? I have no idea what they are up to. Satoshi can be quite the handful. Kasumi shook her head in exasperation, explaining that they were en route to Kiriyoshi City. Midway, Satoshi stumbled upon a Bulbasaur, exclaiming at the top of his lungs that it was the Pokemon of his dreams, and took off in pursuit. With Takashi following in concern, they had yet to return. Ah, here comes Pikachu. Kasumi suddenly spotted the familiar figure of the electric mouse approaching. Pika Pika. Pikachu patted its chest, seemingly reassuring everyone that Satoshi and Takashi were unharmed. You three are indeed fortunate to sample my culinary skills, Kasumi declared as she ladled bowls of meat stew for the two. Natsume accepted his, slurping it down without a second glance. Bang! Natsume collapsed to the ground. Ah, Natsume-sensei, do you require CPR? I just saw a demonstration. Yet, Natsume abruptly stood upright. It seems my poison resistance has indeed increased by 0.1. This was indeed a rare and valuable concoction. Natsume's gaze burned intensely upon the bubbling, unknown purple stew in his hands. After dinner, Pikachu expertly approached Natsume and lifted its rear. Coach, it's time for the dosage. Natsume-sensei, may I administer it this time? I beg you. The prodigy suddenly dashed over, clutching Natsume's arm in supplication. Do not keep tugging at me. Natsume swatted her hand away and handed her a syringe and reagent. This was your proposition. From now on, the injections will be your responsibility. Understood, no problem. She instinctively overlooked the glimmer in Natsume's eyes. Natsume-sensei, why inject the iron reagent at the second vertebra of the tail? The prodigy inquired while preparing the procedure. Because injecting beyond the third vertebra would obstruct the flow of electricity. This time, Natsume refrained from directing her to consult his books. After all, while the injection procedure was not particularly complex, improper administration could yield a plethora of side effects. Why not inject at the first vertebra instead? Isn't the electrical pathway larger there? Instead of simply agreeing, the prodigy presented her own perspective. Have you already comprehended Pikachu's anatomy so swiftly? Natsume regarded her with astonishment. You truly live up to the name your parents bestowed upon you. You may attempt to inject at the first vertebra. That way, Pikachu could possess a steel-infused posterior. No sooner had Natsume's words left his lips than Pikachu, having its tail pinched, sat up with a look of vigilance directed at the prodigy. Pika Pika. Pikachu protested vehemently, strongly demanding Natsume to proceed with the injection. Fear not, Pikachu. Although she lacks experience, Natsume chuckled, affectionately stroking Pikachu's ears. Neither did I at one point. Pika, now. Remember, to ensure the iron reagent is administered harmlessly, it must be divided into 24 doses, 1 per hour. Natsume yawned, imparting his instructions. Is it that arduous? The prodigy pondered, gazing at the reagent in her hands. If you find it arduous, perhaps this field is not suited for you, Natsume retorted with a piercing gaze. Raising his eyes to the sky, he estimated that Satoshi and Takashi would likely be spending the night outside, with Pikachu merely returning to report their safety. Let us rest for now. We shall reconvene tomorrow. If Natsume recalled correctly, it was now the part of the story where Satoshi captured Bulbasaur. This particular Bulbasaur was likely not an extraordinary Pokémon. One could only wonder about the abandoned Charmander. Natsume retrieved his inflatable tent, nestled himself inside, and prepared for slumber. However, not long after, he heard the prodigy's voice outside. Natsume-sensei, I also wish to sleep in the tent. Even if I cannot rest well, I can still conserve energy. Outside, the prodigy peered her head into Natsume's tent. After a moment, she expressionlessly withdrew. Forget it. In a place like this, I hardly dare to close my eyes. Chapter 38. Reunion, Satoshi's new ally. As dawn broke in the forest, dew clung to the tips of leaves, and the cold mist enveloped the morning light. Natsume emerged from the tent, yawning and rubbing his eyes, his peripheral vision catching sight of a figure sprawled by the campfire. It was the prodigy, her hair tousled, appearing to have slept for a while, frost clinging to her eyelashes. Seemingly feeling the chill, she tightly embraced the sleeping Kasumi within her sleeping bag. Pika. Following the sound, Natsume glanced toward a nearby tree, where Pikachu could be seen. One of its tiny hands clutched a syringe, the needle aimed at its tail, while the other hand held a small ball. Aiming the plunger at the large tree behind, it suddenly collided. Pika. In an instant, Pikachu jumped down, clutching its tail, the ball inadvertently pressing against the injection site. Pikachu, your dosage control has significantly improved, nearing the theoretical value. Natsume picked up the iron reagent, examining the scale under the sunlight. Quite impressive. Under the training of its forgetfulness, Pikachu has learned to self-administer its dosage. Pika. Pikachu extended its little hand, indignantly pointing at the prodigy sleeping soundly by the fire. Since midnight, the prodigy had been struggling to keep her eyelids from drooping, to avoid transforming into a steel-infused posterior. Pikachu had not dared to close its eyes for even a moment during the latter half of the night, administering its own injections every hour and even tending to the firewood. You're right, Pikachu. She should be covered with a blanket. Pika Pika? Pikachu protested angrily at Natsume's haphazard translation. All right, go into my tent and fetch her a blanket. I will see if I can locate Satoshi and the others. Facing the irate Pikachu, Natsume gently patted its small ears. Pika. As if struck by inspiration, Pikachu's eyes lit up, and it swiftly dashed into Natsume's tent, presumably searching for something. Glancing at the time displayed on his Rotom phone, he noted it was only 6 o'clock. Typically, everyone awoke around 8. Thus, Satoshi was likely still asleep. Natsume felt somewhat hesitant to disturb Satoshi at this hour, so he decided to give him a call instead. In a quaint village by a gentle stream, 2 sleeping bags, one azure and the other emerald, lay side by side like caterpillars nestled along the riverbank. Natsume, what are you doing? Echoed the voice repeatedly. Natsume, what are you doing? The voice belonged to Professor Okido, whose bellowing seemed to permeate the air. From within the sleeping bag, Satoshi stirred, parting his tousled hair to rub his eyes. Am I still dreaming? He mumbled, feeling groggy and yearning to slip back into slumber. Wait a moment, Satoshi, this is no mere illusion. Beside him, Takashi emerged from his sleeping bag, pointing towards Satoshi's backpack. The sound is emanating from there. What? Satoshi looked puzzled as he rummaged through his backpack, soon uncovering the source of the noise. His Pokédex. Natsume, what are you doing? The device repeated, displaying a large image of Natsume's face alongside the professor's voice. What is this? A video call? Satoshi exclaimed. Your Pokédex has such capabilities? The standard models do not. Takashi, glancing over, was taken aback. Isn't it merely for calls? I had no idea either, Satoshi admitted, tousling his hair before accepting the video call from Natsume. Sure enough, Natsume's visage appeared on the screen, busily adding kindling to a fire. How do you like my customized Pokédex, Satoshi? Is it not splendid? Satoshi seized upon the key term. Indeed. All the information in this batch of Masera Town's Pokédex was inputted by me. What do you think? Oh, that means Shigeru can also video call me. Satoshi's eyes lit up, recalling how he had been scolded by Shigeru for not selecting his starter Pokémon. Great. I must video call him to showcase my new partner, Fushigi-Dane. Of course, just find the manual. The contact details for the trainers from Masera Town are listed within, Natsume's voice continued. Manual? What is that? Satoshi queried, bewildered, looking towards Natsume. The little booklet I initially provided you, Natsume replied. Oh, the booklet, Satoshi mused, only to hear Natsume's voice again. I seem to have forgotten to give it to you, Satoshi. However, when you next encounter Shigeru, just check his Pokédex. You can find your number there. Natsume advised before abruptly ending the call. Well, that abandoned lizardin on Route 24 must be rescued soon to avert any mishaps, Satoshi reflected, realizing that they had wasted some time at the Pokémon Research Academy. If Natsume and the others did not arrive in time, it could spell disaster. Initially, this lizardin exhibited exceedingly poor aptitude, even smaller than typical Charizards. Yet, its latent combat prowess later proved remarkable. Natsume possessed a premonition that there might be something here capable of triggering a system-related issue. Perhaps under the halo of Satoshi's protagonist status, Pokémon could gradually enhance their abilities. Was this the system at work? Suddenly, a startled exclamation from the talented student broke through Natsume's thoughts. Turning to look, he saw the student standing in terror, clutching the blanket that had covered him, alongside a detailed illustration of a powerful Pokémon. Pika! By the tent, one mischievous instigator was stifling laughter. Mr. Natsume, did you cover me? The talented student inquired, glancing around to find only Natsume, who was adding wood to the fire. Yes, Natsume nodded, inadvertently taking the blame. He noted that ever since he had imparted his knowledge to the talented student, the latter's demeanor towards him had shifted. In Natsume's initial expectations, he had anticipated a gradual deterioration in their relationship, hoping the student would eventually leave due to the pressure. Alternatively, he had thought he could part ways with the student after a month with minimal fuss. Perhaps this will significantly reduce my favorability rating, Natsume mused, accepting the blame for the prank. He cast a glance at the talented student, only to find the look of terror had vanished from their face, replaced by a fiery determination, with smoke billowing from their head, seemingly more intense than the campfire before them. Thank you, Mr. Natsume, for your teachings. While I learn, I will certainly not neglect my Pokémon-S training, the talented student declared, carefully rolling up the illustration before bowing deeply to Natsume. Natsume. He suddenly felt that the student's imaginative potential might actually lend itself well to a career in research. Natsume, we're back. The familiar voices of Satoshi and Takashi rang out from a distance. Natsume looked up, somewhat startled. Pika. Pikachu leapt onto Satoshi's other shoulder. Natsume, I captured Fushigi-Dane. Satoshi exclaimed eagerly, pulling out a red and white Pokeball to reveal his new partner. Ah, Satoshi, you've truly fulfilled your dream. Natsume clapped his hands in congratulations. He remembered how, before their journey began, Satoshi often came to help him care for Pokémon, with Fushigi-Dane being his favorite. You've returned just in time. The delicious meat soup I prepared yesterday is... Wait, where's my soup? A curious voice interrupted, as they turned to see Kasumi holding an empty pot. Pikachu snuck a bite last night, Natsume replied, casting a frantic glance at Takashi. Pika? Pikachu scratched its head, recalling how Natsume had gotten up in the middle of the night to dispose of the mysterious concoction. However, if Natsume took the blame, Pikachu would willingly share the burden. Pika. Pikachu patted its tummy, indicating it had enjoyed the meal. Really, Pikachu? Next time, I'll make you a dish just for you, Kasumi declared, her anger evaporating into delight. Oh dear, Pikachu, why are you so gluttonous? Satoshi chuckled, ruffling Pikachu's head. Ah, in that case, I shall handle breakfast today, Takashi quickly chimed in, having understood Natsume's look. All right, let's eat, and then head straight to Korea City. Fool, we must first go to Route 24. Chapter 39, The Abandoned Lizardin. On Route 24, the group hurried along, when suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, startling them as a colossal shadow loomed before them. There it is, the gigantic Pokémon that Natsume is studying. Satoshi halted in awe, eyes wide as he beheld the swaying silhouette. Fool, it's over there, Kasumi scolded, tapping Satoshi's head as she pointed nearby. Upon a log, a wild lizardin lay, its tail ablaze, glowing with vibrant hues of red. It's a wild lizardin, Takashi exclaimed, astonished. Yes, a lizardin, Satoshi exclaimed excitedly, tossing a pokeball towards the creature. The lizardin flicked its tail, sending Satoshi's pokeball soaring through the air. Shouldn't we battle first? Takashi remarked thoughtfully. Go, diplomat, Kasumi declared, placing Pikachu and the other on the log. Pika, what are you doing? Pikachu inquired. Is it comfortable here? Yes, waiting for a trainer. Wait. Let me sleep. Pika. The deity of skin suddenly tapped the crown of the middle-parted head, which jumped down from the wooden stump, clutching its head in a state of grievance. Pikapi? It exclaimed. The two little ones began to engage in conversation, prompting Natsume to stroke his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, he had contemplated the idea of developing a universal Pokémon translation software. However, the sheer multitude of Pokémon species rendered such an endeavor dauntingly laborious, as each would necessitate extensive translation efforts. Unless, of course, there existed an entity fluent in both Pokémon and human languages to assist him. Suddenly, Natsume recalled that Meowth had mentioned the presence of a B-level project on its person. Moments later, the deity of skin leaped down from the stump and began gesturing animatedly to the group. Oh, you mean he is here waiting for a trainer? Natsume realized. What? This little Charmeleon has an owner. He found it perplexing how Ash and the others deciphered the meanings behind the deity's gestures. He gently patted the back of the Charmeleon's head, remaining silent. Natsume, put down your brick. This one has an owner. Ash suddenly clutched Natsume's arm. What if its trainer abandoned it? The sky is about to rain. Natsume glanced at Ash, who was trying to halt him. He acknowledged the validity of Ash's concern. It was indeed a possibility. Brock nodded in agreement, albeit reluctantly. But taking someone else's Pokémon is ultimately not right. What if their owner returns and finds Charmeleon missing? They would be quite distressed, Misty expressed, a hint of worry etched on her face. Let us do this, Natsume suggested, retrieving 2 small pills from his pocket and placing them before the Charmeleon. Huh. The Charmeleon looked at Natsume with confusion. Listen closely. Natsume pointed to the blue pill. Follow this path, and you'll find a Pokémon Center. If you wish to survive, take this blue pill and come find us there. Otherwise, Natsume's gaze darkened, and his handsome face bore a somewhat beguiling expression. You can take this red pill. Huh. The Charmeleon gazed quizzically at Natsume. All right, let us go. He'll make his own choice. Natsume clapped his hands, stood up, and prepared to head to the Pokémon Center on Route 24. What? Natsume, you're making it sound quite serious. Misty couldn't help but retort. Natsume waved his hand dismissively and walked ahead. Adhering to the principle of never allowing a spontaneous decision to derail a successful experiment, Natsume ultimately chose not to forcibly take the Charmeleon with him. At the Pokémon Center on Route 24, the group settled at a table to rest. Here is your dinner, Natsume announced, distributing several meal sets to everyone. Brock, what is the matter? You've looked troubled since we walked in. I'm worried about that Charmeleon. From my observations, it seems to bear injuries, Brock replied somberly, sipping his soup absent-mindedly. Moreover, it appears the rain is approaching, Natsume added, gesturing towards the window. Indeed, the flame on Charmeleon's tail must not extinguish. If it does, it could pose a grave danger, a poised and elegant voice interjected. Well, I believe we need not be so pessimistic. Perhaps Charmeleon's trainer has already come to retrieve it, Misty suggested, sipping her orange juice, though a flicker of concern lingered in her eyes. Suddenly, peals of raucous laughter erupted from a nearby table. The group turned to see a gaggle of rambunctious youths, heedless of their surroundings and making quite the ruckus. Hey Daiki, you've caught so many Pokémon, that's impressive, one of them exclaimed. Of course, I have a Rattata, a Pidgey, and all of them. Daiki, basking in the flattery, had a plate before him brimming with Pokeballs. Where is your Charmeleon? Why isn't it with you? Another inquired curiously, as if uncovering a secret. That Charmeleon? Daiki's expression soured. Its talent is abysmally poor. I wouldn't want such a Pokemon. But Daiki, isn't that Charmeleon quite obedient? Someone lamented. Ha, it is obedient. Daiki chuckled, as if recalling something amusing. I told that Charmeleon to wait for me in one spot, and I bet it will be waiting there until it dies. Ha ha ha. What are you doing? Before Daiki could finish, Brock seized him by the collar, lifting him. You scoundrel. That Charmeleon could truly perish. That's none of my business. Daiki swatted Brock's hand away, only to be lifted again. You're a scumbag unworthy of having Pokemon. This time it was Ash who hoisted Daiki effortlessly. But in his fervor, the sound of tearing fabric resounded as Daiki's collar ripped, sending him crashing to the ground. You want to fight, huh? Daiki shouted angrily, reaching for a Pokeball on the table. Huh. He grasped at empty air, only to discover that all the Pokeballs had vanished from his plate. Who stole my Pokemon? Daiki shrieked, wide-eyed in shock. Pika. The deity of skin jumped in front of Ash, leaving Daiki pale and disoriented. You all will pay for this. He spat, before scrambling away from the Pokemon Center in a flurry. Not far away. Nurse Joy looked troubled as she faced the cool young lady who had stopped her. Miss Kyuko, there cannot be any disputes at the Pokemon Center. I must intervene in such situations. I'm not really stopping you, Kyuko replied, glancing at Joy. Humph. Joy covered her mouth, then continued, Miss Kyuko, the medication reimbursement you mentioned cannot be overlooked. Joy felt quite pleased that delinquent had been exploiting the treatment subsidies under the guise of a trainer, which had irked her greatly. Now that someone had taught him a lesson, it was all the better, especially since Kyuko had promised her a year's worth of free medication. I think you should hurry and rescue that Charmeleon, Joy reminded the group behind Kyuko. Right. Let us set off. Okay, Natsume, please. Where's Natsume? Ash paused momentarily, realizing that Natsume was nowhere to be seen. I'll go find Mr. Natsume. You all go ahead, Kyuko waved to the others. Chapter 40. The trio, actually mascots. Outside, under a large tree, the trio donned raincoats. Meowth, meow. The Pokemon Center seems to have many injured Pokemon, meow. Jesse. Yes, wait, those kids are here too. James. Where's Natsume? Is that researcher at the Pokemon Center? Natsume. I believe he is not. Good. That means we can proceed with ease. Meowth's voice dwindled as they all stiffly turned their heads. Hey, Natsume called. Holding an umbrella, crouched atop a floating Pokeball Rotom. Why do you always appear like a ghost? The trio was startled, tumbling from the tree to the ground. Natsume commanded the Pokeball Rotom to descend, landing before the trio. The Rocket Trio braced themselves, preparing to draw their Pokeballs. Looking to boost your performance? Natsume inquired, producing a tray filled with dozens of Pokeballs. I can give you all these. Empty. James eyed Natsume suspiciously. Let me see. Meowth extracted a device and scanned the tray. They all contain Pokemon, meow. Meowth's expression brightened with excitement. Wait, what's your aim? Jesse and James grew increasingly cautious. Allow me to explain. A voice emerged from behind the trio. Upon glancing back, he beheld a girl, delicate as a doll, sheltered beneath an umbrella. Yet another little imp. Kojiro took a step back, feeling an inexplicable familiarity emanating from the aura of this esteemed young lady. The situation unfolded as follows. The esteemed young lady cleared her throat, seizing the opportunity to showcase her eloquence before Natsume. After listening to her narrative, the trio of Team Rocket nodded thoughtfully. How outrageous. I, Meowth, hold such scum in utter contempt. Indeed, considering that Pokemon in that individual's possession, it would be far better entrusted to us of Team Rocket. With utmost caution, Kojiro accepted the tray from Natsume's hands. Suddenly, a spark ignited in the eyes of the trio. At long last, Meow, we are finally in business. What a struggle it has been. The trio broke down into tears of joy. The esteemed young lady tugged at Natsume's sleeve, seemingly with something to express. Speak, Natsume beckoned. Shall we release the Pokemon? Selling them to Team Rocket seems rather inappropriate. Given their involvement in certain nefarious enterprises, the young lady hesitantly remarked. In the first book Natsume had given her, it was emphasized that Pokemon researchers must adhere firmly to their principles. Yet, she now realized that Natsume's principles appeared to be somewhat malleable. However, if we release them, it's possible that loyal Pokemon like Charmander might return to seek that scoundrel, she continued. In such a scenario, how would you propose we resolve it? Observing the esteemed young lady's reaction, Natsume internally nodded and subsequently directed the question back to her. A look of conflict crossed the young lady's petite face. And after a moment's hesitation, she approached Team Rocket. I shall purchase these Pokemon. The esteemed young lady produced a black card adorned with a Master Ball and presented it to Team Rocket. Wait a moment, Meow, Meowth interjected, retrieving a special accounting device. We must process this through Team Rocket's accounts to count it as our performance, Meow. One hand swiped the card while the other exchanged the Pokeballs. It seems you've overpaid, Meow. Why would you even mention that? Musashi's fist landed atop Meowth's head. But you've given us too much. And if the accounts don't match, Boss Sakaki will inquire, Meow. Meowth raised the accounting device. Wow, you've overpaid us by 1,000,000. Kojiro stroked his chin, feigning exaggerated surprise, though in the darkness of the rain, no one could see. With the excess funds, I want you to teach that scoundrel a lesson, the young lady declared, lifting her chin to face Team Rocket. As members of Team Rocket, I trust you excel in such matters, yes? Absolutely, no problem. Meowth, feeling infuriated, had long wished to give that individual a thrashing. Ha ha, Weevee struck gold. Weevee struck gold. The trio of Team Rocket charged off in the direction indicated by the young lady. Natsume-sensei, how was my handling? The esteemed young lady turned, her face radiating hope as she looked at Natsume. Natsume remained silent, instead reflecting on the trio of Team Rocket. Do you know why I dared to sell the Pokemon to the three of them? Why? The esteemed young lady asked, puzzled. Because Team Rocket also engages in numerous legitimate businesses, like pet shops and the like. The esteemed young lady nodded. If they were sold to a pet shop, it would indeed be quite favorable. Compared to stray Pokemon, those who could afford to purchase Pokemon from a pet shop were likely prepared enough not to abandon them casually. It was certainly better than falling into the hands of that scoundrel. However, how could Natsume be so certain that the Pokemon in their possession would inevitably flow into Team Rocket's legitimate enterprises? The one with blue hair is named Kojiro, the son of a major shareholder in Team Rocket, Natsume continued. The one with red hair is Musashi, the daughter of Sakiki's mother's close friend. Not only that, but Musashi's mother co-founded Team Rocket alongside Sakiki's mother. Musashi is essentially the daughter of one of the founders of Team Rocket. Unfortunately, she went missing while pursuing the trail of Mew, and Sakiki's mother succumbed to despair thereafter. Although their initial intent in founding Team Rocket was purely for profit, they have now encountered Sakiki, a figure who operates in both the light and shadow, and Team Rocket has flourished into a true regional power. Upon hearing this, the esteemed young lady's pupils quivered. She understood all too well the esteemed position that Natsume referred to regarding those two individuals in Sakiki's eyes. Sakiki would never allow them to be exposed to the true dark side of Team Rocket. Natsume gazed thoughtfully in the direction the trio had departed. To put it another way, due to Musashi and Kojiro's unique identities, Sakiki cannot treat them like the other members of Team Rocket. Thus, he has woven a dark villainous dream for them. The extent of their exposure to Team Rocket's darker side is merely limited to stealing others' Pokemon and selling them. In a sense, the trio can be considered the mascots of Team Rocket, even so fortunate as to have their direct superior be Sakiki himself. Therefore, the Pokemon sold to them will undoubtedly end up in Team Rocket's legitimate enterprises. Do you understand? After Natsume's explanation, a voice of discontent arose nearby. Then why didn't you say so earlier, Natsume-sensei? The esteemed young lady lifted the tray in her hands, her meaning unmistakable. I shall ensure they are transported back to Professor Okito's laboratory, Natsume reassured, patting her head. Thus far, through observing the esteemed young lady's actions and various aspects, Natsume's impression of her had improved considerably. Yet, it was still quite troublesome. You contact Professor Okito, and I will seek out Satoshi and the others. With that, Natsume handed his phone to the esteemed young lady. All right. Her eyes lit up, realizing she was to meet her mentor. Natsume had acknowledged her once more. Rotom, let us depart. Natsume commanded, summoning his Pokeball, Rotom, and soaring towards Route 24, where Charmander awaited. Chapter 41. It's an attractant. I've added an attractant. Charmander, hold on. In the torrential rain, Satoshi wrapped Charmander in his clothing, as the flames at the tip of its tail flickered uncertainly. Pika, to lighten Satoshi's burden. Pikachu did not perch on his shoulder as usual, but instead ran alongside him. Kasumi felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity with the scene before her. Alas, this time Satoshi lacked a bicycle. Oh, how she wished for a bicycle to appear at this moment. She would gladly let Natsume skip a meal for a day. Satoshi, we must hurry. Charmander's tail flame is about to extinguish. Takashi removed his own shirt to shield Charmander's tail from the wind. Rotom, healing ball. Suddenly, a voice rang out ahead, and in the next moment, a green beam struck Charmander. Wonderful. It's Natsume and I, we are saved. Satoshi exclaimed with joy. Let us return to the Pokemon Center. The figures of Natsume and Pokeball Rotom materialized. Soon, everyone returned to the Pokemon Center, and with a beam of light, Charmander reappeared. Roar. The flame at the tip of Charmander's tail flared up significantly, gradually returning to normal. Natsume-sensei, your Pokemon is truly remarkable. Charmander's injuries have healed. Nurse Joy remarked after a thorough examination, genuinely impressed. However, this Charmander still appears quite listless, Takashi and Satoshi observed with concern as they looked at the weakened creature. Of course, this little one must have gone several days without food. With that, Nurse Joy retrieved a standard Pokemon meal. After tearing open the packaging and presenting it to Charmander, the creature turned its head away, seemingly disinterested. What could be the matter? The group exchanged puzzled glances. Charmander, did you consume my red pill? Natsume inquired from the side. Upon hearing this, as if triggered by a keyword, Charmander turned its head and spat at Natsume. It seems he was about to use fire just now, right? Xiaoxia regarded Charizard with a puzzled expression, sensing an excessive reaction from the creature. Natsume, did you not say that if one wished for death, they should consume that red pill? If Charizard were to ingest it, how could it ever see us again? Ash, recalling Natsume's earlier words, couldn't help but inquire with curiosity. Indeed, I noticed its expression was quite morose. The blue pill is a concentrated healing remedy, while the red pill is a potent version of the same. Moreover, I added a slight amount of breeding stimulant to the pills. Thus, even if it ardently wished for death, it would lack the focus to pursue such a desire, Natsume stated matter-of-factly. Charizard, it truly did wish for death, having been abandoned by its trainer and then besieged by a flock of Spearows. In a moment of despair, it recalled Natsume's words. Consequently, Charizard resolutely consumed the red pill, and soon it felt invigorated. Its waist no longer ached, its legs were free from pain, and a surge of energy coursed through it. In astonishment, it realized it had become uncontrollably agitated, even driving away the Spearows that had previously tormented it. However, after the frenzy, an overwhelming emptiness ensued. Charizard, bewildered, thought Natsume enjoyed speaking in contradictions, and so it hastily swallowed the blue pill. Now I feel even better. Oh dear, this child refuses to eat. At this rate, it may face a perilous fate. Miss Joy's worried voice reached them. The flames on Charizard's tail began to diminish. Observing this, Ash and the others hastily retrieved Pokémon food, biscuits, and snacks from their bags. Yet, without exception, to the despondent Charizard, none of these offerings held any allure. Natsume, do you have a solution? Coco approached. Gazing at Natsume, she produced the finest Pokémon food, favored by fire-type Pokémon in the market. Yet this Charizard simply refused to eat, its visage replete with despair. That scoundrel deserves a thorough lesson, Brock exclaimed, his fists clenched in indignation. He had never felt so enraged. Natsume, do you have a remedy? Xiaoxia, echoing Coco's sentiment, looked imploringly at Natsume. Natsume, I beg you, think of something. At that moment, Ash instinctively turned to Natsume, for among them, Natsume possessed the highest level of education. Realizing he had become the focus of their collective hope, Natsume pondered for a moment. Let us try this. From seemingly nowhere, Natsume produced a small vial containing a powder resembling salt. He sprinkled this powder over the Pokémon food that the others had presented. Pika, not far away, Pikachu, roused from slumber, sat up abruptly, its nose twitching. Pika, Pika. It dashed toward the assortment of food, but before it could utter a sound, Natsume grasped it firmly by the scruff of its neck. Wait until Charizard has finished eating before you indulge. Pika. Nearby, Pikachu held its nose, making an effort to avert its gaze, yet its eyes could not resist darting back to the food on the ground. Locky. Behind Joy, Chansey peeked out, an expression of longing adorning its face. No, that is meant for Charizard. Joy was taken aback, as her Chansey had undergone rigorous training and typically would not stray from its duties unless unable to resist. Prostrate on the ground, the previously listless Charizard, which had shown little appetite, suddenly displayed interest in the food after Natsume sprinkled the powder. It twitched its nose, although its expression conveyed reluctance. Its body seemed to move uncontrollably closer to the plate, as if unable to resist the enticing aroma emanating from the food. 1 bite, 2 bites. Look, it's eating. Xiaoxia exclaimed with delight, pointing at the plate. Natsume, you are incredible. Unlike the oblivious Ash and Xiaoxia, Joy and the others gazed at Natsume with earnest expressions. Natsume, what is this? I wish to learn. Natsume, what did you add? Natsume, I too wish to know. This is crucial for treating Pokémon suffering from anorexia. Coco, Brock, and Joy all looked at Natsume with eager eyes. Faced with their hopeful gazes, Natsume solemnly nodded. I added an appetite stimulant. The air suddenly fell into silence. After a long pause, Xiaoxia broke the stillness. Is not appetite stimulant harmful to Pokémon? Many brands of Pokémon food containing such stimulants have been banned by the League. However, if Charizard does not eat, it may lose its life. Ash instinctively defended Natsume. That's not it. Xiaoxia, Brock interjected. Those unscrupulous merchants add appetite stimulants to mask the already flawed food. Our Pokémon food is of high quality to begin with. Although long-term use of appetite stimulants can harm Pokémon, in Charizard's dangerous situation, this is a life-saving solution. Brock is correct, Natsume affirmed, continuing. The medication itself bears no inherent good or evil. It solely depends on the context and the user. For instance, the breeding stimulant I added to Charizard will only induce agitation in baby Pokémon. Yet, in a situation where it is besieged by Spearows, Showcasing its strength through ferocity to scare them away is the most appropriate course of action. Now I understand. I have learned much, Mr. Natsume. Coco produced a small notebook, diligently recording notes. By the way, Mr. Natsume, Joy interjected, I have never encountered an appetite stimulant so enticing to Pokemon. Where did you acquire it? Oh, that. Natsume fell into reminiscence. Well, I concocted it myself. The formulation of this appetite stimulant occurred during my time at Professor Oak's laboratory. Some Pokemon that spent an extended period with him inexplicably became depressed and refused to eat. This troubled me greatly. For the sake of their health, I was compelled to develop this stimulant, which poses minimal harm to their bodies. It is akin to mixing spicy strips with rice. At worst, it might cause some gastrointestinal discomfort. Please, Mr. Natsume, I am in dire need of this. Miss Joy grasped Natsume's hand, pleading earnestly. Although the likelihood was slim, she frequently encountered one or two Pokemon suffering from anorexia in need of treatment, which left her feeling quite anxious. Shall I give you some? Natsume raised an eyebrow. No. Thank you, Natsume, Coco interjected, pulling the two apart. In the coming year, my family will be supplying you with some. Mr. Natsume, Coco suddenly turned to him, a flush gracing her cheeks. Could you authorize this formula to the Kanto Pharmaceutical Company? I will have my father pay you a patent fee. Please send this to him. Natsume said, handing over the remaining half vial of powder to Coco. He was indifferent. After all, it was merely a little concoction he had stumbled upon and not worthy of his serious consideration. Earning a patent fee would not be amiss, especially since he would require substantial funds in the future. Coco treasured the vial as if it were a rare gem. She suddenly realized that Natsume was like an undiscovered treasure, consistently revealing delightful surprises. Chapter 42, Squirtle. Coco's efficiency was remarkable. That very evening, her father contacted Natsume, and they settled on an annual patent fee of 100 million yen. Originally 50 million, Coco had negotiated it up to approximately 100 million. Indeed, making money proved not to be overly difficult. Natsume noted with satisfaction that his annual income had doubled. System, if my assets double every year, how long will it take to amass sufficient funds to create an ultimate Rotom? Considering various factors, it is estimated that if the host's assets double annually, it will take approximately 26 years to accumulate adequate funds. Natsume rubbed his temples. Well, earning money is quite challenging. He set himself a goal of 10 years. Within a decade, sufficient funds and materials will be gathered to create a deity-like Rotom, to forge a being that transcends the very limits of our world. The materials used for its vessel must undoubtedly be extraordinary. Natsume's gaze turned towards various treasures associated with legendary Pokemon. Items such as the Grand Diamond, the Grand Platinum, the corrupted sword and shield, and the joyous alpaca board, among others, could serve as energy nodes or perhaps even be directly fused into the body. It should yield satisfactory results, one would presume. Having never attempted such a feat himself, Natsume could only await the outcome. Mr. Natsume, which room is yours? The distinguished student emerged from the room opposite, clad in pajamas. Natsume pointed to the room behind him. Mr. Natsume, I have a question for you. A smile graced the distinguished student's face as she emerged with a pillow in her arms and a notebook in hand, dashing into Natsume's room. After casting a glance at her, Natsume stepped into her room, closing and locking the door in one fluid motion. Ah, Mr. Natsume, came the sound of the distinguished student knocking at the door. Perusing through his books, Natsume yawned and, with a flick of his wrist, conjured a super ball. Having been persistently interrupted by the distinguished student in recent days, he had yet to dedicate time to developing the Super Ball Rotom. The A-Rank project, Charizard's Counterattack, has been released. Since the moment the little Charmander was willing to eat, the system had presented a new task. However, there was no hurry. The evolution of this Charmander into Charizard was still a distant prospect. Natsume closed the system interface and stretched leisurely. Oh, the nearest research institute seems to be that lighthouse belonging to Saikatsu, right? With the foundational work already laid, Natsume was close to completing the basic circuitry for the Super Ball Rotom. What he now lacked was a proper laboratory. Given his friendship with Saikatsu, the latter would undoubtedly agree to assist. Yes, he certainly will. The following day, after bidding farewell to Nurse Joy, the group set off on their journey once more. Strange. Why haven't we reached Kuroha City yet? Kasumi walked ahead, exasperated. Well, we cross Route 24, pass through a small town up ahead, traverse a beach, wade across a river, scale a volcano, and defeat the invincible Demon King. Suddenly, Brock ceased his recitation and handed his map to Natsume. Natsume, this appears to be your game strategy map. Thank you, Brock. I've been searching for this for days. You can't be serious. You've been following Natsume's game map all this time. Kasumi erupted, unable to contain her frustration. Ahaha, Brock scratched his head awkwardly. Don't worry, Kasumi, our general direction is correct. We're heading towards Kuroha City. Ash chimed in, retrieving his Pokédex. Since the last time Natsume had called him, Ash had been tinkering with his Pokédex for quite some time. He discovered that not only did it support video calls, but it also had functions for checking maps and product prices. Most importantly, it featured Ash's favorite Pokémon customization introduction function. Bulbasaur, favorite Pokémon. Bulbasaur, favorite Pokémon. Charmander, favorite Pokémon. Charmander, favorite Pokémon. Pikachu, favorite Pokémon. Pidgey, Butterfree. Throughout the journey, Ash continuously pressed buttons on his Pokédex, the sounds echoing incessantly. We get it, you've captured Bulbasaur and Charmander. Kasumi shouted, irritated by the noise. And how can there be so many favorites? Huh, they are my favorites. Ash replied proudly, resembling a long-nosed Pinocchio. Once I catch a Squirtle, I'll have all 3 starter Pokémon. He envisioned excitedly about the next day. Humph. Don't get your hopes up. Finding a Squirtle isn't as easy as you think, Kasumi remarked, turning her head away. Isn't that right, Natsume? You should know best that Squirtless are unlikely to be found around Kuroha City. Not necessarily. Natsume shifted his gaze from the super ball in his hand, extending his hand. His flying-type Rotom descended from the sky to observe the conditions of the road. Ash, your wish is about to come true. Natsume abruptly turned, looking at Ash with a serious expression. Really, Natsume? Have you seen a Squirtle? Natsume nodded. Follow me. Soon, the group trailed behind Natsume as he walked forward. Suddenly, Natsume halted, stamping his foot at a particular spot. All right, right here, he indicated towards a seemingly empty patch of land. Stand on this spot, and you'll soon see a Squirtle. Okay, Natsume. Ash grinned widely, positioning himself on the designated spot. He's just messing with you, Ash. Kasumi tugged at Ash's ear, attempting to rouse him from his trance. Natsume, I stood right here and didn't see a Squirtle appear. Ash looked at Natsume, puzzled. Not enough weight. Natsume shook his head seriously. What does that have to do with weight? Add me. Brock also stepped beside Ash, yet nothing happened. Pikachu, try sitting on Ash's shoulder, Natsume said, gently patting Pikachu's little head. Pikachu, puzzled, climbed onto Ash's shoulder. Still, nothing transpired. You too, split head. Pika. The split-headed Pikachu yawned, lazily climbing onto Ash's other shoulder. Yet again, nothing happened. The 3 exchanged bewildered glances at Natsume. Just bounce a bit, and it will happen. Natsume stated with utmost seriousness. Without hesitation, Ash began to hop. What are you doing, Ash? He's just messing with you. Kasumi shouted in anger. Suddenly, the ground beneath them crumbled, and Kasumi and the others fell into the pit. All right, let us go, distinguished student. Natsume beckoned to the distinguished student beside him. Huh, mister. Natsume, what about them? They'll be just fine. They'll return to the town by noon tomorrow with a bunch of Squirtless, Natsume replied. Already heading towards the town ahead. Huh. The distinguished student scratched her head, somewhat perplexed, but ultimately chose to trust Mr. Natsume. Natsume, what are you doing? In the pit. Kasumi brushed off the dust from her head, standing up to shout at the top. Natsume. No one responded, leaving Kasumi bewildered. Strange. What could be Natsume's reasoning for leaving us in this pit? I don't know, but if Natsume is doing this, he must have his reasons, Ash replied. Sitting down. So we just wait. How much do you trust him? Kasumi roared in exasperation. Hee Squirtle. A soft rustling sound at the entrance of the pit caught the trio's attention. They looked up to see a group of round little heads peering into the pit, gazing curiously at the 3. Kasumi was left bewildered. Wait, there really are Squirtless. Chapter 43, Saikatsu Lighthouse. In the town, at the Pokemon Center, Nurse Junsha stood before Natsume. Her expression one of regret. Sigh. Today witnesses reported that 3 fools were hopping around in the traps set by the Squirtless. By the time I arrived, they had vanished. Mr. Natsume, did you truly not see them? I don't know. I didn't. Natsume replied with practiced ease. Well, all right. Nurse Junsha shook her head and departed the Pokemon Center. Mr. Natsume, Nurse Junsha mentioned those Squirtless are problematic Pokemon. Is everything truly all right? The distinguished student expressed her concern beside Natsume. Problematic Pokemon? If it's Ash, it should be just fine. Natsume pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. Why does Mr. Natsume place such unwavering trust in Ash? The prodigious student pouted, clearly displeased. After all, she was the sole disciple of their teacher. Why was there such confidence in Ash? Natsume scratched his head, contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. Setting aside the narrative bias towards Ash, he considered a child who, since the tender age of 6, understood the essence of loyalty and was willing to take the blame for researchers. Even when faced with the bizarre incident of 10 tons of berries mysteriously vanishing from the research facility overnight, something utterly inconceivable for a child of 6, Ash would boldly proclaim. I ate them. Subsequently, he would endure a double team from Annie and Professor Oak, steadfastly refusing to betray Natsume. There was no way Natsume could distrust him. Pointing towards the entrance of the Pokemon Center, Natsume said to the prodigious student, Do you believe Ash could lead that group of Squirtless to redemption? They could very well arrive here by tomorrow evening. The prodigious student tilted her head, aware that most problematic Pokemon were often abandoned by their trainers. The notion of redemption for such Pokemon seemed far-fetched, as their very attachment to humans was questionable. I believe, she said, pursing her lips, though she remained unconvinced. Sensing her skepticism, Natsume yawned and gently ruffled her hair, speaking with earnest gravity. You must trust your own knowledge. Many of your current judgments can help me eliminate erroneous options. The prodigious student's head began to emit wisps of steam, a sign of her agitation. Feeling stressed again. The following day, at noon, just as Natsume had predicted, Ash and his companions appeared at the Pokemon Center's entrance. Behind them trailed Miss Junsha, followed by a large entourage of Squirtless. Incredible. You actually managed to convince those Squirtless. Miss Junsha exclaimed, giving a thumbs up to Ash and his friends. It's merely my duty. Brock knelt on one knee, grasping Junsha's hand. Ahaha, Natsume. Upon spotting Natsume, Ash's face lit up, and he rushed over with enthusiasm. Pikachu, resembling a refugee who had endured several days of hardship, was dirty but oblivious to his appearance as he climbed onto Natsume's table, tugging at the prodigious student's backpack before promptly dozing off. Compared to the hard stones in the cave, this soft backpack was far more comfortable. Natsume, I managed to persuade the Squirtless. Ash exclaimed excitedly, as a Squirtle sporting triangular sunglasses hopped onto the table. Simultaneously, Ash's Pokédex began to cheer. Squirtle, my favorite Pokemon. Squirtle, my favorite Pokemon. Meanwhile, the prodigious student gazed at the Squirtle resting atop her backpack, lost in thought. She had always assumed that Pikachu also belonged to Ash, only to later realize that this particular Squirtle was Natsume's. Yet, Ash could command it, and conversely, she observed that Ash's Pikachu seemed to respond well to Natsume's commands. It was infuriating. As his assistant, she did not enjoy such privileges. Pondering this, a conflicted expression crossed her delicate features as she contemplated whether to gift Natsume a Pokemon they could raise together to deepen their bond. As she mused, steam began to rise from her head. What's wrong? Natsume, engaged in conversation with Ash, noticed her peculiar state. Is there? The prodigious student shook her head, her rosy complexion fading like the tide. The leader of the Squirtless had been captured by Ash, while the rest remained in the town, taking on the role of firefighters. Don't worry, Squirtle. Natsume said that we will soon visit the Orange Islands, where a Pokemon firefighter competition will be held. We'll meet again. Ash reassured the Squirtle as they walked along the beach. Squirtle. The Squirtle removed its sunglasses and nodded in agreement. Hey, can you tone it down a bit? Misty said, exasperated as she glanced at Ash. After capturing the Squirtle, Ash had completely let loose. From the moment they set off, he released all his Pokemon, a Bulbasaur on his left, a Charmander on his right, a Squirtle on his head, and a Pidgeotto and Butterfree soaring overhead. I feel ready to compete in the Pokemon League already. With a spring in his step, Ash radiated confidence. Natsume, aren't you going to say something about how he's getting a bit carried away? Misty asked, staring at Natsume incredulously. Natsume, fiddling with a Super Ball, glanced up at Ash and then returned to his task, nonchalantly stating, It's fine. Shigeru will intervene. At his speed, he should have at least 4 or 5 badges by now. Knowing his personality, he'll certainly mock Ash when they meet, which will only serve to motivate Ash further, creating a positive feedback loop. Hey, don't try to sow discord between me and Natsume. Ash suddenly chimed in, and after a moment's thought, he turned to Natsume and asked, By the way, it seems you've never captured a Pokemon. Why would I need to capture Pokemon? Natsume replied, turning to look at Ash with curiosity. Ash was momentarily at a loss for words. I see. You must want to cultivate them in a more elite manner. Brock interjected. That's not the point, Natsume said, casually swiping a Pokeball from Brock's belt. Go Onix. Use rock, throw towards the sea. With a roar, Onix emerged and unleashed a barrage of rocks towards the distant ocean. Brock. Why does Brock's Pokemon listen to you? Misty exclaimed, fearfully clutching her own waist. After returning Onix and returning the Pokeball to Brock, Natsume shrugged indifferently. He realized that every Pokemon in their group seemed to harbor a mix of fear and reverence towards him. Indeed, he was the fated bond-bearer of Pokemon. Natsume thought to himself, nodding with satisfaction. But Natsume, you can't borrow someone else's Pokemon for the league competition, can you? I'll lend it to Mr. Natsume. The prodigious student interjected, her head popping up in front of Natsume, a Pokeball held high in her hand. Principally, That's not allowed. Natsume brushed her hand aside and added, "Don't worry, Ash. If the opportunity arises, I will capture one myself. For now, let us head to that lighthouse for the night." Natsume pointed toward the distant coastline. The group turned to see a tall lighthouse perched atop a steep cliff in the distance. Chapter 44, The Radiant Beacon. Before long, they arrived at the base of the lighthouse. Although it appeared close, the journey to its entrance consumed a significant amount of time for everyone, except for Natsume, who effortlessly flew up on his Rotom Pokeball. At a distance, they could see Natsume waving at them, silent and ghostly, as if beckoning their spirits. Misty, hands on her hips and breathless, glared at Natsume, feeling her frustration boiling over. Natsume. Before she could finish, Natsume covered her mouth. "I'll handle it." The prodigious student pulled Natsume's hand away and covered Misty's mouth herself. Misty, rendered speechless, thought, "What has happened to you? Turning into a lackey?" With the prodigious studentess hand over her mouth, Misty glared at Natsume, desperately wanting to ask why they couldn't have Rotom simply carry them up one by one. Suddenly, Misty noticed something odd beside Natsume. After a brief survey, they realized that Rotom, who had been buzzing around Natsume, was nowhere to be seen. Seemingly captured in a Pokeball. Such an unusual sight piqued Ash's curiosity. Natsume pressed a finger to Ash's lips. The group wondered if perhaps there was some peculiar rule about silence within the lighthouse. Natsume gestured for silence towards the crowd and pointed at the grand entrance of the lighthouse. Intricate patterns adorned the door, interspersed with peculiar Pokémon fossils. Their ages unknown, whether they were ancient relics or recent finds remained a mystery. Indeed, these were genuine Pokémon fossils. The lighthouse's owner was quite ostentatious. Brock stroked his chin, surveying the door with a sense of wonder. Natsume continued to indicate the entrance, where a button was situated. Should they press it? Brock, without hesitation, gave it a push. "Fool, have you not learned your lesson?" Misty exclaimed, her face reflecting apprehension as she noticed Natsume had instinctively distanced himself from the door. She hurried over, and Ash quickly joined Natsume's side. Surprisingly, this time, no calamity ensued. The door did not explode, collapse, nor did any menacing Pokémon emerge. It seemed the button served to establish contact with the lighthouse's owner, as a cheerful ringing sound followed the press. After a brief moment, a hearty male voice resonated from the door. "Hello, this is the lighthouse of Masahiro." "Ah, greetings, Mr. Masahiro. We are trainers passing through and would like to seek shelter for the night. Here is my Pokédex." Ash spoke confidently, presenting the device towards the button, seemingly oblivious to whether the recipient could see it or not. "I see. If necessary, may we use the kitchen? I can cook anything." Brock interjected enthusiastically. "Can you make stir-fried noodles?" The voice queried unexpectedly. "Absolutely." Brock nodded vigorously. "Then come on in." "Thank you, Mr. Masahiro." Misty chimed in, edging closer upon sensing no danger. However, as she approached, the door suddenly emitted a loud alarm. "Huh, what is happening?" Misty jumped at the unexpected sound. "Warning, electric Pokémon detected." The shrill alarm continued blaring. "Electric Pokémon," Ash murmured, holding up his Pikachu. "It's my Pikachu. Is there a problem, Mr. Masahiro?" "Oh, it's just a Pikachu. I was too tense. Please, come inside," Masahiro replied, as the lighthouse door creaked open. Stepping inside, they found themselves in a space reminiscent of a medieval castle. "How eerie. It feels like ghost Pokémon might leap out at any moment," Misty said, retreating behind Ash. "What? I can catch ghost Pokémon too." Ash waved dismissively, clearly feeling emboldened. "Oh, so brave. Why don't you step in front of Brock then?" Suddenly, Brock halted. The group looked up to see a massive Kabuto resting on a nearby seat. "Ah!" Misty screamed, shutting her eyes. Kabuto, the fossil Pokémon, revived from ancient biological fossils. Upon hearing the Pokédex's introduction, Ash instinctively reached for a Pokeball. To his astonishment, Kabuto spoke, "Please do not be afraid." In a voice similar to Masahiro's, Brock cautiously asked, "Is that you, Mr. Masahiro?" "Indeed, it is I." "This is my Kabuto mimicry suit," Masahiro explained. "Could you do me a favor? There's a button on the second leg to the left that I can't reach." The group paused, realizing Masahiro was trapped inside. Ash stepped forward and quickly freed him. As smoke billowed from the suit, a figure emerged, wearing glasses and a white lab coat. "Thank you so much, Natsume," Masahiro exclaimed, suddenly pressing a button beside him. In the next moment, the floor began to tilt towards the entrance, as if dumping garbage, and the group was unceremoniously ejected outside. With a loud thud, the door slammed shut. "Natsume, just how insufferable can you be?" Misty groaned, regaining her balance. The group turned to face Natsume, realizing he had remained silent until now. From Masahiro's reaction, it was evident that had they heard Natsume's voice from the outset, they might never have entered the lighthouse. After pondering for a moment, Natsume declared, "It must be jealousy of my talent. What should we do now, Natsume?" Ash asked, looking at him. In a swift motion, she was lifted high by Natsume. "Master, this is my assistant. Won't you offer her a greeting?" Natsume called out to the top of the lighthouse, holding the blushing girl aloft. A bead of sweat formed on Masahiro's forehead as he observed the scene. His apprentice appeared quite adorable. He hoped Natsume wouldn't lead her astray. However, he absolutely could not allow Natsume entry in the coming nights, especially with someone approaching. An uncontrollable variable could not be permitted. Just as he resolved to ignore him, Natsume's voice rang out once more. "My Pokemon Gigantamaxed at Crescent Mountain last time." Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Masahiro's head, his expression one of skepticism. Really? He had been stationed there day and night, waiting for the mysterious Gigantamax Pokemon. Not long ago, he had heard rumors of peculiar phenomena linked to Gigantamaxing occurring at Crescent Mountain. Masahiro had initially planned to wrap up matters here before seeking out Professor Oak, for that was his lifelong ambition. Naturally, they could attest to it. Natsume released his Pokeball, summoning Rotom. Beside him, Ash and the others nodded fervently. Well, Masahiro hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced to Natsume's request. He had heard of Natsume's Rotom from Professor Oak. Chapter 45, The Gigantic Pokemon. Re-entering the lighthouse. The atmosphere was now illuminated brightly, no longer shrouded in darkness. "Wow, so many fossils," Ash exclaimed, spotting previously unnoticed corners filled with various fossils and bizarre stones. In the Johto region, Mr. Masahiro is a leading figure in the study of fossil Pokemon, Natsume introduced, pulling Masahiro to the forefront. "Well then, let me reintroduce myself. I am Masahiro, a researcher of fossil Pokemon." "A researcher?" Brock inquired, puzzled. "At your level, shouldn't you be a Pokemon professor?" The girl looked up, curious about Masahiro. "Haha, I focus so intently on my research that I have no time for such titles," Masahiro replied, shaking his head. Masahiro was indeed quite accomplished. He had numerous opportunities to attain the title of Pokemon professor, but chose not to pursue it, Natsume added. Masahiro shot him a glance, momentarily silencing his intended retort. "While searching the seas for ancient Pokemon fossils, I inadvertently encountered a gigantic Pokemon," Masahiro continued, addressing the group earnestly. Soon, they gained a foundational understanding of Masahiro and recognized why such a promising Pokemon researcher would willingly reside in this desolate lighthouse. "Is it true, Mr. Masahiro? You said that mysterious gigantic Pokemon might appear here tonight." Ash's eyes sparkled with excitement. He felt he was about to gain new insights. If that is the case, it's very likely that the Johto region will indeed connect with the Galar region's Gigantamax system. If developed well. Brock pondered aloud. Beside him, the girl's eyes gleamed with excitement. As a wealthy heiress, she considered the vast potential profits from the Johto region integrating a new system. "Wait a moment. Why is everyone so optimistic?" Xiaoxia suddenly voiced her concerns. "What if that colossal Pokemon turns out to be a villain? Wouldn't we be doomed?" In response, Jinghui chuckled, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, I synthesized a mating call based on the cries of that gigantic Pokemon to lure it over." Hey. If it gets tricked by an online romance, won't it be even angrier?" Xiaoxia retorted, her sarcasm evident. The atmosphere abruptly fell into silence as Jinghui ceased speaking. Xiaoxia mused. "These researchers are increasingly unreliable. Speaking of which, is it too late for me to make a run for it?" However, Jinghui's face displayed a conflicted expression. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that might never present itself again. Beside him, Natsume patted his shoulder, well aware that every discovery of a Gigantamax Pokemon was immensely significant for the current Johto region and an extraordinary chance for each researcher. Of course, Jinghui's primary motivation remained his own ambitions. "Contact Professor Oak and see if you can request the League to send a champion-level trainer over," Natsume advised Jinghui. "Right." Jinghui's eyes brightened, and he stood up to contact Professor Oak. Suddenly, he halted, turning to Natsume with a look of suspicion. "Wait, what are you planning to do?" "I just need to borrow your laboratory for a bit." Natsume casually walked towards the second floor of the lighthouse. "Absolutely not. Nothing can go awry tonight." Jinghui positioned himself in front of Natsume, fearful that he might step into his lab even for a moment. "Well," Natsume scratched his head. "My Pokéball Rotom can be upgraded. Professor Oak must have informed you about some of its features." Upon hearing this, Jinghui felt a spark of inspiration. If they could briefly seal that gigantic Pokemon, they might be able to achieve a significant breakthrough regarding the Gigantamax phenomenon in Johto. "All right, but you must be cautious," Jinghui warned as he produced a key, handing it to Natsume. "I relocated the original lab. There is a secret door that leads directly inside." Natsume rubbed his nose, feeling hesitant to inquire why Jinghui's laboratory had to be so clandestine. Following Jinghui's guidance, Natsume soon arrived at the rebuilt lab, taking out a great ball. Natsume's expression turned tense. It had been nearly a month since their last encounter at Moonview Mountain. The circuitry of the Great Ball Rotom was vividly etched in his mind. Even without a blueprint, the Great Ball appeared as comprehensible to him as if it were laid out in diagrams. Rotom, Natsume called out softly. Rotom. A golden spark surged into the Great Ball he held. Natsume stood by, silently observing the fusion of the Great Ball and Rotom. Now, it all depended on Rotom's proficiency. Outside the lighthouse, 3 shadowy figures lurked near a window. Did you hear that? The gigantic Pokémon Meow? Meowth whispered excitedly. If we capture it for Boss Butch to study, we could decipher Gigantamaxing first, and Team Rocket would dominate. Ha ha ha. Just as Musashi's laughter faded, Kojiro swiftly covered her mouth. With a serious expression, he pointed to the hall below, where Jinghui was contacting Professor Oak. We absolutely cannot let them summon a champion trainer. Meow? Meowth's psyche had been deeply scarred. Indeed, Kojiro felt goosebumps rise all over him. After a moment, he proposed, why don't we cut the phone line? All right, let's do it. Back in the lab, perhaps due to prior success, Rotom's fusion this time proceeded far more smoothly than the first. Soon, under Natsume's watchful gaze, a Great Ball Rotom with a blue lid and white base was born. Eagerly, Natsume accessed the system panel to check on the Great Ball Rotom status. Rotom, Great Ball Form, LV55. Type, Electric Psychic. Base stats, 560 health, 180, attack, 20, special attack, 40, defense, 150, special defense, 150, speed, 20. Moves, Curse Ball, Heal Ball, Extinction Ball, Protect. Ability, Poke Ball, provides a potent suppression effect against Pokemon. The Great Ball Rotom not only boasted a base stat total that exceeded that of the standard Pokeball Rotom by 40 points, but also possessed an additional move. Curiously, Natsume clicked on the question mark move. Absorbs one of the opponent's Pokemon to siphon energy and immediately expels it. If the absorbed Pokemon had undergone Gigantamaxing, it reduces the Gigantamax turn by 1. If it had Mega Evolved, it initiates a 3-turn countdown for Mega Evolution. If it had Terastallized, it also begins a 3-turn countdown. pp. 2. Simultaneously, Natsume discovered some changes in the Heal Ball move. Heal Ball. If Rotom has performed energy siphoning, the released Pokemon will receive energy infusion, allowing it to perform a single turn of Mega Evolution, Gigantamax, or Terastallization. pp. 5. After reviewing these 2 entries, Natsume nodded in understanding. In short, the newly added move could diminish the duration of other Pokemon's Mega Evolutions, Gigantamax, and Terastallizations. Natsume named it the Robin Hood Ball. The newly enhanced functionality of the Heal Ball allowed his Pokemon to gain energy from Mega Evolution, Gigantamax, or Terastallization after using the Robin Hood Ball. Sighing, Natsume suddenly felt melancholic. From the Pokeball to the Great Ball, Rotom had acquired a single powerful move, only these irritating techniques to annoy opponents. This was hardly in line with his sunny disposition. Chapter 46, The Gigantic Dragonite. Return, Rotom. As Rotom returned to the Pokeball, Natsume exited the laboratory. Stepping outside, he noticed the dejected expressions on everyone's faces. Behind them stood a familiar purple figure, scratching its head in confusion. A Gengar, level 85. Where did such a high-level Gengar come from? Natsume was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that Jinghui only had 1 Pokemon at a slightly higher level, a level 48 Blastoise. Jinghui, what is going on? Ignoring Gengar, who appeared friendly and floated quietly in Natsume's shadow as he emerged, Jinghui let out a deep sigh before explaining. We contacted Professor Oak, but only Granny Kikuko was available, though she's too far from us. After discussing with her, Professor Oak intends to use the Pokemon transport device to send over some of Granny Kikuko's main Pokemon, which would at least provide us with some combat power. Jinghui's expression soured as he continued. I don't know who the scoundrel was that cut all my lines. Just as Gengar was transported over, it became unusable. As he spoke, Jinghui's face fell into despair, muttering, what if that gigantic Pokemon is angered and refuses to communicate with me? Hey, not beating you up would be considered merciful, and you still expect it to communicate? Xiaoxia attempted to dispel Jinghui's unrealistic fantasies. Upon hearing this, fear of the unknown surfaced on everyone's faces, especially Xiaojiang, who was deeply impacted by the previous Gigantamax Rotom incident. Moreover, based on Jinghui's research, that gigantic Pokemon was of a remarkably high level, making it even more terrifying. I say, everyone, let us not be so pessimistic, on the other hand. Natsume had already grown familiar with Granny Kikuko's Gengar, feeding it as they conversed. Look at this Jengar, Natsume said, patting Jengar's head. Jengar turned to him, its eyes gleaming red as it gazed intently at Natsume. It's been trained exceptionally well, at an impressively high level. It must be Granny Kikuko's ace. As Natsume spoke, he strapped on a Gigantamax band around his wrist. Isn't this thing supposed to be useless? Xiaoxia cast a perplexed glance at Natsume, recalling how Dr. Mulan had expressly instructed them that day. Wear it well. By the way, Gungue, where is your Pokeball? Natsume turned to look at Gungue. Gungue, with a languid flick of its long tongue, rolled a red and white sphere towards Natsume. The master had advised it to temporarily follow the person who appeared most trustworthy. After a careful observation, Gungue concluded that the black sludge provided by the individual before it was indeed the most delectable. Natsume detached Gungue's treasured ball and connected it to his Gigantamax bracelet, seemingly engaged in some unknown task. By the way, Natsume, has your Superball Rotom been successfully developed? Ash suddenly inquired. About that, Natsume began, and Rotom, understanding the cue, promptly materialized before everyone in its latest form. It's a success. Jinghui appeared even more jubilant than Natsume. What about the capabilities of this Rotom? Can it withstand that gigantic Pokemon? No, Natsume shook his head, causing the flickering hope on Jinghui's visage to extinguish. Meanwhile, Jipong beside them erupted into hearty laughter, seemingly relishing the atmosphere of others' disappointment. Woo-woo. Atop the lighthouse, a resonant, flute-like sound began to echo. It's beginning. Let us ascend. Jinghui rallied himself, donning a demeanor of unwavering resolve. Soon, the group assisted Jinghui in transporting numerous instruments to the summit of the lighthouse. After a series of adjustments, the instruments they had brought were all aimed at the fog-laden sea ahead. Ash, unable to decipher the nature of these devices, merely knew that some were recording, prompting him to retrieve his Pokédex. He activated the camera, directing it towards the vast ocean. Pika! A Pikachu appeared within the frame, only to vanish swiftly, scampering up Ash's arm to perch on his shoulder. How I envy your Pokédex for having such a feature, Xiaoxia exclaimed, leaning in from behind Ash, noting how the image quality surpassed many professional cameras. If my Pokédex had that function, I would take at least 10 pictures daily. Nearby, Xiaoxi glanced at Ash's Pokédex, then turned to Natsume with starry eyes. Mr. Natsume, I want one too. The second book, How Researchers Survive in the Wilderness, page 458, contains a handmade tutorial, Natsume replied, seated cross-legged atop Gungue's head, the latter supporting him without turning back. He was unprepared for anything, merely gazing out at the horizon. Suddenly, the waves on the surface of the sea began to swell. Woo-woo. From across the sea, a faint response seemed to echo back. It's coming, Jinghui exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as everyone held their breath, scarcely daring to exhale. It's coming. On a cliff, within a cave, Team Rocket's trio displayed similar excitement. Ha! We'll capture that gigantic Pokemon and present it to Boss Giovanni, Kojiro proclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Indeed, with that, Team Rocket will monopolize the Gigantamax phenomenon throughout the Kanto region. Musashi began to envision the future. Strange, why has Meowth gone silent? The duo suddenly noticed Meowth trembling beside them. We should run, Meowth. Why? Kojiro and Musashi queried in confusion. She said she wants to kill us. And it's all that foolish researcher's fault. Meowth began to babble incoherently. What are you saying? Musashi and Kojiro's expressions grew increasingly perplexed. That sounds like the language of a Dragonite. A giant Dragonite. The realization sent shivers down their spines. If that were the case, they seemingly had no stake in the matter. Can't we just follow those kids and pick up the leftovers? Kojiro suggested, only to find Meowth clutching its head, its expression growing even more terrified. She even said she wants to destroy everything in sight. Oh, Meowth, you must have understood something, Kojiro exclaimed, dawning comprehension. Well, we could sneak a few photos or something, right? Musashi was reluctant to concede defeat. No, it's that stupid lighthouse researcher. What does the lighthouse researcher have to do with it? Musashi and Kojiro were even more baffled. But before they could elaborate, a white beam suddenly struck the surface of the sea before them. Boom. A colossal beam of destructive light surged forth from beyond the mist, crashing into the ocean's surface and unleashing a tremendous wave. The cave was inundated with seawater, and the trio was swept away by the towering tide, soaring into the air. What is that? Natsume's eyes lit up, and he patted Jipong beneath him. Gungue, help me save that Meowth. Gungue nodded, its crimson gaze shimmering with a faint blue glow. In the sky, Meowth mused that being flung like this wasn't so bad. However, it soon realized it was descending closer to the ground, and towards the lighthouse at that. Peering apprehensively into the mist, Meowth cried out, no. Meowth landed in Natsume's grasp. firmly held by the scruff of its neck. "It's you, Meowth." Natsume shook his head slightly, having expected a Meowth capable of flight. However, Team Rocket's Meowth was indeed rather unique, being well-versed in nearly all Pokémon languages. "Meowth, what are you doing here?" Ash and the others gathered around, eyeing this old adversary. Meowth, however, was in no mood to explain, struggling incessantly. "You bastard, let me go. I don't want to die. Don't drag Meowth into this." "Why do you say we want to die?" Ash asked, perplexed, glancing at Meowth. "That giant Dragonite said it wants to kill you." "Let me go?" "A giant Dragonite." Jinghui recorded excitedly. "It wants to kill us." Xiaoxia gasped. "Why would a giant Dragonite want to kill us?" Natsume lifted Meowth by the neck, curiously observing it. "It's this foolish researcher. He angered the giant Dragonite." Meowth pointed accusingly at Jinghui, beginning its tirade. Sigh. Xiaoxia covered her face. Truly, online dating had made someone angry. Even if it turned out that the mating call was fake, it shouldn't warrant such fury, right? Jinghui scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. Unexpectedly, Meowth, upon hearing this, flew into a rage, and despite being grasped firmly, it strained to kick Jinghui. "What mating call? The sounds in your lighthouse were all insults, insults." Meowth extended its claws, and were it not for Natsume's grip, it would likely have launched itself at Jinghui in a frenzy. "That is impossible. While the sounds of such Pokemon are indeed peculiar and rare, I've compared them, and they are quite similar to some Pokemon mating calls," Jinghui refuted. "Yes, Meowth." "It was that kind of yellowish insult," Meowth replied, utterly exhausted. The atmosphere descended into an eerie silence. A thunderous roar erupted, conjuring a tempest that rivaled a colossal storm, dispersing the mist over the ocean. The lighthouse signal light turned languidly, flickering ominously as a gargantuan Dragonite emerged before the group. Its crimson eyes filled with rage as it glared at the assembly atop the lighthouse. "Just a reminder, that appears to be a mother Dragonite with offspring. We are doomed." Meowth raised a paw, surrendering to despair. "Superball Rotom, Curse Ball." A purple beam shot forth, aimed at the Dragonite. The creature's form distorted momentarily, but it was not ensnared by the Superball Rotom. "Huh." Natsume was taken aback. "Natsume, do you have any other strategies?" The Dragonite gathered white orbs of energy in its maw, the mist dissipating. This time, it would not miss. Annihilation Ball. A terrifying gray-white beam struck the massive Dragonite, its body beginning to be consumed by the pallid energy. It worked. The group collectively sighed in relief. However, the respite was short-lived, as the grayish tendrils receded, halting at the Dragonite's neck before rapidly fading away. Before long, the Dragonite regained its original form, fury flaring even more intensely in its eyes, as white energy points began to coalesce frantically. "Natsume, do you have any ideas left?" Zheng Hui gazed at Natsume with a face full of despair. "I don't know. How about we throw Ash up there to give him a punch?" Natsume suggested jokingly. "Oh, come on. At a time like this, Natsume, stop joking around." Xiaoxia retorted angrily. "All right, watch my million-ton punch." Ash eagerly stood on the railing of the lighthouse. "Are you an idiot?" Xiaoxia exclaimed, desperately clinging to his legs in an attempt to pull him down. The exemplary student stood behind Natsume, his face devoid of any worry. Mister." Natsume isn't anxious at all. He must have a plan," he asserted confidently. "Of course, I'm not worried. My Rotom has teleportation," Natsume replied. "You want to leave me behind, will you, Mr. Natsume?" The exemplary student tightened his grip on Natsume's clothing, fearful that he might suddenly vanish. "Enough with the jokes. Let us use the Robin Hood Ball." As he spoke, Superball Rotom unleashed a blue beam, engulfing the charging giant Dragonite. The crowd rejoiced at the sight. "I knew you would have a plan, Natsume," Ash exclaimed joyfully. "Natsume, how long can this seal last?" "Professor Okito just contacted me. Dato is on his way." Natsume held up 3 fingers. 3 minutes? Zheng Hui asked anxiously, his breath quickening. Natsume lowered 1 finger. 1-0. No sooner had he spoken than the giant Dragonite reappeared on the surface of the sea. What good is that? Clearly, a preemptive retreat was the wise choice. Xiaoxia roared in frustration. "Natsume, did you inflict some negative status on the giant Dragonite?" Brock speculated, glancing at the giant Dragonite on the sea's surface, which seemed momentarily dazed. "No," Natsume shook his head, also observing the giant Dragonite. For some unknown reason, it had ceased its attack and was now scrutinizing its own condition. Even the slightest movements stirred the sea, crashing against the cliffs like a tsunami. The crowd felt the lighthouse sway beneath their feet. "Even though we don't know why it's suddenly inactive, this is a good opportunity," Meowth reminded. "I believe we should take the initiative," Natsume declared as he sat atop Superball Rotom, lifting Meowth into the air. "I'm telling you to escape quickly. Don't take me with you." Meowth cried out in terror, capturing the giant Dragonite's attention. Its enormous slit pupils fixated on Natsume. Dragonite, LV-100. Detected special Pokemon, Giant Dragonite. Issuing S-Class Quest, the mystery of the giant Dragonite. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Roaring, the Dragonite directed all its focus toward Natsume, reaching out to seize him. A level 100 Dragonite. Natsume felt a flicker of astonishment. After level 50, it becomes exceedingly difficult for Pokemon to level up. Only a handful of Pokemon in the league's history have reached level 100. However, perhaps he could manage to put up a fight? Gengar, send them away, Natsume shouted. And in the next moment, everyone found themselves floating. Gengar used telekinesis to transport them to the beach. Mr. Natsume. The exemplary student looked up at Natsume in the sky. Worry etched on his face. Natsume has teleportation. We should focus on our own safety and maintain our distance, Brock advised. On the sea's surface, after several failed attempts to grasp Natsume, the giant Dragonite's expression began to show signs of agitation. Gengar. Natsume called down. Gengar. The purple creature responded, believing it was being summoned for assistance. However, unexpectedly, a green beam enveloped it. Within Super Rotom, Gengar felt perplexed as countless black and red particles swirled around it, frantically burrowing into its body. Go Gigantamax Gengar. A torrent of black and red particles erupted from Pokéball Rotom. The sky darkened with a black and red thunderstorm. Tendrils of lightning weaving like serpents, casting a massive shadow over the entire coast. A Gengar, magnified countless times, emerged, its cavernous mouth resembling a gate to the underworld, aimed directly at the Dragonite. Below, the crowd momentarily forgot to flee. In the Kanto region, ISNT Gigantamaxing impossible? Zheng Hui's face glowed with excitement. How did Natsume accomplish this? Chapter 48. Natsume vs. Giant Dragonite. Roaring, the frenzied giant Dragonite quieted once more. It seemed to be curious about the Gigantamax Gengar, a Pokemon of its own magnitude, scrutinizing it with intrigue. Gengar? Gengar, too, examined itself, sensing a tempestuous energy within, though it felt that energy would dissipate quickly. For some reason, the opposing giant Dragonite became invigorated. This time, its gaze towards Natsume bore an unmistakable determination. Raising its hand, it disregarded the Gigantamax Gengar and reached for Natsume atop its head. Gengar, use Gigantamax Phantom Force, Natsume commanded. With exceptionally high special attack, this Gengar, adept with Shadow Ball, would deliver significant damage. Most importantly, the move carried a trapping effect, making it difficult for the opponent to escape. Gengar. Gengar opened its gaping maw, a void seemingly leading to the cycle of life and death. Countless purple phantoms coalesced within, as if legions of souls swirled around. In the next moment, this torrent of phantoms surged toward the unsuspecting giant Dragonite. Boom, boom, boom. The Gigantamax Phantom Force collided with the giant Dragonite, piercing through its body and producing a sound akin to rushing water. The giant Dragonite's body visibly stiffened, its outstretched hand frozen in midair. Looking down, it couldn't quite believe what had just happened to its own body. I'm injured. This purple creature was truly the mainstay of the Ghost-type elite. Even in its first Gigantamax transformation, it executed the Gigantamax Phantom Force with seamless precision. Natsume regarded Gengar with satisfaction. Were it not for his high moral standards and the slight strength of Kikuko's Gengar, he might have even considered joining Team Rocket. However, it was of little concern. Natsume could lure it to his breeding facility. Good, it seems Natsume has a chance of winning. On the beach, Ash gazed excitedly at Natsume, who stood atop the Gigantamax Gengar. If this continues, we might just capture this Gigantamax Dragonite. Zheng Hui's face flushed, his breathing rapid as if he were the one battling. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon occurred. The Gigantamax Gengar beneath Natsume trembled violently, and then its entire form began to collapse and shrink, reverting back to its normal Gengar state within seconds. The opposing giant Dragonite, witnessing this scene, grew even more resolute. Gengar? Gengar looked dejectedly at Natsume. Don't worry. Watch this, Natsume reassured, gently patting the purple creature. Beside them, Pokéball Rotom unleashed another blue beam, attempting to replicate its previous success. The giant Dragonite raised a hand to block, a transparent barrier shielding it from the blue beam. It can be defended against? Natsume momentarily froze. This realization made him feel that the Pokeball series Rotom had become more cheerful. Gengar? Noticing that the beam meant to empower it had been blocked, Gengar looked to Natsume, inquiring what they should do next. It's over. Mr. Natsume's Pokéball Rotom has very limited skill releases. The exemplary student voiced her concerns. As Natsume's assistant, she clearly understood the Pokeball series Rotom better than anyone else. Don't worry, believe in Natsume. Look, Brock exclaimed. Only then did the crowd notice that, at some point, a barrier had begun to descend, enveloping the giant Dragonite and Natsume. Battlefield rules have been activated. The system detected that the opponent possesses divine status. The current mode is a team battle, allowing multiple Pokémon to exist simultaneously on the field. Our side lacks any Pokémon with divine status, thus the general effects of Dragonite's divine status will take effect. Upon hearing the system's voice, Natsume was momentarily taken aback. Divine status? Isn't that exclusive to legendary Pokémon? Moreover, it must belong to the strongest among them. On the other side, the massive Dragonite, feeling a voice resonating within its mind, became even more resolute in its intent to take Natsume with it. Go, Gengar, Pokéball Rotom. Natsume waved his hand, and the two Pokémon positioned themselves before the colossal Dragonite. Trainer Natsume used a full PP supplement. Pokéball Rotom's PP has been restored. Although such PP supplements exist in reality, they are rarely utilized, except by intrepid explorers in desolate regions, due to their slow effectiveness. But does reality matter? In the regulated battle arena, PP supplements become effective instantaneously. This means that as long as sufficient PP supplements are available, Pokéball Rotom can continuously redistribute wealth, while Gengar can undergo a mega evolution. The redistribution ball. Gengar, prepare. Thanks to the redistribution ball's effect, Gengar mega evolved. With a cold, indifferent voice echoing, the previously vanished Mega Gengar re-emerged at the coastline. Amidst the exhilarating background music, Dragonite's eyes sparkled with excitement, gazing fervently at Natsume. What are you doing? A chill ran down Natsume's spine. He couldn't shake the feeling that Dragonite's gaze resembled that of a proud offspring. However, the massive Dragonite was entirely forthright. Mega Shadow Ball. Fearing that the giant Dragonite might flee, Natsume hastily commanded. Simultaneously, the health bar above Dragonite's head became visible, revealing it had lost merely a sliver of health. Natsume glanced at it, sensing something was amiss. Even if it were an extremely durable Dragonite, it shouldn't have lost so little health after enduring a Mega Shadow Ball before the battle commenced, right? Before Natsume could ponder further, the first Mega Shadow Ball struck Dragonite within the regulated battlefield. Due to divine status effects, Dragonite's damage taken is reduced. Boom. Dragonite's health bar dropped by about 1/10. Due to divine status effects, Dragonite's health points have been restored. The already abundant health bar surged back up, effectively meaning that two Mega Shadow Balls had only chipped away 1/20th of its health. What? Natsume was bewildered. Where did it acquire divine status? With flames coalescing in its claws, Dragonite hurled a fiery punch towards Pokéball Rotom. Dragonite used Fire Punch. Due to divine status effects, Dragonite's attack ignores resistances and traits. Boom. Pokéball Rotom collapsed in an instant. Natsume. Wait, what is this? Before Natsume could react, Gengar reverted from its mega form. Gengar. Gengar was startled. Go, Meowth. As Rotom fell, Meowth was automatically dispatched into battle by the system. No. Meowth despaired. It desperately wished to flee, but a peculiar force restrained it. Gengar Link. Gengar used Link, establishing a tight connection with Dragonite. Dragonite remained silent, merely swinging its fist as flames gathered once more. Dragonite used Fire Punch. Due to divine status effects, Dragonite's attack ignores resistances and traits. Gengar has fallen. Due to the Link effect, Dragonite has also fallen. Both health bars emptied simultaneously. Wonderful. Meowth cried, tears streaming down its face, more elated than Natsume himself. Behind him, Natsume furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. The colossal Dragonite's health bar was depleted, yet the regulated battlefield showed no signs of concluding. Due to divine status effects, Dragonite's health points have been restored. To Natsume's astonished gaze, Dragonite's health bar once again turned fully green. Shouldn't it just declare her the winner? Chapter 49, Natsume captured. Go, Master Ball. Natsume had no other options. This was his last resort. This time, finally, no divine status effects were at play. The Master Ball struck the massive Dragonite, enveloping it in a crimson light. Natsume used the Master Ball. The Pokemon is in a state of Ultra Mega Evolution. Capture failed. Ultra Mega Evolution? Natsume was utterly stunned, unable to mourn the loss of a Master Ball. Ultra Mega Evolution belonged exclusively to the Ultra Beasts. Why did this Dragonite possess it as well? It's over, it's truly over. Meowth cradled its head, feeling as though the sky was collapsing. Can we escape, system? Natsume suddenly inquired. During the escape, the attempt was successful. In the next moment, the regulated battlefield disintegrated, and Natsume plummeted into the sea. Submerged in the brackish waters, Natsume was at a loss for words. Does this escape mean you're fleeing on your own? Quick. Think of something, Meowth. She asked, looking over here. Meowth, clutching Natsume's head, shook him frantically. Meowth. Natsume looked up, meeting Meowth's earnest gaze. What is it? Do you have an idea? A flicker of hope ignited within Meowth. Rather than struggling in despair, it would be better to prepare for the inevitable. With that, Natsume closed his eyes, adopting a serene demeanor. Prepare my remains, you rascal. As the waves surged, the massive Dragonite grasped Natsume and Meowth in its claws. Natsume. Mr. Natsume. Natsume. Go, Pidgeot. Ash released his Pokeball, but the enormous Dragonite flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Boom. With a casual motion, it unleashed a tempest. The violent winds stirred up clouds of sand on the beach, forcing the group to bow their heads in submission. Onyx, shield us. Megastelix. Dragonite. Use Hurricane. Just as everyone was overwhelmed, a loud voice rang out from a distance. The furious wind pressure was countered by the hurricane, and tranquility returned to the beach. It's Mr. Dado. Mr. Dado, please save Natsume. Ash leaped in desperation, nearly reaching the hovering Dragonite. Huh. Dragonite glanced at him in surprise, then shifted its gaze to the distant horizon. There's the aura of our clan's prodigy. Mr. Dado, save my teacher. I placed a locator on Natsume. The gigantic Dragonite has taken him away, but hasn't traveled far. Hurry and rescue him. Riku had evidently prepared more thoroughly. He suddenly hurled a device into the air. Don't worry, leave it to me. Dado caught the device, and the Dragonite beneath him surged forward at high speed toward the direction the massive Dragonite had departed. Mr. Dado should be able to handle this, right? Brock looked anxiously in the direction Dado had gone. Oh, come on. He's a Dragon-type champion and has a Dragonite of his own. He might just negotiate with that gigantic Dragonite, Misty said optimistically. In the next moment, a figure streaked through the air like a comet, Dado and his Dragonite. Boom. They crashed onto the beach, creating a large crater. Mr. Dado, are you all right? The others looked over and realized that Dragonite was cradling Dado, cushioned by its soft belly, so he had escaped serious injury. Ugh. Dragonite let out a mournful cry. I misjudged. It's not a prodigy but an ancestor. What a powerful wind. Overhead, Meowth gaped, letting the sea breeze fill its mouth. It was not that it didn't want to close its mouth. The force of the wind made it impossible. What did you say? Meowth's voice was carried away by the wind. Natsume spoke, but his words were barely audible. This Dragonite had captured him, but for what purpose? It continued to fly swiftly in a single direction. The icy sea wind whipped against Natsume's face, and he felt as though he was on the verge of freezing into unconsciousness. Sensing that the conditions of Natsume and Meow Meow were somewhat amiss, the colossal Dragonite came to a halt. It was at this moment that she realized the human she had seized was beginning to turn pale, his hand cold as ice. It appeared he had been lifeless for quite some time. Dragonite was momentarily taken aback. What the? She promptly spat a mouthful of saliva onto Natsume. What is this, Meow? Meow Meow struggled amidst the viscous liquid, instinctively repulsed by such substances. Natsume felt a sudden warmth enveloping him, and upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself ensconced in Dragonite's saliva. Meow Meow, this saliva can keep us warm, Natsume kindly reminded. Meow Meow paused in its futile attempts to shake off the liquid. Honestly, Meow, are you trying to drown me? Before Meow Meow could finish, the massive Dragonite surged forward once more. This time, buoyed by the warmth of the saliva, Natsume felt revitalized. He even began to enlighten Meow Meow about oceanic Pokemon. Look at that Pokemon, it's a Gyarados. My favorite Pokemon is that white one, the little sea lion. I also adore that one. How can you have so many favorites, Meow? See those two Blastoises? One male and one female. Let me tell you how to distinguish them. The one on top is male, and the one below is female. What a violation of decorum, Meow? Natsume's lecture, delivered in a rhythmic fashion, had a hypnotic effect, and from above, Dragonite's snores could be heard. Wait a moment, how can the captain sleep? Meow Meow panicked. Fortunately, even though the colossal Dragonite had closed her eyes as if to slumber, she continued to fly steadily in a specific direction. Along the way, Natsume observed numerous islands. Yet, they appeared to be isolated, with few recognizable names. I notice we are getting closer to sea level. We won't fall into the ocean, will we, Meow? Meow Meow's voice was laced with concern. Although the gigantic Dragonite had succumbed to slumber, her grip on Natsume remained strong. Natsume could not free himself, nor could Meow Meow follow suit. Should we wake her, Meow? She doesn't seem to harbor any ill intentions towards us, Meow Meow suggested, only to hear a faint snore nearby. Turning around, Natsume too succumbed to sleep. Time passed, and in the midst of a hazy slumber, Natsume suddenly heard Meow Meow's terrified shriek. Upon opening his eyes, he found Meow Meow gazing ahead in horror. We're about to crash, Meow. We're going to crash. Following Meow Meow's gaze, Natsume realized they had arrived at an unknown destination. Not far off, there lay a massive island, adorned with numerous peaks. At this moment, the gigantic Dragonite was skimming the surface of the sea, creating enormous waves in her wake. Quick, find a way to wake her, Meow. Meow Meow exclaimed, biting Dragonite's hand without effect. Why not pull on her hand? Perhaps that will rouse her, Natsume suggested, as if cursed by fate. Just as they were about to collide with the island, a pair of enormous slit eyes snapped open. With a single flap of her wings, Dragonite halted abruptly. Natsume could see that many trees on the island were uprooted by the disturbance, flying several miles away. Where's this place? Natsume mused as he surveyed the island before him. Only when Dragonite set him and Meow Meow down on the island did he notice the thick mist enveloping the surroundings. Chapter 50, The Misty Island. The enormous Dragonite released Natsume and Meow Meow onto the island and vanished without a trace, showing no fear of their potential escape. Of course, Natsume had no intention of fleeing. Based on their interactions thus far, the colossal Dragonite seemed devoid of malice, appearing more like one seeking assistance. What refreshing air! Meow Meow exclaimed, leaping down uncontrollably and feeling invigorated by the scene before it. Ugh! Not far away, the voice of the gigantic Dragonite echoed, faint yet discernible. She is calling us over, Meow, Meow Meow interpreted. Let us go? Natsume glanced at his phone. It was already the next day. As they walked, Natsume admired the surroundings. Reminiscent of a primordial forest. The morning mist clung to his skin like liquid silk, the sound of his footsteps muffled by the moss. Towering trees pierced through the veil of fog, dew-laden spider webs quivered, while a small child in a lotus hat silently floated in a puddle 10 meters away. The cross-section of rotting wood revealed unknown totems, and in the distance, the chime of a dreamlike melody intertwined through the shadows of the trees. Natsume's phone signal remained perpetually stuck in the void of the second bar. Shall we take this opportunity to escape? Meow Meow suddenly suggested in a hushed tone. No, her saliva contains pheromones. If you defy her, you could be found anywhere, even at the ends of the earth. Upon hearing Natsume's words, Meow Meow was taken aback. Really? Meow? You might try urinating on your own head. Perhaps that will mask her saliva. Natsume pointed at the coin atop Meow Meow's head. You must be joking, Meow. As they walked, Meow Meow sensed the surroundings growing increasingly desolate. Fearful, it tugged at Natsume's sleeve. Hey, I'm serious. This is a perfect opportunity to flee, Meow. Natsume remained silent, releasing the incapacitated Rotom and Gengar from their Pokeballs. 2 fragments of life energy and 2 excellent healing potions were tossed into Meow Meow's paws. Heal them. And what about you, Meow? Meow Meow queried, regarding Natsume with curiosity. This place feels ancient. It seems ripe for research, Natsume replied, brandishing his phone and inexplicably capturing images of the surroundings. Why should I do your bidding? Only Boss Board has the right to command me, Meow. Meow Meow retorted, indignantly tossing the healing potion Natsume had offered onto the ground. Neither of us possesses any combat strength right now. If we encounter danger, we'll have no choice but to force you into battle. Meow Meow recoiled. Moreover, without Rotom, there is no instant teleportation, and we won't be able to leave. Natsume's voice echoed from a distance. Meow Meow begrudgingly picked up the healing potion and obediently began to tend to the 2 weakened Pokemon. Before long, the Pokéball Rotom and Gengar regained consciousness. You scared me, Meow. Meow Meow wiped the virtual sweat from its brow, recalling the hours during which Natsume had been absent, leaving it alone with 2 incapacitated Pokemon. The solitude of the deep woods, compounded by the eerie cries emanating from the surroundings, kept it on edge. Who would have thought you were so timid? Didn't I provide you with means for self-defense? The grass rustled, and Natsume emerged. What use is a brick, Meow? Are you going to knock yourself out? Meow Meow fumed, hurling the brick Natsume had given him before departing. Natsume caught it effortlessly. By the way, you seem different from ordinary Meow Meows. You lack any combat prowess. I am the brains of the operation, of course. Matters of force are left to those 2 little subordinates. Subordinates? Natsume regarded Meow Meow quizzically. Indeed, Musashi and Kojiro are my subordinates, Meow. I am the most favored by Boss Board. I recorded that, Natsume said, pocketing his phone. Meow Meow's expression stiffened. You're awake? Natsume turned his gaze towards Gengar and Pokéball Rotom, who stood behind Meow Meow. Gengar, Rotom. The 2 Pokemon nodded at Natsume, their voices sounding somewhat drained of energy. Rotom, Healing Ball, Natsume directed towards Gengar. In no time, a nearly fully revived Gengar stood before them. Gengar. Gengar struck a pose as if showcasing its muscles, exuding vigor. Rotom, take a good rest, Natsume said, recalling Rotom. Gengar, Use telekinesis to take us to that mountain peak, he instructed, pointing towards the direction indicated by the earlier colossal dragonite, handing Jengar a strip of dried spicy fruit mixed with black mud. Jengar? Jengar stared at the item Natsume presented, unsure of how to proceed. After pondering for 2 seconds, it attempted to toss it into its mouth, only to be stopped by Natsume. Smack! Natsume produced a lighter from somewhere and ignited it. Jingawei, the mischievous specter, attempted to absorb a breath of the ethereal essence. In an instant, its round crimson eyes widened in astonishment, as though it had stumbled upon a new frontier. Jenga! With an enthusiastic gesture, Jingawei extended its chubby hand and gave Natsume a thumbs up, its eyes suddenly shimmering with a cerulean glow. Hey! Shouldn't we be using teleportation to make our escape? Meow Meow exclaimed in a state of urgency. Yet, it found itself without the means to resist. As a radiant blue light enveloped its form, the trio ascended into the sky, soaring towards the mountain peak. I don't want to go, let me down. Meow Meow protested, flailing its paws. Jingawei, place Meow Meow between those two bickering Nidoking and Nidoqueen. I want to help. I can act as a translator. Meow Meow clung to Natsume's head. Before long, they beheld the magnificent mountain range in its entirety. Towering majestically, the mountains soared over 1,000 meters high. A colossal dragonite perched upon the mountainside, resembling a grand temple from afar. Upon landing, Natsume surveyed the surroundings. The trees had long been stripped bare by the immense dragonite, and the ground was strewn with gravel. Of course, to Natsume and Meow Meow, these were no mere pebbles, they were boulders. Jingawei, I am counting on you once more. With that, Natsume handed over another item. This time, Jingawei expertly ignited it with ghostly flames, inhaling deeply before exhaling a plume of smoke, invigorated and eager. Soon, the trio arrived before the imposing dragonite, who sat regally on the ground. Natsume's peripheral vision caught sight of a massive cave behind the dragonite, seemingly its abode. The colossal dragonite nodded towards Natsume. She is beckoning us to enter, Meow Meow translated. She mentioned that she has a significant request for your assistance. Meow Meow continued. Natsume's expression darkened. His suspicion had proven correct. Yet, perhaps this was fortuitous. A newly released S-rank quest from the system might find progress here, particularly since he had squandered a Master Ball. Moreover, Natsume felt a burgeoning curiosity about how this immense dragonite could maintain its limitless Gigantamax form while wielding divine powers. Jingawei suddenly tugged at Natsume's sleeve. Turning back, Jingawei gestured with its fingers to inquire whether there were any remaining materials. I have the raw ingredients. You can create it yourself. Natsume replied, placing various dried spicy fruits, along with desiccated black sludge and some weighing paper on the ground. Jingawei was visibly excited. The dried spicy fruit, when mixed and burned with the black sludge, would emit an exceptionally unique and pungent odor. Natsume dubbed this concoction spicy sludge. Some poison-type Pokémon were inexplicably drawn to this scent, a serendipitous discovery by Natsume. Observing this, Natsume turned and followed the heavy footsteps of the massive dragonite into the cave. Chapter 51. The Colossal Dragonite's Plea. The cave was vast, seemingly carved out by the colossal dragonite itself. Its age was apparent, with moss covering the walls and a distinct dampness pervading the air. Stalactites hung from above, creating an ancient ambience. Within the cave, faint, labored breaths echoed. Ugh! The colossal dragonite responded anxiously. The deep, rumbling sound reverberated through the cave like thunder. Natsume grimaced as he donned cat earplugs. You buffoon, don't you have hands? Meow Meow exclaimed, disoriented by the echo and nearly tumbling off Natsume's shoulder. Eventually, Natsume reached the innermost part of the cave, where the reason for the colossal dragonite's summons became clear. At the deepest recess, a slab of rock, akin to a bed, had been carved out. Upon it lay an extraordinarily large, ordinary dragonite. However, the creature was in a dire state. Upon witnessing its condition, Natsume's pupils dilated, and Meow Meow was so frightened that it dared not open its eyes. The deformed right antenna dangled like mutated vines, its tips swollen into a translucent cyst filled with a dark crimson liquid. The left wing bore a bone that pierced through the wing membrane, grotesquely enlarged, leaving cracks on the cave ceiling with every attempt to fold its wings. It pressed its decaying abdomen against the cool rock surface, yet the tumor-laden tail twitched involuntarily, creating crater-like depressions in the ancient moss beneath it. The cave walls were marred with claw marks, the most recent still glistening with reflective slime, perhaps remnants of its agonizing struggles from the previous night. As Natsume's gaze fell upon the dragonite, its engorged pupils suddenly contracted, and it attempted to vocalize, producing only a rusted creaking sound akin to gears stuck in place. A sense of foreboding washed over Natsume. Ugh! Above. The colossal Dragonite called out to Natsume. Meow Meow's trembling voice broke the silence. She says this is her child, and that we must heal it. Upon seeing the deformed Dragonite, Meow Meow's intuition kicked in, and it cautiously whispered into Natsume's ear, "Why don't we make a run for it?" While she isn't paying attention. "Why would we run? Can you cure it?" Meow Meow asked, elated. "I can't. I'm not a Pokemon doctor." Natsume waved his hand dismissively. On the system panel, the attributes of this small Dragonite appeared abysmal, akin to having all its talents reduced to zero. He wondered if this was related to its deformities. Under the colossal Dragonite's soothing presence, the small Dragonite gradually calmed down. Natsume leaned in closer and detected a foul odor reminiscent of decay. After observing for a moment, he began to form a preliminary understanding of the small Dragonite's condition. The diameter of its right antenna exceeded standard by nearly 300. The left wing was about 2 to 3 times larger than the right, and stress-induced crystallization had appeared on its foot bones. "Why do you think I can heal it?" Natsume inquired, looking up at the colossal Dragonite. Since the beginning of their encounters, it had shown immense interest in him, and Natsume understood the implications. If it had chosen him, there must be a reason. Gur. She says that the technique you used to absorb her power might save her child. Meow Meow translated. Natsume nodded in acknowledgement. A Dragonite capable of maintaining its limitless Gigantamax form, a divine entity, and a small Dragonite with seemingly random Gigantamax failures. This was undoubtedly connected to the concept of limitless growth. But where was this limitless essence? Wasn't it supposed to be in the Galar region? How could a divine essence reside within this colossal Dragonite? Come forth. Ultra Ball Rotom. Natsume summoned. Rotom, use the robbery and charity ball on this Dragonite. Uncertain of the outcome, he planned to first heal the deformed Dragonite before seeking answers. A blue beam enveloped the malformed creature. The massive Dragonite watched nervously, and with hopeful eyes, the frail Dragonite was released. Its condition had indeed improved. The previously inflated antennae appeared significantly smaller. With a few more treatments, this Dragonite would likely return to normal. Given this, let the battle commence. An exhilarating melody filled the air. Rotom, once more. Natsume tossed a PP supplement to Rotom. Rotom. Rotom remained still, turning to Natsume. He says he can only store once. The second time requires the first to be released. Meow Meow translated instinctively. Release the robbery and charity ball on Meow Meow. Meow? Meow Meow was taken aback, and in the next moment, a blue beam struck it. Due to the effects of the robbery and charity ball, Meow Meow has Gigantamaxed. What a marvelous sensation. A Meow Meow, its body stretching impossibly long, materialized within the cave. "I feel invincible now," it exclaimed, eager for action. The colossal Dragonite cast a glance at it, prompting Meow Meow to behave. Continue, Rotom. Thus, under the auspices of the rules, this distorted Dragonite has been captured repeatedly, nearly 100 times. Evening falls. Rotom, deploy the healing ball. Finally, there's no need to grow larger. Meowth, utterly exhausted, collapses onto the ground. Soon, a soothing green light envelopes the area, revealing a peacefully sleeping Dragonite atop a stone. This time, the condition of this Dragonite has significantly improved. The swollen tentacles, feet, and tail have returned to normal. Where is your child? The bones in its wings have already developed. Flying is out of the question. Natsume points at the large and small wings on the Dragonite's back. However, if you can afford it, I could install a mechanical prosthetic on its smaller wing, which might enhance its speed. Natsume rubs her hands together, gazing at the colossal Dragonite. Ugh! The enormous Dragonite emits a couple of soft sounds towards Natsume. Time to translate. Natsume swiftly lifts Meowth and offers it a bit of vitality powder. She wishes to inquire why her child has transformed in such a manner. Meowth, being held by the neck, weakly responds that it no longer desires to grow larger. First, tell me why you have become like this. Your child's mutation is likely connected to you. Natsume gets straight to the point. Upon hearing this, the colossal Dragonite pauses, a look of despondence crossing its face. Perhaps it had already suspected the truth, but it merely needed someone to awaken that realization. Ugh! The majestic Dragonite's steady voice resounds as it recounts. It was once an ordinary Dragonite. Many years ago, a massive black-red meteor fell from the sky. A shard from the meteor landed before her, appearing delectable. After consuming it, she transformed into her current form. You must have ingested a fragment of the divine essence of Wujita. Natsume briefly explains Wujita to the Dragonite, continuing her speculation. That meteor must be the core of Wujita. Where did it fall? Ugh! The enormous Dragonite gestures with a wing. Natsume follows the direction and retrieves a compass. Indeed, the northwest seems to lead towards Tsukimi Mountain. A second Wichita has fallen in the Kanto region. A sudden hypothesis strikes Natsume. Could it be from a parallel world? However, this Wichita appears to be struggling. Its divine essence shattered. Could it be that the originally scripted giant tentacled jellyfish also harbors something similar? Natsume ponders. Well, I now understand. Natsume claps her hands together, and the colossal Dragonite, focused and attentive, gazes at her. You possess a fragment of the divine essence of Wichita within you, but your child does not. However, due to certain reasons, your child may also generate Gigantamax energy. As she speaks, Natsume gestures towards the slumbering small Dragonite. It lacks the divine fragment. And should Gigantamax energy manifest, it will become imbalanced and must be regularly extracted to prevent recurrence. I will visit periodically. Upon hearing this, the colossal Dragonite tilts its head. Lost in thought. Ding. S-rank mission for the Gigantamax Dragonite has been completed. Master Ball scratch-off has been issued. Natsume's eyes light up as she gestures for the system to scratch it off directly. Master Ball 1. Why is it always a guaranteed prize? Natsume squats on the rock, adopting a contemplative pose. What are you thinking about, Meowth? Meowth approaches. It's nothing. I'm just wondering how that male Dragonite managed it. What male Dragonite? Both are female. Meowth, halfway through speaking, also strikes a thinker-esque pose. Indeed, how did it manage that? Chapter 52. The small Dragonite joins the team. Can I go back now? Natsume, having finished contemplating, finds the colossal Dragonite still deep in thought, prompting her to ask. Ugh. The giant Dragonite shakes its head. It expresses concern that further issues might arise. It wishes to keep you under observation for a while longer. Natsume's expression contorts. He belongs to the type who desires busyness during leisure and leisure during busyness. Thus, he finds solace in reading, as it offers a sense of both relaxation and engagement. Tell her that there will definitely be issues, but I will return regularly to extract the Gigantamax energy. Meowth translates, and the giant Dragonite's expression grows even more troubled. Very well. Natsume rubs her wrists. Perhaps I should conduct a full examination to ease your worries. In the astonished gaze of Meowth, Natsume points to the ground, and a plethora of instruments materializes in the clearing. Everything available at the Pokemon Center is present in Natsume's system space. Even items absent from the center are included, though some expensive laboratory equipment remains beyond his reach. Have her use the least powerful discharge. Natsume raises a modified plug. Meowth relays this faithfully, and the colossal Dragonite tilts its head, making contact between the plug and its tentacle. In no time, a series of complex instruments spring to life. The giant Dragonite curiously observes the array of equipment beneath. Ugh. It inquires about their intentions. We are conducting a precise examination of the small Dragonite to visually assess its physical condition. Natsume turns the computer screen towards her. Meowth looks and freezes. Isn't this a CT scan? Do you still wish to leave? Natsume shoots a glare at Meowth. Meowth, meow meow. Meowth begins to fervently praise Natsume's equipment. Alright, have her place the small Dragonite inside this device. Natsume points to something resembling a bed. The colossal Dragonite, clearly taken in by Meowth's words, carefully uses its claws to place the small Dragonite onto the platform. Although uncertain why Natsume has produced so many instruments yet only utilizes that one, soon, the computer in front of Natsume displays an internal view of the small Dragonite. Rest assured, your child is quite healthy. Natsume casually glances at the computer, only to suddenly freeze. Ugh. It asks what's wrong. Meowth leans in closer. Natsume, hurry and tell me what this is. Upon seeing the internal view of the small Dragonite, Meowth is left dumbfounded. Even without expertise, it can discern that something is amiss within the Dragonite. Is its heart and lungs not a bit too large? Meowth points at the heart, larger than itself, and the lung lobes resembling those of a horse, perplexed. Natsume's gaze dims slightly. This is troublesome. Natsume rises and stretches. Rotom, prepare to record. The mobile Rotom appears. Initially, Natsume believed there should be no issues within this small Dragonite. However, now that a problem has been discovered, it cannot be overlooked. Soon, Natsume weaves between various instruments, adjusting this and extracting blood, then retrieving a pot and turning on the induction cooker. Observing this, the colossal Dragonite's underlying worry intensifies. Before long, after a flurry of activity, Natsume finally prepares a sandwich. How is it, Meowth? Isn't it delicious? I think we're about to get hit. Meowth quickly shoves the sandwich into its mouth. It hasn't eaten all day and feels it might starve to death. Forget it. I'll eat first. Ugh. The colossal Dragonite leans closer, eyeing Natsume suspiciously. Its imposing vertical pupils exuding pressure. Even it, lacking understanding, realizes that Natsume is certainly not conducting an examination at this moment. Tell her that many tests require time, and results will be available in about 2 hours. Meowth faithfully conveys this, and only then does the giant Dragonite retract its head. Natsume leans against the equipment, chewing on her sandwich, her thoughts wandering back to Brock. Sigh, it's all Professor Oak's fault for limiting her culinary skills. Every time she uses laboratory equipment to cook, Professor Oak emits sharp explosions of protest. Natsume finishes the sandwich in a few bites, wrinkling her nose as she catches a whiff of an odd scent. Following the aroma towards the cave entrance, the smell grows stronger. Upon exiting the cave, Natsume discovers a swirling haze outside. Amidst the thick smoke, she spots Jengar. At this moment, its mouth and nose are stuffed with spicy paste, exhaling wisps of smoke. Natsume, this substance is innocuous to poison-type Pokemon and can even marginally enhance the damage of poison-type moves. For instance, Kikuko's Jengar possesses the move Toxic. This can be seen as a subtle form of nurturing for the opponent. Kikuko likely wouldn't mind, would she? Natsume fell silent, merely advising Jengar to keep its distance from the cave, before quietly returning with a hand over his nose. Once back inside the cave, he seated himself and began to recuperate, as various data metrics for the little Dragonite became available. Natsume meticulously compiled a mountain of documents and began to scrutinize them diligently. Nearby, the massive Dragonite repeatedly leaned in, yet refrained from interrupting Natsume. As Natsume's brow furrowed deeper, Meowth prepared to translate. Taking a deep breath, Natsume stated, "Your child's internal condition primarily concerns the heart and lungs. The heart's volume has expanded by 32 times, and the number of alveoli has increased fourfold. This situation bears both benefits and drawbacks." The massive Dragonite's expression stiffened, urging Natsume to continue. "Let us first address the good news. The blood supply is abundant. Your child's single-pump blood volume reaches 18 tons per minute, sustaining the reversal state for 17 minutes, compared to a regular limit of 3 minutes. When the lung lobes expand, they can inhale compressed oxygen-rich air containing 71 oxygen, extending the distance of quick attack to 12 kilometers, while the usual limit is 18 kilometers. Anticipating that the massive Dragonite might not comprehend some technical jargon, Natsume employed familiar move enhancements for clarification. The Dragonite nodded, while she appreciated the advantages. Her primary concern lay with the disadvantages. Now for the bad news. Brace yourself. Firstly, amyloid-like deposits have formed on the arterial walls, with an 85% probability of vascular rupture within 3 years. Additionally, the excess hemoglobin cannot be metabolized, leading to the skin continuously exuding rust-colored sweat, though this is of little consequence. Secondly, hyperoxygenation results in a buildup of free radicals. Post-explosion, telomeres shortened by 0.3, accelerating aging. However, this is also trivial, as the vessels will burst before aging becomes a concern. Thirdly, the heat dissipation rate is 25 times that of similar creatures, necessitating a relatively cool environment, which, while not alarming, does lead to excessive sweating. Slow down, Meowth. How am I to explain some of these specialized terms? Meowth exclaimed in frustration. After a somewhat convoluted explanation, the massive Dragonite finally grasped her child's condition. The most significant issue was that the vessels could not withstand the heart's blood supply, and it wouldn't be long before they ruptured. Wah! The massive Dragonite let out a pained cry. She asked if there were any remedies. Meowth looked anxiously at Natsume, hoping this researcher was the most capable Pokemon doctor in the world. The latter part of the threatening remarks was conveniently omitted by Meowth. There are indeed solutions. The heart valve's pressure threshold exceeds 3,000 kilopascals, allowing for the installation of a plasma thruster. The alveolar nanofiber structure is perfectly compatible with the fluorocarbon respiratory fluid of mechanical lungs. Based on the implanted plasma thruster, I could attempt to construct a secondary circulatory system for your child using biomimetic materials, relying on other vessels to significantly reduce the pressure on the original vessels, thus preventing them from bursting. Natsume proposed his hypothesis. Meanwhile, Meowth, serving as the translator, was driven to distraction. How was it to convey this? The terminology was complex even for him. After Natsume's thorough explanation, Meowth wore a perplexed expression. The more he listened, the more it seemed as though Natsume was painting a grand illusion for the massive Dragonite. Nevertheless, they were in this together now. Nodding, Meowth began translating for the massive Dragonite. The more she heard, the brighter her eyes shone. Wah! The massive Dragonite called out to Natsume. Below. Meowth looked at Natsume with a strange expression. She wishes for you to become her child's trainer. Natsume's expression turned odd. He had merely intended to propose theories and leave the practicalities to Professor Oak and his team. Apologies, but your child's talent is rather exceptional. Natsume had yet to finish when a pair of enormous slit pupils drew close to him. Your child's talent is truly one in a million. Natsume corrected himself from the heart. However, I have one condition. You must cooperate with Professor Oak and his team regarding the research on Dynamax. The massive Dragonite paused, weighing her options, before ultimately nodding in agreement. Chapter 54, Return. The following day, a massive Dragonite raced across the ocean surface. This time, however, Natsume and Meowth were perched atop her head, with Gengar at the forefront, shielding them from the wind. Meowth, look, it's those two Blastoise. I told you not to stare, Meow. Wait, the male Blastoise seems different. The one from that day is here too. They're fighting. Really? I want to see. Meowth leaned forward, but due to the massive Dragonite's speed, he only caught a glimpse. Meowth, do you have enough funds? Natsume suddenly turned to Meowth. Why do you ask? You're not thinking of borrowing money, are you? Meowth replied, alarmed. Natsume shook his head and handed Meowth a device adorned with a cute cat head. This device contains recordings of nearly all Pokemon sounds. Please help me translate them. It's 1,000 yen per Pokemon species. Really? Meowth was taken aback. Roughly estimating, wouldn't that make him a millionaire? Meowth felt as though his head was crowned with gleaming gold coins. I'll take this job. Great. Natsume gave him a thumbs up, instructing. You just need to compare the different sounds of various Pokemon and translate them into human language. The input box is right here, following the order of the Pokédex. The first is Bulbasaur. This sound means good, Meowth noted, typing into the input box. And this one means bad. Meowth had already embarked on a lucrative endeavor. Sitting atop the massive Dragonite, Natsume, with some leisure time, decided to scratch off all the scratch-off lottery tickets he had accumulated. A total of 23 tickets. 3 Super Ball scratch-offs and 20 Pokeball scratch-offs. Natsume scratched off the 3 Super Ball tickets. Super Ball X3. Natsume was momentarily taken aback. Super Balls aren't nearly as valuable as Master Balls. These were hardly worth the effort. Undeterred, he scratched off 10 more tickets. Pokeball X10. Natsume felt the atmosphere heat up around him. Light me one up, Gengar. Natsume produced a lighter and handed a stick of spicy mud to Gengar. Gengar. Gengar's eyes lit up as he happily accepted it, expertly shielding Natsume from the wind. In no time, smoke began to billow, creating an ethereal ambience. Due to limited conditions, only one stick could be burned. Time to release the goods. All remaining 10 scratch-off tickets were opened. Pokeball X7, Thunderstone X2, Rare Candy X1. As expected, the arcane arts proved effective. Observing the addition of 3 new items in his backpack, Natsume's solemn expression faded. 2 Thunderstones were just right for his 2 Pokemon, Pikachu and the split-headed mouse. It was uncertain what kind of prowess a reinforced Pikachu would achieve with a Thunderstone. As for the rare candy, Natsume didn't bother to check. Its function was to elevate a Pokemon's level by 1, which was of little use unless in large quantities. He tossed the candy to Gengar, curious to see how game items manifest in reality, especially since Kikuko's Gengar boasted a high level. Gengar, LV86. The Pokédex displayed Gengar's approximate level. Gengar gave Natsume a thumbs up, indicating that whatever he had fed it had imbued it with remarkable strength. Natsume waved back, fully understanding. It seemed that the rare candy indeed provided an unconditional level boost in reality, unaffected by the Pokemon's existing level. This time, with Gung Ghost shielding against the wind. The colossal Dragonite was almost using all its strength to hasten along. In less than half a day, they found themselves once again at the Jinghui Lighthouse. Boom. The massive Dragonite suddenly came to a halt, sending towering waves crashing along the coast. From a distance, Natsume could see a considerable number of people on the beach. Ash and his companions were present, along with Dato, Professor Oak, and Professor Milan among others. Dragonite, Ice Beam. Without waiting for Dato's Dragonite to act, a tremendous icy blue beam erupted from the mouth of the colossal Dragonite, freezing the gigantic waves that were surging towards the crowd. In an instant, it was as if a forest of ice spikes had sprouted along the coastline, a sight to behold. What incredible power! Dato's expression tightened. His instincts told him that this colossal Dragonite was exceedingly formidable. Look, it's Natsume. Ash's keen eyesight did not falter. He immediately spotted Natsume perched atop the colossal Dragonite's head. I told you, didn't I? That kid Natsume would be just fine. Professor Oak held a steaming cup of tea, while Jinghui, looking like a chicken with its feathers ruffled, let out a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground. He was terrified, having thought he might have inadvertently caused Natsume's demise. For the past few days, he hadn't been able to eat or sleep well. Although he had been somewhat anxious, the sudden failure of the locator on Natsume's person had heightened his concern. He had set out with his Blastoise and Dato's Dragonite to the sea where Natsume had vanished, but there was nothing but a vast expanse of water. Natsume, sitting atop Gung Ghost, began to float down gently. Meowth stealthily slid down the colossal Dragonite's tail and made its escape. That Gung Ghost, it must belong to Granny Kikuko, right? Dato glanced at Natsume in surprise. It was no wonder that Gung Ghost heeded Natsume's commands. After all, it was under Granny Kikuko's orders. Yet, it appeared that the bond between these two was not only good, but exceptionally strong. One might mistakenly believe that Natsume was Gung Ghost's trainer. Naturally, he had been of great assistance. Natsume affectionately stroked Gung Ghost's head. Natsume. The proud girl was about to rush forward when, unexpectedly, Ash lunged ahead first, crossing her arms and tapping her foot impatiently at the side. Wonderful. Natsume, you're safe. Brock and Misty also hurried over, examining each other for any missing parts. Oh, as long as you're back, that's what matters. Professor Oak held the warm tea, wearing a serene expression. Over the years, he had developed a heart of steel, forged by the various escapades Natsume had conjured. By the way, professors, I have reached an agreement with this colossal Dragonite, and you may send someone to accompany it to investigate the phenomenon of Dynamax. As he spoke, Natsume handed a USB drive to both Professor Mulan and Professor Oak, which contained information about the mysterious island, along with some of his speculations. The two professors discreetly accepted it, their eyes glancing toward a coconut tree not far away. Natsume's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a red, chili pepper-like hairstyle peeking through the palm fronds, and he instantly understood. Natsume, what has happened these past few days? You must tell us. Ash gazed at Natsume with excitement, already envisioning an epic adventure narrative. Yes, Natsume, please share. The proud girl also looked at him curiously. What is wrong with your eyes? Natsume noticed that the proud girl's eyes were red. She has been crying since you were taken away. Professor Oak's voice chimed in from the side. The proud girl's face flushed red. By the way, do you want to join us? Professor Oak extended an invitation to the proud girl. When he arrived here the other day, he had met this pupil of his. His first impression was that the child was exceedingly intelligent. His second impression was that such talent should not be entrusted to Natsume. No, I want to travel with Natsume. The proud girl shook her head in refusal. Well, that's fine, Professor Oak said with a disappointed shake of his head. By the way, where's Meowth? Misty suddenly inquired. Upon hearing the mention of Meowth, both Jessie and James, who were hiding in the coconut tree, perked up their ears in unison. Meowth. Natsume looked out towards the ocean, a hint of sorrow etched on his face. It died, trying to mediate a love triangle involving Blastoise, and was beaten to death. A wave of melancholy swept over the crowd at his words. Damn, why does Meowth always meddle in others' affairs? Up in the tree, Jessie and James clutched their heads in despair, tumbling down from above, heedless of the gazes around them, and wept as they fled into the distance. By the way, what about the split-haired one? Natsume suddenly noticed that only the shiny Pokémon was on Ash's shoulder. Oh, where is it? Misty pointed towards the nearby beach. There, a large mound had formed, with a sign planted at one end, atop which rested one of Natsume's hats. Draped over the hat was a small blanket, resembling the split-haired Pokémon, which lay atop the mound, resembling a gravekeeper. However, this gravekeeper was soundly asleep. Natsume, Chapter 55, Leafless City. The arrangements for collaboration with the colossal Dragonite were fully entrusted to Professor Oak and his team. Currently, Professor Milan was responsible for Tsukimi Mountain, while Professor Oak took charge of the mysterious island. Communication at Jinghui Lighthouse had been restored, and that night, Natsume contacted Granny Kikuko. Oh, you mentioned Gung Ghost? Just leave it with you for now. I've heard it Dynamaxed. On the other end of the screen, a seemingly stern and authoritative elderly woman paused for a moment before continuing. Professor Oak mentioned you will be participating in the league tournament, right? This time, I will be the champion overseeing the event, so just bring this child to me then. With that, Granny Kikuko hung up. Natsume had a rough idea of what was happening. The other party likely wanted Gung Ghost to have several experiences with Dynamax beforehand. If the implementation of Dynamax in the Kanto region had previously seemed insubstantial, with the addition of the colossal Dragonite, its feasibility was now significantly heightened. Granny Kikuko must have caught wind of the news. Gum. A small, chubby hand reached out towards Natsume. Understanding immediately, Natsume handed over a spicy stick, and Gung Ghost eagerly began to puff out smoke. Natsume was speechless. This treat was indeed alluring to poison-type Pokémon, but it didn't seem that enticing. Perhaps letting Granny Kikuko discover it later wouldn't be such a bad thing after all. The next day, Natsume and the others bid farewell to the group and continued their journey towards Leafless City. This time, the journey was peaceful, and 2 days later, they successfully arrived at the Pokémon Center in Leafless City. It's quite a feat to reach Leafless City. How I wish I could take a luxurious cruise at sea. Misty's eyes sparkled as she gazed at a poster of the St. Anna's ship on the wall before her at the toppled table. But we need to challenge the gym first, Ash mumbled through a mouthful of food. However, the tickets there seem expensive. We can't afford them, Brock reminded Misty, who was lost in daydreams. Not far away, the proud girl was carrying a tray, bringing food to Natsume. Hearing their conversation, she turned her head, revealing a thoughtful expression. Natsume, here's your lunch, she said, placing the food down and looking at him curiously. At that moment, Natsume was holding up a complex blueprint. It was his conceptual design for the Mecha Rotom, most of which consisted of simple lines, indicating that the designer was still in the ideation phase. The only part that stood out was the head, which distinctly resembled a Master Ball Rotom. There was a long way to go, setting aside the materials and funding. He still needed to procure 5 top-tier Rotom. Of course, before that, he needed to create a transformable motorcycle Rotom to test some of his hypotheses. Natsume, what is this? The proud girl gazed intently at him. She had always perceived Natsume as someone devoid of desires, yet when she saw him glance at the design, he seemed filled with longing. It's nothing, Natsume yawned, his gaze drifting towards the Pokémon nearby, who were devouring their meals heartily. With a middle parting, Squirtle, and Charmander. Unlike any previous lunch, this time a hefty figure has joined the fray. Humph. Blood-red vapor spews from the nostrils of the imposing Dragonite, carrying a faint hint of iron. Red sweat oozes from its body, bloodlines trickling through the fierce crevices of its visage, presenting a fearsome countenance, particularly with its mismatched pair of wings. One large and one small, the unsettling sight only heightens the surrounding Pokémon's trepidation. They keep their distance, fearing a sudden onslaught. Even the usually unflappable Pikachu exhibits a modicum of respect. After all, the colossal Dragonite's offspring, despite its lackluster talent, boasts an impressive level, Dragonite, LV60. The menacing expression, combined with the blood and sweat, compels the surrounding trainers, who were initially dining, to subconsciously shift away, creating a wide berth. Except for the hapless Squirtle, who lies atop Dragonite's head, snuggled in a deep slumber. Feeling a pang of loneliness, Dragonite ambles over to Satsuki. With a soft grunt, it lifts a leg and steps onto the dining table before settling down, holding its bowl, and begins to eat, as if Satsuki were the most delectable of dishes. Creak. The table groans under the weight, collapsing to the ground. Satsuki, that is the third set. Joy approaches, jotting down another note in her ledger. Satsuki makes no effort to dislodge Dragonite. If it were of any use, Joy wouldn't have recorded a third instance. Satsuki gazes contemplatively at the Dragonite before him. The good news is he has captured a Dragonite, and it boasts a high level. The bad news is its talent is abysmally low, a mere 0 across the board. The even worse news is that this Dragonite's cognitive development remains stunted, akin to that of an infant. It seems all the energy for growth has been expended on muscle mass. A massive physique coupled with meager intelligence leaves Satsuki with a throbbing headache. Noticing Satsuki's melancholy, Dragonite reaches out, patting him gently. Crack. The chair beneath Satsuki splinters, prompting Joy to make yet another note. Fortunately, the child possesses a kind heart. Pikachu's middle parting awakens and gently strokes Dragonite's head, whispering something unknown, prompting the large creature to shuffle aside and step down from the shattered table. As Dragonite settles quietly to consume its lunch, Satsuki contemplates the middle parting. Through his observations over the past few days, he realizes that other Pokémon harbor a deep-seated fear of his Dragonite. After all, its immense strength is hard to control. Even benign intentions can inadvertently lead to substantial harm. This has rendered it nearly friendless from the outset, with even the usually warm-hearted Pikachu retreating in trepidation. Dragonite feels a sense of loss, having gone days without a single friend. This situation persisted until yesterday when the middle parting discovered the perfect napping spot atop Dragonite's head. Now, Dragonite seems to take solace in the middle parting's words. As for Satsuki, perhaps the linguistic regions of his brain have failed to develop properly, leaving him unable to comprehend the bird-like chatter of Satsuki. Gazing at the middle parting, who has covered itself with a small blanket, Satsuki falls into deep thought. It appears to be a rather ingenious use of the middle parting's proclivities. All right, let us finish up and challenge the gym, Ash declares loudly after their meal. Upon hearing this, Satsuki retrieves Dragonite, who had been sitting idly after finishing its meal. The middle parting, still sound asleep, tumbles to the ground. Disoriented, it rises momentarily, glances around, then flips over and falls back asleep. Hey, middle parting, it's time to set off, Pikachu urges. Ash expertly lifts the middle parting, while Pikachu encourages him from the side. Wait, Satsuki interjects, halting Ash in his tracks. What is it, Satsuki? Ash inquires, pausing. They should wear these. With that, Satsuki produces 2 golden orbs, which upon closer inspection seem to pulse with a storm of electricity within. These are electrons. Equipping them will enhance Pikachu's attack and special attack. Satsuki explains, tossing the 2 orbs to Ash. How do I attach these? Ash muses, turning the round orbs over in his hands, somewhat befuddled. Should I fashion a necklace for Pikachu? Or perhaps something that can be swallowed? As he speaks, Satsuki's gaze drifts to Pikachu's hindquarters. Pika. Pikachu tenses momentarily, then swiftly shakes its head, grabbing one of the orbs and swallowing it whole. Middle parting, you should eat too. Ash adds, offering the 2nd orb to the middle parting. All right, wishing you success in your gym challenge. Satsuki claps his hands, remaining seated. Huh. Satsuki, aren't you coming? Brock queries, perplexed. Ash, could you handle the challenge for me? I have a matter to attend to with Aiko. Satsuki waves to Ash and the others. What? You can delegate challenges? Misty exclaims in disbelief. No problem, Satsuki. Leave it to me. Ash responds enthusiastically. You really agreed to it? Well, the middle parting is Satsuki's Pokemon. What is the problem with that? The group banters as they walk away. Satsuki turns to Aiko. Are you saying your home is this way? Your father wishes to see me? Yes. Aiko suddenly blushes, steam wafting from her head. Her gaze wanders off into the distance. My house is just over there. Noticing this, Satsuki narrows his eyes, beginning to understand his assistant better. Her anxious responses seem triggered primarily by embarrassment or deceit. Chapter 56, Toyama. In the Leafless City. The Villa District. You mean to tell me this is your home? Yes, this is my house. Just starting renovations? Yes. Excuse me, coming through. A worker directs Mac Hoke as it passes. Satsuki remarks, if you wish for me to meet your father, there's no need for pretense. You can simply say so. Aiko freezes, as if caught off guard, then responds, okay. So I don't need to buy a house as an excuse? All right then, lead me to your father. Satsuki looks at Aiko, who nods, claps her hands, and soon a luxurious black car approaches. Before long, they arrive at a grand hotel. Aiko effortlessly guides Satsuki to the top floor. Mr. Satsuki, Miss Aiko, please come in. Following Aiko, Satsuki enters a lavish room, suffused with a faint aroma of incense. Seated by the floor-to-ceiling windows is a portly middle-aged man, his expression warm and inviting. Dad. Aiko rushes forward to embrace him. Ha ha ha, you must be Satsuki. Just call me Toyama, he says, extending a hand towards Satsuki. Aiko, what do you see in him? Toyama teases, eliciting an immediate reaction from Aiko. Perhaps it's my striking good looks, Satsuki quips, touching his nose. Upon hearing this, Aiko's face turns crimson, and she covers her face. While Toyama's smile falters momentarily, finding Satsuki's audacity quite thick-skinned. Yet, scrutinizing Satsuki reveals a handsome countenance, and in his brows, a hint of the charm Toyama possessed in his youth. With such confidence, it's hardly surprising. Dad, did you bring the items? Aiko inquires, looking expectantly at Toyama. Of course I brought them. Toyama replies, retrieving a luxurious Pokeball. A flash of red light reveals a Rotom before Satsuki. This Rotom possesses remarkable talent, nearly on par with the one gifted to him by the system. Satsuki raises an eyebrow. Mr. Satsuki, I had my father prepare a Rotom for you. You're quite considerate. In an instant, the luxurious Pokeball, once in Toyama's hand, is now tucked away in Satsuki's pocket. Aiko's trailing words, we can cultivate it together, are abruptly halted. Wait, Aiko, the researcher you're with used to work for Team Rocket? Toyama questions, bewildered. Just then, a faint sound of a door creaking open interrupts. Lord Rongoji, please come in. A voice from the doorway calls out. Satsuki turns, curious to observe the other guest accompanying Toyama. A figure approached, adorned with cascading gray-blue curls, elegantly styled into a vintage slick back. Beneath silver-rimmed spectacles lay a sharp gaze, and he held an ivory cane with grace. A pocket watch chain, embossed with a subtle clover motif, peeked from his breast pocket, each step echoing like a noble-esque decree upon the floor. Upon catching a glimpse of the familiar visage, Natsume was momentarily taken aback. Was this not the father of Kojiro? Toyama, it has been quite some time. The man first greeted the host of the establishment before turning his attention to Natsume. Good day, Mr. Natsume. I am Ryuji Ijuin, but you may call me Ryuji. Very well, Uncle Ryuji. I would appreciate it if you could settle your son's bill. He owes me 100 million in change, Natsume replied, prompting his smartphone Rotom to play a video. Ah, so you are acquainted with my wayward son. That simplifies matters. Ryuji responded, unexpectedly pleased, as he handed Natsume a card. This contains 200 million. Natsume, clutching the black card embossed with a master ball, wore a peculiar expression. He had not anticipated such promptness, nor the additional sum given. Jiaozi, please fetch us some drinks. Toyama gestured toward Jiaozi. She paused, quickly realizing this meant she was to be dismissed. What could there be that I cannot hear? Jiaozi retorted indignantly as she exited. The door slammed shut, and Natsume sank into the sofa. So, gentlemen, what brings you here? Mr. Natsume, I have heard that the League is making significant moves these days, Ryuji said, his expression growing serious as he probed further. Indeed, it pertains to Dynamax, Natsume replied directly. It was likely that these two had already gleaned some information from the League. Upon receiving Natsume's confirmation, their eyes brightened. Do you know when Dynamax will be promoted? We wish to prepare in advance, Toyama inquired. Natsume suddenly fell silent, noticing his reticence. Toyama and Ryuji exchanged glances. Mr. Natsume, I am willing to exchange 1% of the Kanto Pharmaceutical Group as shares for detailed information on the construction of the Dynamax system. While I have numerous ventures, I am prepared to allocate 1% of the total profit to you at the end of each year. Ryuji followed suit. Natsume nodded slightly, as if he had anticipated this, and handed each of them a USB drive. Please leave your contact information. I shall notify you of any updates promptly. These two possessed immense wealth, and even 1% could equate to several billion a year. Moreover, Natsume had verified that they held around 25% of the shares, so offering him a portion signified genuine intent. Natsume understood well why they would go to such lengths to acquire information regarding Dynamax research. Industries related to Pokemon, aside from the Pokemon Center which incurred losses, were almost invariably profitable. Moreover, the promotion of a new battle system in the Kanto region promised bountiful opportunities. Someone must manufacture the items associated with Dynamax, and trainers would require Dynamax-related tools as well. Special training venues and Dynamax energy wells would surely be put to tender by the League. Each of these avenues promised inexhaustible wealth. In such a scenario, possessing immediate access to the forefront of information regarding the implementation of Dynamax in Kanto was of paramount importance for all enterprises within the region. Natsume had no intention of starting a company, rather than waiting for such information to lose its value. He preferred to sell it to these two while it was still invaluable. Ha ha ha, Mr. Natsume, you are truly remarkable for your youth, Ryuji exclaimed, as he seized Natsume's hand and slipped a card into it. This contains 50 billion, Ryuji whispered, glancing around cautiously. That is for my assistant's father. I must increase the amount, Natsume replied in a hushed tone. Not this. It is for my son Kojiro, Ryuji said, pulling out a handkerchief to dab at his tears. That ungrateful child, Mr. Natsume. I hope you encounter him outside and look after him, ensuring he is not bullied. Do you have the attire of your housekeeper? Natsume suddenly inquired of Ryuji. What do you need that for? Ryuji asked, puzzled. Never you mind. Just prepare a few sets for me. Very well. I shall have them customized urgently and delivered tonight. By the time Natsume and Jiaozi arrived at the leafy gym, evening was approaching. Along the way, Natsume calculated that even taking just 2% of the profits, he would still amass nearly 10 billion in income annually. How substantial must their original profits be? How abhorrent. These capitalist magnates. Thankfully, this world is graced with Pokemon, whose productivity sufficiently meets the majority of human needs. Otherwise, one shudders to think how many worker uprisings might have transpired. Chapter 57, The St. Anna Ship. The Leafy Gym. Curse it. The gym leader, Majishir, slammed his fist into the ground, his spirit shattered. How could that Pikachu possibly be stronger than Raichu's Thunderbolt? A vision of a boy with Pikachu perched on his shoulder flickered in his mind. As the Raichu and Electric Gym leader, he had been bested by a boy accompanied by Pikachu. Not just Thunderbolt, his Iron Tail was also quite extraordinary, boss. A subordinate remarked. If only we had known the boss would lose, we wouldn't have gone through the taunting process, making him look so foolish now. Majishir shot a piercing glare at the speaker. Knock knock knock. A knock resonated from outside. Damn it. Majishir clenched his fists. I need to vent. Go open the door. Soon, Ash stood before him, albeit this time without his hat, donned in an ill-fitting white lab coat, his Pikachu sporting a stylish middle part. I am the challenger, Natsume. Let us duel, Ash declared, grasping the back of his head. Do you take me for a fool? Majishir's face flushed with anger, and he erupted into a tirade. I mentioned this would not suffice, Ash. Behind him, Misty entered with a look of schadenfreude. Perhaps we should just wait for Natsume to arrive, Brock suggested. Oh, Brock, with your height, you could easily impersonate Natsume without suspicion, Ash lamented. Brock replied. It's not a matter of height. Hey, your Pikachu is indeed formidable. Shall we have another match? Majishir, brimming with resolve, turned his gaze towards Ash. Let's just find Natsume. Ash waved him off, declining the challenge. Ma Jisher was infuriated but found himself at a loss for words, knowing he had been defeated in his area of expertise. Enough, I have arrived. Natsume's voice rang out from outside, under Ma Jisher's piercing gaze. A fair-skinned young man appeared at the entrance of the gym. Ah, so you are Natsume, the one they speak of. I shall see what merits you possess. Ma Jisher glared at Natsume through gritted teeth. Brock, may I borrow your Onyx? Ah. Brock had no time to react as Natsume hurled Onyx into the arena. The king immune to electric attacks makes his grand entrance. Why is it that today, only troublesome foes appear? Ma Jisher exclaimed. Unbeknownst to him, had Natsume not sent out Onyx, the middle part Pikachu with its lightning rod ability would have been an even greater source of frustration. Not to mention the other Pokemon Natsume possessed. As expected, after a few rounds, Ma Jisher succumbed to defeat, supporting himself on the ground, questioning his very existence. Boss, I had a feeling you would lose. We did not engage in taunting this time. His subordinate approached, seeking to take credit. Ma Jisher shot him another glare, causing the latter to turn away, dejected, to retrieve Natsume's badge. Meanwhile, Natsume examined the orange badge in his hand. With this, he had now acquired 3 badges, soon to reach the halfway mark. This gentleman possesses an extraordinary proficiency that is decidedly unconventional. Previously, he had mocked my Pikachu. The words of Ash resonated in our ears as we departed from the Withered Leaf Gym. Upon returning to the Pokemon Center, it was already dusk. Oh, how I longed to board the SSN. Misty exclaimed, her cheeks cradled in her hands, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the posters adorning the Pokemon Center. Hey, is she alright? She's been like this ever since we finished our meal, Ash remarked, pointing at Misty, perplexed by the allure of the SSN. Isn't it just a ship? Rumor has it that this year's SSN will host a trainer's banquet, where numerous skilled trainers are expected to attend. The mention of formidable trainers sparked a gleam in Ash's eyes. At that moment, another eager figure appeared beneath the poster. Everyone look at me. Suddenly, the top student spoke, waving several exquisite boarding passes in her hand. Could it be? Misty and Ash exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up as they materialized before the top student. My father is here on vacation, and the organizers gifted him numerous boarding passes. As she spoke, the top student began distributing the passes to everyone. Thank you. The trio chorused in unison. By the end, only 1 boarding pass remained in the top student's hand. Oh dear, Mr. Natsume, we only have 1 double pass left. What boarding pass? Natsume, engrossed in fiddling with a hyperball, looked up. He directed his gaze towards the top student, who averted her eyes, a hint of embarrassment evident. The SS, and Natsume exclaimed as realization dawned upon him, promptly retrieving a handful of boarding passes from his pocket. I have plenty of these. What? Ash and the others were taken aback. These are all genuine. Misty scrutinized the collection, confirming that the dozen or so boarding passes were indeed authentic. Moreover, based on their issuance date, it was clear that Natsume had obtained them promptly. Natsume, how did you manage this? Ash inquired, his expression one of admiration. Natsume scratched his head. Well, Rongoji sent a few sets of family butler attire, and I found them in the pockets of the clothes. Not long ago, Rongoji had made a point to contact him, mentioning that he had donated a sum to Team Rocket, and Sakaki had specifically prepared a villainous showcase for Kojiru. The 50 billion was intended not only for Natsume to keep an eye on Kojiru, but also to cover the appearance fee for the villain showcase. Rongoji had shared the general plan with him, stating that the showcase would take place aboard the SS and under Sakaki's name, with most participants being hired actors. At that time, Sakaki would assign a task to the trio of Team Rocket to steal the Pokemon of everyone aboard the SSN. This plan stemmed from Rongoji's understanding that Kojiru had recently been underperforming, and he mistakenly believed that his son's confidence was faltering and his future bleak. Especially after Natsume had shown him some photos of Kojiru dressed as a girl, Rongoji's conviction only strengthened. Thus, he donated to Sakaki, urging him to devise a means for Kojiru to regain his confidence. Natsume tucked away the hyperballs. After all, one should not take advantage of others. It was time for him to contemplate what role he should assume to effectively assist Kojiru in regaining his confidence. With an appearance fee of 50 billion, Natsume was determined to ensure that Kojiru experienced the thrill of being a protagonist in a triumphant narrative. Meanwhile, the top student lowered her head in disappointment. How infuriating. She had gone out of her way to purchase every available boarding pass recently, only to discover that Natsume possessed the very first ones. Could it be that her father had gifted them to Natsume? The top student paused, realizing that only someone of her father's stature could receive such gifts from the organizers on the very first day. Fuming, the top student retreated to a corner to contact Fuji. That evening, Fuji was blissfully envisioning a bright future when he received a call from his beloved daughter. further elevating his spirits. After all, it was his daughter who had established the connection with Natsume. However, Fuji was inexplicably bewildered as his daughter proceeded to chastise him. Chapter 58. A warm welcome to young Master Kojiru. In the port of Withered Leaf City, 3 figures lurked stealthily. Amidst the briny sea breeze, Meowth, with head bowed, concentrated intently on typing away at a small device. Bang! Musashi delivered a punch, causing a 2-centimeter bump to form on Meowth's head. Bang! Kojiru followed suit. And Meowth's height increased by another 2 centimeters. What are you doing, Meowth? You've been hitting me since I returned. Meowth exclaimed, pointing at the duo in exasperation. This is workplace bullying. I'm going to report you to the boss. Huh? What are you going to report? The boss just told us to work hard and not bother him unless it's necessary, Musashi replied, unfazed. Besides, we are merely trying to ascertain whether you are a ghost. We mean well. As she spoke, Musashi cradled her face in her hands. Yes, Meowth, to prevent you from developing the bad habit of meddling in others' affairs. Kojiru and I must educate you, Kojiru added, cracking his knuckles. What meddling? Meowth wondered, perplexed. For instance, those 2 Blastoise that went missing while you were away, Kojiru remarked, shaking his head. Oh, that. Actually, there were 3 Blastoise. I must tell you, it was a love triangle, and Meowth began to explain, only to be interrupted as another bump formed on his head. Musashi and Kojiru simultaneously withdrew their fists and shouted in unison. No matter what Pokemon or what love it is, Meowth, you are not permitted to participate, understood? Understood. Meowth replied, cradling his head, bewildered by Musashi and Kojiru's intense anger, as though he were on the brink of death. He had intended to share some gossip. But given their imposing fists, he decided against it and focused on typing away. By the way, Meowth, what have you been doing with that thing for the past few days? Musashi finally inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. This is our future funding. A language translation of a Pokemon species can be sold to the Summer Research Institute for $10,000. Meowth exclaimed excitedly, shaking the cat head recorder in his hand, indicating that it contained a veritable gold mine worth 10 million. Bang! Meowth received another punch from Musashi. Don't forget what the boss told us yesterday. Our target is all the Pokemon aboard the SS, and Musashi added, delivering another punch for good measure. Look, those kids are coming, Kojiru exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as familiar figures came into view. Misty and Brock. Strange, why are there only the 2 of them? Kojiru wondered, his eyes widening. Isn't it better that the researcher isn't here, Meow? The little brats are also absent. Meowth observed, gazing in astonishment at Brock and Misty. Wait a minute. But those 2 Pikachu are with them. Meowth noted, as Brock and Misty cradled the 2 Pikachu in their arms. In an instant, the trio realized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Let's go, Meow. They stepped out of the shadows. Don't lose face, Meowth. We are tourists here on vacation, Musashi declared, donning an outfit resembling that of a wealthy lady, cradling Meowth as if he were a pet. Beside her, Kojiru also donned a disguise, sporting a relaxed tropical ensemble. Musashi and Kojiru trailed behind, and as they saw Misty and Brock presenting their tickets to board the ship, they too produced their tickets to hand to the ticket collector. Strange, where did Natsume and the others disappear to this morning? What could they be doing? I don't know. They said they were going to meet on the ship. Brock replied casually. As they chatted, Misty and Brock were about to walk away. Just as Musashi and Kojiru were about to follow, the ticket collector suddenly stopped them. Wait a moment, you two. Your boarding passes are problematic. The ticket collector's voice was curt. What? The trio was taken aback. Problematic? How is that possible? These are tickets given to us by Boss Sakaki. These are tickets from the owner of the SS, and... Hey, are you sure you aren't mistaken? Musashi was about to explode with anger when suddenly, a light chuckle echoed from behind them. Oh dear, I said we shouldn't have any bumpkins showing up here. As he turned around, a flamboyantly dressed blonde man spoke up, flaunting a golden watch on his wrist, with luxurious pokeballs at his waist, each encrusted with dazzling gems. His ostentatious attire meticulously conveyed the impression of being a wealthy heir. Hey, are you looking for trouble? Musashi, with a fiery temper, reached for his pokeballs. Wait a moment. Don't forget Boss Sakaki's mission, you fool. Nyasu interjected, halting him. Musashi paused, suddenly realizing the throngs of people gathering around them, their numbers steadily increasing. Most crucially, the gazes directed at them were laced with disdain, scorn, and pity, as if they were convinced they were attempting to stow away on a ship. What was happening? Wow, isn't that the richest man in Kuriaki City, the young Master Miyamaru from the Shinboku family? Suddenly, Ash's voice rang out from the crowd. Little brat? The trio instinctively scanned the crowd for Ash's whereabouts, but found no trace of him. However, Ash's remark ignited a buzz among the onlookers. "Humph, you two bumpkins. Let me show you how luxurious my ticket is," young Master Mayamura boasted, pulling out a ticket and presenting it to the ticket inspector. "Sir, this. I need 10 tickets for myself. Is there a problem?" he retorted, glaring at the crew member. "No problem, of course not. Ha ha ha, just so you know. My father has business ties with the owner of the St. Anno, and I've already bought out all the tickets." Mayamuru's voice boomed, audible to the surrounding crowd. "Don't hold me back. I want to give him a beating." Musashi could no longer contain herself, rolling up her sleeves to enter battle mode. Just then, a commotion erupted in the crowd. A pair of sunglasses-clad figures, a tall man and a shorter woman dressed in suits, made their entrance. In an instant, the once arrogant Mayamura's expression shifted to one of obsequiousness. "Boss Natsume has arrived." The man with sunglasses strode ahead, exuding an air of superiority, accompanied by her innate charisma. Natsume intimidated many nearby. Dressed impeccably, with a congenial professional smile, she almost wore the aura of a successful individual on her face. "What? It's Mr. Natsume, the owner of the St. Anno." In the crowd, Ash, holding a small piece of paper, caught a glimpse and began to stir up excitement. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Natsume. How did you find our last collaboration?" Mayamaru approached with a smile. But unexpectedly, a resounding slap echoed as the distinguished youth lunged forward, striking Mayamaru squarely on the face. In that instant, the once haughty Mayamaru bore a vivid red handprint on his cheek. "Mr. Natsume, why did you let him hit me?" Mayamaru exclaimed incredulously. To his surprise, Natsume didn't even glance at him, moving directly to Kojiro's side, seizing his hand. Then, with a swift motion, he removed his suit to reveal a finely tailored butler's uniform beneath, kneeling on one knee. "Welcome back, young Master Kojiro." Chapter 59, The St. Anu Sets Sail. "Kojiro? Nyasu. Musashi." Suddenly, Kojiro caught sight of the butler's attire and exclaimed, "Wait, how do you have my family's butler uniform?" This remarkably genuine reaction prompted not only the onlookers, but also Musashi and Nyasu to turn back in unison, casting suspicious glances at Kojiro. "I found out. It's actually young Master Kojiro from the illustrious Longjiro family." "Ah, it's said that Mr. Natsume worked a month of summer at the Longjiro family, and this luxurious cruise ship was a gift." The crowd began to murmur excitedly. "What? You are young Master Kojiro?" Nearby, Mayamaru seemed to recall something, his face suddenly paling, as though the sky had fallen and doom was imminent. He pointed at Kojiro, took a deep breath, and proclaimed loudly, "Could it be that you are the legendary young Master Kojiro, who was recognized by Victini at 1 year old, subdued Arceus at 2, tore apart time and space at 3, and is currently an undercover agent in Team Rocket, preparing to usurp Sakaki? Don't spout nonsense, you scoundrel." Kojiro fumed, feeling akin to a eunuch besmirched by scandal. "Please spare me, spare me," Mayamaru pleaded, ignoring him, sliding on his knees like a roller, bowing deeply before Kojiro. "Humph, you wretched scoundrel." Natsume's gaze turned cold, delivering a slap that sent Mayamaru spinning through the air before he hit the ground. "Young Master Kojiro, please allow me to serve as the Longjiro family's butler one last time." Natsume rose, lifting Kojiro's hand. Nearby, 2 anxious crew members sprang into action. Unbeknownst to them, the gazes of the surrounding crowd appeared to shift immediately, filled with envy, trepidation, and astonishment. On the deck, witnessing the entire spectacle, Kasumi and Brock exchanged bewildered glances. "What are they doing?" Kasumi asked, perplexed. "Performance art?" Brock scratched his head. At Team Rocket's headquarters, in Sakaki's office, the boss spoke. "The Alliance still refuses to relent." The secretary refilled Sakaki's wine glass. "I understand." Sakaki's eyes darkened. He anticipated the Alliance's reaction. The promotion of Dynamax was something Team Rocket could not be allowed to meddle in. He stroked Meowth's head, swirling the wine in his glass without drinking. Enveloped in a heavy silence. "How are things with Kojiro?" Sakaki suddenly inquired of the secretary. "According to plan, they are already on board. Would you like to see?" The secretary waved a hand, and a large screen appeared before Sakaki. "Take a look. After all, it's Longjiro's request." Sakaki rubbed his temples. Although Team Rocket had no direct involvement in the Alliance's future plans for Dynamax, he could utilize other families in the Kanto region as proxies for indirect engagement. Longjiro was an excellent choice. He was determined to fulfill their request, merely enhancing Kojiro's performance for a boost in confidence. Weaving a narrative where the trio played the antagonists would suffice, a trivial matter indeed. With this thought, Sakaki's spirits lifted, and he downed the wine in his glass. With a flash of white light, the surveillance footage from the St. Anu displayed. "Welcome back, young Master Kojiro." The resonant voice echoed. "Boss, are you alright?" The St. Anu had set sail. Kojiro, Musashi, and Nyasu were surrounded by a throng of admirers. Though they found the situation peculiar, they couldn't deny the thrill that accompanied their disregard for the absurdity. Natsume was entirely unconcerned about the trio's confusion. After all, Sakaki's original plan was equally riddled with flaws, yet the trio remained unwavering in their belief that Sakaki had the funds to host a lavish banquet aboard the cruise, rather than simply hiring a few Pokemon hunters, which would yield more captures. Hey, Ash, what were you doing just now? At the banquet, Kasumi, holding a plate of small cakes, curiously caught Ash, who had just finished bathing. Oh, Natsume called a bunch of people to act, and I went too. Afterward, they gave me some pocket money. Pocket money? How much? Kasumi was skeptical that a little pocket change was worth such an embarrassing venture. $1 million. Kasumi and Brock were taken aback. Just for shouting a few lines, $1 million? Shoo, keep it down. Not everyone gets that much. Ash quickly covered Kasumi's mouth. This is outrageous. How could Natsume not call us for such a good deal? Kasumi felt indignant. It's simply too much. Brock echoed. Don't worry. You two are the key to luring young Master Kojiro onto the ship. Our Ijuin family will not let you down. Suddenly, Natsume appeared, unceremoniously handing each of the two a bank card emblazoned with a super ball. Inside lay 500,000. A token of gratitude for your care of my young master while he was outside, Natsume declared, sporting a false mustache and an air of exaggerated age. Behind him, the proud figure remained clad in a suit, complete with square sunglasses, exuding an undeniable aura of sophistication. Hey, don't get too into character, Xiaoxia remarked, exasperatedly gazing at Natsume. Madam, have you not noticed that you've gained quite a bit of weight? Natsume suddenly cast his gaze upon the cake on Xiaoxia's plate. Huh, really? Xiaoxia was taken aback. Then give it to me, Natsume said, swiftly snatching the piece of cake and tossing it into his mouth. Hey, Xiaoxia exclaimed, stomping her foot. But to her surprise, Natsume had already darted away, quietly distributing bank cards to others as if settling a bill. In the distance, Xiaoxia caught sight of the flamboyant young master, Mamoru, though this time he had removed his yellow wig and appeared considerably more normal. The bank card he received was among the most elite that Natsume had distributed, adorned with a premium ball. One could only wonder how much performance fee it contained. Natsume had stated that Kojiro's father had given him a substantial amount of money, hence he would take extra care of Kojiro during this voyage on the St. Anu. On Ash's shoulders, two Pikachu perched, as the three indulged in an abundance of fruity snacks. Huh, Kojiro is truly a young master? Xiaoxia exclaimed in disbelief. She had thought Natsume was simply having a whimsical moment, only to discover that Kojiro indeed had a wealthy father. How curious. Why would Kojiro not inherit the family fortune and instead join Team Rocket? Brock pondered inquisitively. Well, I was quite astonished when I first heard about this. But Natsume referred to it as, the path one chooses must be traversed, even if on one's knees. Ash mumbled, his mouth full of food, his words slurred. The onlookers, who were merely extras, were exhausted from running around amidst the crowd. Xiaoxia twitched her lips in annoyance. Meanwhile, on the St. Anna market, this is too terrifying. Utterly terrifying. On the deck, Kojiro stood with his arms crossed, feeling a profound lack of security, his gaze fixed downward. Young master. Care to take a look at this golden Magikarp? The vendor called out, but Kojiro ignored him, plodding forward in a daze. Was his father's influence seeping into Team Rocket? As he walked, Kojiro encountered Natsume, who sprayed a bit of onion water on his face, immediately reddening his eyes as he approached. Young Master Kojiro, Natsume greeted. Natsume, what is happening? Did my father send you? Kojiro inquired directly. No, it's because I am indeed the chief steward of the illustrious Ijuin family, Natsume asserted, tugging at his fitted steward's attire and looking earnestly at Kojiro. Who do you think you're fooling? Kojiro rolled his eyes. The truth is, the year you ran away from home, your father passed away. What? Kojiro gasped, a worried expression overtaking his features. The following year, the lady also departed. Wait a moment, you must be lying. Otherwise, why would you concoct such a tale? Of course, it is to eliminate you, young Master Kojiro, so that all the wealth would belong to me, Natsume replied, at which point a Jengar floated up behind him. Kojiro turned and bolted, disappearing in a flash. Watching him sprint towards the vendors selling Magikarp, Natsume straightened his attire. In the world outside, one's identity is self-assigned. Ruji had another request. He had prepared a Magikarp for Kojiro, one that was on the brink of evolving into a Gyarados. Natsume was to find a way to transfer it to Kojiro's hands without raising any suspicion. Natsume had always been averse to trouble. However, the rewards offered were simply too generous. At the Magikarp stall, Kojiro, lost in thought, was forcefully handed a Magikarp by the vendor. Upon returning to his room, he found Musashi and Meowth waiting for him. Previously, Kojiro had provided them with a brief explanation of his background. Consequently, Musashi and Meowth had refrained from commenting. They merely regarded Kojiro as emergency funds, planning to feign a kidnapping for a little extortion if they ran low on cash. However, today was different. Natsume's interruption had thoroughly derailed Sakiki's plans. Kojiro, this time it's not me causing trouble, Meowth exclaimed, shaking his head. Wait a moment, Meowth, Musashi said, tugging at Meowth's sleeve as she noticed Kojiro's expression was somewhat unusual. I need to call my dad, Kojiro declared, his demeanor suddenly serious as he turned and headed out of the room towards the public phone booth on the deck. Musashi and Meowth followed closely behind. Before long, the video call connected. On the other end appeared a middle-aged man with a small mustache, impeccably dressed in gentlemanly attire. Haha. How does it feel to experience the thrill of your identity? Ryuji laughed heartily, clearly pleased with Natsume's script, believing it might awaken the noble genes within Kojiro. You're alive, Kojiro exclaimed in shock. Ryuji? Kojiro sighed in relief. Chapter 60, Illegal Constructions. This time, Natsume's script replaced Sakiki's, preventing the original plot where Team Rocket clashed with others, leading to the sinking of the St. Anu and the group being cast away on a deserted island. A week later, the St. Anu docked at a port city, Onpu City, a place devoid of gyms or distinguishing features. Brock pulled out a map. Ah, no gym here. Ash sounded a bit disheartened. However, I've heard they're developing tourism here. Look over there. The proud one pointed to the sea nearby. There. A marine construction site buzzed with activity, numerous vessels transporting goods, the sound of drilling resonating, waves rippling incessantly across the water's surface. Natsume cast a glance, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. If memory serves correctly, this is the city where the colossal Venomoth appeared, nearly devastating the entire locale. This is an illegal construction. Humph. Xiaoxia suddenly fumed. Why? Ash queried, puzzled by her reaction. Xiaoxia, clearly agitated, refrained from explaining, and the proud one took over the conversation. Such extensive construction will severely impact the Pokémon inhabiting the nearby waters. The responsible party certainly did not consult any researchers on Pokémon ecology to properly plan this out. He remarked, pulling out a book. It's written in Mr. Natsume's book. Electabuzz will politely convert buried cables into free charging stations, complete with a service to collect electricity bills at a voltage of 100,000 volts. Cited from A Thousand Ways Pokémon Disturb Human Society Under Ecological Destruction. Authored by Natsume. Why do you always enjoy writing such bizarre things? Xiaoxia glanced at the book's contents. Though she teased, she held a fondness for Natsume's ironic approach to advocating for Pokémon ecological protection. I have a feeling something is going to go awry here. Xiaoxia worriedly gazed at the rippling sea surface. Suddenly, a bright blue Pokémon emerged from the water. Seahorse, my favorite Pokémon. Seahorse, my favorite Pokémon. Natsume, how do I switch the Pokédex from custom introduction back to the original? Ash awkwardly scratched his head. Up, down, left, right, Baba. After a series of commands, Ash found himself in an action game. What? Defeat the big boss, Caterpie, to return to the original. Natsume gave Ash a thumbs up. Forget it. I'll handle it, Xiaoxia said, covering her face as she retrieved the Pokédex. Seahorse, a dragon Pokémon, emits a special ink from its mouth when sensing danger. Huh. This Pokémon doesn't look like a dragon at all. Isn't it's solely a water type in the Pokédex? Ash leaned in, watching as the Caterpie transformed midway into a dragon. He perished 6 times within 3 seconds, and it seemed unlikely that his Pokédex would ever revert. Humph. You may not know this, but the final evolution of the Ink Seahorse is the Dragon King, which possesses the dragon type. Misty explained. Wow. I didn't realize you were so knowledgeable. Ash replied. Of course. Water-type Pokémon are my specialty. Misty proudly puffed out her chest. Moreover, I have a strong affinity for water-type Pokémon. As she spoke, Misty crouched down and beckoned to the Ink Seahorse. Come here, dear. The Ink Seahorse forcefully squirted ink into the surrounding waters. Haha, it must be because you look too ferocious. Ash chuckled maliciously. Misty interjected, wait a moment. Don't you think the ink being sprayed by that Ink Seahorse looks a bit strange? The group turned to observe, and they soon realized that the ink resembled 2 paintings depicting 2 Pokémon. Those are the agate jellyfish and the toxic spikes jellyfish. Misty exclaimed. The agate jellyfish is my favorite Pokémon. Ash expressionlessly shut his Pokédex. Hand it over. I'll input a cheat code for you. Natsume reached out to Ash. Thank you, Natsume. He replied. Everyone, it seems that Ink Seahorse is injured, the observant Brock pointed out, indicating the fin on the Ink Seahorse's back. Could it have been bullied by the agate jellyfish and toxic spikes jellyfish? Ash speculated. Suddenly, a massive explosion resounded from a distance on the sea, causing the group to turn and their expressions to change dramatically. A transport ship had unexpectedly exploded, sending dozens of crew members plummeting into the ocean. Quick, save them. Go. Starmie, Gem Starfish, and Wishawashi. Misty reacted first. Go, Squirtle and Pidgey. Ash followed suit. Haha, my ultimate water-type Onix can finally come into play. The crew members, seeing Pokemon being sent to rescue them, were overjoyed, but their expressions turned to dread upon spotting Onix. To their surprise, the Onix was able to swim gracefully through the water with remarkable speed, showing no signs of discomfort. Soon, in just 2 trips, around 10 crew members were saved and brought back to shore. Alas, it's a pity. The ink seahorse has fled, Misty lamented as she glanced at the empty sea. Oh, do you wish to capture it? Natsume's voice came from behind. Turning around, they saw Natsume holding a wet brick in one hand and the incapacitated ink seahorse in the other. Here you go, Natsume said, placing the ink seahorse into a Pokeball and tossing it to Misty. This ink seahorse might possess information about the Gigantamax toxic spikes jellyfish. It's better to take it with us. Wait, wasn't it you who captured it? Misty asked. Then I'll release it, she said, but unbeknownst to her, Natsume had already snatched the Pokeball back. Hold on, I want it. Misty quickly amended her statement. By the way, Natsume, you currently only have a split-headed Dragonite and a Rotom. Aren't you planning to capture more Pokemon? Ash suddenly inquired. It's fine, I can borrow yours, Natsume replied, putting away the wet brick and clapping his hands as he walked towards the crew members who were still expelling water. Are you all crew members of this project? Natsume asked straightforwardly. Yes, thank you. A slightly plump middle-aged crew member stepped forward to express his gratitude. As an Alliance Inspector, take me to your boss, Natsume declared, revealing a black badge. The crew members' faces changed dramatically upon seeing it. All right, we will contact the boss and have her come to meet you. Do not contact her in advance. Take us to her, Natsume stated bluntly. The lead crew member wore an awkward expression but nodded and led the way. Natsume, when did you become an Alliance Inspector? Ash quietly asked along the way. Shoo, fake ID, Natsume replied. Chapter 61, The Agate Jellyfish Swarm. On the way, Misty, concerned about the ink seahorse's condition, departed from the group to head to the Pokemon Center. What are you doing making such a commotion with this development? The Alliance has received numerous complaints. Natsume spoke without flinching. The leading worker hesitated momentarily before stammering. Boss Jean said to transform the area around the U-Town dock into a tourist resort. Natsume and Ash exchanged glances, and suddenly, Ash handed over his phone, which displayed some information he had just searched. Old Lady Jean, Natsume squinted. Soon, the lead crew member led Natsume and the others into a large building. On the first floor, numerous trainers were clustered around a notice board. Drive away the agate jellyfish? A reward of 1 million for participating trainers. Ash, curious, squeezed through the crowd, and upon reading the notice, his face contorted with indignation. According to Natsume, the area under construction at the U-Town dock was a coral reef, a habitat for the agate jellyfish swarm. Let us go, Ash, don't linger. Natsume pulled him out and handed over the upgraded Pokédex. The group followed the crew member to the 12th floor. Bang, bang, bang. The crew member knocked on the door. Humph, come in, a sharp, elderly voice called from within. The door opened, and the crew member hurriedly fled. Oh, you've come for the million reward? They turned to see a short, elderly woman. Her petite figure was wrapped in a mink shawl. Her round face was lined with wrinkles like the sound waves of an explode, and her emerald earrings were large enough to knock out a Macamp. Her eyes oozed a sulphurous gaze as she scrutinized Natsume and the group. Explode, the loud noise Pokemon, evolves from Whizmore and emits a cry powerful enough to shatter houses. Ash's Pokédex chimed in. What are you saying? The old woman erupted in fury, her voice rising sharply, making it even more grating to the ears. Ash, noting the resemblance between the old lady and Explode, diligently compared the Pokemon in his Pokédex. Get out. None of you are getting the job. The old woman brandished a jeweled cane, which thudded ominously against the floor with each strike. She loudly ushered them out, but no one paid her any heed. How effective has your bounty been since you issued it? Natsume casually pulled out a chair and sat down across from the old woman. Why should I tell you? She scoffed disdainfully. Then I shall report you to the Alliance. Natsume replied nonchalantly, rising from his seat. Wait, the old woman called after him. Your report will be futile. This is a public works project, she added, glancing at Natsume. However, it's no trouble to inform you that my bounty has been quite effective. The agate jellyfish have not been seen near the U-Town dock for several months now. A glimmer of longing appeared on her face as she continued. Just wait. Once I turn Onpu City into the premier tourist destination of Kanto, my statue will be erected in the city center. At her words, Natsume's lips twitched. Whether Onpu City could become a tourist destination because of her remained uncertain, but it was certain that it would become a wasteland due to her actions. According to the old woman, the agate jellyfish swarm had retreated from the coast. However, this was far from a sign of fear. Natsume understood this all too well. The retreating agate jellyfish swarm was likely seeking their elder brother, the Gigantamax toxic spikes jellyfish, which would emerge in a few days. With its terrifying abilities, the mere act of maintaining its Gigantamax form was beyond Onpu City's capacity to counteract. Selfishly destroying the ecosystem for personal gain will ultimately lead to retribution. Ash remarked mercilessly. You little girl, what did you say? Humph, I'm calling you out. The proud scion raised his head, exuding an even greater aura. Bang, bang, bang. Natsume slammed several items onto the table, a fake identification card, a pokeball, and a brick. Choose for yourself, Granny Jean, he declared, as Ash and the others gathered around him. Choose what? Granny Jean's expression darkened, and several security guards suddenly emerged behind her. Select this inspection certificate, and then we will take you to apologize to the Tentacruel. In the future, Onpu City will erect a statue in your honor as a warning to posterity. Choose this pokeball, and if you lose, we will leave. If you win, you will cooperate with us in apologizing to the Tentacruel. As for the remaining brick, Natsume said without elaborating, its meaning is self-evident. Upon seeing the nearly indistinguishable inspection certificate, Granny Jean's face flickered with trepidation. However, she was soon completely incensed by Natsume's words. You expect me to apologize to some wild Pokemon? What a joke. This ring on my finger could buy dozens of them. Natsume crossed his arms, his expression unchanging as he regarded her. You claim that in a Pokemon battle, if you lose, you will leave? Really? Suddenly, Granny Jean seemed to have a revelation, and her tone softened. Natsume nodded, remaining silent. Very well. Granny Jean clapped her hands, and her bodyguards immediately produced a multitude of Pokeballs, swiftly filling half the spacious room. Pokemon such as Gyarados, Charizard, and Skarmory encircled Natsume. What's the matter? Aren't you sending out your Pokemon? With newfound confidence, Granny Jean urged Natsume. Do you believe these Pokemon can even breach my defenses? Natsume shook his head slightly, staring intently at her. Why not let them attack and see? Ha, you said it. Granny Jean laughed heartily, waving her hand as her Pokemon launched a barrage of attacks. Flames erupted, and sharp stone strikes filled the air, enveloping Natsume. Soon, a faint haze of smoke filled the room. Looking at Natsume's position, Granny Jean spoke with displeasure. Hey, don't think a mere inspector can intimidate me. I have my own power. But her voice trailed off. Where Natsume had stood, there was now nothing but a set of clothes exuding a foul odor and a slowly burning inspection certificate, as if he had been utterly obliterated in the onslaught. She attacked an Alliance inspector. She killed an Alliance inspector. Ash's frantic cries pierced the air as he turned to reveal his Pokédex, clearly having recorded the shocking scene. Beside him, the proud scion produced a delicate camera, capturing a close-up of the burning inspection certificate. Quick, hurry back and report to the Alliance. There are terrorists here. Ash and the proud scion snapped photos as they retreated towards the exit, then bolted as if pursued by a monstrous flood. Wait, when did you two conspire? Why am I left out? Brock exclaimed, but he too soon followed suit, shouting, terrorists, as he dashed out of sight. Inside the office, the others were frozen in shock by the sudden turn of events. After a long silence, Granny Jean finally snapped back to reality, cold sweat breaking out on her back. The assassination of an Alliance inspector would lead to her being marked as a terrorist without question, pursued across the region. Furthermore, capturing her would require no evidence, as this was anti-terrorism. Should she resist during the arrest, her death would also require no justification, for it was anti-terrorism. What's more, a champion trainer might even take action. In such a scenario, even with her connections, Granny Jean could not protect herself. Chapter 62, The Giant Tentacruel. In Onpu City. At the Pokemon Center, Ash excitedly recounted their thrilling, adventure-like experience. Natsume, why did you go to such lengths? Misty questioned, puzzled. Isn't being an Alliance inspector enough? From the crew's reactions, it was clear inspectors had visited more than once. Natsume shook his head slightly. If the inspector's identity held any weight, they would have halted the project long ago. Moreover, since my inspection certificate is forged, they would discover the truth sooner or later. It's better to strike boldly and throw them into disarray. By the time they react, it would be too late. Reality proved Natsume's assessment correct. Without applying significant pressure on Granny Jean, she would not relent. 2 days later, Onpu City was rocked by explosive news. Granny Jean, The owner of the Yuqing Dock Tourism Development Project had fled. Overnight, the place was deserted, with countless workers and crew members protesting outside the building. The dock company, Granny Jean, has run away, taking her Pokemon with her. The workers, true to their nature, showcased their talents, even rapping about the incident. Natsume observed with an amused expression as several young individuals in worker attire held microphones and speakers. Everyone quiet, the proud scion commanded. Floating in midair atop Natsume's Superball Rotom, her voice drowned out the crowd. As of now, the Yuqing Dock Development Project will be taken over by the Kanto Tokiwa Biochemical Pharmaceutical Group. The tourism development will continue but will shift towards ecological tourism. The night before, the proud scion had contacted her father, and with Natsume's brilliant proposal and a minor connection in Toyama, the alliance granted their approval without hesitation. This way, many workers in Onpu City would not face unemployment. That evening, at Yuqing Dock, the group found themselves idly fishing. "Natsume, aren't we leaving yet?" Ash asked, gazing at the departing passenger ship, feeling restless. "No rush. The matter here isn't over yet," Natsume replied, donned in a tentacruel costume, walking over with a small blanket draped over his head. "Now that a project manager has taken over from the proud scion, we should be ready to depart." Brock misinterpreted Natsume's words as referring to the proud scion. "I too sense that this matter isn't concluded. This child has been rather restless lately," Misty observed, casting a worried glance at the seahorse in her arms. "Of course he's restless. You're holding him," Natsume interjected. "I meant that he's restless at other times as well." Misty fell silent but eventually tossed the seahorse into the sea, where it repeatedly dove and resurfaced, appearing anxious. "What do you think the seahorse is trying to convey?" Misty mused, resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. "Perhaps it's trying to say that in a few days, a monster will come ashore." "How could that be? Such a thing?" Misty shot Natsume a glare. "Look." It nodded. Brock pointed at the seahorse in the water, astonished. "What?" Misty tilted her head, pondering whether Natsume's influence was too strong, leading the seahorse astray in just a few days. "Fear not, seahorse." Suddenly, Natsume shook off his costume, standing up while the blanket atop his head remained undisturbed, still asleep. He struck a fearsome pose, casting a large shadow reminiscent of the tentacruel, causing the seahorse to tremble. "We have Jengar Superman," he exclaimed, as a flash of red light emitted from his waist, summoning a rotund purple figure with its hands clasped behind its back, to which Natsume casually offered a spicy mud. "Ah, one a day, declare." Soon, night fell. "Natsume, aren't you heading back?" Ash yawned, puzzled about Natsume's purpose for staying there. "You all should go back first." Natsume waved at the others, signaling them to return to the Pokemon Center for rest. Without the time Ash and the others spent stranded on a deserted island, Natsume had no clear notion of when the Gigantamax Tentacruel would land. Roughly estimating, it would be within these few days. To avoid any mishaps, such as a sudden nighttime landing by the Gigantamax Tentacruel, he remained vigilant. Time was of the essence, and it seemed that Onpu City would soon meet its demise before Natsume could offer any explanation. Thus, Natsume resolved to remain vigilant for several days in this location. He even refrained from utilizing the designated battle area, patiently awaiting the arrival of the colossal toxic stinging jellyfish, which could come at any moment. "Teacher, I shall accompany you." Upon seeing that everyone intended to depart, the spirited Kyoza seated himself beside Natsume. The month was drawing to a close, and Natsume stifled a yawn. Kyoza paused for a moment, then lowered his head in dismay. Very well. It seemed she needed to return to the Pokemon Center and hasten her progress. After the group departed, Natsume retrieved his phone. An application on his device was linked to the translator that Meowth held. The translations written by Meowth would be transmitted in real time to this software developed by Natsume. Furthermore, the application was linked to an account. Each time Meowth uploaded a translation of a Pokemon species language, a monetary reward would be credited. The swift feedback was so addictive for Meowth that within less than a week, he had uploaded translations for nearly 20 different Pokemon languages. Recently, Meowth had submitted translations related to the onyx jellyfish and the toxic stinging jellyfish. A gentle snoring emanated from above, and drowsiness began to envelop Natsume. The Rotom on his phone hovered in the air, monitoring the sea, but no significant news had emerged. Natsume thought to himself that perhaps this night would pass without incident. Suddenly, a tremendous sound of rushing water echoed from behind. It was as if a colossal entity was rising from the depths of the ocean, with torrents of seawater cascading down to form pillars that crashed upon the surface, creating a deafening uproar. The lights of Onpu City flickered into view. Were they truly under night attack? Natsume's heart raced, shaking off any remnants of fatigue. However, gazing into the distance at the massive silhouette in the darkness, he found himself perplexed. Wasn't the Yuching dock located nearby? Why had the enormous toxic stinging jellyfish appeared on the opposite side of the city? Now was not the time for Natsume to ponder such matters. He released his Jengar and instructed, "Take me over there. A fierce battle awaits us tonight." Jengar. Jengar inhaled deeply, responding with vigor before transforming into a streak of light, soaring toward the city. In another part of Onpu City's waters, the massive toxic stinging jellyfish had emerged and stood frozen in place, somewhat bewildered. Wait a moment. Where are my subordinates? Natsume had only just departed when the waters around the Yuching dock suddenly radiated with countless pink glimmers, shining brightly. Upon closer inspection, it was a multitude of onyx jellyfish. Their presence transformed the waters into a dazzling spectacle reminiscent of a starry sky. However, these onyx jellyfish had all surfaced from the ocean, and their expressions reflected confusion. Wait, where is our leader? We were supposed to teach these humans a lesson together. Suddenly, amidst the luminous glow, some onyx jellyfish noticed something orange on the shore. Pikachu? As the Jengar awakened, it found itself surrounded by a circle of UFO-like Pokémon. Rubbing its sleepy eyes, it instinctively grasped a small blanket and crawled over to greet a nearby onyx jellyfish. Clambering atop its head, Jengar found it to be exceptionally comfortable, cool to the touch and delightfully smooth. After a few playful squeezes, Jengar promptly fell back asleep. Onyx Jellyfish. Chapter 63. Natsume versus the Colossal Toxic Stinging Jellyfish. The Gigantamax Toxic Stinging Jellyfish stood still, deep in thought, its enormous luminescent organ emitting a red glow that flickered in the darkness, guiding Natsume's direction. After a prolonged moment, it relinquished its contemplation. This body of water bore no trace of coral reefs. Evidently, wicked humans had thoroughly ravaged this place, and the reality was even grimmer than what its subordinates had described. No matter, let us first teach these humans a lesson. The massive toxic stinging jellyfish turned around, and the moon in the sky appeared to multiply into 3. In Onpu City, countless individuals poured out of their homes. Miss Junsha looked up, her gaze fixated on the 3 moons in the distance, and her face turned pale. What is that? Those are not moons. They are clearly the enormous eyes of a creature. What is happening? At the Pokemon Center, Ash and his companions heard the commotion around them and stepped outside. Is that a Pokemon? Brock exclaimed in disbelief. Having encountered the gigantic Dragonite before, they certainly did not associate the suddenly appeared massive entity with a monster. Misty furrowed her brow, her Mariani in her arms fidgeting restlessly. She pulled out her Pokédex and aimed it at the Gigantamax toxic stinging jellyfish. But the darkness rendered the device ineffective. I'll handle it. Natsume said my Pokédex has night vision capabilities. Ash declared, retrieving his own Pokédex and aiming it high above the skyscrapers at the 2 faintly visible forms in the sky. Toxic stinging jellyfish, the evolved form of onyx jellyfish, capable of extending its 80 tentacles at will. Toxic stinging jellyfish. Brock suddenly recalled the illustration painted by the artistic Mariani. Could it be true, just as Natsume said? The enormous toxic stinging jellyfish is here to wreak havoc? Misty was momentarily taken aback, still unable to believe it. She had always thought water-type Pokemon were kind and adorable. No, I believe it is the work of Granny Jin's project. We must hurry to stop it, Brock exclaimed, only to realize he was the last one remaining, as Ash and Misty had already dashed away. Hey, wait for me. On another side of the beach, where no port had been constructed, steep cliffs loomed. The Gigantamax toxic stinging jellyfish was searching for a landing spot. After a lengthy search, it found a suitable area to make landfall, and with its movement, the entire sea began to rumble. You destroy my home, I shall destroy yours. It is only fair. Just as it prepared to storm the shore, a thunderous voice rang out from nearby. Rule domain, activate. In the darkness, an invisible barrier descended from the heavens, enveloping both the Gigantamax toxic stinging jellyfish and Natsume. Simultaneously, a stirring melody began to play. The massive toxic stinging jellyfish was taken aback, seeing a fellow creature riding atop a Jengar, and then an inexplicable force halted its advance. This battle is a team battle, allowing multiple Pokemon to engage simultaneously. Gigantamax toxic stinging jellyfish, level 69. Go for it, Jengar. Pokéball Rotom. Upon witnessing Natsume dispatching 2 Pokemon, the toxic stinging jellyfish was momentarily stunned, quickly realizing that the figure before it was a human, draped in the remains of its kin. Furious, the Gigantamax toxic stinging jellyfish prepared to retaliate, only to be struck by a beam of blue light. Pokéball Rotom has used the robbery ball. Seeing that the move succeeded, Natsume exhaled a sigh of relief. The divine Pokemon, Rotom, seemed to render its other abilities ineffective unless his own Rotom possessed divine attributes as well. With a flash of blue light, the Gigantamax toxic stinging jellyfish was released. The moment it emerged, it unleashed a torrent of shadowy apparitions. Super Giant Phantom Spectre struck the toxic stinging jellyfish. Due to divine influence, the damage taken by the toxic stinging jellyfish is reduced by 10. The mechanical voice of the system echoed, leaving Natsume momentarily astonished. He recalled how the gigantic Dragonite had taken half damage directly. Could it be that the divine fragment swallowed by the Gigantamax toxic stinging jellyfish was a smaller piece? Natsume's suspicions were confirmed as the subsequent announcements validated his hypothesis. Jengar's high level meant that, despite the toxic stinging jellyfish's decent special defense, it still lost a significant portion of health from Jengar's exclusive Gigantamax move. Due to divine influence, the toxic stinging jellyfish's health has recovered by 5. The health bar above its head slightly increased. Witnessing this, Natsume was overjoyed. There was hope. This Gigantamax toxic stinging jellyfish was considerably weaker than the Gigantamax Dragonite. Wholly unlike the despair he had felt previously. Reeling from the unexpected blow, the toxic stinging jellyfish was filled with unbridled rage. A surge of energy flowed from its mouth, and an immensely thick column of water surged towards Genki. The hydro pump of the Tentacruel struck Genki. Natsume gazed upwards at Genki, observing that its health had diminished by less than a third. There was hope, considerable hope. Genki's mega evolution had ended, yet this was of little consequence. Super Rotom. Rotom. A flash of azure light erupted as a gaping-mouthed Super Genki reappeared, reminiscent of the legendary Rashomon. Boom. The colossal phantom Genki struck, instantly depleting the health bar of the massive Tentacruel. Due to the influence of its divine nature, the massive Tentacruel rose once more. Natsume watched as the health bar was both emptied and refilled, the flame of hope within him burning ever brighter. Unlike the seemingly limitless second health bar of the gigantic Dragonite, this Tentacruel had only regained a mere 10 health points. Indeed, the divine fragments consumed by it were significantly smaller compared to those devoured by the colossal Dragonite. Therefore, the effects could not be generalized. Wow, Natsume is going to win. How impressive. On a nearby rooftop, Ash and his companions observed the battle closely, accompanied by Miss Junsha and several officers. It feels like we are utterly unnecessary. Miss Junsha appeared somewhat embarrassed. How could that be, Miss Junsha? It is a privilege for me to stand beside you and witness this grand battle. Beside Junsha, Houndoom regarded Brock with a sense of foreboding. What is the matter, Misty? Ash noticed that Misty's complexion seemed a bit off. I can't shake the feeling that we VE encroached upon their habitat, and now we're about to pummel their leader. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Misty touched her head, somewhat sheepishly. Of course, if it poses a threat to the safety of the city, it must be stopped. Now that Granny has left and the plan has been altered, we should clarify the misunderstanding. But in this situation, we can't intervene, can we? Ash spoke comfortingly. Rest assured, Natsume will surely manage. Within the battleground, Natsume's breaths became somewhat rapid. Divine beasts possess divine powers, but generally, only the strongest among them hold such power. Upon entering this world and learning of this information from the system, Natsume had longed to acquire a divine fragment for research. Regrettably, he was yet unaware of the methods to extract such powers. Consequently, he abandoned that notion, though it was certainly not due to an inability to encounter divine beasts. Now, Natsume saw a glimmer of hope for studying divine powers. Capturing this Tentacruel and finding a way to extract the divine fragments seemed plausible. The creature was merely a user of the divine fragments, not their true owner. Even if separated, it would merely revert to its original form. With this in mind, Natsume retrieved a heavy-duty ball. Although the rules of the battleground prohibited capturing Pokémon in abnormal states, games are games. What does reality have to do with it? He only needed to knock out the opponent in the next round, then nullify the rules and toss the ball. However, the Tentacruel remained motionless, standing in the sea as if paralyzed by the sight of Super Genki. The anemone jellyfish has joined the battle. The anemone jellyfish has joined the battle. Suddenly, a series of announcement chimes echoed, momentarily startling Natsume, who then observed countless red lights emerging from the sea before him. System, isn't this a team battle? Why can it summon allies? Natsume protested. Indeed, this battle is a team battle. The system's voice finally enlightened Natsume, revealing that the rules allowed multiple Pokémon to be present in a team battle. However, it did not specify that only trainers could send out multiple Pokémon. Chapter 64, Report. The parting of the hair has defected. The anemone jellyfish has joined the battle. The anemone jellyfish has joined the battle. The announcements continued, and Natsume felt that his opponent had summoned at least 10,000 minions. The combined number of Pokémon trainers in the entire city likely did not surpass this. Kids, we are doomed. Facing the pleading gazes of Genki and Rotom, Natsume began to straighten his appearance. In the rules of the battleground, each Pokémon had one turn. With 2 against 1, he had the advantage, as the Tentacruel could only act once for every 2 turns he took. Yet now, each jellyfish could drown him with a mere spew of water. You all need to teleport out of here to ensure your safety. I'll take Ash with me. Natsume instructed the 2 Pokémon. As the situation rapidly evolved, Natsume adjusted his strategy, planning to let Ash engage in verbal distraction. The anemone jellyfish has joined the battle. Pikachu has joined the battle. The parting of the hair is so loyal. As the final announcement concluded, Natsume, Pokéball Rotom, and Jinky were momentarily taken aback, then turned to look behind them. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Natsume scanned the area but still found no trace of the parting of the hair. No. It seemed the creature was napping at the dock. Suddenly, Natsume recalled, noticing Jinky tugging at his sleeve, pointing with its small, pudgy finger. Natsume looked up to see a Pikachu, draped in a blanket like a cloak, emerging amidst a throng of anemone jellyfish. Natsume, when did you defect? Pikachu, Pikachu. Mew Mew Mew. Mew 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 Mew. Galoo? On the opposite side, the multitude of Pokémon completely ignored Natsume, engrossed in their own conversations. Natsume raised an eyebrow and pulled out his phone, opening an application. I'm going to sleep on its head, meow. Boss, the clan's treasure is missing, meow. This Pikachu has been chosen by the clan's treasure. Its voice is so melodious, meow. That over there is its trainer, meow. They drove away the bad guys, meow. A cacophony of voices erupted, and Natsume fell silent. How did Meow Meow's speech have an accent? However, the content of their conversation piqued Natsume's interest greatly. What is this clan treasure? Natsume was uncertain, but sensed it was of considerable significance. Upon hearing this, the gigantic Tentacruel immediately lowered its head, allowing the parting of the hair to perch atop it. The parting of the hair yawned and resumed its slumber. After eavesdropping, Natsume quietly nullified the rules of the battleground. For reasons unknown, the anemone jellyfish had accepted the parting of the hair. Subsequently, the anemone jellyfish conveyed the latest information to the massive Tentacruel that the bad guys had been driven away. If all goes well, it should be fine. Galoo felt the binding power dissipate and looked toward Natsume, not far away. Natsume. Ash and the others approached Natsume, warily watching the massive Tentacruel. Wait. It harbors no ill intentions now. Natsume raised his hand to stop them. Galoo, I want to hear about your ecological tourism development project, meow. Natsume's phone automatically translated. Wow, Natsume. I want that software too. Ash exclaimed, eyes filled with envy. Once it's perfected, I'll release the software, Natsume replied, aiming his phone at the massive Tentacruel, eagerly awaiting its response. Galoo, if you continue to recklessly destroy the coral reefs, I will wait until you leave and then wreak havoc upon the city, meow. Natsume remained silent for a moment before beginning to outline his ecological tourism development plan, revenge-themed ecological park of the anemone jellyfish. The more he spoke, the brighter Tentacruel's expression became, while the humans around him grew increasingly grim. Yes, indeed, Mr. Tentacruel, humans can be quite despicable. Unbeknownst to Natsume, he had donned a Tentacruel costume, speaking earnestly. Galoo. Tentacruel was evidently thrilled. It showed great interest in the proposal Natsume had presented. Particularly noteworthy is the Coral Ruins Experience Pavilion, where visitors are provided with an agate perspective converter, allowing them to immerse themselves in a holographic projection of coral reefs ravaged by humanity. The interactive task involves using virtual tentacles to rescue companions on the brink of being obliterated by the propellers of passing tour boats. Progress is tracked, and upon each failure, the pavilion releases a fruity fragrance while announcing the advancements made by humanity. When the progress reaches 100%, 100 visitors who have failed the task can unite to summon a formidable force that will exact revenge upon the human city depicted in the projection. This experience invites visitors to perceive the world through the lens of Pokémon, showcasing Nyamo's endless creativity. Remarkably, Xiaoxia refrains from her usual sarcasm, instead offering an enthusiastic thumbs up to Nyamo. Thus, under the watchful eyes of Miss June Shaw and a cadre of officers, this day culminates in a resounding defeat for humanity. The cunning Nyamo forges an unequal treaty with the agate jellyfish, wherein 50% of the tourism revenue will be allocated for the restoration of coral reefs. In return, the colossal toxic sting jellyfish agrees to meet certain conditions set by Nyamo, such as collaborating with the Alliance on Gigantamax research and answering some of his inquiries. In this crowded and bustling environment, Nyamo perches atop a Jing host, following the toxic sting jellyfish to a distant maritime realm. Galoo, do you have any questions, meow? The toxic sting jellyfish inquires curiously as Nyamo leaps down from the Jing host's head to settle atop its own. The sea breeze wafts by, while a nearby parted hair Pokemon snores contentedly. Naimo gently pats the little creature's head and straightforwardly asks, "I wish to know how you grew so large." The toxic sting jellyfish momentarily pauses, then begins to explain without hesitation. Long ago, a shooting star streaked across the sky, fragmenting and releasing a crimson-black crystal that fell into the realm of the agate jellyfish. Wait a moment, Naimo interjects, astonished. Are you referring to the divine fragment of Wujitai? Gulu, if what resides within me is indeed that, then what you speak of is true, meow, replies the toxic sting jellyfish, clarifying that it merely consumed a small shard of the black-red crystal to attain its immense size. But what of the remaining large divine fragment? Naimo exclaims excitedly, pondering if he need not labor to extract it from the toxic sting jellyfish, as it might already be present in the vicinity. Gulu was absorbed by your Pikachu, meow. What? Naimo gasps in surprise. The toxic sting jellyfish reveals, the clan's treasure fused with your Pikachu, meow. Wake up. Naimo nudges the parted hair Pokemon, who stirs groggily, its drool bubble bursting. Is it morning? Even if it is, I'll continue to sleep as long as my trainer is absent. The parted hair Pokemon flips over, drifting back into slumber. Naimo employs a fierce glare, causing the parted hair Pokemon's fur to stand on end as if electrified. It turns its head, looking sheepishly at Naimo. Speak. What is the connection between you and the clan's treasure? Naimo demands earnestly. Pika, Pika, Pika. The parted hair Pokemon retorts dismissively, insisting that sleeping on the treasure was uncomfortable. Naimo, exasperated, tugs at the short legs of the parted hair Pokemon, repeatedly imploring, spit it out. Give it back to me. With its eyes shut, the Pokemon simply continues to sleep. Chapter 65, Effects Unknown. Curiously, what have Naimo and the others been up to? At the seaside, despite the enveloping darkness, Ash and his companions anxiously await Naimo's return. Pikachu, spit it out. I command you. When the toxic sting jellyfish returns, they find a despondent Naimo, whose parted hair Pokemon remains soundly asleep, unresponsive to calls. Naimo does not perceive this as a symptom of sleepiness resulting from the absorption of divine power, for when he produces a favored snack, the Pokemon instantly awakens, devouring it before promptly falling back asleep. This indicates that the Pokemon's slumber is not uncontrollable. Yet, Naimo, well-versed in Pokemon knowledge, realizes that the parted hair Pokemon is not feigning sleep. It has truly reached a remarkable state where it can sleep at will and awaken when desired. Regardless of the surrounding clamor or Naimo's antics, the parted hair Pokemon continues to slumber peacefully. Is it so? That enormous divine fragment granted you such a power? Naimo muses. Sigh. Where are you off to, Naimo? To the Pokemon Center. Naimo, undeterred, slides down the tentacles of the toxic sting jellyfish and is instantaneously whisked away by Rotom's teleportation. A divine fragment large enough to allow a Pikachu to comfortably nap must indeed be significant. The fact that such a substantial fragment has been entirely absorbed by the parted hair Pokemon without any anomalies is, in itself, an anomaly. The Pokemon neither experiences Gigantamax nor any change in level, and its stats remain entirely unaffected. This is highly unusual. At the Pokemon Center in Anpu City, within a dimly lit room, a girl's shadow sways. Before her computer, the rhythmic clatter of keyboard strokes fills the air. A headband emblazoned with the word Strive adorning her forehead. Her gaze is fixed intently on the screen. Time has swiftly passed, and the date she agreed upon with Naimo approaches in mere days. She must remain focused and strive to stay by Naimo's side. Outside, a cacophony erupts, but she remains unfazed. The blaring of sirens does not deter her, nor does the piercing light that floods the room. She is resolute in her desire to remain alongside Naimo, unless someone were to detonate the Pokemon Center. Suddenly, with a tremendous explosion, the ground beneath her begins to shatter. She glances down to see the enormous head of a parted hair Pikachu bursting through the floor. Another deafening crash follows. The Gigantamaxed parted hair Pokemon sits bewildered amidst the rubble. While seated atop a chair is a dazed Naimo. What on earth has transpired? Naimo queries, while Miss Joy gazes at him with a smile that conceals a sharp edge. Just send the bill to my house, Naimo replies, handing Joy a piece of paper inscribed with an address. Upon his instant arrival at the Pokemon Center, the parted hair Pokemon size spirals out of control. Alas, Miss Joy sighs, declining to accept the paper from Naimo. Forget it, as a hero of the city, I will apply for assistance from the Alliance. Is that so? Naimo muses, reclaiming the paper with Professor Oak's address. Naimo. A familiar voice calls from atop the parted hair Pokemon. Naimo looks up to find the girl, who observes with trepidation, it seems to be shrinking. Naimo glances at the Pokemon below, noticing its once enormous form gradually diminishing. What is happening? He wonders, perplexed, as Gigantamaxed Pokemon typically do not shrink. Suddenly, the parted hair Pokemon opens its mouth, and as it shrinks, it releases a stream of black-red particles. Concurrently, as if filtering something, a multitude of white, mist-like particles begins to coalesce atop its head. The first to be enveloped in the mist is the startled girl, who yawns widely and murmurs, "I feel so sleepy," before her body succumbs to an uncontrollable descent. Naimo swiftly reaches out, catching her as she falls. "What is that?" Naimo murmurs, his gaze fixated on the particles accumulating atop the parted hair Pokemon. As the black-red particles are expelled, the Pokemon's size continues to decrease, nearing its normal state. However, the white, mist-like particles atop its head begin to multiply, until the parted hair Pokemon resembles a powerful, humanoid humidifier, with mist gradually spreading from the Pokemon Center. The entire Pokemon Center, the surrounding city, the beach, and the nearby sea. "Ah, how drowsy I feel." Joy rubbed her eyes, leaning against the Chansey, her body succumbing to an uncontrollable slumber. Riki's Chansey had already drifted off to sleep before her. "What is happening?" Natsume felt a sense of reluctance, his eyelids growing heavier by the moment. Embracing his treasured Pokemon, he too fell into the mist, utterly powerless to resist. Until his last glance, he remained fixated on the parted hair atop the head. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, Natsume noticed something, a luminous object amidst the white particles, glimmering like a crystal atop the parted hair. Pikachu? The divided-haired Pokemon gazed curiously at the fallen trainer. Nearby, passers-by lay sprawled on the ground. The entire city had succumbed to sleep. Even the agate jellyfish, lingering by the seaside, had turned belly up, drifting on the surface in deep slumber. "We were supposed to capture those agate jellyfish, meow. But my eyelids are so heavy. Is today a day meant for sleep?" Even the fish in the sea have dozed off. Beneath the sea level, a trio sat within a machine shaped like a Magikarp. Despite the water's surface acting as a barrier, the drowsy white mist seemed unimpeded. Soon, the Magikarp lost its pilot, gradually sinking into the sandy bed. Pikachu, with its divided hair, let out a yawn. It could not comprehend why these humans suddenly craved sleep. Yet, it understood they would not truly slumber. Pikachu shook its head in disappointment at its trainer. This isn't how one should sleep. Clutching a small blanket, it sought a soft spot on Chansey and promptly dozed off, indifferent to the mysterious object emitting vapor above its head. Was sleep not more important? That night, Anpu City was eerily tranquil. The following day, Natsume dreamt of being by the sea, the salty, fishy breeze enveloping him. Upon awakening, he realized he was ensnared by something. His treasured Pokemon had wrapped herself around him, her scissor-like legs clutching his head. Memories surged like a tide. Natsume sprang up, desperately searching for the divided-haired Pokemon. "Natsume-san, Pikachu is here," came the voice of his treasured Pokemon from behind. Natsume turned to see Pikachu nestled in Chansey's pouch. "Fast asleep. You're awake." Natsume turned to his cherished companion. "Ah, yes indeed, I just woke up." For some unknown reason, his cherished Pokemon had begun to exhibit signs of stress again. "Ah, that sleep was so comfortable," Joy's voice echoed. "Oh no, the instruments in the Pokemon Center." Joy suddenly jolted awake, shaking Chansey beside her. Both bore expressions of grave concern as they hurried toward the yet undamaged backyard of the Pokemon Center. Observing this, Natsume's expression shifted slightly. The Pokemon Center housed numerous expensive instruments that required constant monitoring and periodic power outages. If any issues arose due to the antics of the divided-haired Pokemon, reporting to the League would likely yield no compensation. Natsume picked up the culprit, which Chansey had placed on the ground. The divided-haired Pokemon looked at Natsume with confusion. "Do you have any idea the trouble you've caused?" Natsume flicked his fingers at the divided-haired Pokemon. Just before the flick connected, the Pokemon fell instantly asleep. "This way, you won't feel the pain," Natsume remarked. Chapter 66. The most useless at home consumes the most useful. Ah, how peculiar. In the backyard of the Pokemon Center, countless precious instruments were arranged. At this moment, Joy stood before each device, glancing left and right, feeling utterly baffled. "Is there a problem, Miss Joy?" Natsume and his treasured Pokemon entered. "Natsume-san, could you help me examine these instruments? I feel as though someone has replaced them with new ones." Joy patted her cheeks to ensure she was not dreaming. Riki's Chansey mimicked her actions, making way for Natsume. "The instruments have turned new?" Natsume was somewhat perplexed. He approached and began inspecting each device one by one. After a considerable time, Natsume found himself questioning his very existence. "This is so strange. These machines, how should I put it? Not only do they appear as good as new, but their performance degradation seems to be on par with brand new models. Even more outrageous, a machine that was already deemed inoperable is now functional again. Natsume-san, did you feel like you slept better last night? His treasured Pokemon suddenly inquired, her face flushed. You're a genius. These instruments are like humans. After a good night's sleep, they are revitalized. Natsume was enlightened and gave a thumbs up to his cherished companion. The anomalies here could only be attributed to the white mist that emanated from the divided-haired Pokemon last night, which induced slumber in humans. The changes in these instruments were likely connected to that white mist, enabling them to recover their energy and performance as if they were alive. Coupled with the fact that the colossal energy expelled from the divided-haired Pokemon had been excreted, Natsume raised an eyebrow. Could it be that the fragment of the primordial deity absorbed by the divided-haired Pokemon had formed another divine authority within it, one related to sleep? Natsume suddenly recalled the mythical Pokemon Darkrai and the legendary Pokemon Cresselia. According to official records, these two divine beasts were associated with dreams. Natsume-kun. A familiar voice called from behind. Turning around, he was greeted by Ash and his companions at the entrance. Natsume, what is happening here? Brock exclaimed, startled by the ruins outside, fearing an attack on the Pokemon Center. Was it Team Rocket? Misty asked anxiously. It was the divided-haired Pokemon, Natsume replied, holding up the peacefully slumbering Pokemon. Huh. The group was puzzled, but Natsume directly addressed Ash. Ash, let us have a battle. Natsume exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement. I will battle you using the divided-haired Pokemon. With that, Natsume raised the divided-haired Pokemon in his hand. Are you checking the training results of the divided-haired Pokemon? All right, I accept. Ash eagerly dashed toward the backyard battle arena. Soon, everyone arrived at the battleground. I'll act as the referee, Brock proposed. No. This time I will use a regulated arena, Natsume firmly declined. In the next instant, an invisible barrier descended from the sky. As long as they used the regulated arena for a battle, Natsume would be able to discern whether the divided-haired Pokemon possessed divine authority. The universal enhancements of divine authority, damage amplification, damage reduction, and a second health bar, all visible in a regulated arena. Natsume versus Ash. Go, Pikachu! Ash commanded with a flourish. Trainer Ash sent out Pikachu, LV40. Go, divided-haired Pokemon. Trainer Natsume sent out Pikachu Raymond divided-haired Pokemon, LV36. Huh. Both Ash and Natsume were taken aback. The divided-haired Pokemon species had changed? Divided-haired Pokemon, use Handclap Surprise Attack. The divided-haired Pokemon used Handclap Surprise Attack. Pikachu flinched. Pika. Pikachu appeared stunned by the sudden blow, frozen in place. Why wasn't there a damage amplification announcement? Natsume murmured. He had consulted the system. Although each divine beast's divine authority effects varied, they all shared common traits such as damage amplification, damage reduction, healing, and a second health bar. Divided-haired Pokemon, Iron Tail. Natsume, undeterred, commanded another attack. Boom. Pikachu's health bar visibly diminished. All right, we will not lose. Having been enveloped by Natsume's regulated arena providing data, Ash was exceedingly familiar with the battleground. Natsume frowned slightly, still harboring expectations. It was possible that the divided-haired Pokemon had dissipated most of the divine authority's energy, insufficient to activate even the basic configurations. Perhaps there was no damage amplification, but other effects, such as damage reduction or healing. Ash, try to inflict damage on the divided-haired Pokemon. Natsume's voice rang out. All right, Natsume, we will not hold back. Ash resolutely declared. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Thanks to the split hairstyle's lightning rod effect, its special attack has been enhanced. Natsume, hey, Ash, are you throwing the match? Voices of Misty echoed from outside. Continue with Iron Tail. Natsume fell silent, only able to acknowledge Ash's prowess. Boom. The health bar above Pikachu's head plummeted again, teetering on the brink of collapse. Pika. Pikachu called out with unwavering spirit, its fighting spirit still aflame. Pikachu, use Magnetic Sword Tail. Ash shouted with fervor. Pikachu's tail suddenly erupted, enveloped in countless black magnetic particles, resembling a colossal sword. Upon the sword, sparks of lightning danced. Pikachu's fierce cry rang out, yet the divine protection damage mitigation report Natsume yearned for remained absent. The health bar above the split hairstyle swiftly hit rock bottom, and still, there was no report of divine healing. Split hairstyle, Iron Tail. Natsume furrowed his brow, clinging to a final sliver of hope. What if there was a second health bar? What if? Boom. Pikachu endured the attack to spare its trainer from sorrow. With this strike, Pikachu should have fallen, yet it stubbornly withstood the pressure. Well done, Pikachu! Ash exclaimed, raising his hand in triumph. A flash of electricity. Whoosh. The split hairstyle has fallen. At this moment, the split hairstyle had no thought of sparing its trainer from grief. It longed for an end to the battle. Natsume gazed at the fallen split hairstyle, his heart heavy with prayer. Please, Trainer Natsume, send out your next Pokemon. The report of a second health bar did not arrive, but the system's prompt was insistent. Natsume, all right, I concede. He raised his hand, canceling the rules of the battlefield. Hooray, I beat Natsume and I. Ash jumped with excitement. Pikachu leapt alongside Ash, high-fiving him. Natsume-sensei, what's wrong? Kyozi noticed a peculiar expression on Natsume's face. It's nothing, Natsume replied. Letting out a long sigh, he picked up the split hairstyle, feeling an overwhelming sense of melancholy. The least useful at home consumed the most valuable. Such a large fragment of divine essence, and it merely altered its species' name upon consumption. A renaming card? Natsume felt tears welling in his eyes. If only that fragment of divine essence had reached his hands, he would have studied it thoroughly. After all, how could one aspire to create a deity without the essence of divinity? However, his journey was still long, and Rotom's body had only just begun. Chapter 67, Official Assistant. In recent days, Natsume had paused the fifth gradient of the split hairstyle's revelry chair. This was necessary as the split hairstyle needed to be tethered to other instruments. Why is there nothing? Why is there absolutely nothing? At the Pokemon Center, Natsume wore dark circles under his eyes. Unyielding. He sought permission from Nurse Joy and borrowed various instruments, conducting thorough examinations on the split hairstyle 7 or 8 times. Blood tests and internal scans aside, cheek electricity sacs, full body resistance charts, emotional discharge spectrums, and more all appeared normal. Yet, Natsume was acutely aware that something was amiss with the split hairstyle. Even if he were to toss the split hairstyle into a pile of thunderstones, it would not evolve into Raichu. This indicated that something significant must have occurred to it. However, such changes eluded his detection. To be precise, with humanity's current technological level, it was challenging to ascertain. Official research on divine essence was still woefully insufficient, nearly non-existent. Perhaps some folk experts might possess insight. Wait a moment, where's your egg? Natsume suddenly exclaimed. Pika? The split hairstyle's bubble burst, thinking it might be an important discovery. It lifted a hind leg to peek beneath itself, finding nothing but emptiness. What? This is merely a trivial matter. The split hairstyle yawned and resumed its slumber. After expending half an afternoon on this tedious endeavor, Natsume still discerned nothing, aside from confirming the split hairstyle's loss of reproductive capability. Pika! A soft snore emanated from the nearby instrument, the split hairstyle resting peacefully. Natsume gently shook his head, lifting it and placing it in the 6th gradient of the revelry chair. The current reinforcement training for the split hairstyle no longer required it to be bound. Nothing could impede the split hairstyle's descent into slumber, not even the jolting currents. You truly are fortunate, Natsume mused, stroking the split hairstyle's head, the electricity coursing through, causing its fur to bristle. After wasting 2 days, he surmised that the fragment of divine essence had fully fused with the split hairstyle's body, a process that required some time. He decided to observe closely in the days to come. Dragonite, come forth. Natsume tossed a red and white ball. A large, fearsome Dragonite appeared, possessing one oversized wing and a menacing expression. Natsume pointed to the split hairstyle's chair, and the Dragonite understood, lifting the revelry chair above its head. 2 tendrils connecting with the overhead wires, beginning to generate electricity. This was a skill Natsume had trained for several days to master. An ordinary Dragonite would have grasped it with a mere word. Let's go, Natsume said, beckoning Dragonite to follow him out of the backyard. At the Ample City Pokemon Center, countless workers and Machops engaged in a flurry of activity. It must be said that the presence of Pokemon significantly increased efficiency. The reconstruction of the front hall, which had been devastated by the split hairstyle, had only commenced a few days prior, but had already taken shape. Ash, go back and grab your luggage. Then let us set off again. Natsume reached the theme park, finding Ash, who was busy seeking challengers. To the side of the battle arena stood Misty and Brock, unexpectedly. Kyozi was also present. Aren't you supposed to be writing a research report at the Pokemon Center? Natsume asked, astonished. I've already submitted it. Kyozi replied, beaming. That's fantastic. In that case, let us bid farewell. Natsume surveyed the theme park, suddenly appreciating its scenic beauty, deeming it a fitting place for parting. Natsume and I. What nonsense are you talking about? Ash looked at Natsume with confusion. I'm saying, Kyozi is such a good person, and you actually want to send her away. Misty wrapped her arm around Kyozi's, clearly indicating that their relationship had strengthened during this time together. Exactly, Natsume. Didn't you say Kyozi's research report was accepted by a top-tier journal, so she should stay? Brock chimed in. Natsume nodded. Indeed, he had said such a thing. However, he was acutely aware that the topic he had assigned Kyozi had a ceiling of at most a second-tier journal. Unexpectedly, Kyozi, still grinning, brandished her phone. thrusting an email in Natsume's face. Dear research personnel, greetings. Congratulations on your article The Impact of Evolutionary Will on Actual Evolution Levels passing the review of the first editorial team at Tokiwa Biopharmaceutical Technology Journal. Should you agree to authorize it, please contact the esteemed editor at Tokiwa First Loyalty. Natsume's mouth fell agape, disbelief washing over him. Tokiwa Biopharmaceutical Technology Journal was indeed a top-tier journal. After a moment, Natsume recalled that this journal was established in conjunction with the research team of a pharmaceutical company under Toyama. Furthermore, Kyoji had just sent the email, and mere seconds later, she received a lengthy reply. No pretense whatsoever. Natsume could only sigh in resignation, marveling at the advantages of wealth. Natsume-sensei, I look forward to your guidance in the days to come, Kyoji exclaimed, moving to embrace him. However, she collided with the soft belly of Dragonite, who was lifting a chair above its head. Oh dear, my sweet child, I shall undertake the responsibility of nurturing you alongside Natsume-sensei, Kyoji said, instinctively patting Dragonite's belly. She was in high spirits, her mood radiating joy. Pika. Dragonite stood there, momentarily stunned, its fearsome expression frozen in place, utterly bewildered. Its master had merely instructed it to hold the chair aloft and manage the discharge frequency. Now, it found itself overwhelmed beyond its capacity to process. Not far away, Natsume stifled a yawn. This Dragonite had significant issues, and its physical problems were the least of them. Not long ago, Natsume discovered that Gyarados exhibited a rather inept mastery of its abilities. Seizing the opportunity presented by the electrical reinforcement of his hairstyle, he decided to help it gain better control over its strength. The following day, the atmosphere was charged with excitement as Ash exclaimed, "Let us head to Golden City and challenge the Psychic Gym." On their journey, Ash was bubbling with enthusiasm, thrilled at the prospect of earning more badges. Don't celebrate too soon, Ash, interjected KO, the gym leader in Golden City. Natsume is a human endowed with psychic abilities, capable of communicating with Pokémon telepathically. Are you cosplaying as Natsume, KO? Ash inquired, nodding towards her attire. KO's cheeks flushed slightly as she stammered, as an assistant. It's only natural to learn from Mr. Natsume in every aspect. These garments were custom-made by KO after a month of keenly observing Natsume's fashion choices. Each day, she mirrored his outfit. I wonder what Natsume's taste in undergarments is like, KO mused, gazing skyward, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Natsume, engrossed in fine-tuning a high-level Pokeball, felt a sudden chill at his rear and looked up in confusion, finding nothing amiss. Everyone, the nearby town is hosting a summer festival, Kasumi exclaimed joyfully as she rushed back towards them. The summer festival? I've only ever seen it on television. Ash exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Natsume, can we please attend? He turned to Natsume with eager eyes. All right, Natsume yawned, having spent the last few nights tirelessly inspecting Gyarados, leaving him utterly fatigued. A couple of days at the summer festival would provide him the perfect opportunity to rest. Chapter 68, The Stone of Waiting Husbands. Upon entering the town, Natsume immediately sensed that his respite was unattainable. Detecting special Jengar individual B-level task transformations has been issued. Natsume yawned again, ignoring the system's notification. He led the group to a quaint inn where they rented a few rooms. As soon as he hit the bed, he fell into a deep slumber. It's best not to disturb Natsume, Ash whispered to the group outside. With the summer festival's evening gala set for the following night, they decided to explore the already prepared fare first. KO, aren't you coming? Ash peered back to see KO had mysteriously slipped into Natsume's room, rummaging through his suitcase. I just need to access something on Mr. Natsume's computer. I'll be right back, KO stuttered. Her face flushed as she produced a bright orange laptop adorned with Rotom-like wings. The computer housed the Rotom she had gifted Natsume, enabling communication for file retrieval without such stealthy efforts. However, KO assumed Ash was none the wiser. All right, we'll wait for you at the fair, Ash replied, oblivious, and turned to leave. KO exhaled in relief, her face still warm as she took one last glance at the suitcase, quietly retreating. When Natsume awoke again, it was already evening. Jengar, come here, he called, still bleary-eyed. Jengar. The Pokemon chirped joyfully, taking a deep breath. Hiss-ha, hiss-ha, Natsume mimicked, inhaling deeply, only to be struck by a fit of violent coughing as the pungent spiciness assaulted his senses, instantly clearing his mind. Jengar, help me find a Ghastly nearby, he instructed, handing it a spicy treat. Jengar, Jengar. It responded, patting its round belly as it expertly accepted the offering, eager to assist. Jengar departed in search of Ghastly. Natsume stretched lazily and headed downstairs, ordering dinner before making his way towards the fair. Upon entering, he encountered Team Rocket, their trio sprawled on the ground. eyes sharp as they search for something. With such a large fare, why isn't anyone dropping money? Meowth complained, rubbing its belly. It's all your fault, Meowth. You insisted on spending all our money upgrading the Magikarp machine. If we had relied on our strength, we would still have enough for food. Musashi's frustration mounted, escalating to the point where she struck Meowth, causing it to jump in surprise. Hey. Kojiro, lost in thought, gazed vacantly ahead, chuckling to himself. What are you doing, Meowth? You had a share in losing my little treasure too. Musashi scolded, noticing Kojiro's foolish demeanor. Clink. A coin fell at their feet. 100. We can buy 2 dango. Before either could reach for it, a hand snatched it away. Musashi and Meowth froze, looking up to see a familiar figure illuminated by soft light. Natsume, smiling while holding the coin aloft. Hey, we saw it first. Musashi protested. We can't afford to eat. Meowth wailed, suddenly clinging to Natsume's leg. When did you get so familiar with him, Meowth? Musashi was taken aback. Where's that translation machine I gave you? I haven't seen you upload anything in days. Natsume remarked quizzically at Meowth. Oh, that? It got crushed by water pressure. Meowth replied sheepishly. Without further ado, Natsume produced a new translation device from his pocket and handed it to Meowth. This one adorned with an Arbok design. I'll front you 10,000 yen. Go grab something to eat, Natsume said, casting a glance at the dazed Kojiro. The state he was in seemed related to that peculiar ghastly. If memory served him correctly, Brock would soon be entangled in this as well. Wondering if Jengar had discovered any clues, Natsume waved goodbye and strolled towards the hillside in the distance, where Ash and the others were located. Hey, he has already left. Meowth, stop bowing. Musashi scolded, lifting Meowth angrily. We are Team Rocket. Can't you show a bit of ambition? Besides, you said that researcher was Natsume. That's treachery. I'll treat you to a meal, Meowth, it replied, shaking the bills in its hand. In principle, Musashi looked down on Meowth's behavior. The town was nestled by the sea, backed by a small hill. Atop the hill stood a peculiar stone, shaped by the elements to reveal the visage of a woman gazing longingly into the distance. Legend has it that she awaits the return of her husband from the sea. Hence the name Stone of Waiting Husbands. Lonely Stone stands atop the peak. The tide etches traces of humanity. Hair scattered like weathered fragments. Tears seep into the deep moss. Year-round, she gazes at the departing ships, awaiting the return of her beloved. Author, Mr. Whale. Kasumi read aloud the inscription beneath the Stone of Waiting Husbands, her eyes wide with intrigue. This nameless Mr. Whale possesses quite the literary talent, Ko remarked with a slight nod. The tale here seems to recount a story from ancient times when a husband set sail for war and never returned. And the wife would come daily to gaze into the distance, she continued. Though I can't fully comprehend it, it seems rather profound, Ash said, sharing a skewer of dango with the 2 Pikachu perched on his shoulders. Hee. Brock stared at the stone, lost in a fit of silly laughter. Hey, what is going on with you? Kasumi shook Brock's head, but he remained unresponsive. Perhaps he has been possessed by a spirit, Natsume's voice echoed from behind them. Spirits. An old lady told us the same thing during the day, Kasumi exclaimed in surprise. Natsume's words hold wisdom, indeed. I have heard that this year's summer festival and the Zhongyuan Festival Temple Fair have been reinstated. Ash seemed to have an epiphany. A ghost Pokemon, perhaps? He suggested to Natsume. If you wish to triumph over Nagi of Goldenrod City, it would be prudent to capture a ghost Pokemon while you have the chance. Very well. Natsume, let us embark on a quest to seek out a ghost Pokemon, Ash exclaimed, finishing off his rice cakes, wiping his mouth with a fervent glint of determination in his eyes. I shall not accompany you, Natsume replied. Why not, Natsume? Ash inquired, a hint of disappointment creeping into his voice. I can utilize my Jengar, Natsume shrugged. However, the Ghost-type champion's Jengar requires additional preparation with spicy paste. The formidable Rotom, with its divine status diminished, and the Dragonite facing a significant transformation for survival, all these weighed heavily on Natsume's mind. He expressed that nurturing these 3 alone was a considerable challenge, and adding more would be overwhelming. Chapter 69, Ghastly. Then, Natsume, do you have any solutions? Misty interjected, pointing at the grinning Brock. Why not inquire with him? Natsume gestured towards Brock. How can he communicate in this state? Misty questioned, puzzled. Do not misunderstand. Brock's current state is not due to a ghost's influence, Natsume clarified. Just as he spoke, Brock chimed in. Earlier, I saw a stunning older sister at the cliff, resembling this stone exactly. He continued to grin foolishly. You all seem to be afflicted by ghosts. That is certainly not a good sign. An elderly voice emerged from behind. As a woman resembling Granny Gold appeared, short in stature, yet donned in shrine maiden attire, her eyes were sharp like Jengar's inverted triangles. It is that old woman. Ash remarked, pulling out another string of rice cakes. Ah, and Team Rocket. Misty gasped, her gaze fixed on the trio emerging from the shadows behind the old woman. Honestly, why must we come to the mountains just for Odin? Jessie complained. Let us treat James first. Meow. Meowth suggested, noticing Ash and his companions. It's you all, Meow? Tension crackled in the air. The old woman brandished her cane, striking one of them on the head. Oh dear, you all have companions afflicted by ghosts. Why not return to the temple with me for treatment? As she spoke, she clasped her hands together, smiling. Ash, Natsume suddenly spoke up. Huh, what is it, Natsume? Ash turned, holding a bucket filled with wooden sticks, his mouth full of rice cakes, his words muffled. Use your Pokédex to identify her. Natsume pointed at the old woman before them. His gaze slightly lifted, spotting a purple figure above the old woman's head. Jengar floated silently in the air, pointing down at the old woman with its little hand. She has issues. Granny Gold, the Pokémon is actually a Ghastly in disguise. It has constructed this form using your memories. Ghastly, LV22. Wow, it's Ghastly. Ash exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Go for it, Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu stood resolutely opposite the old woman. Ha! The witch has dropped the act. The old woman's form dissipated, transforming into a Pokémon resembling a black hole. It truly is Ghastly. Misty gasped in astonishment. You all are not amusing in the slightest. Ghastly suddenly spoke. What? Besides me, someone can actually speak? Meow? Meowth exclaimed in shock. This is not mere speech, Natsume explained. Certain psychic and ghost-type Pokémon can exert a form of mental influence, which, when sufficiently strong, allows you to comprehend their language. Ash, you should capture it, Natsume encouraged, patting Ash on the shoulder. He sensed that this Ghastly possessed considerable training potential. The ability to create such mental influence without being detected was no small feat, even surpassing Granny Gold's Jengar. This was unrelated to levels. Only ghost-type Pokémon that had lived long enough to master every nuance of their power could achieve such an effect. This is why ghost and psychic Pokémon found in ancient historical sites are often more sought after. Beyond battles, they possess a broader range of applications, such as energy control training for Dragonite. Natsume exchanged a knowing glance with Jengar, who then vanished into the air. Go, Pikachu! Use Magnetic Flux Tail! Ash shouted, leaning in fervently. Pika! Pikachu leapt into the air, its tail shimmering with a dark glow, harmonizing with the moonlight. Suddenly, Ghastly's form shifted. A giant Kangaskhan appeared, with a small Kangaskhan peeking out from its pouch, waving at Pikachu. Pika! Pikachu, thrown into disarray, lost the glow of its tail, and jumped back to Ash's side. Pika! Pikachu, why don't you want to battle them? Ash asked, intrigued. Pikachu had been raised by Professor Oak, and when it was still a Piku, its adoptive mother was a Kangaskhan. Natsume leaned in to briefly recount Pikachu's past to Ash. Ah, I see, Ash said, feeling a pang of sympathy for Pikachu, and then his face hardened with anger. You treacherous fiend. With that, Ash tossed out 3 Pokeballs. Ha! Ghastly, who had been laughing maniacally, suddenly froze. Wait a moment. Isn't this supposed to be a righteous, kind-hearted youth? Why is he resorting to a gang assault? 3 beams of red light flashed, revealing Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur in succession. Seeing the trio of baby Pokémon, Ghastly regained its composure. Ha ha, you all better watch, it declared. With that, Ghastly transformed into a colossal Charizard, while simultaneously a cannon from a Blastoise emerged from its shoulder. Bulbasaur sprouted a massive flower atop its head. Neerny, Squirtle, Bulbasaur, the 3 Pokémon, frightened, huddled together and retreated into Ash's Pokeballs. Natsume, why is this Ghastly able to transform into other Pokémon's forms? Ash approached, curious. Uncertain, but its psychic power is formidable. It can easily discern its opponent's innermost thoughts, Natsume remarked, intrigued. Wahaha, you are all too weak. Ghastly laughed heartily. Go, Apom. Suddenly, Jessie sprang into action. Huh. Ghastly merely glanced at them. With a swift transformation, it morphed into the snake-like Pokémon, the nemesis of Apom, known as Servine. Apom, what are you doing, Apom? Apom, frightened, stumbled back, crashing into Jessie, causing both it and Meowth to tumble down the slope. James continued to chuckle foolishly. Gagagagaga. Seeing these humans toyed with at its whim, Ghastly began to cackle, but mid-laughter, it noticed a shadow looming over its head. Looking up, a red-eyed Jengar stared back. Brother, where do you hail from? Ghastly's laughter faded, sensing trouble. Just as it attempted to flee, Jengar delivered a swift slap, causing it to see stars. Jengar's claws glowed with shadowy light, and another slap rendered Ghastly utterly incapacitated. Ash, Natsume reminded him. Ash, finally realizing, hastily threw a Pokeball. Halfway through its arc, Natsume caught it in one hand. Hold on. Capturing it directly will send it back to Professor Oak's lab, he explained, producing his device to scan the unconscious Ghastly. Ghastly. LV-22. Ability. Illusion disguises itself as the last Pokemon in the lineup, confusing opponents. Illusion? Isn't this the characteristic of Jengar? If Natsume remembers correctly, the only useful trait that Jengar possesses seems to be levitate. However, upon contemplating Iron-S water-absorbed Charizard, Natsume suddenly found the illusion of Jengar to be quite reasonable. The system's voice chimed in at that moment, stating that Iron's water-absorbed Charizard could indeed be deemed a special individual. Natsume stroked his chin, contemplating when he might scan Iron-S water-absorbed Charizard. After all, for Pokemon with such unique characteristics, a simple scan would yield rewards effortlessly. Chapter 70. The Summer Festival. Ash threw the Pokeball, and Jengar was ensnared within it. The red and white sphere shimmered and was transported back to Professor Oak's lab. Natsume, I didn't defeat it. Isn't that a bit unfair? Ash expressed his concern. Natsume had previously informed him that if one's strength did not align or if the Pokemon did not acknowledge the trainer, the Pokemon might slip away unnoticed, especially a ghost-type Pokemon, which could vanish without a trace. In that case, Natsume said, retrieving a small white box from his pocket. He stuffed 30 sticks of spicy mud into the box and handed it to Ash, advising, later, when you head into town, exchange Jengar and give him a couple of these sticks now and then. If you run out, come back to me. Ash stared blankly at the rectangular box in his hands, somewhat dazed. Is this really effective? Let us go, Brock. After a series of events, Misty beckoned Brock to leave. No, I must wait for her here. Brock gazed longingly at the husband stone. So do I. With Jengar's disappearance, James returned to normal, resolutely sitting behind Brock. Clearly, he too had seen a purple-haired lady who bore an uncanny resemblance to the husband stone. I shall remain here until dawn. Brock clasped his hands together, exuding an air of solemnity. Don't you think that this husband stone resembles James quite a bit? Natsume interjected. The group paused, glancing at the husband stone. Then back at James. Indeed, it really does. Meowth and Jessie, having climbed back up, chimed in. This makes it even more similar. Natsume mysteriously produced a purple wig and placed it atop James's head. Where did you acquire all these props? Misty remarked, exasperated, feeling as though Natsume possessed an endless supply of treasures. Yes, with some makeup he would look just like her, Jessie exclaimed, pulling out her makeup kit and beginning to apply it to James's face. In no time, a beautiful woman with purple hair emerged, strikingly resembling the husband stone. Click. Natsume captured the moment with a photograph. Suddenly, I'm not so inclined to guard anymore, Brock stated as he rose. James, following Natsume's antics, both were left in low spirits, resigned to the reality that the purple-haired lady was merely a disguise of Jengar. That night, Natsume sent the photo of the cross-dressing James to Ryujiro. Meanwhile, Brock was pixelated out, yet Ryujiro recognized that it was a male. Ungrateful child. How dare you? Ryujiro erupted in fury, immediately transferring 10 billion yen to Natsume, requesting him to craft another script for James. In Ryujiro's eyes, Natsume's previous script had been remarkably successful. After all, James had even called him, inquiring about matters such as whether his parents were still alive and if the family fortune remained intact. James was actually concerned about family wealth. Natsume was nothing short of a miracle worker. Mr. Natsume, you must save my James and bring him back to the right path. Gazing at the messages and transfer notifications from Ryujiro on his phone, Natsume rubbed his nose. Initially, he had sent it on a whim, but now it appeared that James's cross-dressing photo possessed unexpected economic value. The group returned to their inn for a night's rest. The following day, Ash used Butterfree to trade back for Jengar. Jengar, if you believe I am unworthy to be your trainer, farewell. No sooner had Ash finished speaking than Jengar vanished into thin air. Ash. After a moment, Jengar reappeared, accompanied by a red-eyed Jengars. Hee. Jengar smiled at Jengars, indicating that he had merely been jesting. Actually, there's a compelling reason I cannot become your Pokemon. Unable to depart directly, Jengar decided to appeal to Ash's reason and emotions. Every year during the Ghost Festival, I must appear here to play tricks for my master, who is the prototype of that husband stone. If I were to leave, my master would gradually be forgotten, and I cannot allow that to happen. Tears welled in Jengar's eyes as he spoke. Really? Ash appeared deeply moved. In that case, stay? A lump appeared atop Ash's head. A level 22 Jengar is a Pokemon with a history spanning thousands of years, the prototype of the husband stone. Are you truly this naive? Misty retracted her smoking fist. So you were deceiving me? Ash rubbed his head, looking at Jengar. Jengar. The red-eyed Jengar called out from behind, causing Jengar to tremble. Never mind, here. Have one of these. Ash said, producing a stick of spicy mud, igniting it, and first offering it to Jengar's, then to Jengar. Hiss. Jengar skillfully inhaled a puff. Next to him, Jengar imitated. Regardless of what this is, my principles remain unshaken. Hiss. No. Hiss. Wait. Hiss. What is this? After a while, Jengar and Ash established the spicy mud agreement, taking the first step toward improving their relationship. Natsume yawned, feeling utterly bored as he observed the scene before him. In reality, the level and age of ghost-type Pokemon are not necessarily correlated. This Jengar had indeed lived for a considerable time, and judging by its reactions, it had some connection to the husband stone, albeit not substantial. At that moment, Natsume also realized that spicy mud held an irresistible allure for Pokemon like Jengar. While other poison-type Pokemon were also captivated, they did not exhibit such fervor. Was it a unique appeal to ghostly poison-type special attacks? Natsume pondered, continuing to fiddle with the high-grade Pokeball in his hands. Soon, night fell. The summer festival officially commenced. Charmeleon roasted apples on its tail. Snorlax served takoyaki. On the hillside, before the husband stone, Brock gazed up at the moon. He had not attended the festival, opting instead to come here, staring blankly at the sky. Lost in thought. At the festival, countless vendors shouted their wares, many integrating their Pokemon's characteristics to attract customers. Psyduck's headache roasted brain. Psychic stew simmered for 3 hours. A vendor had a struggling Psyduck tied atop his head. Snorlax's explosive wheel cakes. I'm stuffed. One vendor had even set up shop on Snorlax's belly, enthusiastically hawking his goods. Magic wall dolls. Transparent barriers. Be sure to tear them open from a distance. In a corner of the festival, Ash excitedly opened the newly purchased magic wall doll. Why is there only a stick? Ash realized belatedly, just as he was about to confront the vendor. Misty's voice came from behind him. Hey, Ash, let us go participate in the ceremonial dance together. For once, Misty had let her hair down, allowing her orange locks to cascade to her shoulders. She donned a light yellow kimono adorned with wave patterns, with a hairpin casually inserted. Adjusting her collar, she stepped over the shadows of the festival lanterns, lifting her chin and chuckling at a dazed Ash. What do you think? Am I stunning? Ash, taken aback, stammered, Oh, so you really are a girl? Thud. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, Ash had grown 2 centimeters taller. Not far away, Natsume was fine-tuning the circuitry of the high-grade Pokeball, and upon witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but shake his head. Alas, Ash is far too straightforward, and he will have to worry about him in the future. Unlike him, I possess a heart that perceives all. Behind Natsume stood the proud sun. She adorned herself in a moonlight-hued kimono, complemented by an ink-black obi, with a jade hairpin delicately skewered into her hair. Lowering her head, her cheeks blushed softly, akin to pale snow resting upon plum blossoms. Her fingertips curled inward, concealed within her sleeves. After a prolonged moment, she summoned her courage to speak. Mr. Natsume, what do you think about attending the ball? No time, Natsume replied fervently, his hands busy with a file that emitted sparks of enthusiasm. Chapter 71, The Season of Love. The following day, after acquiring a plethora of local specialties, the group set forth on their journey once more. All right, let us head to Golden City. After capturing Gyarados, Satoshi brimmed with confidence, eager to teleport directly to Golden City. Before long, they arrived at a steep cliff. Brock, are you certain we must traverse this? Misty inquired, her gaze trembling as she glanced over the edge, the height intimidating. Indeed, there is a path over there, Brock indicated, pointing towards a narrow trail precariously suspended above the abyss. Isn't that exceedingly perilous? Would it not be wiser to construct a road here? Satoshi remarked, perplexed. Surely the League officials aren't hoarding all the funds. Misty squinted, speculating. Not quite. Natsume interjected from behind, fiddling with a Pokeball. His Gyarados peeked out, silently observing. After overhearing their conversation, Natsume diverted his attention from the Pokeball to the group and explained, This area is a Pokemon ecological preservation zone, where excessive human construction is prohibited. Ecological preservation zone. The group echoed in confusion. Look over there. Natsume pointed to the right side of the cliff, where a small forest thrived. Above the canopy, swathes of Butterfree fluttered by. So many Butterfree. Satoshi exclaimed, his eyes alight. Oh, I remember now, Brock suddenly chimed in. This is Butterfree Cliff. At this time each year, during the Butterfree mating season, swarms of Butterfree gather here to find partners. After they pair, they will fly across the sea to lay their eggs and nurture their young. That is indeed correct, Natsume nodded. How romantic that sounds. Misty clasped her hands to her cheeks, lost in reverie. Would you like to witness this? Natsume proposed suddenly. Let's go. The group headed towards the forest. Along the way, They encountered numerous trainers, all there to release Butterfree. Natsume explained, this practice is known as butterfly release, which the League encourages as it helps increase the wild Butterfree population. Moreover, this is the prime breeding time for Butterfree, occurring only once in their lifetime. Only once in a lifetime? Satoshi pondered, somewhat dazed. Hey, why not ask if you can trade your Butterfree back? Misty suggested suddenly. Come on, there's an ecological outpost here with machines for transferring Pokemon, Natsume called, gesturing towards a small red and white building. Inside the outpost was a bald old man wearing a straw hat and clad in a dark green ranger's attire. We'd like to use your equipment, Natsume said, presenting his credentials. Ah, you're a researcher. You may go in, the old man replied, glancing briefly before allowing Natsume and his companions into the backyard. The backyard was already bustling with trainers, mostly renting hot air balloons in preparation for releasing Butterfree. Some trainers had even begun matchmaking on the spot. I'm going to rent a hot air balloon, Misty exclaimed excitedly, making her way to the staff. Wait, your Butterfree hasn't agreed yet? Satoshi called out, unable to catch her in time. Satoshi, over here. Natsume stood beneath an eave, where an antiquated Pokemon communication device and a transfer machine awaited. Satoshi approached and dialed the hotline for Professor Oak's lab. Hello, this is Professor Oak's lab. How may I assist you? An unexpected voice responded. Mom, what are you doing at Professor Oak's lab? Satoshi was taken aback. Because Auntie Kazu was also an assistant to Professor Oak, Natsume's voice chimed in from behind. When Professor Oak is away, Kazu oversees the lab. With Natsume's arrival, Kazu has felt even more pressure. Not only does she manage the lab, but she also calms the restless Pokemon. Occasionally, Professor Oak seeks Kazu's assistance with research materials. Natsume elaborated. It's not that Professor Oak lacks faith in Natsume. Rather, he simply worries for him. This student assistant possesses skill, creativity, and determination. Yet he often succumbs to impulsive ideas. In research, such spontaneity is to be avoided at all costs. Upon hearing Natsume's explanation, the group gathered around. Misty, having finished renting a hot air balloon, placed her hands on Satoshi's shoulders and leaned in. Wow, Satoshi, your mom is a researcher too, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Satoshi, why didn't you mention this before? Brock patted his shoulder. Satoshi fell silent for a moment, realizing it himself. Can you believe it? Ha ha, your friend seemed quite impressive. Kazu laughed, her gaze subtly drifting towards Misty. Natsume often mentioned how Satoshi was fortunate in love, with an indomitable spirit. By the way, Mom, could you help me trade back my Butterfree? Satoshi recalled the matter at hand. Is this the child? No problem, Kazu said, retrieving a Pokeball adorned with Satoshi's photo. Goodbye, Mom. Goodbye, Auntie. Satoshi swapped his Pokemon for Butterfree and, after bidding farewell to Kazu, the group made their way to the hot air balloon. In the sky, numerous hot air balloons floated, dotting the landscape amidst the wild Butterfree population. Many unpaired wild Butterfree changed course, flocking towards the hot air balloons, dancing and launching their charming advances. Legend has it that at this time each year, humans offer diligent Butterfree potential mates. Wow, what a spectacular sight. As the hot air balloon ascended, the world expanded before their eyes. The perspective from the sky was entirely different from that on the ground. The group gazed down as the Butterfree swirled like drifting snowflakes. The male Butterfree gently tapped the female's antennae with their forelegs, their shimmering scales flickering in sync with their courtship. Occasionally, a solitary Butterfree would be swept away by the wind, only to be replaced by new spirals joining the dance. Looking down, sunlight streamed through their translucent wings, casting shifting lace-like patterns upon the earth, perhaps the drafts of love letters they penned to the land. Gyarados, hiding behind Natsume, stealthily took out his phone, capturing a selfie with Natsume against the backdrop of courting Butterfree. Fantastic! Satoshi exclaimed, excitedly summoning his Butterfree. What do you think, Butterfree? Would you like to join in? He briefly explained the situation to Butterfree. Butterfree. It nodded vigorously. Butterfree, go pursue that one. Brock blushed, pointing at a Butterfree nearby. Why that one? Satoshi asked, puzzled. I know. Brock must have taken a liking to its trainer, Misty remarked, pointing to a lovely young lady atop a nearby balloon. Ahem. In any case, once Butterfree pair up, it strengthens the bonds between trainers. It's essential to forge friendships while traveling, Satoshi, Brock said with a serious expression. Oh. Satoshi looked at his Butterfree, gently stroking its head. How about you give it a try, just like Brock suggested? Butterfree. It nodded eagerly and soared towards the chosen Butterfree. Seeing his Butterfree muster the courage to take the first step, Satoshi nodded in satisfaction. The Butterfree I raised must be the most sought after here. However, after a brief moment, Butterfree returned. Huh, were you rejected? Misty gently patted Butterfree's head, her expression one of comfort. Don't be disheartened, just try again, Satoshi encouraged. Butterfree, Butterfree. It shook its head persistently. Natsume retrieved his mobile phone and opened the translation application. That Butterfree is male, meow? Ash exclaimed. Chapter 72. Trust in one's trainer. Butterfree, look over there. Natsume grasped Butterfree's head and directed it toward a certain direction. There, he spotted a shimmering Butterfree, which he discerned to be a female. Butterfree suddenly became animated and soared towards it. Natsume gazed at the sparkling Butterfree, feeling a twinge of regret. He lingered there, curious to determine whether a shiny Pokemon qualified as a special Pokemon. However, the system's task had yet to trigger, which left Natsume feeling somewhat disenchanted. Nevertheless, taking in the scenery and relaxing his mind was quite enjoyable. What are you photographing? Natsume noticed the sneaky presence of Shoko behind him. Ahaha, nothing much, Shoko replied, hastily concealing her phone, smoke visibly rising from her head. Natsume shot her a puzzled glance, but was soon distracted by Ash's voice behind him. Turning around, he saw Butterfree had ceased its flight, sitting forlornly on the hot air balloon with its head drooping, looking quite disheartened. Rejected in under a minute, and even slapped? Ash's incredulous voice rang out. Don't bring up old wounds. Misty chided as she pinched Ash's ear. Butterfree appeared even more despondent. Hey, cheer up. We can't afford to give up so easily, Trainer Ash declared, employing a motivational boost. Butterfree, however, seemed as if its heart had shattered, turning away. I think we should descend first and prepare him mentally, Brock suggested. Before long, the group returned to the ecological outpost. The system did not assign a task regarding the shiny Butterfree, and Natsume appeared somewhat disinterested as he sat in a nearby resting area, continuing to fiddle with the high-grade Pokeball in his hand. The others surrounded Butterfree, brainstorming strategies. I think Butterfree should showcase its impressive moves, Ash proposed. No. It should look more dashing, Misty interjected. Actually, the most crucial factor should be romantic experience. I can impart wisdom, Brock earnestly remarked, gazing at Butterfree. Shoko, what do you think? Ash inquired, directing his attention to the esteemed Shoko. Oh, me? Shoko, who had been secretly admiring photos, hastily set her phone down. She adopted a serious expression, pondering for a moment before producing a card. I could purchase a shiny Butterfree. Not that, Ash responded, rendered speechless. The group debated until they reached an impasse. What are you all up to? Natsume looked up and noticed Ash and the others staring at him eagerly. Natsume, please help us come up with a plan. Yes, Natsume, if you have insights on this matter, please offer Butterfree some advice. Though Natsume often seemed unreliable, after all they had been through, the group had to admit that he frequently possessed the most effective solutions. Even the previously dejected Butterfree now lifted its head, gazing at Natsume with hope. Mr. Natsume's romantic advice? Shoko quietly perked up her ears. Courtship? Natsume mused for a moment before cautiously retrieving a small vial from his pocket. The transparent bottle contained a pale pink liquid, only half full, with a small nozzle attached to the opening. Could it be a potion that enhances charm when sprayed? Misty mused excitedly. Natsume, what is this? Ash inquired, his curiosity piqued. Natsume nodded, explaining, it's an aphrodisiac used in breeding facilities. That's quite low. Misty covered her face, feeling that Natsume had sullied her imagination. Butterfree's heart sank completely. Suddenly, a flash of red light erupted from Ash's waist. A Charmander appeared, snatching the vial from Natsume's hand and incinerating it in midair with a burst of flames. After a triumphant clap, Charmander pressed the button on its Pokeball and returned inside. We absolutely cannot allow this to harm any Pokemon, Natsume exclaimed. Natsume, is there truly no other way? Ash asked, disheartened. Actually, I do have another solution, Natsume replied. Producing a jar. Unscrewing the lid, he revealed a golden, honey-like viscous liquid. This is my specially formulated sweet honey. No bug-type Pokemon can resist its allure. As Natsume spoke, several Butterfree began to take notice of the enticing aroma, gradually gathering around. Natsume closed the lid, causing the fragrance to dissipate, and they departed, perplexed. Wow, this seems incredibly effective. Natsume, how do we use it? Ash's eyes sparkled with admiration. You need to combine it with this, Natsume stated, pulling out a large orange plush costume. First, apply the sweet honey all over, then don this costume to disguise yourself as an orange. The group's interest piqued with every word. Wait a moment. Misty could no longer contain herself and clamped her hand over Natsume's mouth, dressing up as a delicious food item to lure them in. That sounds utterly bizarre. MMPH, came Natsume's muffled reply. When it comes to attracting Butterfree, this method is undeniably effective. It's the approach I always use when surveying bug-type Pokemon distributions in the wild. Misty, let me handle it. Shoko exclaimed excitedly, liberating Natsume's mouth. Before Natsume could breathe a sigh of relief, Shoko eagerly grasped his mouth again. Natsume shot her an annoyed look, while Shoko withdrew her hand, looking dejected. Butterfree let out a fierce cry, suddenly soaring into the sky. "Oh, you're back in high spirits," Ash said, feeling a surge of excitement. Butterfree nodded at Ash. It was determined to practice its moves diligently, realizing that its trainer was the most reliable after all. "All right, then let us set off," Ash declared, charging forward with Butterfree. "Hey, wait for me. Also, it's unnecessary to cling to a single tree. There's another exquisite female Butterfree nearby that I'm certain of." Misty and Brock chased after him in quick succession. Observing this, Natsume yawned. "Come forth, Dragonite, Gengar." Natsume tossed a red and white ball and deftly retrieved another from Ash's backpack. Gengar. Dragonite emerged, sniffing the air before making its way towards the direction of the split-headed Pokémon. "Wait a moment, Dragonite." Natsume pulled out the translation software, translating his words into a language that Meowth had prioritized for him. Dragonite halted, gazing at Natsume in astonishment. His seemingly foolish trainer, who couldn't even speak, was now uttering words it could comprehend. "Dragonite, you and Gengar need to learn how to control the power within yourselves," Natsume instructed, beckoning Gengar, who had been sneakily slinking away, back to his side. "Ha ha. Hello," Gengar stammered, eyeing the imposing figure before him, trembling slightly. "Why don't you give me a few slaps first? Let me see," Gengar suggested. In the next moment, Dragonite swung its fists at Gengar a few times. The mere physical force of the strikes passed through Gengar's body without causing harm, allowing Gengar to feel the difference in Dragonite's strength. "Strange, very strange. This Dragonite is exceptionally peculiar," Gengar mused, observing that sometimes the creature's movements appeared ferocious, yet the force was remarkably gentle. Other times, the action seemed light and airy, yet the strength behind them was enough to make Gengar grateful for its incorporeal form. Moreover, the movements were entirely chaotic. "Gengar, I entrust my child to you," Natsume said, as he extended a spicy mud to Gengar. "Hiss. Sure thing, all good. Mr. Natsume, what do you enjoy eating?" Shoko's voice came from behind. After witnessing the recent events, she sensed that Natsume's views on love might be rather unconventional. "The pie that Professor Oak drew." With a sigh, the proud one spoke earnestly. "Mr. Natsume, I am not jesting." Natsume cast a surprised glance at the other, and if he were to be pressed to declare a favorite dish, it would be the water tofu. "Alas, what is that?" The proud one paused, seemingly unfamiliar with this delicacy from the Kanto region. "Is it from Sinnoh?" In Chapter 73, concerning the issue with Dragonite, Ash and his companions had gone to train their Butterfree, while Natsume, accompanied by the proud one, was at the ecological outpost, designing the circuitry for the Rotom integration in the Ultra Ball. From the very outset, the complexity escalated significantly. A mere Pokeball contained a vast inner space, intricately linked with research facilities across various regions. The original circuitry design of the Ultra Ball was already convoluted. Extending it to accommodate the Rotom integration and implanting the core was within Natsume's capabilities. However, the efficacy of the circuitry would be suboptimal, unless one had access to a specialized laboratory's deconstruction machine to flatten the internal structure of the Ultra Ball for meticulous manipulation. One would have to rely on blueprints downloaded from the internet, akin to the pioneering doctor who first created the Ultra Ball, and resort to manual dexterity. It was evident that Natsume's hands lacked the steadiness required for such precision. As the caliber of the Pokeballs increased, the stability of their internal space heightened, rendering the task of implanting one's own enhancements without compromising performance exceedingly challenging. It was hard to fathom how that venerable doctor, 8 centuries ago, managed to create the first Ultra Ball amidst such primitive conditions. Natsume shook his head slightly. Perhaps modern researchers had been spoiled by the convenience of sophisticated instruments? Yet, he had to acknowledge that these precise tools significantly lowered the entry barrier for researchers and propelled technological advancement. After all, a few centuries ago, aspiring researchers were compelled to partner with a telekinetically adept and well-trained psychic-type Pokémon to assist them. Suddenly, a thunderous bang echoed through the sky. The proud one looked up to find Team Rocket's trio, wielding enormous nets, relentlessly capturing the paired Butterfree. "Mr. Natsume," the proud one exclaimed, glancing skyward. "Your task is to hold still," Natsume admonished with a piercing glare. "Oh," the proud one lowered her head, choosing to ignore the chaos above. At that moment, her palms cradled an Ultra Ball. Feeling he had reached an impasse, Natsume summoned the proud one to serve as a human stand. This way, he could free both hands, doubling the precision of his work. A soft crack resonated as the Ultra Ball began to fissure from its center, resulting in Natsume's disheartening failure. "It seems I've failed, Mr. Natsume, the proud one said, offering a comforting glance. Never mind. Perhaps I shall find a laboratory to borrow in the next city, Natsume remarked. Picking up the discarded Ultra Ball. One might say that human fingers, when faced with intricate instruments, might still fall short in dexterity. If only he could transform his hands like a mook, morphing them fluidly. As Natsume pondered, his thoughts began to drift. Teacher, the proud one waved her hand before him. It seems Team Rocket has captured all the Butterfree. Should we intervene? She asked with concern. No worries. Ash and the others will handle it, Natsume replied, stretching lazily. Then turning his attention to the nearby Gengar and Dragonite. Dragonite appeared to be in high spirits, energetically striking at the air. Its claws shimmered with light, evidently employing the Dragon Claw technique. Gengar, wary, evaded the furious strikes, which only intensified Dragonite's fervor. Stop! Why can't it understand human speech? Gengar shouted back at Natsume. Oh, you must use telepathy, Natsume advised. Following his guidance, Gengar focused, prompting Dragonite to halt and tilt its head, sweat glistening on its fierce visage. How did this foolish Gengar suddenly acquire the ability to speak? Gengar retreated behind Natsume, a look of trepidation on its face. How is Dragonite's control over its power? Natsume inquired. In human terms, it resembles a 3-year-old child wielding a firearm. Gengar nodded, deeming its analogy remarkably apt given the earlier encounter. Then you shall teach it how to shoot, Natsume chuckled, handing over a small white box. Upon opening it, Gengar discovered it was filled with spicy paste. Gengar hastily stowed it away, its expression still fraught with difficulty. This is a life-threatening task. 2 boxes a month, and it's a deal. If you teach it well, I'll arrange for an unlimited supply membership card for the spicy paste. Gengar eagerly accepted the 2 boxes, transforming into a butler attire. Dragonite, do not be lazy. Come spar with me. Observing the spirited exchange between the 2 Pokemon, Natsume stifled a yawn. To enhance Dragonite's abilities before undertaking any modifications, Natsume needed to ensure it had adequate strength, particularly in its control, as he certainly did not wish to be sent flying by a powerful kick on the operating table. His concern stemmed from a rare piece of good news he had discovered regarding Dragonite. It seemed that due to prolonged suffering from illness, Dragonite had developed a near insensitivity to pain. It displayed an indifferent reaction to various ailments such as paralysis, poisoning, and burns. As a result, anesthetics would prove ineffective on this Dragonite. Coupled with its low intelligence, once provoked, it would still lash out with its massive nose. Gengar would attest to that. As dusk approached, Natsume recalled Gengar and Dragonite into their Pokeballs. Let us go. Ash and the others should be returning. We can witness the migration of the Butterfree, Natsume declared, making his way toward the shore, with the proud one closely following. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden-red hue across the sea's surface. As countless Butterfree fluttered over the waves, the sound of their wings blended with the sea breeze, creating a delicate rustling. Ah, the wind carries a bittersweet taste, Natsume remarked, standing beside Ash. Do you have any regrets, Ash? Natsume turned to him. This is the Butterfree's choice. As a trainer, I must respect it, Ash replied. Gazing at the distant swarm of butterflies, where a pair of Butterfree danced, one of them a shiny variant. Suddenly, Ash's Butterfree turned back and waved from afar. Oh, I wonder when we will meet again, Misty sighed, waving her hand. Pika. Pikachu drooped its head, seemingly saddened. In just a year's time, at that point, I'll take you to find it, and perhaps we may even encounter Butterfree's offspring, Natsume reassured Ash, patting his head. Really? How will you manage that? Misty squinted skeptically. I have implanted trackers on all of you, Natsume replied matter-of-factly. Huh, when? Misty gasped, glancing around in a frantic search. Brock scratched his head, not particularly concerned, as having a tracking method could be quite handy during times of disconnection. To be precise, I have placed trackers on each of you and all your Pokemon, Natsume stated with an air of seriousness. Silently, how terrifying, Misty exclaimed, unable to suppress her sarcasm. Mr. Natsume secretly installed trackers on me. Behind them, the proud one cradled her face as another sunset unfolded. Suddenly, she collapsed on a Natsume. Huh. Natsume turned to find her face flushed, having succumbed to unconsciousness. What happened? He exclaimed in surprise, only to see Ash and the others yawning in unison. Natsume, why am I suddenly so sleepy? Is this the bittersweet parting you mentioned? Ash murmured. Squatting down before lying flat on the ground, Pikachu nestled in his arms, already fast asleep. We're feeling quite drowsy too. Misty and Brock followed suit, succumbing to slumber. Natsume felt his own eyelids growing heavier as well. I neglected to mention earlier that, to evade assaults from predators during their migration, the Butterfree will collectively release a sleep powder. Just then, a sea breeze swept through. With that, Natsume drifted into a deep slumber. Behind him, Pikachu and the others were left in a state of utter confusion. How could they possibly fall asleep here? This is utterly inconsiderate. Chapter 74, Goldenrod City. In Goldenrod City, at the Pokemon Center, an unsettling silence enveloped the streets. Where had all the people gone? Ash sat at the dining table, arms crossed, feeling an eerie chill. Perhaps it was simply the late hour? Misty glanced outside. Yet, even at night, it shouldn't be this desolate, Brock interjected. Several Nurse Joys approached, carrying trays and setting them down before the group. One paused, hesitatingly speaking. Are you here to challenge the Goldenrod Gym? Do you have any requests? Dear Nurse Joy, I shall assist you in any way possible. Brock eagerly chimed in as usual. While Nurse Joy gazed at the group with a serious expression, cautioning. Regardless of who aims to challenge the Goldenrod Gym, I would advise you to reconsider and seek other cities. But what about the ghost-type Pokemon? Ash mumbled through a mouthful of dinner, gesturing towards the nearby Ghastly. Even that child is insufficient. Nurse Joy pessimistically shook her head. Moreover, should you confront the gym leader, Natsume, you may find yourselves in peril. Gengar. Natsume released a rotund, purple figure. Gengar, LV86. Nurse Joy fell silent for a moment, then quietly picked up her tray and retreated to the back. The true danger lies with Natsume. Perhaps sending this group to teach her a lesson would be beneficial, alleviating her constant need to rescue trainers from the gym. Chansey followed curiously behind her owner. Typically, Nurse Joy would try to persuade. Yet today she seemed to abandon her efforts midway. Why does Nurse Joy say we'll be in danger? Misty asked, intrigued. Who cares about danger? We'll just go for it. Ash dismissed the concern. The Goldenrod Gym specializes in psychic-type Pokemon, and the gym leader herself is a psychic, Brock explained. Having been a gym trainer for 2 years, he possessed some knowledge of other gyms. A psychic? Ash pondered this term. Natsume. Does being a psychic give an advantage in battles against Pokemon? Natsume looked up at the question. Psychics can communicate with Pokemon telepathically, allowing for seamless cooperation without commands, making them exceedingly difficult to counter. Indeed, Brock continued, pausing for dramatic effect. It is said that psychics possess telekinesis, surpassing even some psychic-type Pokemon, capable of turning people into puppets. Ash gasped, anxiety creeping in. What if I win, and they can't accept being turned into a puppet? Honestly, fantasizing about victory before the battle has even begun, Misty sighed, facepalming. Fear not, Ash, Natsume reassured, patting him on the shoulder. She may have psychic powers, but you possess overwhelming strength. Natsume wasn't merely speaking. He had access to the SSS-level research project, allowing him to monitor Ash's stats at any moment. Since their journey began, Ash's attributes had quintupled in less than 3 months. Even Mewtwo, still on the rise, would weep at such growth. Natsume once believed he might catch up, but such hopes were naive. Fortunately, the system set tasks based on Ash's initial encounter, thus avoiding any bugs that would render tasks impossible to complete. Natsume, what's overwhelming strength? Ash questioned, a puzzled expression on his face. Why not challenge Dragonite to an arm wrestling match? Natsume beckoned his Dragonite forth. All right, I won T lose. Ash replied, excitement lighting up his face. Seriously, you're actually going to do this? Misty exclaimed, shocked. She had assumed Natsume was joking. Natsume, will Ash get hurt? To everyone's surprise, Dragonite and Ash found themselves locked in a stalemate. Ash's face reddened, resembling a ripe plum. Dragonite's fierce expression and bulging eyes revealed the strain of their contest. Boom. As their struggle intensified, the table could no longer bear the weight, shattering under the pressure, leaving Natsume to deal with the bill. Ash gasped for air. This Dragonite's strength fluctuates so unpredictably. Dragonite panted heavily. This human's strength is so erratic. Back to back, Ash and Dragonite drank water, taking a moment to recuperate. Excellent, Ash. Natsume retrieved Ash's fallen cap and placed it atop his head. If Natsume dares to use her psychic powers against you, unleash your overwhelming strength in return. At present, Ash's physical prowess was evidently superior to that of his counterpart in the original storyline. Natsume speculated this was due to their constant travels together since his arrival in Pallet Town, where Ash had undergone significant training over the years. Remarkable. Natsume, I never imagined I could achieve such a level. Ash marveled at his own hands, feeling somewhat surreal. Is this real? Misty gasped, disbelief etched across her features. Truly astonishing. Brock observed, his gaze towards Ash transformed. He realized he would need to adjust Ash's diet to match Dragonite's. The following day, Misty remained engulfed in disbelief as they journeyed to the gym, constantly circling Ash and scrutinizing him from head to toe. Hey, Why do you keep staring at me like that? Ash felt uneasy. After a moment of contemplation, Misty solemnly produced a red and white Pokeball and tossed it at Ash's head. Hey, I'm not a Pokemon. Don't treat me like Natsume does. The Pokeball emitted a flash of red light, enveloping Ash, yet nothing transpired, and it fell to the ground. Alas, Misty sighed, her head drooping in disappointment. Did you truly wish for that? What's the matter? Ash retorted. By the way, Ash, who is your father? Brock approached. My dad. He left a long time ago. Why do you ask? Ash inquired, puzzled. Haha, I was wondering if it's a matter of genetic inheritance, Brock remarked, awakening Natsume's curiosity. By the way, has Sakiki's Mewtwo been created yet? Perhaps we should try using Ash's cells instead? After all, Mewtwo is a fusion of mythical and human DNA. Perhaps utilizing Ash's genes could lead to Mewtwo's successful resurgence, he mused. As they contemplated this, the group arrived at the entrance of the Goldenrod Gym. Let us go inside, Ash exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm and a fierce determination in his eyes. Wait, a voice, slightly gruff, resonated from behind. Turning, they saw a man clad in a hat and work attire, his cap obscuring most of his face, save for his beard. Excuse me, sir, do you need something? Ash asked the stranger. Are you here to challenge the Goldenrod Gym? I'm here to advise you to reconsider. The man shook his head slightly. Well, someone already advised us yesterday, and we refused to back down, Ash declared, crossing his arms defiantly. Pikachu, understanding the sentiment, high-fived him. Yet, the bubble on Pikachu's nose burst, and in a moment of irritation at the disruption of its daydream, it nipped at Ash's fingertip. Ouch! Seeing that the group paid no heed to his warnings, the man shook his head in disappointment. Very well, if you're determined to proceed, then go ahead. His gaze was profound as he turned away and departed. Soon, he would need to exert considerable effort to extricate these unfortunate souls. Chapter 75. Ash, given the task. Upon entering the Golden City Gym, they found themselves in a corridor-like passage. Along both sides of the passage, numerous small rooms emitted a faint rustling sound, leaving them curious about the activities within. What could the individuals in those rooms be engaged in? Ash, intrigued, rose to his tiptoes and peered through the windows, prompting the others to do the same. Inside the rooms were approximately 30 individuals, resembling a small classroom, each wielding a spoon and gesturing with it in front of them. Is this some form of performance art? Misty tilted her head. It must be psychic training, Kenta suddenly interjected. I've heard that many beginners in psychic abilities practice bending spoons with telekinesis as a form of training. Is there a threshold for this? Natsume observed the aspiring practitioners diligently honing their skills, feeling a flicker of interest. If he could master psychic powers, perhaps many experimental procedures could be conducted without the aid of instruments. Furthermore, he could maneuver larger equipment more smoothly, enhancing precision. Mr. Natsume, do you wish to learn? Kenta inquired, glancing at Natsume. He quickly added, I've heard that many who acquire psychic abilities undergo significant personality changes. Kenta cast a worried glance at Natsume, not wishing for him to transform into some peculiar individual. Indeed, we have an example from Hualan City, a man whose personality drastically changed after learning psychic abilities. Misty suddenly chimed in. Care to elaborate? Natsume raised an eyebrow. Curiosity piqued among the group. While he believed that altering one's personality through external means was unlikely, gaining further insight could prove advantageous. Ahem, I'm uncertain if it's akin to the systematic training here. As the individual was a personal practitioner, Misty paused before continuing. This individual learned psychic abilities from his psychic-type Pokemon. I've heard he had a fiancée, but he was always resistant. However, on the day he mastered his psychic abilities, he suddenly had a change of heart. What was the name of that psychic-type Pokemon? Natsume asked, his expression curious. I believe it was called Kirlia, Misty exclaimed. Did it evolve? Natsume continued. Oh, how did you know? On the day he had a change of heart, his Pokemon coincidentally evolved as well. Misty regarded Natsume with a puzzled expression, unsure why he suddenly inquired. Natsume mused. Perhaps he discovered that the evolved Gardevoir possessed a profound connection. Is this true? Kenta suddenly grasped Misty's hand, her eyes sparkling with the phrase change of heart. She suddenly wished for Natsume to learn psychic abilities. Hey, don't conflate us with that kind of unorthodox practice. A discontented voice arose from behind the group. Turning around, they spotted 3 young men. The leader wore a suit and sported slicked-back hair, while the 2 behind him resembled assistants, dressed similarly to the aspiring practitioners in the small rooms. Sir, are you the instructor here? Ash inquired curiously. Yes, I am Shirakawa, the leader of the telekinesis club. The gym leader here, Naza, is the head of our club. Shirakawa introduced himself. He glanced at Ash before shifting his gaze to Natsume, then shaking his head in disappointment. You should give up. It would be better for you to seek badges in other cities. Ash was left bewildered. Why did everyone he encountered recently seem to doubt him? Was it written on his face that he was a weakling? Unwilling to accept this, Ash retorted loudly, Mr. Shirakawa, how can you assume I can't win? My Pikachu is exceptionally powerful. Pika, the electric mouse exclaimed robustly. Ah, you're still not giving up, Shirakawa sighed. The current state of Naza is unusual, and I'll save as many of these unfortunate trainers as I can. With this thought, Shirakawa pulled out a soda can, but before he could speak, it vanished from his hand. Gulp, gulp. Natsume drank heartily. What are you doing? Shirakawa glared at him, receiving only an empty can in response. Grabbing the can. Shirakawa's lips twitched. Forget it, an empty can will suffice. Watch closely, he proclaimed, placing the can in his palm and lifting it before the audience. In the next moment, a faint blue light emanated from his eyes. As the blue light intensified, enveloping his entire gaze, the soda can began to shimmer with the same luminescence. Gradually, the can levitated. What do you think? Shirakawa asked the onlookers. Oh, that's impressive, Ash offered, lacking enthusiasm. But what is the practical use? I could blow it down with a breath, Misty remarked. Feeling insulted, Shirakawa gritted his teeth. Then continue watching. As he spoke, a creaking sound emerged from the can. Screech, screech. As if placed under an invisible hydraulic press, the can was gradually flattened into a disc in mere minutes. Wow, that's somewhat impressive. Ash clapped enthusiastically. Do you understand now? Shirakawa wiped the sweat from his forehead, gazing at the crowd. Understand what? Ash's confusion deepened. What I mean is, Naza's psychic abilities far surpass mine by countless times. She could flatten you just like this can. Shirakawa looked at the group of oblivious trainers, who, unlike before, refrained from retorting, likely realizing the gravity of the situation. Unexpectedly, the trainer who had snatched his can, seemingly innocent and agreeable, spoke up. Ash, give him the task. Understood. Natsume, Ash replied, and without hesitation, he took the flattened can from Shirakawa's hands. What are you planning to do? Shirakawa asked, perplexed. Ash took a deep breath and positioned his mouth at the can's opening. Huh. Ash inhaled deeply and blew into the can's mouth. With a resounding thud, the once flattened can instantly reverted to its original form. Shirakawa. This was not the end. Ash's cheeks remained puffed. He continued to blow, visibly inflating the can. Some areas began to leak air, but the leakage was far outweighed by Ash's breath. In just 3 seconds, a loud pop echoed as the can exploded. Huh. Why did it explode? Ash scratched his head, completely unharmed, with only a noticeable inverted red triangle mark on his lips. Natsume looked down at the can's pull tab he held, and then at Ash's reddened lips. Should he keep it as a memento to sell to Selena? Natsume's thoughts drifted elsewhere, while the 3 young men stood frozen in place, momentarily unable to react. The atmosphere in the corridor fell into a profound silence. Teacher. He is practically a superhero. Behind them, the 2 assistants pointed at Ash, their voices trembling. Please, come in. You shall be the greatest challengers. Shirakawa stepped aside, wary of Ash's potential prowess. Hooray, let us go in, Ash exclaimed, eagerly leading the way. Behind him, Shirakawa breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps this was a fortuitous turn of events. Given Naza's current state, his attempts to persuade her had been futile. Each time challengers arrived, he had to notify the old gym leader for assistance. He hoped this trainer, named Ash, could awaken her. Chapter 76, Naza. Upon entering the battleground, they found themselves in a dimly lit, enclosed space. New challengers have arrived. A child's voice echoed from all directions, causing Misty to shiver. This feels more like a ghost-type gym. There she is. Brock pointed to a figure in the distance. As the crowd turned their gaze, they beheld a shadowy figure cradling a doll, drifting through the air towards them with a languid grace. Naza's voice emerged, cold and low. You all. Suddenly, a broad beam of dazzling light burst forth, compelling Naz to instinctively shut her eyes. The once dim dojo was instantly illuminated as brightly as day. Ah, Natsume. What are you doing? Xiaoxia and the others squinted against the brilliance. Natsume, that flashlight is so cool, Ash exclaimed, shielding his eyes, which his Pikachu mirrored atop his shoulder. The Pikachu's tuft of hair shot up suddenly. Is it morning already? Not only had the dawn arrived, but the tuft felt as if it were standing beside the sun, overwhelmed by the blinding brightness. Even standing next to the sun, one can still sleep. What a challenge. Yawning, the tuft promptly closed its eyes again. Shut it. Naza's expression darkened as the doll in her arms spoke coldly. In the next moment, a powerful research-grade portable spotlight in Natsume's hands emitted a blue glow. Crack. With a sharp sound, the flashlight shattered into fragments. Just as Naz considered setting it down, she witnessed Natsume flip his hand and produce another large flashlight. Her expression turned icy. Crack. The flashlight splintered again. Natsume extracted yet another one. Crack. He continued to produce more. Naz, TSK. With a stoic face, she snapped her fingers. Instantly, the lights in the dojo flickered to life. Seeing this, Natsume switched off the flashlight and stowed it away. Do you possess a bag of wonders? Xiaoxia covered her face in disbelief. Natsume, why do you carry so many flashlights? Ash inquired with curiosity. With this flashlight, the power of sunlight and flames can be doubled, Natsume declared earnestly, though in truth, it was merely a tool for him to count his Pokémon in training. Each night, he would turn it on and shine it into the breeding house, illuminating it as brightly as day. However, it always seemed to be mysteriously broken by some Pokémon by the following day, hence his stockpile. Noticing that the group had completely ignored her, Naz's previously impassive face began to show signs of irritation. A chilling blue light surged forth, enveloping them in a sweeping wave. A faint ripple spread through the air, but Naz's attack was inexplicably thwarted. Wait, this seems rather impolite, Brock pointed out, gesturing toward Naz. As the group turned to look, they found her face had regained its calm composure. Wow, she looked so youthful, Xiaoxia marveled. Before them stood a girl with long, light green hair cascading to her waist. Her icy purple eyes glimmering beneath her bangs, appearing roughly 18 or 19 years of age. A black turtleneck dress hugged her slender figure, adorned with a golden headband featuring unknown totemic designs, and her fingers were encircled with bronze mental amplification rings. When she stood still, her skirt swayed gently without wind, as if invisible waves of thought danced beneath her skin. This must be Naz, the gym leader of Goldenrod City, Brock stated solemnly. Ah, stunning beauty. It's rare for you to respond normally, Brock, Xiaoxia exclaimed in surprise. I prefer gentle older sisters, Brock quietly explained to the others. Her face displays no emotion. It's quite terrifying. Shouldn't that be called aloof? Xiaoxia looked at Brock quizzically. No, aloof should refer to someone like the Ice Queen. Ash interjected. Ash is right. Brock nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, as Naz picked up the doll that had fallen to the ground, she noticed the group had resumed their conversation. You are truly audacious, Naz spoke, a forced smile on her lips, as the doll in her arms began to speak in Professor Oak's voice. The group froze, as did Naz. Looking down, she discovered that her doll had inexplicably transformed into Professor Oak's face. Upon inspection, she realized it had long been replaced with a doll of Professor Oak, merely dressed in her doll's clothing. Naz's previously expressionless face began to soften, revealing a flicker of confusion in her eyes. So, this doll is the true essence. Natsume's voice echoed softly. Turning, Naz saw the doll had fallen into Natsume's hands. The doll was bare, and Natsume was eagerly examining it, while the Rotom phone nearby captured every angle in fascination. What principle could this possibly be? Natsume mused aloud. The doll emitted a wave reminiscent of Pokemon energy, yet the Pokédex could not identify it, giving the impression of an egg? Ding. An S-class research topic has been issued with a reverse curse. The System S voice echoed in Natsume's mind, leaving him startled. An S-class research topic was hidden within this doll. Give it back. Naz's voice rang out, tinged with indignation. Wow, so you can talk? Ash exclaimed in astonishment. Oh, it seems her face is displaying some emotion now, Brock noted. Natsume turned to glance at Naz. Indeed, the doll was the true essence. Here you go. Natsume chose not to provoke her further and tossed the doll back to her. Naz's expression darkened as the Professor Oak doll disintegrated into fine powder at her feet. You all must leave. You are not welcome here. The doll nestled in her arms, its cold voice echoed. I am here to challenge the gym, Ash declared loudly. Naz's brow furrowed, instinctively preparing to use telekinesis to escort them out, as waves rippled through the air once more. What means did they possess to withstand her psychic force? Very well, come forth, the doll spoke, indicating Naz's reluctant concession. In the next instant, the entire arena was enveloped in a ghostly blue light. The ground beneath them transformed into a dreamlike battlefield, yet astonishingly, the onlookers felt no tremor. How marvelous! Ash exclaimed with genuine admiration. Clearly, compared to Shirakawa, this gym leader Naz possessed a psychic ability worthy of the term superpower. Who among you wishes to challenge? Hurry and finish, the doll, holding a Pokeball, announced. While Naz's expression returned to its neutral state. I'll go first. Natsume waved his hand dismissively. Humph. The doll scoffed coldly as the Pokeball fell from its grasp. Rolling to the center of the arena, a flash of red light erupted, and a Hoodie appeared out of thin air. Hoodie, LV66, the psychic Pokemon. Evolution of Yungara, said to remember everything. It possesses remarkable intelligence. The Pokédex chimed, and Natsume inhaled deeply. He recalled that Naz was supposed to send out a Kadabra. Why was it Hoodie? Moreover, at such a high level, it was clearly her ace Pokemon. Let us begin. You all should leave soon. The doll spoke again, unabashedly. Naz maintained her impassive demeanor, though outwardly she appeared devoid of emotion. Yet, Natsume felt an underlying sense of dread regarding his standing in her thoughts. Very well. In that case, I shall give it my all, Natsume declared, retrieving a spicy stick and igniting it. Chapter 77, Heart Mountain Awakening. Hiss. The flame on the spicy stick flared brightly, beginning to blaze intensely. As the smoke was drawn in, a rotund silhouette began to materialize. The outline gradually solidified, turning purple, until the smoke obscured its inner form. Gungue. A round-eyed Jengar suddenly appeared. The Jengar held the spicy stick in its mouth, extending its chubby hand to pat its belly, exuding an air of confidence. Jengar, level 86, the doll announced. Natsume cast a surprised glance at the doll in Naz's arms. Psychic powers can yield such effects? Of course. Psychic abilities can generally sense the strength of others. Most psychic-type Pokemon possess superior perception compared to other Pokemon. However, achieving the precision exhibited by Naz is indeed a rarity. All right, Jengar, feel free to unleash your potential. Natsume gave a thumbs up to Naz. Only someone capable of surviving 5 seconds under the Ghost-type champion can earn my respect. No need. You may leave, the doll replied dismissively. The sound of a doll's voice echoed, and a faint, ethereal blue light emanated from the pupils crafted from fabric. In the next moment, a circular emblem, entirely gilded, materialized out of thin air, landing in Natsume's palm. He could discern a star-shaped design adorning the emblem. You may leave now, the doll said, dismissing them with unceremonious indifference. Wait, I'm still here, Natsume retorted as he exited, with Ash taking his place. He gazed fiercely at the Hoot before Natsume, the gym leader's primary Pokemon, which appeared formidable indeed. Eagerly, Ash produced a spicy stick, ready to ignite it and summon Jengar. However, unexpectedly, another golden emblem appeared, falling into Ash's grasp. Ash was bewildered. While nobody outside held any hope for him, why did he receive an emblem as he entered the arena? All right, you can go now, the doll's cold voice resounded. Natsume sensed that, perhaps due to his imagination. There was a slight twitch at the corner of Natsuki's mouth as Ash brandished the spicy stick. What? I don't want a handout like this. Ash was far more concerned about battling Natsuki than the golden emblem. Begone. The doll's expression darkened, and instinctively, it wielded telekinesis once more. To their astonishment, a faint blue glow enveloped Natsume and his companions, lifting them into the air. Wow, how marvelous. We're flying, Misty exclaimed in awe. It feels quite pleasant, Natsume mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He instructed Jengar to refrain from counteracting Natsuki's telekinesis, as he wished to savor the experience himself, having harbored aspirations of learning psychic abilities. Natsuki's gaze ultimately fixed intently upon Natsume's face. She recognized that this powerful Jengar was not one of their Pokemon, yet it seemed protective of them and willing to heed certain individuals among them. The telekinetic force swept them toward the gym's exit. What is this? I want to battle. Battle, Ash squawked, suddenly breaking free from the doll's telekinetic grasp. Huh. The doll tilted its head in confusion, while blue light shimmered in Natsuki's eyes, illuminating them brilliantly. A more potent telekinetic force surged toward Ash, lifting him once again as he was swept toward the gym's entrance. No, I want to battle. Battle, Ash protested, akin to a coal ember sizzling under a splash of cold water. At the entrance, a middle-aged man clad in work attire approached slowly. It's about time to rescue them, he muttered to himself. Lowering the brim of his hat, a ghostly blue glow coalesced around him, but it vanished swiftly. Sensing a disturbance, he looked up towards the gym's entrance. I want to battle. Pokemon battle. Oh dear, Ash, be quiet. She can't hear you now, Misty admonished, covering her ears. With Ash's relentless enthusiasm for battle, they were unceremoniously expelled from the gym. Bang! The door slammed shut, enveloped in blue light, as if Natsuki had placed a telekinetic lock upon it. Nearby, the middle-aged man remarked, "These are the first 5 individuals I've seen who managed to leave my daughter's presence unscathed. How did you accomplish that?" The man stepped forward, his face alight with excitement. Who are you? Ash asked, bewildered, feeling as though he had seen the man somewhere before. He's the gentleman we encountered before entering the gym, Misty exclaimed, pulling at Ash's ear. What do you mean? How did we do it? Sir, is there something you need? Brock inquired, stepping forward to engage. I want to know how you made Natsuki angry, the man said, his enthusiasm unabated as he grasped Brock's hand. For 8 years, since she was 10, I haven't seen any expression on Natsuki's face. He had sensed the surge of anger emanating from her psychic abilities the moment the gym doors opened. "Oh, I see." Natsume interjected, retrieving a powerful flashlight from his pocket. "Here, just shine this on her." Natsume looked earnestly at the man in work attire. "This?" The man appeared taken aback, a puzzled expression crossing his face. It seems it was indeed your flashlight that upset her," Misty mused, acknowledging Natsume's assertion. "Little brother, can I borrow this light for a moment?" The man grasped Natsume's hand, eyes filled with pleading. 100 million, Natsume stated, extending his hand. "Sigh." The man sighed heavily before speaking. "Actually, I am the former gym leader, Shinzen Satoru, and Natsuki is my daughter." With that revelation, he captured the attention of everyone present. Ears perked up, especially Misty's, who leaned in eagerly. "Oh, she loves a good secret." After some discussion, they all began to understand the peculiar reasons behind Natsuki's strange behavior. "Are you saying that because Miss Natsuki is exceptionally gifted, you taught her to learn psychic abilities from a young age?" Ash pondered. "And as a result, she became increasingly obsessed, coupled with your lack of time for her," Brock added. "Thus, she spent her days with dolls, cultivating this bizarre, emotionless, socially detached personality?" Natsume frowned. "What? Miss Natsuki is so pitiable. You parents have failed her," Misty exclaimed angrily, pointing an accusatory finger at Shinzen Satoru. So, Shinzen paused, looking earnestly at Natsume. "I beg of you, Mr. Natsume, please lend me that flashlight. I haven't seen Natsuki exhibit emotions in ages." At that moment, Shinzen appeared like a patient on the brink of death, grasping at a glimmer of hope. He clung to Natsume's arm, desperately seeking assistance. "I understand, you're in a hurry." Natsume nodded, his eyes revealing a trace of sympathy. 1 billion. Natsume stated again. 1 billion. Shinzen shook his head slightly. Had it been a few years earlier, he might have had some savings. However, he had spent the last few years seeking doctors for Natsuki's treatment, and with the added burden of caring for her, he had depleted his finances, even resorting to manual labor. Psychic abilities, after all, could accomplish the work of 10 people. Hey, Natsume, that's not quite fair," Misty remarked, glancing at him. "By the way, Natsume, how much does this thing cost? Can you sell one to me for a lower price?" Ash felt a pang of sympathy for the man. However, he did not intend to blame Natsume. He planned to buy one himself and gift it to Shinzen. Surely, Natsume would not take advantage of him. "Well, the cost is around 500,000, Natsume replied, treating Shinzen as if he were no stranger. "Such a good seller," Misty exclaimed. "Natsume, then I'll buy one for Ash," she began, but before she could finish, Natsume handed the flashlight to Shinzen. "Here, but I want the training method for psychic abilities, and it should include insights and experiences." Natsume's voice rang out, and Shinzen paused for a moment, accepting the flashlight. After a brief hesitation, he retrieved a thick notebook from his pocket. "This contains the methods for training psychic abilities, along with my personal insights. I hope you can master it," Shinzen said earnestly before disappearing with the high-powered flashlight using teleportation. "Wow, humans can use teleportation like Pokémon," Misty gasped, her understanding of psychic abilities deepening. However, very few in the world can achieve the level of mastery that Mr. Shinzen and Miss Natsuki have, Brock praised sincerely. "By the way, Mr. Natsume, since there is already a training method for psychic abilities here, why do you still ask him for it?" Natsume's words sparked a realization in Ash, and he turned to Natsume. "I visited Golden City a long time ago, and the psychic training methods available in the market here are all somewhat truncated," Natsume explained. He surmised that Shinzen likely wished to prevent the emergence of another Natsuki. The cultivation of psychokinesis can be broadly categorized into 3 realms: the outer world, the inner world, and the main world. The outer world represents the most apparent application of psychokinesis, such as the ability to levitate objects at will, which is also quite popular in society. The inner world encompasses the less visible applications of psychokinesis, such as inducing illusions or communicating telepathically with Pokémon. The main world involves the creation of a personal universe as perceived by the individual. However, if one enters this realm with an immature mindset, there is a significant risk of becoming ensnared within it, unable to extricate oneself. At present, Naji finds herself in a predicament after having ventured into the main world. Natsume casually flipped through several pages, ensuring that Shinzen Satoru had provided him with a comprehensive approach to psychokinesis training before he confidently turned to the beginning, embarking on a meticulous reading. Just as Natsume concluded the introductory section on the outer world, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the Golden City Gym. With a resounding crash, the doors flung open, and Shinzen Satoru was unceremoniously ejected. Alongside him, countless shards of searchlights scattered about. "Satoru-san, are you alright?" Ash and Brock rushed forward, prodding him with makeshift sticks. Why is Naji unresponsive?" Suddenly, Shinzen Satoru stiffened, letting out a mournful wail. Uncle. The lack of reaction is actually the norm. After all, Natsume's ability to provoke others is unparalleled, Misty remarked, shaking her head. Her words seemed to awaken Shinzen Satoru, who abruptly crawled to Natsume's feet and knelt with a thud. Natsume-sensei, I beseech you, provoke Nagi's ire. Natsume. A father kneeling in public, imploring a passerby to incite his daughter's anger. This was something Natsume had never encountered in any mental health reports. You see, Shinzen Satoru continued, sensing Natsume's bewilderment. Nagi's current situation is quite unique. I am unaware of the nature of the main world she has entered. The only way to gauge it is through her emotional reactions to the outside world. Only then can I devise a means to extricate her. So, I implore you. He stood and bowed deeply before Natsume. Do you mean I am merely an emotional trigger? I do not believe so. Natsume shook his head. Nagi's anger began when he seized her doll. However, based on the original storyline, it seemed that Nagi's emotional anchor should be a Pokemon. This did not appear to conflict, as the doll exhibited Pokemon-like energy fluctuations. After a moment of contemplation, Natsume decided to attempt a solution aligned with the original narrative. If you head east, you will find a haunted tower where a ghastly resides. Go capture it. Shinzen Satoru frowned at the suggestion of a ghost-type Pokemon. In his earlier years, he had contemplated employing Pokemon healing methods to try and draw Nagi out of the main world. He had offered various adorable Pokemon, such as Eevee, Pikachu, and Houndour, yet to no avail. However, he had never tried a ghost-type Pokemon. Still, he mused. How could a ghostly entity possibly relate to the main world Nagi inhabited? Shinzen Satoru's words were laced with profound confusion. To him, the reasons for Nagi's entry into the main world were twofold. First, her exceptional talent enabled her to reach that realm at a young age. Second, her childhood had been devoid of companionship. In her main world, there should be numerous endearing Pokemon, perfectly suited for companionship. How could a frightening ghost Pokemon serve as an emotional anchor? Shinzen Satoru found the logic unconvincing. Consider it a desperate measure. You have already encountered failure numerous times. So what does one more attempt matter? Natsume patted Shinzen Satoru's shoulder. He was not jesting. This was the most plausible method he could conceive. After all, Ash and his companions had validated it in the original storyline. With an S-rank challenge looming, Natsume was eager for Nagi to emerge promptly, as this might inadvertently resolve the S-rank challenge. Furthermore, didn't Nagi express a desire to become a gym leader? Natsume gently coaxed, and Shinzen Satoru nodded in realization. This indicated that Psychic-type Pokemon held substantial significance in her heart, and the connection between Ghost-type and Psychic-type Pokemon was not unfathomable. Shinzen Satoru nodded in agreement. Recalling that aside from the doll, Nagi had also raised a Kadabra since childhood, which had now evolved into an Alakazam. Mr. Shinzen Satoru, do not dwell on the past. If you wish to act, then act. Ash encouraged from behind. Shinzen, you should accompany him, Natsume suggested, patting Ash on the head. All right, I'm in. Ash readily agreed. I want to go too. Misty raised her hand. It's a 2-day round trip. I'll handle the cooking. Brock brandished a frying pan. Shinzen Satoru appeared taken aback. Yet a smile broke through his expression. Natsume and I, when do we set off? Ash inquired eagerly. Huh, I'm not going. Natsume waved his hand, indicating that he would remain at the Pokemon Center. Meanwhile, the proud one quietly tidied his belongings. Chapter 79. Which black hole are you referring to? The outer world. The inner world, the main world. Upon returning to the Pokemon Center, Natsume commenced his secluded research. If he could master psychokinesis, even if he did not attain Nagi's level, achieving proficiency in the inner world or even the outer world would significantly enhance his experimental endeavors. This was particularly true for experiments demanding high precision, when psychokinesis could permeate every corner of the laboratory with its intensity. Natsume speculated it would be akin to acquiring a divine perspective. First and foremost, this field places great emphasis on talent. Natsume murmured to himself, noting that the notebook Shinzen Satoru had given him contained not only records of his own learning curve, but also insights into Nagi's training from long ago. By comparing the growth trajectories of Shinzen Satoru and Nagi, Natsume gleaned a clear insight. Nagi's talent was nothing short of monstrous, while Shinzen Satoru was merely an ordinary individual. Shinzen Satoru achieved mastery in a month, feeling the emergence of psychokinetic seeds in his head, and through diligent practice, these seeds expanded continuously over the course of a year. At this stage, he could begin to levitate objects and manipulate spoons. Most of the trainees at the Golden City Gym were at this stage. In his 4th year, Shinzen Satoru was able to integrate the psychokinetic seeds in his head throughout his body. Psychokinesis adhered to his surface like a newly formed organ, allowing him to experience the world, indicating that he had crossed into the threshold of the outer world. At this stage, he could control large instruments, suppress his emotions with psychokinesis, and exert precise control over his body for delicate manipulations. In stark contrast, Naji had directly entered the threshold of the outer world from the day she began training at the age of 7. Subsequently, she progressed through major breakthroughs annually, stepping into the main world before the age of 10, successfully transforming herself into a reclusive child. Observing Naji's growth curve gave Natsume a splitting headache. Indeed, the achievements of a genius hold little reference value. The most instructive comparisons would be with another ordinary person. Natsume shifted his attention back to Shinzen Satoru's growth curve, concluding that, in comparison to Naji, Shinzen Satoru was of average capability. Regarding psychokinesis, the Alliance had long conducted related research, and Natsume had perused numerous studies. The psychics who had just condensed their psychokinetic seeds typically possessed a strength equivalent to that of a level 10 psychic-type Pokémon. Those who had crossed into the threshold of the outer world exhibited a strength akin to that of a level 30 psychic-type Pokémon. Those who had entered the inner world threshold possessed a strength comparable to that of a level 50 Pokémon. Finally, those who had entered the main world threshold exhibited a strength akin to that of a level 70 Pokémon. Natsume's expression turned peculiar. In truth, humanity in this world was teeming with exceptional individuals, with physical strength and various attributes that were quite extraordinary, rendering him feeling somewhat out of place. Natsume Yuri harbored suspicions that the human genetic component within Mewtwo may have originated from a human possessing extraordinary abilities at a world-class level. Though such individuals are exceedingly rare, it is conceivable that Sakaki could be one of them. Sakaki, how foolish you are. If Natsume were to intervene, he would undoubtedly incorporate Ash's genes as well. A formidable alliance might indeed lead to Mewtwo's triumphant resurgence. Shaking his head, Natsume resolved not to dwell on it. He earnestly followed the meditation techniques outlined in the introductory chapter, repeatedly envisioning a black hole within the recesses of his mind. The reason the Alliance had not widely disseminated the telekinesis training method was largely due to its heavy reliance on innate talent. Many had practiced tirelessly, yet still found themselves unable to breach the threshold to the outer world. Natsume did not aspire for his potential to be extraordinarily high. Reaching the outer world would suffice. For experimental purposes, the realm beyond was more than adequate. After a considerable duration, Natsume opened his eyes, a hint of perplexity in his gaze. Aside from a slight pressure in his head, he felt nothing amiss. This should not be the case. With an IQ level of 100, he ought to find such mental tasks manageable. Upon accessing the system panel, he discovered his IQ had risen to 101. Perhaps this would prove somewhat useful? Natsume remained skeptical and continued his meditative practice. Indeed, envisioning a black hole in his mind was quite the challenge. Yet Natsume was a person of considerable patience. The cosmos, stars, and luminescence gradually twisted and formed within his consciousness. Admittedly, this training method was rather demanding, causing his head to throb, compelling him to enlist the aid of Jengar, who applied a damp towel to his forehead. Fortunately, once Natsume succeeded in constructing the first star, subsequent endeavors became significantly easier. 2 days later, Natsume could flawlessly depict a black hole in his mind. The attracted stars, distorted light, and distant halos materialized in exquisite detail within his imagination. Natsume, we're back, came Ash's voice from downstairs. Beside him, Shinzen Satoru wore a beaming smile. The Jengar they had captured was rather intriguing, perhaps suddenly. Shinzen Satoru looked up sharply at Natsume's room. What's wrong, Uncle Shinzen? Ash inquired, puzzled. Shinzen Satoru's expression turned grave as he placed a hand on Ash and his companions, teleporting them instantly to Natsume's chamber. Upon arrival, everyone was taken aback. Natsume levitated midair, surrounded by an assortment of chairs, bottles, and books, all suspended and swirling around him. Upon sensing their presence, Natsume opened his eyes. Strange, I have depicted the black hole. But where is the telekinetic seed? Why is there nothing? With his awakening, the floating objects lost their levitation and shattered upon the ground. Ah, Mr. Natsume, Ash exclaimed, relieved that the fragments had not struck him. Natsume looked down, then turned to Shinzen Satoru. Why did you break my things? Natsume. It seems that was caused by your own telekinesis, Brock pointed out, gesturing to the scattered debris. Wow, Natsume, have you reached the threshold? You look incredibly impressive, Misty exclaimed, leaning closer to inspect him. Natsume, I want to float too, Ash declared, eager to join in, pressing his forehead against Natsume's in excitement. In the background, Shinzen Satoru sighed at the all-too-familiar chaos before him. Another Natsume had emerged. In his perception, Natsume was on the verge of stepping into the inner world. It was possible that one day he would awaken to find everything had fallen into place. Does this mean I've truly entered? Natsume pondered, examining his hands. He turned to Ash and, with a flick of his mind, said, "Ah, Natsume, I really am floating." Ash glimmered with a blue aura, dancing joyfully in the air. The weakness of the new superhero not being able to fly has been resolved. Why haven't I sensed the telekinetic seed you mentioned? Natsume approached Shinzen Satoru, voicing his concern. True geniuses cannot perceive the telekinetic seed, as they swiftly attain the standards of the outer world. Shinzen Satoru replied gravely. The outer world? Natsume surveyed himself, shifting his perspective to a godlike view, observing everyone in the room. He could even discern tiny insects in the corners with clarity. No wonder it was so difficult to depict the black hole. The rewards are immense once successful. Natsume expressed his surprise. The black hole? Beginners can complete that swiftly. With your talent, why not attempt to depict something more complex, like a house? Shinzen Satoru remarked, his expression peculiar. Which black hole are you referring to? Natsume caught on. Wait, which black hole are you talking about? Shinzen Satoru gasped. Chapter 80, Return to the Golden Gym. The following day, the group returned to the Golden Gym. All right, let's give it our all. Ash encouraged Shinzen Satoru. Uncle, bravely step inside. Misty cheered, blowing a whistle. Uncle, don't hesitate. Trust Jengar. Rock at it. At the entrance of the Golden Gym, upon hearing their words, Shinzen Satoru's shoulders trembled, unsure if it was from emotion or silent tears. After a moment, he abruptly turned around. Hey, don't just say nice things. Your bodies are so far away. From a distance, on the curb across the street, Ash and his friends could be seen. Natsume warned us that Natsume is dangerous. We should keep our distance, Brock shouted through a megaphone. Yes, Uncle, with your uselessness. Your superpowers are impressive. Miss Natsume is surely extraordinary, Misty echoed. In the days spent with Shinzen Satoru, Ash and his companions had evidently come to regard him as a comrade. Correspondingly, Shinzen Satoru's extraordinary abilities had left a profound impression on them. At this moment, all three felt a twinge of fear. Had it not been for Grandma Kikuko's Jengar, would they have escaped the gym that day? Shinzen Satoru remained silent. Who says he is useless? His talent in superpower training was, at the very least, commendable. Sighing, Shinzen Satoru prepared to use teleportation when he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Indeed, these kind-hearted children were unwilling to let him face danger alone. Touched, Shinzen Satoru turned to dissuade them from entering. What are you doing here? Shinzen Satoru's expression shifted, regarding Natsume with apprehension. Of course, I am here to assist you, Natsume replied, spreading his arms. Absolutely not. Shinzen Satoru shook his head vehemently. I intend to awaken Natsume from the main world. Your presence will only provoke her. Natsume, with her level of autism, should be difficult to provoke, Natsume replied, handing Shinzen Satoru a book. I deduced this conclusion after self-studying psychology all night. I am certain I can be of assistance. An entire night? Shinzen Satoru's mouth twitched. Yet he accepted the book out of respect. Upon glancing at the cover, he saw abnormal psychology. Shinzen Satoru thought to himself that his daughter did not deserve such a fate. Following Natsume's guidance, he flipped to the last page, where Natsume had summarized the entire book. A good beating will suffice. How about that? I have quite the insight now, Natsume said, placing a hand on Shinzen Satoru's shoulder. Attempting to teleport inside, Shinzen Satoru shook off Natsume's hand, silent as he vanished from sight. He could not risk allowing Natsume to enter. Natsume placed his hand on the door sealed with telekinesis and sensed that it was even more securely locked. Clearly, Shinzen Satoru had reinforced the telekinetic barrier before leaving. Fearful that Natsume might slip in. Sighing, Natsume lamented. Why is it that such a benevolent, kind-hearted, and sunny individual faces suspicion from so many? It is truly disheartening. A faint azure glow flickered in Natsume's eyes as he carefully attuned himself to the terrifying psychic energy emanating from the Golden Gym. Approaching the entrance, Natsume held only a superficial understanding of Naza's psychic power. However, upon experiencing it firsthand, he felt a shiver course through his body, his vision clouded by hallucinations. It was as though he were adrift on an endless ocean, navigating a solitary boat. Is the realm of the master world truly this formidable? In mere moments, a sharp pain pierced Natsume's head. Shaking it off, he summoned his Rotom phone. Rotom, teleport. Natsume's form swiftly vanished from sight. The next instant, Rotom reappeared with Natsume back at the original location. What's the matter? Natsume inquired curiously. Rotom rot. Rotom shook its head. You mean the psychic intensity here has suddenly doubled, making it impossible to move freely? Natsume gasped. After entering the outer world, Natsume had been able to teleport with ease. Yet, under the constraints of Naza's superpower, unless one reached the pinnacle of the inner world like Shinzen Satoru, Freely entering and exiting was out of the question. Currently, teleportation was not an option. Natsume pondered, recognizing some truth in Shinsen Satoru's words. It was indeed inconvenient for him to appear before Naza, but the system's objectives were not something he could afford to ignore. Thus, Natsume resolved to employ the most primitive of methods. What is Natsume doing? From a distance, Ash observed Natsume. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Why is he starting to undress? Misty covered her face. Why does his outfit resemble that of Team Rocket? Brock squinted suspiciously. Click, click, click. Nearby, a series of crisp sounds erupted. The trio turned to see Kyozi, holding a phone aimed at Natsume, fervently pressing the shutter button. Aware of the attention, Kyozi muted the phone, continuing to snap pictures. Once Natsume had donned the high-quality imitation of Team Rocket's uniform, he summoned Jengar. Jengar, did you see that skylight? Natsume pointed to the few places where sunlight managed to penetrate the golden gym. Huh. Jengar nodded, indicating that it was entirely feasible. Inside the gym, a purple Pokemon with two tiny hands circled around Naza, attempting to amuse her. Unfortunately, Naza's expression remained as stoic as ever. What do you wish to accomplish? The doll spoke, staring intently at Shinsen Satoru. Frustration welled within Shinsen Satoru. How could it be that his efforts were in vain? Meanwhile, Jengar was equally perplexed. It had never encountered a human who was impervious to its charms. Despite employing every trick in its repertoire, Naza remained unyielding, offering not even a glance. Suddenly, Jengar appeared to have an epiphany, its face shifting until it settled into Natsume's likeness. Natsume's smile, refined and gentlemanly, evoked a sense of springtime warmth. Upon witnessing Jengar transform into Natsume, Shinsen Satoru sensed impending trouble. Last night, Natsume had conducted a physical examination on the entity. Sure enough, a flicker of emotion crossed Naza's otherwise impassive face, her gaze sharpening with unmistakable fury. A torrent of violent psychic energy erupted, shattering every glass pane in the gym. Natsume, perched atop the skylight, plummeted as a result. Fortunately, just before impact, a hefty purple figure emerged from the ground, cushioning his fall. Jengar. Jengar was startled by Naza's sudden outburst. Seeing the formidable Jengar appear, it quickly darted behind its ally. The two onlookers shifted their attention to the descending Natsume. His masked face concealed his features, but Shinsen Satoru and Naza recognized him through Jengar. You are affiliated with Team Rocket? Shinsen Satoru exclaimed, glancing at Natsume's attire. Indeed, I am the right-hand man of Team Rocket's Giovanni, known as Bait. Natsume declared confidently. Shinsen Satoru. That is far too obvious. At least try to disguise your voice. Just as he was about to protest, Natsume winked at him. Simultaneously, two words resonated within Shinsen Satoru's mind, reporter. Stunned, he instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. The anomalies at the Golden Gym had attracted a multitude of reporters. They had long sought to expose Naza's misconduct, only to be thwarted by the League's pressure. Recently, with an increasing number of complaints from trainers, even the League's efforts to protect Naza were faltering. Natsume suspected that some reporters might even be trainers who had faced Naza's wrath in the past. To his astonishment, he noticed several reporters lying in wait on the gym's rooftop, each brandishing a camera. These reporters, undeterred by the presence of a Team Rocket officer, were determined to unveil Naza's cruelty to the world. What a grudge, what animosity. Thankfully, he had the foresight to don the Team Rocket uniform ahead of time. Otherwise, he might have found himself featured in tomorrow's headlines. Shock. A devoted researcher risks everything to save the heartless gym leader. Chapter 81. Child, your imagination is too limited. Ahem, since you are a disgrace to Team Rocket, what brings you to the Golden Gym? Shinsen Satoru immediately recognized the seriousness of the situation and began to cooperate with Natsume in their ruse. Near the shattered windows, several cameras cautiously peeked out. Meanwhile, Naza tilted her head, her doll drooping in her arms. Natsume's current psychic ability only allowed him to transmit simple messages to Shinsen Satoru. The word reporter was intercepted by Naza the moment it left Natsume's mind. She gazed impassively outside, a flicker of blue light flashing in her eyes. Jengar. Jengar's formidable form shielded Naza from view, its crimson eyes glowing fiercely, nullifying the psychic force she had unleashed. Natsume frowned slightly. Those reporters were well prepared. With a hidden crew positioned on the street, their cameras trained on the reporters concealed atop the gym. Naza's actions played directly into their hands. Huh, old man. Our boss Giovanni has taken a liking to you. Today, we intend to take you home. Natsume pointed at Shinsen Satoru with a sinister grin. Shinsen Satoru. Don't improvise the script. Shinsen Satoru silently urged Natsume. What? Is Miss Naza determined to protect her father? Natsume disregarded his companion's concerns and tossed a pokeball. A ferocious Dragonite appeared on the gym floor. With its intimidating size and the fierce flapping of its wings, it exuded an overwhelming presence. Natsume sensed the flash of cameras behind him as he threw the ball. Naza tilted her head, and her doll drooped even more dramatically. Natsume and Shinsen Satoru communicated telepathically. Under the watchful eyes of this high-level psychic, it felt akin to speaking directly. Let us engage in a role-playing exercise. Naza suddenly spoke, causing Shinsen Satoru to turn in surprise. The doll raised its head, seemingly eager to take over for Naza, but quickly reverted to its droopy state. Are you inviting me? Naza inquired, her expression still devoid of emotion. Go, Dragonite, capture that old man. Natsume commanded with a flourish. Go, Alakazam. This time, the Pokeball was not manifested in the doll's hands, but was thrown by Naza herself. Roar. Dragonite, brimming with excitement, displayed its glistening scales, its eyes turning blood red. Energy surging around it. Rage? Natsume was taken aback. It seemed he hadn't even given a command. Alakazam, use Psychic. Dragonite, charge. Natsume, with his telepathic abilities, issued simple commands to the Dragonite. The creature responded with excitement, its enthusiasm palpable. Just days ago, the foolish trainer had only just learned to speak, and now he was commanding it to battle. With a thunderous roar, Dragonite charged forward, its massive form causing the ground to tremble beneath it. A deep, azure glow enveloped its body, causing Dragonite to momentarily halt midair. Seeing this, Natsume felt a slight sense of relief. The best outcome now would be to feign his allegiance to Team Rocket, allowing himself to be sent flying by Naza, thus providing a convenient excuse to handle the reporters outside. Suddenly, Dragonite, a bit incensed, broke free from the psychic grip of Hoopa. A surge of electricity ignited across its body. Thunderbolt? Natsume was taken aback. The electric display dissipated, transforming into flames that engulfed its form. Natsume was once again surprised. As the flames subsided, glacial blue light flickered in Dragonite's mouth. The three colors cycled chaotically, and Dragonite was unable to control the power within, unable to choose which skill to unleash. Ultimately, a chaotic beam of mixed gold, red, and blue shot out like an erratic sphere, scattering across the battlefield. Naza tilted her head, observing the scene before her, her eyes gleaming with an eerie blue light. In an instant, the uncontrollable Dragonite was frozen in midair and cast out towards the skylight. You've lost and will be confined, Naza stated to Natsume, her expression devoid of emotion. Simultaneously, a cage adorned with a plaque appeared above Natsume's head. The cage descended, expanding until it formed a ceiling. With a resounding crash, Natsume found himself locked within a chamber. Natsume blinked in confusion. It seemed he had not merely encountered an ordinary psychic ability, he had entered Naza's inner world. In Naza's realm, he surveyed the room before him, where a small girl was crouched on the floor, threading a needle as if mending a doll. As he approached, Natsume realized he had misjudged the scene. It was not a girl but rather the doll cradled by Naza, busy stitching on a miniature figurine of Naza herself. The doll looked up, revealing a disconcerting grin. No wonder Naza exhibited no emotion. In her dominion, she was merely a figurine. Natsume reached for the doll in its hands. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the air, prompting him to cover his ears as he regarded the doll with intrigue. I must inquire, is this world governed by you? Natsume asked earnestly, gazing at the doll. The doll tilted its head, perceiving Natsume's audacity, feeling it necessary to enlighten him about the reality of the situation. Thus, the doll nodded in affirmation. Bang! In the next moment, Natsume's fist struck its head, causing tears to well up in its eyes. What do I have to fear? You lack Naza's powers. He snatched the figurine from the doll's grasp, adopting a bully's demeanor. The doll, disregarding its flattened head, emitted a blue glow in its eyes as a handgun materialized in its hand. Click! The bullet was chambered and aimed at Natsume. Understanding dawned upon him. The doll possessed psychic abilities as well. Though significantly weaker than Naza, it could materialize objects within this realm due to its unique nature. The doll grinned mischievously, raising the gun to aim at Natsume's head. Return Naza to me, it screamed. Natsume paid no heed, instead experimenting with his own psychic abilities to manifest items in this world. With a mere attempt, a luminous azure sheen enveloped his body. Boom! A gigantic blue skeletal figure erupted from the ground, encasing Natsume within its embrace. In the next instant, flesh and armor enveloped it, violently ripping the ceiling apart as a colossal samurai form loomed over the doll, standing defiantly before it. Swish! A blade flashed, a massive katana suspended above the doll's head. The doll stood frozen, its tiny handgun dropping from its grasp, dissolving into blue particles. Child, Your imagination is woefully inadequate, Natsume remarked, allowing his Susanoo to dissipate. This manifestation was of little use. It was merely a display. Natsume scrutinized the Naza figurine, while the doll frantically patted its head, taking an extended period to restore its flattened form. Turning around, it discovered that Naza's clothing had been stripped away. Ah, the doll squealed, its face contorted with embarrassment and indignation. Wow, how lifelike. How did you manage that? Natsume marveled, allowing the doll to reclaim the Naza figurine. Observing the expression on the doll's face, he couldn't help but recall the look on Naza's face when he had removed the clothes from a doll days prior, eerily similar. Are you Naza from her childhood? Natsume inquired curiously, inching closer. The doll defensively concealed the Naza figurine behind itself, using one hand to shield its head. Natsume noted the room's furnishings appeared to be designed for a child. Was the intention to recreate a younger version of oneself? Clumsily carving out the adult self in this inner world? Natsume gently patted the doll's head. The doll stared blankly at him, only to receive another tap atop its head. Ouch! It exclaimed, clutching its head. Do you understand how to carve? Natsume asserted, producing the Naza figurine. The doll's eyes widened in shock as it turned around, realizing its concealed figurine had vanished. When did this happen? It gazed at Natsume as if encountering a ghost, an expression of indignation mixed with fear. Stop! Do you wish to be trapped here forever? The doll finally spoke, seemingly confident in its control over Natsume. It extended its hand, demanding, return it to me. Bang! Without further ado, Natsume's fist struck again, flattening the doll's head once more. A cacophony of slapping sounds filled the air, as the doll took its time to restore its head to normalcy. Upon looking up, it found Natsume had sewn a crooked smile onto the Naza figurine. See, this is the expression of a smile. Hee hee hee. Ha ha. Outside, Naza suddenly burst into laughter, causing Shinzen Satoru beside her to freeze momentarily before a hint of relief spread across his face. He sensed that Natsume had seemingly entered Naza's inner world. Unsure of the actions taken, yet aware it bore significance. How hideous. Give it back. In the inner world, the doll stomped its foot in frustration. Bang. It slapped its head. Look, this is the expression of crying. Hee hee hee. Natsume showcased the doll, still wearing a crooked smile. Even uglier. Return it. The doll fumed, slapping its head again. This is the expression of blushing. Hee hee hee. Look, this is the expression of pain. Hee hee hee. I'm done with you. The doll could no longer contain itself. Every emotion Natsume stitched together bore an identical grotesque smile. Outside, Naza laughed uncontrollably, while the initially excited Shinzen Satoru now felt a sense of dread. What is happening? You'll never leave this place for the rest of your life. The doll threatened. Bang. Natsume retracted his fist, delivering another blow that sent the doll from head to toe. Ah! The doll's frustrated slaps echoed through the air, accompanied by Natsume's gentle voice. You know, I read numerous psychology texts before coming here, leading me to an uncertain yet universally applicable therapeutic method. The doll's slapping motion paused, a wave of ominous foreboding washing over it. Natsume leaned closer, displaying a kind smile. Just hit until it works. If one round doesn't suffice, try two. If two fail, go for three. Keep hitting until it does. The doll trembled. It suddenly realized that at this moment, it was more unwilling to remain there than Natsume was. The younger the child, the more effective the personality modification can be. The doll's body began to tremble violently. All right, for the rest of the expressions, you can sew them on yourself. Natsume gently stroked the doll's head, offering comfort. The doll was taken aback, gazing at Natsume. Me? A hint of confusion crossed her face. Would Naz be fond of emotions from her childhood? The doll mused aloud. Don't worry, didn't Naz stitch many expressions onto you as well? Just give it a try, Natsume encouraged. In her younger years, Naz appeared quite reclusive, lacking initiative in her actions, perhaps due to the absence of parental companionship and having no one to look up to. However, the doll hesitated. If you won't do it, then I will. Natsume reached out to take over. No, I will do it. The thought of Natsume's questionable aesthetic made the doll panic. She hurriedly turned away, awkwardly picking up the needle and thread. After years of hesitation, she was finally about to begin, albeit under compulsion. In the outer world, a presence akin to an organ formed, perceiving the world. Within the inner world, she and her psychokinesis became one, deeply sensing the world. In the main world, she sought to integrate her psychokinesis into reality. My psychokinesis world. This was Natsume's summary of the fundamental connections among the three realms. Naz encountered a mishap in the main world stage. Her psychokinesis failed to successfully merge with the world, becoming trapped in between. This situation was akin to what Shinzen Satoru described. Naz was ensnared in her own main world. The factors contributing to her entrapment were manifold and complex. making her case particularly intricate. Observing the doll before him, who was diligently focused, Natsume squinted. His assistance to Naz was not solely driven by the system's task. He also harbored personal motives. Well, if I were to step into the main world in the future and encounter an issue, perhaps Naz could lend a hand. How does this look? The doll, somewhat reluctant, raised the Naz doll before Natsume. Here, he was the only outsider to serve as a reference. Natsume glanced over and noted that the doll had sewn a sorrowful expression. The meticulous hidden stitch method seamlessly fused the thread with the fabric. 3 strands of gradient-colored embroidery thread twisted into glistening teardrops, with curved stitching tracing delicate ripples of tear-like glimmers at the cheekbones. Awful. It pales in comparison to my own designs. Ha ha ha. Natsume shook his head. That should look quite lovely. The doll sighed in relief. Sometimes, even a negative example could serve as a reference. If it seemed undesirable to the negative example, it was likely still acceptable. With Natsume's authoritative endorsement, the doll worked even harder. Before long, expressions of crying, sorrow, bitterness, pain, melancholy, and joy were all stitched onto the face of the Naz doll, appearing and disappearing. Natsume observed silently from the side. He observed that with each expression the doll sewed onto the Naz doll's face, its contours began to resemble Naz more closely. Eventually, the doll's rounded features faded, replaced by the distinct facial profile of Naz. From a distance, the doll appeared as a chibi version of Naz. Curiously, why did the system's task not indicate completion? Natsume scanned the surroundings, focusing on the chibi Naz. Perhaps the intensity of the personality modification was insufficient? The chibi Naz trembled, glancing back at Natsume in fear. In the next moment, a dizzying whirlwind ensued. Before him appeared Naz's icy visage. Huh, how did I get out? Natsume's tone carried a hint of reluctance. Naz paused for a moment before looking at Natsume and spoke. You are quite the odd person. You have become a real person. Natsume exclaimed in surprise. Although Naz's face still bore little expression and her tone remained flat, Natsume could distinctly sense the warmth of humanity emanating from her. The previous Naz felt like an instrument in a laboratory. No, instruments at least produced sounds. There were even impromptu performances from Professor Okido when things went awry. The previous Naz was different. She was the type who would remain unperturbed even after a slap to the face. Outside, a Dragonite stumbled back, scaring away all the reporters. Natsume finally realized he had lingered in Naz's main world for quite some time, while it seemed only a brief moment had passed in the outside world. Mr. Natsume, not far away, Shinzen Satoru was in tears. Mr. Natsume, you are truly Naz's rebirth parents. With tears and snot, Shinzen Satoru attempted to embrace Natsume. Then will she acknowledge me as her adoptive father? Natsume probed. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment, and Shinzen Satoru's outstretched hand froze midair. That might not be quite appropriate for her age. After a brief pause, he continued, however, Mr. Natsume, if you have any requests in the future, I will certainly fulfill them. Shinzen Satoru gazed earnestly at Natsume. 100 billion. Natsume spoke without hesitation. Are you in dire need of money? Shinzen Satoru was eager to inquire. Natsume made a jest and refrained from elaborating, his gaze scanning the room. His task was still incomplete. Strange, where's that doll? Chapter 83. Which official is this? Are you looking for this? Naz's voice resonated. Natsume turned to see a chibi Naz perched on her shoulder. The moment their eyes met, the chibi Naz instinctively hid within Naz's hair. Huh, Natsume exclaimed, pulling out his phone, opening an app, and aiming it at the chibi Naz. The Pokédex displayed a series of question marks. Simultaneously, a voice from the system echoed in Natsume's mind. New species Pokémon discovered. Would you like to conduct a system investigation? New species? Natsume was momentarily taken aback, but instinctively agreed. Conducting exploration in this world, information search 1. Exploring information on this Pokémon in other parallel worlds. In the next moment, a transparent frame appeared before Natsume's eyes. Substitute doll, psychic ghost. Born in the main world of a psychic, it enjoys possessing various dolls, exhibiting similar appearance and behavioral traits as its owner. Natsume furrowed his brow. Substitute doll? He recalled the cursed doll. A pitiful, discarded doll that, under specific circumstances, could transform into a Pokémon. Of course, those conditions were exceedingly stringent, and most of the time. The cursed doll evolved from a vengeful doll. The so-called substitute doll sounded strikingly similar to a cursed doll that was naturally born under harsh conditions. One stemmed from resentment, while the other emerged from emotion. Natsume scooped up the chibi Naz, who was in a frenzy, desperately biting his finger. Natsume pressed his finger inward, poking it in the throat. Cough, cough, cough. The substitute doll released its grip. Little one, do you still wish to bite? Do you have any idea how many Pokémon have bitten me at Okido's Institute each day? That Pokemon is. Shinzen Satoru leaned in, his eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. Uncle, do you know? Natsume turned to Shinzen Satoru. I do not. Shinzen Satoru shook his head. Natsume mused, however. This closely resembles what my ancestral manual describes regarding psychic incarnations. Manual? Natsume suddenly leaned closer, regarding Shinzen Satoru with suspicion. That primarily pertains to my family's teachings, which cannot be shared with outsiders. Your copy is indeed merely a compilation of all methods for cultivating psychic abilities aside from the manual. Shinzen Satoru stammered, appearing quite guilty. Let me see the manual. Natsume extended his hand. That, is not possible. Really, it cannot be shared with outsiders. Shinzen Satoru's face displayed a conflicted expression. He continued. Even if you learn it, the psychic incarnation can only be achieved at the pinnacle of the main world. Even without the manual, reaching that realm will naturally coalesce. Is that so? Natsume glanced at Nas. After 7 or 8 years of accumulation, it is hardly surprising that one could manifest a psychic embodiment. Here you go. Naji suddenly spoke, handing a small booklet to Natsume. What is this? Natsume inquired, taken aback. It is the secret manual of my family, Naji replied with a smile. Father, did you not say that I could share the manual with someone suitable when I meet them? I believe Natsume possesses considerable talent, Heart Mountain Wu interjected, his eyes wide with astonishment. Naji, puzzled, glanced at Heart Mountain Wu. Little Naji, what I meant was that Heart Mountain Wu is at a loss for words. Thank you. Natsume waved his hand dismissively at Naji, recalling his Dragonite before sitting atop Gungue and soaring away from the gym. Natsume, have you resolved everything? Ash greeted him excitedly. Yes, I will return to the Pokemon Center first. Natsume nodded to the group. In that case, I shall challenge Miss Naji anew, Ash declared, dashing towards the Golden City Gym. I, too, wish to witness the true prowess of Miss Naji. Brock exclaimed enthusiastically. Hey, wait for me. Natsume, shaking his head slightly, accompanied the proud child back to the Golden City Pokemon Center. Upon returning to his room, Natsume eagerly began to peruse the so-called family secret manual, the psychic embodiment. The manual was quite thin, and within an hour, Natsume had absorbed most of its contents. Indeed, is it not true that humans are a form of Pokemon as well? Natsume sat still, lost in thought. Pokemon born from the human spiritual realm are categorized, and Natsume speculated that the stand-in doll should belong to the mythical beast type. Its rarity is exceedingly high. It seems that Naji is the only superpowered human capable of reaching the pinnacle of the main world. Natsume dismissed the notion of hastily drafting a paper. The discovery of a new Pokemon species must involve a population. Such an extremely rare individual can only be classified as a mythical beast, thus relegated to the Pokédex for collection. Ding. The S-level project Curse in the opposite direction has been completed, and the host has received a Master Ball scratch-off ticket X1. As Natsume pondered, the system's voice chimed in. Natsume scratched off the Master Ball ticket. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Master Ball X1. Another minimum guarantee, yet it suffices. For he now possesses 2 Master Balls, allowing for one to be discarded in future research on Master Ball Rotom. Currently, his research on high-grade Ball Rotom has seen numerous failures daily. Were he to substitute with the exorbitantly priced Master Balls, the financial burden would be unimaginable. I'm utterly exhausted. Natsume lamented as he collapsed onto his bed. So much had transpired over the past few days. He needed rest to properly digest it all. As for using psychokinesis to etch high-grade balls, there was no rush. The road ahead was still long and winding. In the evening, Ash and his companions returned to the Pokemon Center. Upon discovering Natsume in a deep slumber, they refrained from disturbing him and quietly retreated to their respective rooms. A night of silence ensued. That night, the people of Golden City breathed a sigh of relief, for the once terrifying gym trainer had undergone a sudden personality transformation, even holding a gym demonstration at the Central Park. Journalists held their breath that night, frustrated that the sensational news they sought had failed to materialize. Alas, they could only turn to Team Rocket for material, as that was the only way to outpace their competitors. Work overtime, hurry up. The following day, in the Team Rocket base, Sakaki lounged on the sofa, sipping hot coffee from his cup. Boss. His secretary entered, presenting him with a newspaper. What is it? Sakaki reached for the newspaper, eager to see if any noteworthy events had occurred recently, only to have the secretary snatch it up first. A flicker of discomfort crossed her face. Boss Sakaki, I think I might have glimpsed something offensive in this newspaper. Offensive? Sakaki scoffed, taking a sip of coffee, a hint of disdain on his face. I must see what this offense entails. Assuming someone was attempting to leverage public opinion against Team Rocket, Sakaki abruptly seized the newspaper from his secretary's grasp. A cursory glance revealed a glaring headline. Boss Sakaki Nightly Assault on an Octogenarian. The reason is quite this. Coffee spewed forth, staining the paper yellow. The secretary looked heavenward. I already told you not to look. This isn't the only one. There are many more. Team Rocket executive burglarizes Golden Gym, allegedly due to Sakaki's unpaid wages, left with no choice. Alliance Economics, I'll handle it myself. Naji's lover is actually a Team Rocket executive. Kanto gossip. The reason Sakaki prefers male secretaries is finally revealed. Kanto rich list. Sakaki. What on earth is this? And hasn't his secretary always been female? This is utterly absurd. Sakaki's gaze lowered, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. While there were a few major media outlets he could not manipulate, dealing with smaller ones to make an example of them was well within his capabilities. Suddenly, Sakaki's attention sharpened as he fixed his gaze on an accompanying image. In the picture, a Team Rocket executive was seen with their backside prominently displayed, lounging atop the skylight of the Golden City Gym. Sakaki furrowed his brows. It seems these media outlets were not without their sources. Investigate which executive this is. Understood, boss. The media's image was rather blurry, leaving Sakaki with only a vague impression. Chapter 84. We must touch it with love. Proceed straight down this path, and you will reach Rainbow City. Wow, having Natsume here is such a blessing. Exactly. We don't even have to walk, even though we only get 10 minutes every hour. Along the road, Natsume strolled leisurely, while everyone else, enveloped in a blue aura, floated in the air, lifted by his psychic power. This was one of Natsume's training methods for psychokinesis, although he could only maintain it for about 10 minutes at a time and required an hour to recuperate. The results were evident. Natsume's intelligence had stabilized at an impressive 280 IQ, increasing by 1 point each day. Natsume believed this figure could represent the strength of his mental power. The growth in this value was directly proportional to the increase in his psychokinetic strength, if nothing else. It could serve as a reference. Arriving beneath a large tree, Natsume gently set everyone down. Ah, it's noon. Let me prepare lunch. Brock glanced up at the sky. Leaning against the tree, Natsume settled down as Jiaozi snuggled closer. Mr. Natsume, I would like to drink your water, Jiaozi pleaded pitifully. Ask Ash's Squirtle to provide it for you. Natsume replied without turning, his eyes fixed intently on the high-grade ball in his hands. Hearing this, Jiaozi sighed in relief. It was the familiar flavor, the same as yesterday's Mr. Natsume. Clearly, after training in psychokinesis, Natsume had not exhibited any drastic personality changes. However, he now found himself with a slight headache. Upon reaching the realm beyond the external world, Natsume could effortlessly immerse his psychokinesis into every inch of space within the high-grade ball. In fact, he felt as if his mind housed a deconstruction machine, with all the components of the high-grade ball laid bare. Yet, despite this, Natsume still struggled to identify the optimal circuit solution for the high-grade ball. Unfortunately, compared to the Ultra Ball, the interior of the high-grade ball was far more stable and considerably larger. While he could easily locate spaces capable of etching circuits, many still remained after the psychokinetic filtering. Natsume could envision countless circuit solutions, but pinpointing the most optimal one proved exceedingly difficult. Was there a way? Natsume indeed had one. To construct a circuit model for the high-grade ball and then send it to Aunt Z, asking her to utilize the supercomputer at the Oak Research Institute for circuit simulation to ultimately find the optimal circuit solution. However, this was entirely different from what Natsume had envisioned. He had believed that upon reaching the realm beyond the external world, he would be able to directly complete the development of high-grade ball Rotom. Ultimately, he was still constrained by the laboratory and its instruments. System, I had a dream yesterday. Natsume suddenly found himself speaking from the depths of his heart. I dreamt about scratching off lottery tickets today. My portable lab contains a deconstruction machine, a super intelligent brain, and a gravity differential device. After making his wish, Natsume began to scratch off all the lottery tickets he had accumulated in the system space during this time. 8 red and white balls, 2 super balls, 1 ultimate laboratory model. Uncertain whether the system was mocking him, Natsume was genuinely surprised to have won something related to the laboratory. However, it turned out to be merely a plastic toy. With a slight grimace, Natsume tossed the object back into the system space. The craftsmanship of this plastic toy was undeniably exquisite, with various instruments meticulously arranged inside, leaving no room for complaint. Yet, it remained just a plastic toy, utterly useless. Oh, my hat! A voice exclaimed nearby. It was Ash, startled. The group turned to see a rotund monkey perched atop Ash's head, waving his hat triumphantly. Mankey, a fighting-type Pokémon. Agile in body, yet ferocious in temperament. You rascal, give me back my hat. Ash disregarded the Pokédex's description and lunged to reclaim his hat. Ooh, Mankey screeched, snatching Ash's hat and placing it upon its own head, immediately launching a barrage of punches and kicks at Ash. One punch landed, but Ash remained unfazed, seemingly provoking Mankey further, whose cries grew increasingly shrill. For 3 minutes, the assault continued unabated until Mankey began to falter, its strength waning. 5 minutes later, panic set in for the creature. Ooh! Mankey turned to flee. You stop right there. Ash's furious shout echoed behind it. That hat is a limited edition. Natsume took me to the league raffle last year, and there were only 100 of them made. It holds precious memories for both Natsume and me, you fiend. Mankey was taken aback, hearing the trainer's impassioned words regarding bonds and memories. Ash unleashed a powerful blow. Boom! Mankey soared into the air, flying for several minutes before crashing into a nearby thicket. Ugh! Mankey roared, a white light enveloping it as its form began to swell. Half a minute later, Mankey's physique had become more robust, its limbs rippling with muscle. It evolved in its fury. Brock exclaimed, Ash, be cautious. Misty warned. Infernape, the evolved form of Mankey, perpetually enraged. Once it sets its sights on a target, it will pursue unrelentingly. Infernape appeared to be a formidable Pokemon. Ash muttered. But soon Infernape took to the skies, charging at him. Roar! Infernape's face twisted in rage, intent on tearing Ash apart as it charged forward, engaging him in a fierce struggle. 3 minutes later, a colossal crash resonated as Infernape was sent flying, colliding with a large tree and falling limp, clearly exhausted. What a letdown. I thought it would be a powerful Pokemon. Ash stood there, slightly soiled. Ash, this Infernape might be harboring some inner turmoil, Brock said, stepping forward. Huh, what turmoil could it possibly have? Ash replied, readjusting his hat with confusion. Brock smiled and approached, explaining, it's improbable for a Pokemon to attack us without reason. I believe this child must have its own struggles. We must reach out with compassion. With that, Brock knelt before Infernape, extending his hand. Palm opened to reveal some Pokemon food. Come on, Infernape, eat. Brock smiled warmly at the creature. Infernape hesitated, glancing from Brock to the food, its gaze flitting back and forth. See, Ash, patience is key when dealing with Pokemon. We can't always think about battling. Before he could finish, Infernape leaped onto Brock, one arm locking around his throat while the other swung a fist the size of a pot, raining blows upon Brock's face. Ash, take it down quick, Brock pleaded. This is humiliating. Misty covered her face in disbelief. Suddenly, a blue aura enveloped Brock, separating him from Infernape. Ooh. Infernape seemed puzzled, and after a moment, its gaze fixated on Natsume. Ooh. It challenged Natsume. A preliminary empathetic connection allowed Natsume to grasp its meaning. You wish to know where we hail from? Natsume paused. We come from the Eastern Tang Dynasty, en route to the Western Paradise to seek enlightenment. Natsume spoke with conviction. And why are we so formidable? Natsume frowned. Infernape had many inquiries. Because we possess the strength of teamwork, what you refer to as bonds and friendship, he indicated towards Ash. What is his name? Natsume glanced at Ash. He is called Sun Wukong. With that, Natsume casually tossed Infernape upwards. In the air, Infernape stroked its chin, contemplating. It yearned to find a team. It too wished to be called Sun Wukong and to become as powerful as that human. Chapter 85, Rainbow City. After the tumultuous encounter with Mankey, the group arrived at Rainbow City. In the city center, towering skyscrapers with countless glass facades reflected a kaleidoscope of colors, while neon billboards flickered, and Pikachu's holographic projection danced upon the walls of the buildings. Wow! Ash gasped, gazing skyward. A flock of birds soared between the skyscrapers, their wings cutting through the cacophony of urban life. This city stood as a crystalline monument, fracturing sunlight into a myriad of radiant beams that illuminated every corner of the steel forest. Rainbow City truly lives up to its reputation as one of the premier metropolises of the Kanto region. Brock marveled, despite having visited several times. He was consistently awestruck upon each return. Hey, you two, stop acting like country bumpkins, came Misty's voice from behind. The trio turned to see Misty, having changed into a new outfit, entwined with Kiawe's arm, resembling two sophisticated city ladies. Misty, don't you think your outfit is rather unflattering? Ash remarked, struggling to find the right words to express his thoughts. Stop jabbering. Bam! Misty retracted her fist. Ash, you should say that Misty doesn't suit a mature style. Brock suggested diplomatically. Natsume, would you like to join me for some shopping? Kiawe inquired eagerly. No money. I have some. Kiawe excitedly brandished a card. No time. Natsume raised the Ultra Ball in his hand, which shimmered like an obsidian gem under the vibrant lights. I'm heading to the Pokemon Center first, he stated. And with that, his floating Rotom phone whisked him away in an instant. Years ago, Natsume had traversed the entire Kanto region's Pokemon centers, and as long as they were within a reasonable distance, his Rotom phone could teleport him effortlessly. "Oh, Kiawe, don't be disheartened. I'll accompany you," Misty said, wrapping her arm around Kiawe's. At the Pokemon Center in Rainbow City, before a communication device. Natsume, do you have something important you need me to help with? Before Natsume could respond, Ji interjected. "Aunt Ji, you truly possess an uncanny intuition." Natsume praised her with a thumbs up. "Ha ha ha, if it were anything important, you wouldn't be contacting me through your Rotom phone," Ji chuckled. "Actually, I have something I need your help with. I need your Research Institute's supercomputer to run some simulations," Natsume explained, inserting a USB drive into the communication device. Before long, Ji received the data Natsume had sent. "Oh, you could have just emailed this to me," she remarked after a cursory glance. "No, the file is too large," Natsume replied, his expression serious. Ji's expression shifted, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Indeed, after the first file was sent, her computer began to whirl furiously. "The second document has yet to be fully received." "Natsume, what is the second document?" Zico inquired, perplexed. "Naturally, it is a tutorial that commences from the very basics. I was concerned that Aunt Zico might not be particularly adept in this area." "Oh, that makes sense. It has indeed been a long time since I delved into anything seriously. I feel as though my mind has grown somewhat rusty over these past few years." Noticing that Natsume had not concocted any mischief but had rather thoughtfully sent over the tutorial, Zico let out a sigh of relief. "By the way, where is Ash?" Zico glanced around, not spotting Ash and his companions behind Natsume. "He has gone shopping," Natsume replied. "With girls?" Zico's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Of course. I can show you a live feed of what they are up to," Natsume said, tapping on an application on his phone Rotom. Soon, Ash's visage appeared on the screen from Brock's perspective. Indeed, Natsume had equipped them with tracking devices that also featured live broadcasting capabilities, powered entirely by solar energy. Generally, this technology was employed by Natsume for research on Pokemon species that exhibited migratory behavior, but in his view, travel and migration were quite similar. "Wow, Ash is surrounded by so many girls," Aunt Zico exclaimed in astonishment. Natsume turned to look. It appeared that Ash was in a perfume shop, encircled by a gaggle of older girls, evidently quite popular. However, it quickly became apparent that this was merely a facade. "Honestly, perfume is something that only unappealing women would wear," Ash stated with a serious expression. The next moment, a voice rang out, "Sir, please leave." Crash. From Brock's perspective, Ash was hoisted by several older girls and unceremoniously tossed outside, followed by the shop's doors slamming shut. Zico sighed. "Natsume, do you think our family will face extinction in the future?" "Rest assured, Aunt, I will ensure that Ash learns the ways of the world," Natsume replied earnestly. "That would be even worse," Zico retorted. Do you think Ash is simply unlikable to girls?" She hastily shifted the topic, fearing that Natsume might genuinely take on the role of Ash's life mentor. "Well, about that." Natsume fell into silence. On the other end of the video call, Zico exhaled deeply, successfully diverting the conversation. "If you are worried, you can take a look at this," Natsume said, sending over another document. It was a hefty 10 gigabytes. Yet this file was received swiftly, leaving Zico momentarily stunned. She glanced at the second document, which was still processing, and swallowed hard. "Aunt Zico, please open the file." "Oh, a summer camp?" This was a video file, titled The Fourth Summer Camp of the Kanto Professor Oak Research Institute. The fourth summer camp. The one Ash attended that very year. "The organizer was you, Natsume," Zico exclaimed, surprised. It made sense why Ash had frequently visited the Oak Research Institute after returning that year. "Is this the summer camp video you filmed?" Looking at the ultra-mini Ash appearing in the video, a hint of nostalgia crossed Zico's face. However, she soon noticed something amiss. Natsume's camera frequently focused on Ash and another girl. This girl had light golden brown hair with slightly curled ends, large and vibrant turquoise eyes brimming with life. In the video montage, she was often seen wearing a light pink beret, a sleeveless short skirt, and a pink and black ensemble, cinched at the waist with a white bow belt, complemented by black shorts and brown knee-high boots. The video froze on the last scene, where Ash was crouched down, bandaging the girl's injury. From the angle, it appeared Natsume had been secretly filming from behind a tree. Zico cupped her face, feeling bashful just watching. Her name is Serena. She hails from the Kalos region's Vaniville town, loves desserts, and has a penchant for fashion. "Aunt, you could send some Kanto specialties, like the Evergrande honey pancakes or the Koi King gold flakes from the rustling Leaf City." Natsume rattled off a series of details, leaving Zico momentarily speechless. "Natsume, how have you investigated her so thoroughly?" Zico said, bemused. Ignoring her, Natsume earnestly extended his hand, Aunt Zico, if an arranged marriage is set, please ensure to prepare me a generous red envelope. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two ended the call. At the Oak Research Institute, Zico sat dazed before her computer desk, replaying the video montage over and over. Oh dear, the more I watch, the more I want to see. A maternal glow illuminated her face. Once Professor Oak returned and she found some free time, perhaps a trip to the Kalos region would be in order? This thought suddenly sprang to life in Zico's mind. Suddenly, a warning beep echoed from her computer. Zico paused, closing the video, only to discover a low storage warning pop up on her desktop. How can there be insufficient memory? Zico wondered, only then realizing that the second document Natsume had sent was finally complete. Over 100 video tutorials, each starting at 10 gigabytes. Frowning, she opened the first video. Welcome to Professor Natsume's class. Chapter 1, Section 1, The Significance of Scientific Research. Chapter 86, The Rainbow City Gym. After severing the communication, Natsume exited the Pokemon Center. Rainbow City was enormous, with its central area being exceedingly valuable. Even the Pokemon Center, which typically occupied prime locations in other cities, had made concessions this time. Natsume opened the map, discovering that his position was in the third ring of Rainbow City. Venturing further out led to the suburbs. Fortunately, the city's public transport was convenient and extensive, making travel easy even from the Pokemon Center's somewhat remote location. Shortly, Natsume emerged from the subway exit, arriving at the Rainbow City Gym. Wow, this gym is unexpectedly affluent. The Rainbow Gym resembled an ecological museum, featuring a massive transparent dome. The gym occupied a vast area, with glimpses of a simulated forest within, home to numerous grass-type Pokemon. Most importantly, although it was not in the central area of Rainbow City, it could still be considered within the first ring. Ah, if only it were like the games, where winning against the gym leader would earn me some change, Natsume mused, tossing a luxury ball towards the colossal gym. At the base of the gym, a long staircase occupied a significant area in this valuable location. Many people were traversing the steps, and Natsume noted that most of them were adults accompanied by children, evidently not there to challenge the gym. Chlorophyll heartbeat, photosynthesis smile. Natsume observed the slogan standing at the gym's entrance, momentarily lost in thought. Looking up, he realized that unlike other city gyms, this one did not display the name of a gym leader. Urban Oasis. Natsume read aloud the gilded letters atop the Rainbow City Gym, enunciating each word deliberately. Sir, are you bringing your child to participate in the Urban Oasis Ecological Museum? Nature is the best educator. An employee in uniform approached Natsume, enthusiastically promoting the establishment. No, I am here to challenge the gym. Natsume waved his hand. He recalled that the last time he had visited Rainbow City, about 2 years ago, this side business had not existed. Oh, I see. Please proceed this way. The employee guided Natsume inside, pointing to a passage. Natsume nodded and stepped into the corridor. Upon entering, he spotted Ash emerging, looking disheartened. Ash. Natsume waved. Natsume, you have to help me. Ash suddenly clung to Natsume's leg. What's wrong? Natsume looked down, puzzled. The gym leader blocked me and won't accept my challenge. Ash's eyes brimmed with tears. Why would she block you? Natsume's expression grew even more perplexed. The gym leader of Rainbow City. She is the owner of that perfume shop. Natsume, you may not know. Natsume covered Ash's mouth. I understand now. Natsume stroked his chin, deep in thought. The dojo seems to have a plethora of side businesses. It's no wonder it can afford such a vast expanse of land. Natsume, what should I do now? Ash lamented, squatting dejectedly on the ground. Where are Pikachu and the one with the middle part? Natsume noticed that both the electric mouse and the one with the distinctive hairstyle were conspicuously absent from Ash's side. Oh, Pikachu is inside touring with Misty, while the one with the middle part is napping on a solar lamp. Napping where? Natsume was momentarily taken aback. Crash. A sound of shattering glass echoed from the end of the corridor. Before either of them could react, the door at the corridor's end swung open, and a Pikachu with a middle part, along with its little blanket, was unceremoniously tossed out. Pikachu, the one with the middle part, groggily sat up, rubbed its eyes, yawned, and then curled back down, covering its belly as tiny bubbles began to form at its nose. Natsume sighed. Ever since the one with the middle part merged with that shard of divine essence, it had become increasingly drowsy. Ash approached and cradled the one with the middle part in his arms, looking at Natsume with a pitiful expression. Natsume, what should I do now that I've lost the rainbow badge? Here, take this, the rainbow badge, Natsume said, handing Ash a colorful, petal-shaped badge. Huh, where did you get this, Natsume? Ash exclaimed in astonishment. It's fake. Where else could it come from? Natsume replied, pulling out a black bag from seemingly nowhere. When the bag opened, it revealed an assortment of remarkably lifelike counterfeit badges. Ash, Natsume, Why do you carry so many fakes? When one ventures out into the world, one must create their own identity, Natsume reiterated. No way. I must defeat my opponent and earn the badge through my own strength. Ash shook his head, determination glimmering in his eyes. In that case, let us charge in, Natsume declared, donning the attire of a Team Rocket executive and handing Ash a smaller Team Rocket member's costume. Wouldn't that get us permanently blacklisted? Ash fell silent, increasingly doubting the reliability of the plan. Crash. The door swung open once more, and 3 figures were once again flung out. Gentlemen, without a special invitation, please purchase a ticket to enter. Meowth exclaimed angrily, only to freeze in place. It's all your fault, Musashi, for letting it slip. It's not my fault, Kojiru. You were the one who barged in to steal. Musashi snapped her mouth shut. Natsume, and you little brat, what are you doing here? The 3 sets of eyes fixed on Ash and Natsume. Wait a moment, how do you have that outfit? Upon seeing Natsume's attire, their reactions were intense. I found it at the arcade, Natsume nonchalantly fabricated. The arcade? The trio blinked, and then their eyes lit up. Meow, did you hear that? Meowth eagerly pulled the 2 closer. Yes, the executive uniforms from the arcade. Perhaps that unknown executive that Sakaki has placed a bounty on is indeed from the arcade. Yes, it's south quite close to Goldenrod City. They must have left it behind in a panic. Musashi's eyes sparkled as she analyzed the situation earnestly. Moreover, I've heard that the elusive Dragonite, the highest prize that has never been won at the arcade, actually belongs to that executive. Kojiru added. Precisely, Meow. But what about the perfume? Musashi's eyes flickered with hesitation. Oh, what does the perfume matter? Let us flush out that Team Rocket rat. And Sakaki will surely commend us. Promotions await. Let us don the executive attire. All right, let us set off immediately. Fearing that others might steal their thunder, Kojiru promptly dragged the other 2 out in a frenzy. Natsume, please don't tell anyone that outfit is something you picked up. Just say it's a replica. I beg you. As they passed by Natsume, Meowth implored him to keep it a secret. What on earth are they up to? Ash wondered, tilting his head at the suddenly hasty retreat of the Team Rocket trio. Natsume shook his head. He only knew that there was a Team Rocket base in a certain arcade in Rainbow City. However, he couldn't comprehend why the trio had suddenly become so excited. I don't know, but I've come up with a splendid plan that might help you sneak in, Ash. Natsume lowered his gaze towards Ash. Chapter 87, Natsume vs. Erica. What plan? Ash looked up, meeting Natsume's enigmatic smile. He suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine. In the heart of Rainbow City, at a women's clothing store. Oh, Ash, this one, and this one, just add a bow on top. Rotom phone floated in the air, displaying Auntie Z's smiling face as she guided Ash's outfit choices. So adorable. Rotom, could you take a photo for me and send it over? Rotom. Auntie Z's laughter rang out, and Ash's face grew increasingly red. Mom, this is the 8th outfit. Is it done yet? Ash exclaimed loudly. Natsume planned for Ash to masquerade as his younger sister, enrolling him in an ecological tour group to sneak inside and seize the opportunity to challenge the gym. The feasibility appeared high, and upon arriving at the women's clothing store and explaining the situation, Natsume enlisted Auntie Z for assistance. However, from the moment Ash donned the first outfit, Auntie Z's role shifted dramatically. She suddenly found Ash quite adorable and insisted on taking more photos, envisioning sharing them with a girl named Serena during a future trip to Kalos. Oh dear, Ash, don't be so impatient. Mom has thought of a new combination that will surely look even better. Auntie Z coaxed Ash into trying on 2 more outfits. With a flurry of clicks, Rotom captured every angle, and Auntie Z's voice rang out. All right, the first outfit looks the best. Let us buy that one. Ash. Natsume, the total is 860. Natsume swiped his card. To be honest, the price was more affordable than he had anticipated, considering the generally high cost of living in Rainbow City, especially for brand-name clothing. Yet, the productivity in this world is remarkably high. As long as it's not Pokemon-related, it isn't expensive. Natsume, wait for me. Ash squeaked, hurrying to catch up. Soon, the 2 arrived back at the Rainbow Gym. Go for it, Ash. Natsume cheered as Ash mingled among a group of young girls. Ash gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain composure. Mr. Natsume, we'll take good care of your sister, so rest assured and go challenge the gym. The lead staff member bowed towards Natsume. All right. See you in the gym. Natsume waved goodbye to Ash. To avoid revealing Ash's identity, Natsume casually cradled the sleeping one with the middle part on his shoulder. Fortunately, prior to puberty, girls tended to be taller than boys, so Ash, blending in with a group of 7 or 8-year-olds, although tall, was not particularly conspicuous. We are the 5th sightseeing group. Everyone hold your signs high, and let us go this way. Several staff members led Ash and his entourage down another corridor. Natsume gently stroked the fur on the back of the one with the middle part, walking slowly as staff members ahead began notifying the gym leader. Lowering his head, he glanced at the peacefully sleeping one in his arms. To be fair, ever since absorbing the divine essence, the Pikachu had truly transformed. Its fur was significantly softer. "You'll be up soon," Natsume's voice echoed. The one with the middle part's ears twitched, feigning ignorance. Suddenly, it felt as if the world was spinning around it, and Natsume's eyes shimmered with light. Regardless of whether it could hear him, a voice resonated deep within the one with the middle part's heart. "Don't tell me you're treating divine essence like a mere name card." Pikachu with the middle part stirred awake, casting a conflicted glance at Natsume. Observing the conflicted expression on the one with the middle part, Natsume felt a spark of hope. "Could it be that you've discovered something during this time?" Natsume gazed at the one with the middle part with eager anticipation. The one with the middle part raised its hind leg and let out a fart, its conflicted expression transforming into one of relief. "Pikachu Super." As the challenger's gate swung open, onlookers beheld an irate trainer, his eyes aglow with a cerulean light, having just sent his Pikachu soaring with a single punch. "Children, today we have a challenger," exclaimed the commentator, only to be startled as a Pikachu tumbled into his embrace. The Pikachu, with its parting hairstyle, nestled in the arms of a big sister, wriggled a couple of times before flipping over and drifting back to slumber. "Wow, what move did that big brother just use?" one child exclaimed. "I know, it's the Fury Punch." Another chimed in. "Oh dear, that's a move from the animated series." Within the ecological arena, a throng of children gathered around a battleground, buzzing with excitement over the impending challenge. "Ah, it is indeed Natsume," someone noted. Outside the battlefield, Kasumi concealed her face in her hands. She, along with Takashi and Shota, had come to witness the spectacle upon hearing of the challenge. This challenger appeared to radiate vigor. From behind the crowd, a woman of gentle demeanor emerged, none other than the gym leader of Rainbow City and proprietor of the city's largest perfume shop, Erica. Draped in a long, dark green mane, Erica wore a beige knitted sweater paired with a light green skirt, adorned with a white magnolia hairpin and pearl earrings. Her presence exuded warmth, and her attire was evidently well thought out. "Miss Erica, I'll act as referee," blurted Takashi, his cheeks flushed with excitement. "That would be much appreciated." Erica responded with a smile that resembled the first bloom of cherry blossoms in March. "Not a trouble at all." Takashi, slightly flustered, made his way to the center of the arena. "Please welcome the challenger," he announced, his voice booming with newfound enthusiasm. Nearby, Satoshi, who had just entered the hall, turned abruptly towards the commotion. "Go Cho-Cho," Erica proclaimed as she released a Pokeball, its red light revealing a Pokemon with a crimson crown and a body of deep indigo. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Erica, and this battle will be a 3v3 format." She shared a brief smile with Natsume, who, however, remained fixated on a particular spot. Following his gaze, it became clear that it was one of his employees, who cradled a slumbering Pikachu in their arms. Natsume unleashed a menacing glare. Yet, the Pikachu, seemingly immune to its trainer's intent, floated effortlessly towards Natsume. "Wow, that big brother's Pikachu can fly." The children gasped in awe. "Is that a psychic ability?" Erica mused, casting a surprised glance at Natsume. The Pikachu, now face-to-face with Natsume, exhibited a twitching eyelid. "Natsume, unleash a close-range glare," he commanded. "Pika." The Pikachu suddenly opened its eyes wide, reluctantly relinquishing its small blanket to Natsume before stepping onto the battlefield. The Pikachu rubbed its belly, regretting its earlier choice to lounge on that stone, for since it had absorbed the stone's energy, Natsume had been particularly attentive towards it. The Pikachu resolved to ensure that any peculiar stones encountered in the future would be promptly delivered to Natsume. If a trainer possessed the power to single-handedly confront Pokemon, then naturally, its own participation would be unnecessary. The more the Pikachu contemplated, the brighter its future appeared. "Pika, bring it on." The Pikachu stood defiantly before Cho-Cho, clenching its tiny fists. Chapter 88. The Immunity of the Pikachu. "Pikachu, execute a surprise clap." With a swift motion, the Pikachu vanished from its spot and landed a resounding slap on Cho-Cho. "Whoa." Cho-Cho staggered back a couple of steps. "Pikachu, Iron Tail," Natsume commanded with a flourish. The Pikachu's tail shimmered silver as it leaped high, crashing down upon Cho-Cho with great force. "Wow, how impressive." The children around watched in awe, their eyes sparkling. As dust settled in the arena, Cho-Cho managed to stand, albeit shakily. "Very well, Sleep Powder," Erica decisively ordered. A pale yellow mist enveloped the arena, drifting towards the Pikachu. "Pikachu, cover your mouth and nose." Natsume's voice rang out, but to his surprise, the Pikachu did not comply. Instead, it inhaled deeply. What a joke. A complimentary sleep aid? I won't pass that up, it thought, reasoning that a nap would be quite delightful. Pikachu, what are you doing? Natsume shouted in exasperation. Ignoring his trainer's piercing glare, the Pikachu collapsed onto the ground. Ha. You might as well switch it out to save a trip to the Pokemon Center, Erika suggested, noticing the Pikachu's lack of combat fervor. Switch Pokemon. Outside the arena, Kasumi and Shota exchanged sympathetic glances with Erika. Dragonite is highly leveled, and let us not even mention the Pokéball Rotom. Yet contrary to everyone's expectations, the fallen Pikachu once again stood up, bewildered. Pika? It pondered, confused as to why it had not succumbed to slumber. The Pikachu's fur bristled, as Natsume's voice echoed in its mind. If you wish to sleep, then sleep, but if you wish to stay awake, then do not sleep. The Pikachu hesitated before nodding in affirmation. It seemed that it was indeed wide awake. One more time, Iron Tail. Pika. The tail descended, and Cho-Cho succumbed to unconsciousness. With this initial battle concluded, Cho-Cho was unable to continue, thus marking Natsume's victory. As Takashi announced the result with fervor, cheers erupted from the crowd, particularly from the children. Was the sleep powder ineffective? That's impossible, Erika mused, her gaze darkening as she suspected that Natsume had equipped his Pikachu with a special item. Your intel is commendable, but this is where it ends. Go, Drowsy. Erika sent forth her second Pokemon, resembling a large pitcher plant adorned with blue spots. Its body entirely yellow. Pikachu, use Ember. Natsume shouted. Pika. The Pikachu charged towards Drowsy. Ember. Erika's face was a canvas of confusion, but as the Pikachu approached, it produced a lighter. Wait. Do such battle props even exist? Takashi glared intently. Natsume, don't corrupt the children. Kasumi stomped her foot in frustration from the sidelines. However, Erika appeared unfazed and promptly commanded. This distance is perfect. Sleep powder. A yellow mist enveloped the Pikachu once more, saturating the air as the flame on the lighter extinguished. Pika? The Pikachu inhaled deeply, yet nothing transpired. Use Iron Tail consecutively. Drowsy soon followed Cho-Cho's fate. Return. Drowsy, Erika recalled, fixing her gaze firmly upon Natsume. Your Pikachu can resist sleep? I only just discovered this. I plan to test it further, Natsume replied. And the Pikachu trembled slightly. No, it must sustain a significant injury in the next round. Is that so? Erika smiled, her expression now relaxed. In that case, go, Drowsy. From the arena's center emerged a large Pokemon, somewhat resembling Drowsy. Thunderbolt. Natsume immediately commanded. Pika. The Pikachu rushed forward. Bam. It collided with an invisible barrier. Defend? Natsume was momentarily taken aback. Toxic. Erika ordered, and a stream of purple venom erupted from Drowsy's mouth, striking the Pikachu. A sense of foreboding settled in Natsume's heart. Sure enough, Drowsy's form began to fade gradually. Drowsy, use substitute. In its place stood a substitute doll on the battlefield. Natsume, is it really appropriate to employ such tactics in front of the children? The Pikachu turned back, clutching its chest. Pain etched across its face as it gazed at Natsume. Trainer, I'm on the verge of collapse. I barely managed to shed a bit of health. Natsume, initially resolved to change his hairstyle from a center part, found himself irked by the sight before him and suddenly lost all desire to do so. Pikachu, with its center part, tilted its head in confusion at Natsume's reluctance to make a change. Well, it decided to take a nap instead. Casting a glance at the doppelganger before it, the center-parted Pikachu shook its head. Natsume occasionally took the opportunity to enlighten his Pokemon on various strategies. With the exception of Dragonite, the other Pokemon had developed a rudimentary understanding of the tactics devised by their trainers. The center-parted Pikachu was aware that this particular Porygon was utilizing a defensive tactic. It was utterly incapable of overcoming it. With that thought, it promptly fell asleep. Pika? Thought its counterpart, Elygia, perplexed. Wasn't she using Toxic? Why was she instead succumbing to slumber? Suddenly, Elygia froze, realizing that, with the center-parted Pikachu's deep sleep, the toxic energy emanating from it had dissipated. You, Pikachu, possess a sleep-inducing skill? Elygia gasped in astonishment. Ultimate Absorb. She commanded. The silhouette of the Porygon materialized, and an abundance of verdant energy surged forth from the center-parted Pikachu. Yet, soon after, all fell silent. Elygia exclaimed in disbelief. The ultimate absorb had failed. Why? Natsume, too, noted this peculiar occurrence. Leaf Storm. A powerful grass-type move surged toward the center-parted Pikachu. The Leaf Storm bizarrely vanished into thin air. What is this? Natsume questioned, his brow furrowed with confusion. I would like to inquire the same. Elygia frowned. Once more, ultimate absorb. The battle raged on for nearly an hour, exhausting Porygon SPP. Yet the center-parted Pikachu remained undisturbed in its slumber. I concede. Eligia sighed, recalling her Porygon. What is the matter with your Pikachu? I do not know, Natsume replied, cradling the center-parted Pikachu as he dashed toward the Pokemon Center. Although the center-parted Pikachu had sustained no physical harm, every time the Porygon unleashed a skill, its expression grew increasingly distressed, as if it were trapped in a nightmarish reverie. Now, as Natsume held it close, he could feel its body growing cold and trembling uncontrollably. As it struggled to open its eyelids, its eyes darted about unconsciously, as though pursued by some great terror in its dreams. Natsume, your badge, came a distant voice. Please pass it to my sister Shoko. She wishes to challenge you. Shoko. Outside the arena, Kasumi pondered. Excuse me, I wish to challenge you. Not far away, Satoshi squeaked. Standing opposite Eligia, Kasumi, glancing over, burst into laughter. Ha! Chapter 89. Natsume's test in Rainbow City. At the Pokemon Center, Nurse Joy inquired. How is the center-parted Pikachu faring? This Pikachu exhibits a rather strange condition, Nurse Joy remarked, a hint of concern crossing her face. Between them lay a tray upon which rested an unconscious Pikachu, twitching sporadically. Its body is unscathed, yet its mental state is unstable. I have never encountered such a situation before. Nurse Joy sighed. She had indeed seen this condition before, albeit mostly in Pokemon suffering from psychological trauma. Had Natsume not presented his researcher credentials, she might have called for Junsha to escort him away. Suddenly, the center-parted Pikachu let out a peculiar cry, sprang upright, and jolted awake. It sat dazed upon the tray, its unfocused gaze gradually sharpening. It's awake. Nurse Joy exclaimed, summoning a Chansey. Chansey, use Heal Bell. Locky. Chansey chimed melodiously, and the center-parted Pikachu's condition improved slightly, allowing it to communicate with Natsume. Pika Pika. The center-parted Pikachu animatedly recounted the events of its dream. You encountered a horrific nightmare? Natsume asked, bewildered. You dreamt that your beloved honeydew pancakes had come to life and were whipping you with vines? Pika. The center-parted Pikachu nodded vigorously as Natsume opened his mind to the connection. Not only did they wield vines, but they also hurled honeydew pancakes at you, compelling you to consume rancid mud pancakes? Natsume pondered. This description bore an uncanny resemblance to the Porygon's relentless assault on the center-parted Pikachu for an hour. Given this context, it seemed that the Porygon's attacks had not simply dissipated but had instead been transferred into the dreams of the center-parted Pikachu. What kind of ability is this? Natsume mused, having never encountered anything like it before. If it were documented, he would have surely found some clues. Yet, the elusive nature of this phenomenon suggested it might pertain to legendary Pokemon or divine abilities, enigmas of which humanity grasped only the faintest hint. Natsume narrowed his eyes, lifting the center-parted Pikachu into his arms. Nurse Joy, may I use the battle arena in the back? Oh, certainly, she replied. Swiftly, Natsume made his way to the backyard. Pika? The center-parted Pikachu tilted its head, perplexed as it regarded Natsume. There's no one here. What is there to battle? Jengar. A Jengar appeared before the center-parted Pikachu, clutching a spicy mud in its mouth. Pika? The center-parted Pikachu glanced back at Natsume. You want me to battle this? Battle arena, activate. Natsume decisively initiated the battle arena. Trainer Natsume has sent forth the Pikachu, Pika. Triumphant music resounded, and the center-parted Pikachu understood it had no choice but to comply. You're certainly more than just a name change. With such a substantial piece of divine authority, your form must have undergone some transformation. Jengar made no move. Natsume had informed it that this was a cooperative examination rather than a genuine battle. Center-parted Pikachu, just as before, fall asleep. The trainer's command brought tears to the center-parted Pikachu's eyes. Without hesitation, it succumbed to slumber. Pika divine trait, Eternal Slumber, has activated. Divine trait? Natsume was taken aback, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his face. Indeed, I suspected as much. Such a substantial fragment of divine authority could not merely be a trivial name change. Tears welled in Natsume's eyes. Jengar, attack it. Natsume commanded. Jengar. The ghostly figure extended its chubby hand, conjuring a dark purple sphere. The shadow ball struck the center-parted Pikachu in an instant. Due to the effect of Eternal Slumber, Jengar's attack was redirected. The center-parted Pikachu remained unscathed. Pika? It awoke with a start. Due to weak willpower, the center-parted Pikachu has awakened. Eternal Slumber has dissipated. Is it related to willpower? Natsume stroked his chin thoughtfully. Center-parted Pikachu, let us try sleeping again? Natsume instructed. Center-parted Pikachu has fallen asleep. This time, the so-called divine trait did not activate again. Jengar, use Psychic. Natsume directed Jengar to unleash a minor offensive move. Pika. The center-parted Pikachu was struck, leaping into the air. Its health bar dwindled to a sliver, yet, unlike before, there was no healing effect typically associated with divine abilities. Evidently, the situation mirrored the previous test, Natsume contemplated. After the last examination, Natsume had surmised that the fragment of divine authority within the center-parted Pikachu was not like that of the colossal Dragonite or the massive Toxapex, which remained within their bodies to exert influence. The fragment within the center-parted Pikachu had genuinely been absorbed by him. The moment this thought crystallized, Natsume considered whether the center-parted Pikachu might be capable of forming its own divine authority. It appeared that the divine attribute was in its nascent stages and was indeed connected to slumber. With a wave of his hand, Natsume nullified the battle arena's rules. Ding! SSS level long-term quest Divine Authority Compendium has been issued. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Natsume was taken aback, opening the quest to find numerous legendary Pokemon icons categorized by region. Each icon contained a text box awaiting his input. With a casual click, he opened the first entry, Mewtwo. Mewtwo, Divine Trait. Divine Authority exclusive? The passage is brief, yet sufficiently informative for Natsume to discern that behind the divine titles lies an additional divine characteristic and a unique skill exclusive to each divine position. As Natsume continues to peruse, he discovers that, aside from the varied divine characteristics and unique skills associated with each divine role, standard features such as a secondary health bar, damage amplification, damage immunity, and automatic healing are all included. Before long, Natsume uncovers the profile of a character with a middle-part hairstyle in a special section that does not belong to any region. Pokémon. Divine characteristic, Land of Eternal Sleep. Exclusive skill, Insufficient Divine Authority. Insufficient Divine Authority? In other words, the divine title of the middle-part character has only been partially realized. Natsume pauses momentarily. Then his understanding dawns upon him. Indeed, the middle-part character has merely consumed a fragment of divine authority. The emergence of a divine characteristic is already remarkable. Curiosity piqued, Natsume delves into the middle part character's divine characteristic, Land of Eternal Sleep. During each battle, the first instance of Pokémon falling into slumber will activate the Land of Eternal Sleep. While under the effect of the Land of Eternal Sleep, all attacks received are transformed into nightmares, and all benefits are converted into sweet dreams. Should Pokémon awaken from the nightmare, the effect of the Land of Eternal Sleep will cease. The aforementioned effects are based on battlefield testing. Real combat may vary. Natsume's eyelid twitches in astonishment. Such a characteristic is akin to a prodigy among the team. If a divinely incomplete title possesses such formidable traits, what then can be said of the true divine beasts? It is no wonder that even the seemingly miraculous Pokéball Rotom finds itself at a loss when confronted with divine beasts, as the system can only express powerlessness. Moreover, these divine beasts possess their own exclusive skills. Numerous studies have documented skills that can only be utilized by divine beast species. Yet, these pertain to the species as a whole, while exclusive skills are unique to individual divine beasts. Natsume speculates that exclusive skills and divine beast skills are not synonymous. The former is likely to be even more potent. Pikachu? The middle part character glances up at Natsume, who has been lost in thought for quite some time. Suddenly, Natsume looks down, causing the middle part character to bristle with alarm. For within its mind, an image of Natsume appears. Middle part character, you must strengthen your willpower, do you understand? I just embarked on a journey into the inner world yesterday, and I could use a sparring partner. In the days to come, I shall engage in daily mental duels with you, understood? Pikachu, the middle part character, feels a deep sense of despair. It had initially believed that mastering the skill of sleeping anywhere would shield it from the trainer's iron fist. However, it now appears that Natsume can directly assault its mind. Chapter 90. Confront my Jeep. Superball Rotom, Healing Ball. A beam of light envelopes the dazed middle part character, and shortly thereafter, a rejuvenated version of it is released. Pika. No. The middle part character finds itself bound to the 7th tier of the carnival chair, and instead of resisting, it hastily cradles its head, as if this action could fend off Natsume's psychic invasion of its mind. Compared to the carnival chair, it fears Natsume's mental connection even more. Yet, the middle part character's actions prove utterly ineffective. In its mental realm, a Jeep constructed of psychic energy reappears. Do not fear, middle part character, confront me. Natsume commands from the driver's seat, flooring the accelerator in anticipation of a counterattack from the middle part character. Pikachu. The middle part character casts a fearful glance at the oncoming Jeep and bolts away. Do not be afraid, middle part character. Remember, this is merely a mental realm, just a nightmare. Face your fears head-on. Pika Super. Will, summon your will. The roar of the Jeep mingles with Natsume's voice, echoing in the middle part character's ears, causing its little legs to move even faster. Indeed, for the first time, it heeds Natsume's advice and huffs toward the speeding Jeep. Then, pain, excruciating pain. Its body is flung backward, its willpower battered, as if its entire brain were being pricked with needles. The sensation is so overwhelming that the middle part character never wishes to endure it again. Pika! It cries out in distress. Before it lies a spectral blue glow, as a massive truck is slowly formed from psychic energy. A sandwich formation. Boom. The middle part character narrowly leaps out of the way as Natsume's Jeep collides with the truck. Pika! The middle part character turns back, concern etched on its face as it gazes at Natsume. There, Natsume lies battered and bloodied, his entire consciousness imploded, organs strewn about. The contents that have spilled begin to emit blue particles of light, drifting back to Natsume and aiding in his gradual recovery. Oh, it seems to be a bit painful. Natsume muses, glancing at his condition. Suddenly, as if making a discovery, he picks up a glowing organ from the ground, examining it closely. My liver seems to be in poor condition. I should refrain from staying up late. Natsume nods to himself. Beside him, the middle part character thinks, at times. It feels as if its trainer is not quite human. After a considerable time, Natsume retracts his mental link and returns to reality. Ugh, my head is spinning. I need to rest. He rubs his temples. Even with his formidable psychic powers, the experience of shattering his consciousness has taken a toll. Pika hee. The middle part character chuckles to itself. What are you laughing at? Your divine title is incomplete. The healing ball of Rotom is still effective on you. Thus, you need not rest. Natsume suddenly leans in, startling the middle part character. I'm going to take a nap. You can continue your electrical training here. Natsume stretches lazily before retreating to his room. After encountering the gigantic Dragonite and the colossal Tentacruel, Natsume has also identified a limitation of the Superball Rotom. Its skills appear ineffective against Pokémon with divine titles. Perhaps it is due to insufficient capabilities. He wonders if the Pokéball Rotom constructed from a Master Ball could shatter this limitation. Wait a moment. Natsume pauses, recalling that the Wealth Redistribution Ball did seem to have an effect on the gigantic Dragonite and the colossal Tentacruel. Is divine authority akin to some form of mega evolution, gigantification, or crystallization? Natsume rubs his temples, retrieving his notebook to record his sudden inspiration before cocooning himself in his blanket, sinking into a deep slumber. In the backyard, the middle part character earnestly contemplates Natsume's words. Pika, it has changed its mind. In the future, if it stumbles upon that peculiar large stone, it will refrain from presenting it to Natsume. Instead, it will consume it itself, completing its divine title so that Rotom's healing ball will be ineffective on it. This way, Natsume can only torment it once a day. Natsume sleeps soundly until the next day. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle tapping sounds from outside his room. Mr. Natsume, are you awake? It's time for breakfast, calls the voice of the esteemed genius. I'm coming. Soon. Natsume tidies himself up and makes his way to the first floor of the Pokemon Center. There, everyone has already purchased breakfast and is preparing to dine. Natsume, genius. Come quickly. These are all specialties we bought from the food street yesterday. As he steps into the dining area, he sees Brock waving them over. Natsume bro, I have obtained a badge. Ash proudly presents a colorful petal-shaped badge, his spirit soaring as he holds it up before Natsume. Now, I possess 5 badges. Ah, splendid. By the way, where's the middle part character? Natsume yawns and instinctively inquires about Ash's companion. Didn't the middle part character follow you, Natsume bro? Ash replies, puzzled. Oh no. Natsume slaps his forehead and rushes to the backyard. When he finds the middle part character, it is already fast asleep. Of course, given its usual demeanor. It simply sleeps off any ordinary excitement. With the middle part character unharmed, Natsume's thoughts drift back to recent events. During its electrical training, and every time he engaged in loving education, the middle part character would invariably respond by sleeping. It is highly probable that the split-headed creature has long since acquired divine attributes of eternal slumber hidden deep within. Natsume grasped the nape of the split-headed creature and lifted it up. Despite this, the split-headed creature remained in a deep slumber. A flicker of ethereal blue light danced in Natsume's eyes, effortlessly infiltrating the creature's mental realm. Beep beep. The clamor of noise erupted within the mental landscape. The split-headed creature, bewildered, opened its eyes to be met by the blinding glare of 2 headlights. Pika, everyone. This is the award-winning creation from yesterday's culinary competition at the food street. Come and taste it. At the dining table, Satoshi mysteriously unveiled a peculiar cake, crafted in the shape of a small car. The burnt orange chiffon cake revealed its interior, while the chocolate bumper lay shattered, and strawberry sauce cascaded forth like blood, with quivering mango headlights nestled within the cracks of the frosting. What on earth? It looks just like a car accident scene, Misty remarked disdainfully as she gazed upon the cake that Satoshi presented. This is the third-place creation I was fortunate enough to draw. Noticing the hesitance of the others to take a bite, Satoshi placed the cake in front of the ever-hungry split-headed creature. Come on, split-headed one. Give it a taste, and tell them how delicious it is. In a moment of instinctive reaction, the dazed split-headed creature leaped to a nearby table upon seeing the cake. Haha, see? Even the split-headed creature refuses to eat. Misty scoffed. Oh, then Pikachu, let us dig in. Natsume's gaze slowly shifted to the split-headed creature not far away. The creature trembled in fear, yet its eyes furtively observed Natsume. It had been startled by a mere cake. Surely, the trainer must feel a twinge of concern for it, right? Indeed. Natsume sighed and shook his head. It seemed the training intensity for the split-headed creature was still insufficient. Otherwise, it would not have been frightened by such a trivial cake. You need to train harder, Natsume's voice resonated softly. Chapter 91. The Uncertain Path of the Split-Headed Creature. With Satoshi's introduction, an abundance of food appeared on the table. Many items were local specialties from Rainbow City. Look at my specialty from Hoenn City, water honey. Misty produced a small jar. And my molten chocolate from Nibby City. Brock presented a large box, each piece of chocolate the size of a fist. Why is it that all of you brought specialties from your own cities? Satoshi mumbled with his mouth full of cake. Haha, Misty chuckled shyly. After all, encountering hometown delicacies in such a metropolis and wanting to taste them, while ensuring their authenticity, was only natural. Brock smiled, but as he prepared to distribute chocolates to everyone, he discovered the box was filled only with crumpled wrappers. Turning, he glanced at Natsume, whose mouth was covered in dark residue. I didn't eat any. Natsume shook his head, casually twisting open a sky blue bottle and drinking the honey in one go. Ah, my specialty from Hoenn City. Misty gasped. Natsume, are you very hungry? Shota tore open a Kingler bun and offered it to Natsume. Taking a bite, a burst of spicy crab roe sauce filled his mouth with flavor. Shota, your taste is quite refined. The savory sensation made Natsume's eyes light up. Really? I have plenty more in my room. I'll go grab some. Shota gleefully dashed upstairs. Natsume, what is going on with you today? Misty and Brock simultaneously turned their attention to Natsume, whose eyes sparkled with blue light as food after food was sent into his mouth. Eventually, to save time on chewing, Natsume even began to telekinetically crush the food beforehand. Without answering, Natsume simply continued to consume. After a considerable time, he paused, releasing a long breath. The table was now littered with various wrappers. Wow, it's such a pity I didn't bring Natsume with me to the food street yesterday afternoon, Satoshi lamented. Yes, there was an eating contest, if Natsume were there. The winner might not have been the Snorlax at the restaurant. Misty nodded in agreement. Humans can't compete in Pokemon eating contests, right? Brock's lips twitched as he curiously looked at Natsume and asked, have you made a breakthrough in telekinesis? Natsume wiped his mouth and nodded slightly. Telekinesis also consumes energy, especially after he crossed the threshold into the inner world, increasing his body's demand for food. Coupled with the shattering of his will yesterday, his telekinesis was nearly depleted. Therefore, his long slumber until today could be attributed to sheer exhaustion. Natsume patted his face, realizing belatedly. He glanced at his status panel, discovering that his mental strength had surpassed the threshold of 300. It seemed that the shattering of his will had solidified both his telekinesis and his mental fortitude during the recovery process. His path was indeed correct, first shattering the split-headed creature's mental essence, then using telekinesis to mend it. Pika. Meanwhile, the split-headed creature, clutching its Kingler bun, bit its tongue. After their meal, the group decided to linger in Rainbow City for a few more days. After all, such a grand metropolis was not a place one could visit every day. I plan to head to the breeding street. Anyone care to join? Brock suggested at the entrance of the Pokemon Center. I want to find someone to battle at the Central Park. Satoshi exclaimed eagerly. Pikachu was equally enthusiastic. Honestly, then I shall accompany Shota, Misty remarked, noticing Shota winking at her. Ahem, I want to visit the aquarium and see how it compares to our Hoenn Gym. With that, Misty took the lead and departed the Pokemon Center. Before long, the group dispersed, leaving only Natsume and Shota behind. Natsume-san, where are we going? Shota approached, tugging at Natsume's sleeve. There seems to be a newly opened cinema in Rainbow City. How about we check it out? I need to give the split-headed creature special training. The split-headed creature, with teary eyes, clung to Natsume's pant leg. Trainer, you've moved me deeply. Take a day off for yourself. Through their mental connection, Natsume's lips twitched. Ever since the split-headed creature discovered it could read its innermost thoughts, it had been showering Natsume with flattery in the days that followed. Suddenly, Natsume halted his steps and turned to Shota. Shota looked up, hopeful that Natsume had changed his mind, only to hear Natsume's voice. By the way, Shota, don't forget the multi-type skill development project I assigned you. With that, Natsume carried the despondent split-headed creature back to the Pokemon Center. Fine. I'll stay at the Pokemon Center too, Shota sighed, following closely behind Natsume. In the Pokemon Center, on the first floor, Natsume found a vacant seat and sat down with the split-headed creature. Shota followed suit, sulking as she sat opposite Natsume. You seem rather idle. Extend your hand. Natsume addressed Shota. Huh. Shota blinked in confusion, extending her hand hesitantly. Sensing her evasive gaze, Natsume grasped it firmly. Before she could react, the scenery shifted around them. She and Natsume found themselves in a vast wilderness, where the split-headed creature clutched its small head, appearing utterly despondent. Natsume-san, what is this? Shota inquired, astonished. This is the split-headed creature's mental realm, where I will conduct its special training, Natsume explained, waving his hand as ethereal blue particles coalesced into the shape of a jeep. Virum. The engine roared to life as Natsume settled into the driver's seat. Huh. Shota tilted her head, curiously observing Natsume. Suddenly, countless blue particles gathered before her, forming a second jeep. You join as well. Our training mission is to create a flight for it. Natsume pointed towards the split-headed creature. He realized that a single jeep was becoming insufficient. The split-headed creatures will had significantly increased in agility, making it somewhat challenging to create. Hence, Natsume resolved to add another jeep. Once the split-headed creature grew stronger, it could even bring Satoshi and the others along for team-building activities. Pika, with a center-parted hairstyle. The young one bit down on her little blanket, her small eyes wide open, tears cascading down like raindrops, casting a pitiful gaze towards Jiaozu. Can you really bear to see this? Is your heart truly unyielding? Mr. Natsume, this seems rather unkind. Jiaozu hesitated. You should get in the car first and experience it. Jiaozu, albeit hesitantly, took her seat in the driver's position. In the next moment, ethereal blue particles coalesced, and a black eye mask materialized in Jiaozu's hand. To dismantle one's will, and then reconstruct it is a trial that the center-parted one must endure. If your heart feels heavy, you may wear the eye mask while driving. After all, once you exceed a certain boundary, you will return to the starting point. Natsume gently shook his head, intending for Jiaozu to serve as a mere random obstacle. Observant as she was, Jiaozu noticed Natsume's reaction and immediately shook her head. Mr. Natsume, I can do this, it's just. Jiaozu suddenly felt a bit bashful. It's just that my driving skills are somewhat lacking. With such natural talent, that makes it even better. Natsume generously gave a thumbs up. The center-parted one remarked, you truly have a heart of stone. Chapter 92, The Mystery of Rainbow City. As dusk fell, the special training for the center-parted one concluded. She stumbled off the table, feeling as though the sky had collapsed around her. The world was as dark as pitch. The center-parted one could already envision Natsume leading a group through her mental realm, engaging in a go-kart competition. No, this simply wouldn't do. She had to take action. Nearby, Jiaozu exhaled deeply, her eyes opening to the warmth in her hands. Looking down, she discovered she was tightly gripping Natsume's hand, her palms slick with sweat. You seem to be struggling with this? Natsume observed curiously. Sweat glistened on Jiaozu's face, trickling down her chin, her damp hair clinging to her flushed cheeks. She lowered her gaze, clutching her own hand, feeling the warmth in her palm contrasting with the chill in her fingertips. Ah! Jiaozu suddenly withdrew her hand, her eyelashes fluttering. Springing to her feet. I'm sorry, Mr. Natsume, for causing you to witness this. A blush crept up her fair neck as Jiaozu produced a tissue to wipe away the sweat she had transferred to Natsume's hand. I'll go take a shower first. With that, she lowered her head and quickly ascended the stairs. Pikachu. After Jiaozu left, the center-parted one tugged at Natsume's sleeve. Aren't you going to rest properly? What are you up to? Natsume looked at her, somewhat surprised. After training, has the center-parted one ever not collapsed into sleep? Pikachu, Pikachu. The center-parted one extended her little arms, gesturing animatedly in the air. Sensing that she had something to convey, Natsume opened his mind to her thoughts. Enveloped in a blue ethereal glow, the center-parted one suddenly froze, but for the sake of her grand plan, she quickly regained her composure. Pikachu, Pikachu, do you wish for a complete Pokédex of divine beasts? Natsume questioned, puzzled. What do you need that for? Pikachu, Pikachu. The center-parted one clenched her fists. Interested in divine beasts, hoping to find relatives among them? Natsume's lips twitched. Very well then. Though he sensed that the center-parted one might be deceiving him, as a trainer, He would not refuse the lazy one's desire for knowledge. Natsume retrieved a small booklet from the system space, which contained the Alliance's basic records of nearly all divine beast species. The center-parted one accepted it like a precious treasure. Upon opening it, she was taken aback. It seemed she couldn't read. However, that mattered little. She would commit the appearances of these divine beasts to memory. Natsume silently observed, unaware of the center-parted one's true intentions. Yet, she displayed an earnestness completely unlike her usual self. Even when Natsume waved a leaf pancake, her favorite treat, in front of her, she remained focused. The center-parted one turned and devoured it in one bite. Well, regardless, this is a positive development. Natsume stretched lazily, preparing to order food at the front desk. Natsume, something's wrong. Misty has gone missing. At the entrance of the Pokemon Center, Ash rushed in, breathless. Who is missing? Natsume, chewing on rice, handed Ash a bottle of water. Misty. She's disappeared. Wait, clarify. Natsume noted that Ash was accompanied by Miss Junsha. Wasn't he Misty at the aquarium? Here's the thing, Mr. Natsume. Ash took a sip of water and slowly explained. I encountered Misty on my way. But when I turned around, she was gone. I only found her Pokédex nearby. Ash presented a Pokemon Pokédex adorned with a Magikarp plush. Perhaps she didn't want to be around you? Natsume tilted his head. It's not like that, Mr. Natsume. Junsha interjected, producing a stack of papers covered in missing person notices. Recently, many children have gone missing in Rainbow City. Junsha's voice was laced with exhaustion. Yes, I met Miss Junsha, and with Misty missing, I came to find you, Ash explained. Oh, I see. Natsume did not engage in further conversation, pulling out his Rotom phone. I've pinpointed Misty's location. Let us go. Before long, Natsume located her. Mr. Natsume, please let me see. Junsha's tense expression relaxed in an instant. Hearing that Natsume had a tracking method, she hurried over. Natsume waved his hand, and the Rotom phone turned around, allowing Junsha to see the red dot on the map. This is the first arcade. Junsha appeared momentarily taken aback, then continued. If I'm not mistaken, that's a property of Team Rocket. What? Team Rocket? That means Misty is in grave danger. Ash clutched his head. Regardless, let us set off. Jiaozu, center-parted one, I'll leave you in charge. Sure, Natsume said, passing the engrossed center-parted one to Jiaozu, who had just come down with a towel draped over her shoulder. As they exited the Pokemon Center, Miss Junsha called out to Natsume and Ash. What is it, Miss Junsha? We're in a hurry. Ash exclaimed, anxiety etched on his face. Don't rush. Since this involves Team Rocket, our trio's strength is certainly insufficient. She raised her wrist to check the time. Miss Junsha, did you call for backup? Ash asked curiously. Indeed, this case has been ongoing for nearly half a year without resolution. Last month, I reported it to the Alliance, but their manpower is currently stretched thin. Junsha shook her head, choosing to say no more on the matter. The Alliance's manpower shortage is certainly a concern. During the month, many patrol officers were dispatched to Moon Mountain and the Mysterious Islands, not only to protect researchers, but also to guard against illegal elements attempting to infiltrate. Miss Junsha, could you share some details about this case with us? While we wait for others, Natsume inquired, handing her his researcher ID. Well, half a year ago, children began to go missing in Rainbow City. Taking Natsume's ID, Junsha nodded slightly. Initially, we suspected kidnapping, but as the number of missing children grew, it became even stranger. Every month, they would suddenly return. At this point, Junsha paused. You might find this hard to believe, but the children who returned were completely normal. What? Then what does Team Rocket gain from abducting those children? Ash exclaimed in surprise. Junsha shook her head. We have no idea. Questioning the children yielded no useful information. All we know is that they claim to have transformed into various Pokemon for a month, living freely. Her voice lowered. It sounds absurd. After much discussion, we could only conclude that a Pokemon capable of hypnosis lured them away, but we never expected it to be connected to Team Rocket. Natsume, deep in thought, mused. The idea of transforming into various Pokemon, yet Team Rocket providing for the abducted children comfortably. Do these children have an affinity for Pokemon? Natsume suddenly inquired. Junsha paused, nodding slightly. This is a commonality. The missing children, each of whom has lived alongside Pokemon at home. Chapter 93, A Night Visit to the Arcade. Doesn't that make me quite perilous? Ash shuddered, clutching Pikachu, feeling an unsettling chill down his spine. Pikachu. The little deity leapt onto his shoulder and gently rubbed his face, seemingly offering comfort. A familiar voice echoed from the sky. Everyone abruptly looked up, only to be met with a fierce gust of wind. Lo and behold, a gigantic Dragonite descended. It's Mr. Dato. Upon recognizing the figure on the Dragonite's back, Ash exclaimed with excitement. Ash, Natsume, what are you doing here? Dato leapt down from Dragonite and greeted the trio. A loud cry resonated from the sky, followed by a fossil Aerodactyl landing nearby. Huh, Mr. Dato, are there others too? Miss Junsha expressed her surprise. No, Dato shook his head. The group gazed over as a man jumped down from the Aerodactyl, clad in a dark gray felt vest with short teal hair. He exuded an aura as flamboyant as Dato-S in the night. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Apollo, the director of Team Rocket. Apollo stepped forward, slightly bowing. Team Rocket. Ash gasped. How dare you appear here? Pikachu followed with a disdainful huff. Wait a moment. Ash, Apollo is here to assist us. Dato placed a reassuring hand on Ash's shoulder. Assist? Ash questioned, only to notice Natsume winking at him. He suddenly recalled that Natsume had mentioned Team Rocket's involvement in several white-collar crimes. Humph. Ash turned his head, harboring a disdainful attitude towards Apollo. In that case, shall we proceed? Apollo suggested. Wait a moment. Natsume called out to him. Are you here to clean house? You're not secretly carrying out some mission, are you? Like eliminating the Team Rocket executives before we can extract any information? Natsume casually inquired, but Apollo merely shook his head. How could that be? Team Rocket has always dealt with those lawbreakers. Perhaps Boss Sakaki has already dispatched someone. Apollo's smile was both sinister and disingenuous. Mr. Natsume, let us be on our way. Junsha glanced at the group. Dato, this man seems suspicious. On the way, Natsume's voice unexpectedly resonated in Dato's mind. He was momentarily taken aback, realizing it was akin to the psychic communication of the Golden Gem. No way, Junsha told me this was related to Team Rocket. And I immediately sought him out. There shouldn't have been time for any reaction. At this, Natsume nodded slightly. Both of them were correct. Apollo had not had time to react, but he certainly was not to be trusted. Natsume discreetly employed his telekinesis to sense Apollo's emotions. Although Apollo concealed them well, Natsume could still detect a hint of anxiety within him. Leading the way, Apollo's undershirt was already damp with sweat. If this venture were to go awry, Boss Sakaki's grand plan would be thwarted. He might easily obtain experimental data right under the noses of these individuals. But what about the remaining Team Rocket members? The League would certainly trace back to find some clues. Mr. Apollo, I hope you are indeed here to assist us. Outside the first arcade, Junsha eyed Apollo warily. Haha. Of course, Apollo replied nonchalantly, casting a subtle glance at Dato, his fingers gliding over a Pokeball before retrieving a set of keys. The arcade door creaked open. Wow. This arcade is indeed suspicious. It's surprisingly closed at night. Ash scanned the surroundings, noting that all other establishments were brightly lit, while the first arcade was locked up tight. Hearing Ash's remark, Apollo's hand trembled momentarily. Damn it, which idiot is in charge here? Follow me, Natsume instructed, his Rotom phone in hand, leading the way past Apollo. You go and open the hidden door. Upon entering a room within the arcade, Natsume turned to Apollo. Apollo realized that playing dumb at this juncture would be futile. Soon, an underground passage was revealed before them. You Team Rocket members sure have a penchant for digging, Ash remarked, noticing the vast space within. What's the matter? Aren't you going down? Apollo raised an eyebrow. Rest assured, when I said I was here to clean house, I meant it. With that, Apollo leapt down first. Miss Junsha, please guard the exit, Dato requested before they descended. All right. No problem, Junsha nodded, watching as everyone entered the underground space. Contrary to their expectations, the underground area turned out to be a massive forest. Not only that, but in the distance, they could also see a lake. Is this an enormous mimicry circle? Dato exclaimed in astonishment. Wow, I wonder if there are any Pokemon here. Ash began, but was interrupted by a jab from Pikachu. You're right, Pikachu, we should first find Misty. What is this? Before Ash could finish, a child leaped out from the nearby bushes. Seed. The child lay on the ground, mimicking the sounds of a Bulbasaur. What is wrong with you? Ash approached, but the child suddenly sprang up and ran away, resembling a wild Pokemon startled by a trainer. Not far away, another child was seen in a tree, imitating a Caterpie's behavior, wriggling out. Both children wore helmet-like devices atop their heads. What is going on? Dato glared angrily. These scoundrels tarnishing Team Rocket's reputation. I will certainly interrogate the person in charge. Apollo wore an expression of fury, as if he were the one enforcing order. Suddenly, Dato placed his hand on Apollo's shoulder. In that case, lead us to find someone, Dato said in a low voice. Thus far, he had not encountered a single Team Rocket member. Apollo nodded, his clenched fists turning pale. Ash, you go find Misty, Natsume directed, sending the map to Ash's Pokédex. Natsume, where are you going? I want to go too. Ash felt he might miss something important. Pika. Pikachu patted Ash's face. agreeing with Natsume to prioritize finding Misty. Aren't you curious what Misty thinks she is in a hypnotic world? Ash paused, suddenly realizing that this was indeed something he could not afford to overlook. Besides, I upgraded your Pokédex with a photography function recently. It now records in 4K HD. Ash's eyes lit up. Then, Natsume, I'll go and film while rescuing Misty. With that, Ash dashed toward a marked location on the map. Watching Ash run towards a nearby lake, Natsume turned to Dato and Apollo at the front. Following Apollo's lead, the group swiftly exited the mimicry circle. Before them lay a vast underground warehouse, with various distorted wires on the ceiling providing power to maintain the mimicry circle. Boom! A violent rumble echoed within the underground warehouse, followed by the sight of numerous Team Rocket members fleeing in panic. Chapter 94. A misunderstanding among the trio. The fleeing Team Rocket members bore expressions of terror. Upon spotting Apollo, they hurriedly approached him. Lord Apollo, there's a rebellion. Fools, don't come over here. Apollo glared fiercely at the members. Yet, in that moment, these terrified members clearly did not notice Dato behind Apollo. Fortunately, a louder rumble drowned out their voices. Boom! The warehouse door burst open, and a Dragonite came crashing out. Dato and Apollo's expressions darkened simultaneously as they focused on the figure atop the Dragonite. That person was the Team Rocket executive responsible for the arcade. And at that moment, he looked utterly disheveled. Upon seeing Apollo, he scrambled over as if he had found a lifeline. His Dragonite pressed firmly against the cargo door with immense force. What an impertinent creature! Without waiting for a word from the other party, Apollo aimed to kick at it. Dato raised his leg to block Apollo's strike. What? Are you afraid of him revealing something? The official, utterly dazed, muttered to himself, Lord Apollo, our boom. Meanwhile, the cargo door was completely torn apart, and the Dragonite at the top was sent flying, creating a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the Dragonite was rendered incapable of battle. In its place, a colossal mechanical Dragonite approached, captivating everyone's attention. This mechanical Dragonite was significantly larger than a typical one, rivaling the massive Dragonite in Shigeru's possession. Team Rocket's Special Operations Squad is on the move. All bystanders, clear out. The mechanical Dragonite's speakers blared, resonating throughout the underground realm. Simultaneously, a man and a woman stood atop the mechanical Dragonite's shoulders. Humph, you must be the scoundrel with a bounty on your head from Boss Sakaki. We're here to clean house. Musashi's voice boomed with a sense of authority. Beside him, Kojiro tossed a rose that landed on the official, resembling a death certificate. Lord Apollo, save me. These three lunatics claim to be part of Boss Sakaki's Special Operations Squad, and they want me gone. The official, now aware of his predicament, was at a loss, completely unaware of what he had done wrong. These three must be imposters. On the side, Dato raised an eyebrow, releasing his grip from Apollo's shoulder. Has Sakaki truly sent someone to clean house? Get lost. Apollo exclaimed, trembling with agitation, and kicked the official aside. Oh, that seems to be Lord Apollo. The cry echoed. What? Both Kojiro and Musashi turned in unison. You did splendidly. Apollo unabashedly praised the trio. Ha ha ha. Even Lord Apollo acknowledges us. What more can you say? You disgraceful scoundrel tarnishing Team Rocket's reputation. The meow echoed, increasingly convinced that the individual below bore a striking resemblance to the Rocket official who had met his demise in Golden City. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted from behind, as Shigeru stealthily slipped out of the cargo bay. Indeed, the well-funded trio exhibited unparalleled strength. Casting a glance back at the mechanical Dragonite, Shigeru marveled at how they had crafted such a massive creation in just a few days. Rotom, illuminate. Shigeru commanded, and light flooded the area. Outside the cargo bay was an expansive experimental space, albeit in ruins from the commotion caused by the trio. Shigeru surveyed everything within, unleashing his psychic abilities to search for potential clues. Soon, he discovered a shattered large screen. On the remaining half, a faint image of a pink Pokémon could be discerned. Mew, Shigeru whispered, diverting his gaze from the image to the control panel, where he began to fiddle with the controls. There were numerous items present. Shigeru quickly located the experimental log. After skimming through it, he grasped the situation. This was indeed linked to the development of Mewtwo. The information indicated that Mewtwo was on the verge of completion. At the very least, its physical form had been successfully constructed. What remained was a stable mental state. Due to possessing the complete genetic structure of Mew, Mewtwo experienced a tumult of conflicting wills during its emergence, ultimately leading to failure. In desperation, Team Rocket had resorted to integrating human genes, hoping to establish human will as the dominant force within Mewtwo's body. However, it seemed that Mewtwo harbored a strong aversion towards adult intentions. Thus, they had turned their attention to children. Furthermore, to facilitate Mewtwo's acceptance of these children's human wills, Team Rocket employed hypnotic devices to convince the children that they were Pokémon themselves, thereby attempting to harmonize the chaotic wills born from Mew's genes. Shigeru swiftly downloaded the experimental data and then retrieved a keyboard from his system space, connecting it to the computer to commence his analysis. As he typed the final word, a faint sound emerged behind him. In an instant, Shigeru vanished from sight. Behind him, a Meowth sauntered in, clutching a USB drive. "This is the place, Meow. Lord Apollo said we just need to download the contents from here, Meow." The following day, at the Pokemon Center in Rainbow City, a group was enjoying breakfast. "Ha! That's right, that's Misty," Ash exclaimed, seated at the table, holding up his Pokédex for everyone to see a video. In the video, Misty lay in a puddle, staring blankly with her eyes wide, flailing about. "Magikarp! Magikarp!" Misty's dazed voice echoed, prompting Ash to burst into laughter. Clenching her fists, Misty's face flushed with embarrassment. "Ha! Look at that. She thinks she's a Magikarp." Ash teased. "I misspoke. She resembles a Gyarados more." Ash lamented, rubbing the bump on his head. "What did you say?" Misty roared, spitting water onto Ash's face. Quack! A sound of a duck echoed from the side. "Huh." Misty turned her head and discovered a yellow duck. "Psyduck?" The group looked on. "Oh, this seems to be the stray Psyduck that Nurse Joy mentioned, often mooching food at the Pokemon Center," Brock recalled. Psyduck tilted its head, glancing at Misty, before fixating its gaze on the video in Ash's Pokédex. "What are you doing?" Misty asked, bewildered. Ignoring her, Psyduck's vacant stare oscillated between Misty and the Magikarp in the Pokédex. Suddenly, Psyduck nudged Misty's waist with its beak. With a whoosh, a flash of red light enveloped it, and it was sucked into the Pokeball. "Misty. Ha ha ha. It must think Misty is just as daft as it is," Ash exclaimed. Bang! Ash fell silent. Misty has been accepted by Psyduck," Brock noted with a slight smile, cradling a Vulpix in his arms. "By the way, Brock, did the daycare owner gift you a Vulpix?" Ash inquired, curious as he rubbed his sore head. "Indeed, and the owner must be a beautiful older sister, right?" Misty chimed in teasingly, returning to her usual self. As Brock's face suddenly flushed, the group refrained from probing further. "Shigeru, where did you go yesterday?" Ash turned to Shigeru, who was nearby. "I was being a keyboard warrior," Shigeru replied, stuffing dumplings into his mouth. "Keyboard warrior?" The group exchanged puzzled glances. At Team Rocket's headquarters, Apollo stood respectfully before Sakaki. In summary, by a stroke of luck, Meowth, Musashi, and Kojiro achieved remarkable feats. Apollo recounted the thrilling events of the previous night to Sakaki. "What about the data?" Sakaki inquired. "It seems the data was encrypted, but it should be ready soon," Apollo replied, clapping his hands. Shortly after, someone approached with a laptop. The screen filled with dense text. The data left behind was destroyed? After downloading, Meowth implanted a virus to ensure proper disposal, Apollo stated with reverence. "Meowth?" Sakaki pondered for a moment, then ceased his inquiries, accepting the laptop to begin perusing its contents. Upon reaching the last page, Sakaki paused, taken aback by a message from a certain keyboard warrior. "Who on earth conceived such a ridiculous plan? If it were me, I'd gather these tools and establish a Pokemon Experience Center in every major city. Promote it as an opportunity to experience life as various Pokemon, and it would surely become a sensation. Not only could we acquire the necessary data, but we'd also rake in substantial profits while ensuring safety." "So who, pray tell, came up with this time-consuming and laborious plan to abduct children?" Sakaki mused in disbelief. The subordinates wished to request promotions and salary increases for Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth. Apollo, bowing slightly, responded. "Ahem, let us spare Meowth from this." Sakaki interjected. "Very well." Apollo nodded and proceeded with the instructions. "Wait a moment." Sakaki called out to Apollo again. "What is it, boss?" "A generous reward for Meowth." Sakaki amended his request. Understood, boss." Apollo found Sakaki's sudden change of heart curious, but refrained from questioning it further. Chapter 95, The Fighting Spirit Dojo. The unresolved case in Rainbow City came to a conclusion. As everyone prepared to depart, they were approached by Miss Junsha. A blue and white motorcycle stood in front of them. A yapping Electrike leapt down, its paws muddy, evidently having traversed a long distance with its owner. "Is there anything else, Miss Junsha?" Ash inquired, observing the hurried Junsha with curiosity. "If there are bonuses to distribute, they can be credited to my account." "As I am their guardian," Natsume stated, handing over his Rotom phone. Junsha paused for a moment before revealing her purpose. "It appears that Team Rocket has utilized Hypno to hypnotize those children." "Hypno?" Ash pulled out his Pokédex. "Hypno? The hypnosis Pokemon. If you sleep alongside it, It may occasionally lead you to dream of the dreams it has consumed in the past. Miss Junsha, did those Hypnos escape? Natsume speculated. Indeed, the mechanical Dragonite that malfunctioned and self-destructed yesterday destroyed many things. The Hypnos kept by Team Rocket have all fled. And as of now, one remains unfound. Losing 12 T seems significant, does it? Misty questioned, perplexed. It is different. Junsha shook her head, explaining. These Hypnos were specially trained by Team Rocket to hypnotize children upon sight. One is currently wandering the city, and I fear an incident may occur. You two were present at the scene, so I wanted to inquire. Junsha turned her gaze towards Ash and Natsume. As Dato had hurried back to the moonlit mountain last night, leaving only her and her officers behind. I was busy capturing photos of Misty in the ecosystem. Ash exclaimed, only to have his ear yanked. Did you delete it or not? Misty shouted furiously. I did truly. Ash cried in pain. Seeing this, Junsha turned her attention to Natsume. Well, Natsume pondered for a moment. Yesterday, he teleported out, and above the basement was a forest. If Junsha's team did not find it in Rainbow City, it is likely that the Hypno has fled to the wild. Natsume shared his thoughts with Junsha. Is that so? I will issue a notice to inform the traveling trainers. Thank you, Mr. Natsume, Junsha said, bowing respectfully towards him. The roar of the motorcycle echoed, and Junsha's figure gradually faded away. All right, let us continue on our quest to find the next dojo. The nearest dojo is the Fighting Spirit Dojo. Meanwhile, outside of Forest in Rainbow City. Wow wow. A fiery monkey bounced around a Hypno. Huh. The Hypno looked at the monkey quizzically. Wow wow. Can you use psychic powers? The fiery monkey offered a berry to the Hypno. A faint blue light emanated from the berry, drifting into the Hypno's mouth. Wow wow. I want you to become my partner. The fiery monkey exclaimed excitedly. Huh. Why? The Hypno did not understand. Surprisingly, Natsume and the others found the so-called Fighting Spirit Dojo in less than half a day. Beside the road stood a small courtyard. As they entered, they noticed a sign covered in scratches. The Fighting Spirit Dojo? How dilapidated. Brock's gaze darted between the map and the dojo. Could it be that he had caught Natsume's infection and was lost? Whatever, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Perhaps the dojo master is formidable. Ash rolled up his sleeves, ready to enter the dojo. Wait for me. Misty grabbed him, exasperated. How many times must I remind you? Do you not remember anything? This looks like something Musashi and Meowth hastily constructed, she scoffed. Indeed. Ash, you need to mature. Brock nodded in agreement. However, I see a person inside. A beautiful older sister. Ash pointed at the window. Hello, miss, we are here to challenge the dojo. Brock teleported to the front of the dojo door and began knocking. The old wooden door creaked open. A girl peeked out, her sports headband damp, her knuckles white from gripping a jump rope. I'm sorry, but the Fighting Spirit Dojo has long since closed. Her soft voice suggested she was somewhat socially anxious. What? Then let us leave, Brock. Ash turned to depart. Wait, Ash. Brock stopped him. What are you doing? Ash turned back, noticing Brock's face flushed. Miss, may I ask why the Fighting Spirit Dojo is closed? Brock struggled to find a topic. Well, it's like this. The dojo master has gone to train in the mountains for the P1 fighting tournament and hasn't returned home in a year. The girl's voice carried a hint of sadness. She is not mistaken, Dato interjected. I checked, this dojo was disqualified by the league 6 months ago. P1 fighting tournament? What is that? Ash's interest piqued. Well, you may come in. The girl glanced at Ash and the others behind him, hesitated for a moment, and then opened the dojo's main door. They were led to the backyard, where they could see several exercise equipment inside the dojo, albeit dusty. If I am not mistaken, the Fighting Spirit Dojo must have once excelled in fighting Pokemon, Misty remarked. Yes, please rest for a while, I will fetch some snacks. Moments later, a table laden with pastries appeared before them, each with a cup of hot tea. It's not much preparation. Please excuse me, the girl said, slightly bowing to the group. Ha ha ha, you are too polite. By the way, what is your name? Misty inquired cheerfully. My name is Amy, and I am the daughter of the dojo master. At the table, a suppressed sound emerged. Turning around, they saw a middle-parted boy, choking, his face turning red. Pikachu, seeing this, rushed over to pat his back. The boy coughed, a piece of rice cake falling to the floor. That was close. I almost choked on a rice cake. Hee hee, Amy stifled a giggle. The fragrant tea and sweet pastries filled the air, and the group rested there for quite some time. Miss Amy, do you have something to discuss? Dato inquired, looking up. Yes, Miss Amy, you seem a bit unwell, Brock added. Well, this may be a bit forward. Amy hesitated before continuing. I would like to ask you to participate in the P1 fighting tournament and defeat my father. Amy bowed deeply to the group. Her tone sincere. By the way, we haven't even asked you what the P1 fighting tournament is. Ash's eyes sparkled with interest. The P1 Fighting Tournament is an unofficial event initiated by fighting-type champion Shiba and further popularized by the public. Natsume's voice echoed from afar. The group turned to see he had, at some point, produced a poster. The poster promoted the P1 Fighting Tournament, with the most striking feature being a large golden championship belt at its center. Will the fighting-type champion be present? Ash sprang up, brimming with determination. Unable to be held back by the middle-parted boy. Last time, he regretted not having a chance to battle Mr. Dado. Chapter 96. Becoming increasingly unreliable. No. Natsume shook his head. Ash instantly fell into disappointment. However, the one who secures the golden belt will receive a promise from fighting-type champion Shiba, Natsume declared, shaking the newspaper in his hand. Now that I have obtained the championship belt, will Shiba accept my challenge? Ash exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Of course. Such a trivial request would surely be granted. Misty retorted, pulling Ash back into his seat with an exasperated sigh. Natsume, let us participate in the P1 tournament. Ash pleaded eagerly. Pikachu chimed in, directing its gaze toward Natsume. However, the only one who seemed to disagree was the split-headed Pokémon, who vigorously shook its head in disapproval from the back. Wait a moment. Ash, do you have any fighting-type Pokémon? A voice interjected suddenly. The fighting tournament isn't limited to just fighting types, came Amy's voice. Other Pokémon can participate, but they may only use fighting-type moves. What if we don't have any fighting-type moves? Ash inquired curiously. Without fighting-type moves, one must rely solely on brute strength. Amy's voice trailed off. Judging by the reactions of their group, it seemed they possessed no fighting Pokémon at all. That is essentially hopeless then. I have a Geodude, whose body is as solid as rock. Please trust us. Brock interjected. Sigh, a rock-type Pokémon in a fighting tournament? We're doomed, Misty lamented, facepalming. Clearly, Brock's infatuation had clouded his judgment. Natsume grabbed Ash by the scruff of his collar and approached Amy, questioning. Can trainers participate? No, they cannot, sir, Amy replied, her lips twitching as she found the group rather unreliable. But it's not stated in the rules. Natsume insisted, shaking the poster in his hand. Where did you get that poster, Natsume? Misty noticed that the publication date on the poster seemed to be a year old. I found it in my drawer, Natsume said nonchalantly. What? Amy felt a twinge of fear. Fortunately, this group was not composed of malicious individuals. They simply inquired about the location of the P1 fighting tournament before departing. I can't shake the feeling that this is all rather dubious, Misty said, shaking her head. Natsume, who do you think I should send into the tournament if I participate? Ash pondered, tilting his head in distress. You could send the split-headed Pokémon to take a nap while absorbing hits, exhausting the opponent, Natsume suggested. On Ash's shoulder, the split-headed Pokémon covered its face, already aware of its fate. At the entrance of the Fighting Spirit Gym. What a shabby gym, one remarked. After Natsume and the others left, 3 figures soon appeared. Ugh, this place doesn't even spark any interest in robbing it. Jessie waved her hand dismissively. Hey, watch your tone. No robbing talk. Can you two not be so lowbrow? James shouted angrily. We are now the Special Operations Team of Team Rocket. Indeed, and Meowth here is currently the apple of Boss Giovanni's eye. Meowth puffed out its chest, proudly displaying a golden collar around its neck. Following a series of twists and turns in Rainbow City, the 3 of them had transformed from Team Rocket's Special Operations Team into the Super Special Operations Team. While the name hardly sounded different, the promotions and raises were quite tangible, especially for Meowth, who was gifted a golden collar by Giovanni himself. Humph, you don't know? But the collar on Meowth is just an ordinary leather one, Meowth boasted, strutting about with newfound pride. Creak. The wooden door of the gym swung open, revealing a frail-looking girl peering out. Could you help me, please? After a moment, the trio of Team Rocket emerged in a huff, particularly Jessie, who vented her frustration. How could there be a man who neglects his own daughter? Jessie's childhood had instilled in her a profound sympathy for Amy's plight. I sympathize too, but Jessie, do we really have to participate in that P1 tournament? James's hesitant voice broke in. We must participate. Jessie insisted, her anger unabated. But we don't have any fighting-type Pokémon. Meowth raised its paws in exasperation. With so many competitors, can't we just snatch one? Jessie said casually. But you just said not to be so lowbrow. Before James could finish his sentence, a bump suddenly appeared on his head. Wow. If the fighting tournament allows trainers to enter, you would definitely have a chance, Jessie. At the entrance of the Fighting Spirit Gym. Sigh. Amy shook her head slightly. Those 3 seem rather unreliable as well. Not far away, footsteps approached, causing Amy to pause and swiftly retreat back into the gym. After a while, the girl peeked out again, appearing even more fragile. Will you help me? Amy was taken aback. Standing at the gym's entrance were not trainers, but 2 Pokémon, a Hypno and a Primeape. What do you want? Before Amy could react, Primeape dashed into the gym, dragging Hypno along. It had done the same with Ash and Natsume. Moments later, a furious Primeape emerged, tugging Hypno behind it, which was holding a small basket filled with berries and pastries. Roar! Primeape swung its fists at the air, looking ready for a fight. Hypno yawned, seemingly uninterested, yet it was still pulled along by Primeape toward the P1 fighting tournament. Having eaten their food, we must repay the favor. At the entrance, Amy watched silently as Primeape set out on its journey. What should I do? Things are becoming increasingly unreliable. The next day, in a small town not far from Rainbow City, inside a gigantic arena, the atmosphere was electric with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 5th P1 fighting tournament. The host stood atop a Pokémon resembling a UFO, soaring through the air, microphone in hand, announcing to the crowd. What a dazzling metallic sheen. What Pokémon is that? In the preparation area, Ash curiously pulled out his Pokédex. Self-destruct Magneton, the magnet Pokémon, evolved from a Magnemite affected by a special magnetic field. Welcome, esteemed judges. The host continued, as countless eyes in the audience turned toward a certain passageway. Ash, Brock, and the audience's Misty all focused intently on that very passage. Natsume had not made an appearance since this morning. What are you all staring at? Natsume suddenly appeared behind Ash. We were wondering if you secretly applied to be a judge, Natsume, Ash exclaimed, turning around to see Natsume alongside a colossal Dragonite. Natsume, you've actually followed the standard protocol. Brock marveled. What else should I have done? Is there anything peculiar about my entrance? Natsume waved dismissively. He had always perceived his behavioral patterns as stable. Was there something odd about them? Chapter 97, P1 Fighting Tournament. Following yesterday's preliminary athletic trials, the judges had compiled a list of the 10 most likely candidates to win. They are the Master of Kicking Techniques, Mr. Wukong Shavalong. A spotlight suddenly illuminated a figure clad in a thick coat, towering in size, adorned with a mask and sunglasses as he stepped forward. Upon seeing this person's physique, Natsume felt as if he had been transported to the world of One Piece. He instinctively attempted to probe the trio with telekinesis. Next up is the boxing master, Mr. Elon Ibiro. The second spotlight fell upon a brawny man waving at the crowd. That man is Amy's father. Brock observed intently. So it's him. I will not admit defeat. Ash suddenly appeared dejected as he spoke. The Pokemon he had registered for the tournament was the split-headed Pokemon. During yesterday afternoon's athletic test, it had slept through the entirety of the event, resulting in a commendable, yet dismal, last place. The third seed is. A sudden beam of light shone down upon Natsume and his Dragonite. Naturally, aside from the 10 esteemed contestants, the remaining competitors should not be underestimated. The outcome of the betting would depend on everyone's discernment. Who knows, that Pikachu, which slept soundly until dawn, might just emerge as the champion. As the host concluded his remarks, a wave of laughter erupted from the stands. What is happening? The audience inquired incessantly. Some spectators who had attended the preliminary rounds began to explain. It's that Pikachu with a center parting. Indeed, on the first day of the preliminaries, it lay on the track and fell asleep, and its trainer couldn't wake it up. Even that grass-type Pokemon, clearly just there for fun, managed to complete a lap. In no time, the majority of the audience grasped the situation. Many were first-time attendees of the P1 fighting tournament, unsure of how to place their bets and make a little profit. The judges' comments could only serve as a reference, and there were certainly many contestants who had concealed their true abilities during the preliminaries. Now, with this Pikachu in the mix, they could confidently place their bets on the opposing side, sure to see a return. Sister, is it really all right for us to bet all our money on the one with the center parting? Kasumi asked with concern. The proud sister smiled silently, nodding in agreement. For the past few days, Natsume had been diligently training the center-parted Pikachu. Only she and Natsume were aware of how much progress it had made. Center part. Let us work hard together. We mustn't let anyone underestimate us. Ash encouraged the center-parted Pikachu. Pika Pika. The little deity also clenched its fists in support. Meanwhile, the center-parted Pikachu tugged at its blanket, turning over to continue its slumber. Based on yesterday's draw, the first-round matchups had been announced. The host declared loudly, as the large screen at the venue displayed the corresponding avatars. Why am I in Group D, and at the very end? Ash covered his face. To prevent certain matchups in the P1 fighting tournament from becoming entirely predictable, the judges divided the contestants into 4 groups. A, B, C, and D, based on their performances in the preliminaries. I'm in Group C with Onyx, and Natsume is in Group A. Brock stepped forward. Ash. Suddenly, Natsume placed a hand on Ash's shoulder. Have you heard the saying, do not underestimate the youth in poverty? Natsume said earnestly. What poor youth? Ash looked somewhat puzzled. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke erupted in the sky. The 4 fighting platforms slowly rose from the ground. The first match of Group A, Mr. Natsume S. Dragonite versus Mr. Barry S. Machamp. The first match of Group B. The first match of Group C. The first match of Group D, Ash S. Pikachu versus Red S. Oddish. Natsume, Ash. You two must give it your all. Brock cheered for both of them. On the stage of Group A, a muscular Pokemon with 4 powerful arms leaped onto the platform. Director, let us see the stage of Group A. Wow, this Machamp is truly remarkable. Mr. Barry has applied essential oils to its skin. Machamp's 4 arms bulged with veins, its bronze muscles glistening like molten lava. Machamp, display your might and use bulk up. Machamp's trainer, a man named Barry, donned a suit and a small hat, his slightly plump physique betraying the appearance of someone who regularly exercises. Machamp let out a fierce roar, turning its back, raising its 4 arms high. Its lats spread like demonic wings, each inch of its skin enveloped in berry oil. The overwhelming display of power elicited a cheer from the audience. This is the result of a month of training at the Reba Judo Gym in Rainbow City. Reba Judo Gym. Barry promptly removed his suit, revealing a shirt emblazoned with the Reba Judo logo. He waved to the audience, his plump figure stretching the logo on his shirt, visible clearly on the large screen for everyone to see. Can one really advertise for free during the competition? Natsume slapped his forehead, suddenly feeling inadequate. Next, let us welcome Mr. Natsume S. Dragonite to the arena. Seeing that the atmosphere had been sufficiently heightened, the host immediately called Natsume to the stage. Thump, thump, thump. The ground began to tremble, and many spectators gazed in astonishment towards Natsume's direction. Behind him, an extraordinarily large Dragonite emerged. That Dragonite, its size is simply unbelievable. I sensed it could do it yesterday. Indeed, those large and small wings are quite impressive. Many audience members began to place their bets on Natsume's Dragonite. However, the majority still favored Barry. Dragonite, with a fierce expression, steadily approached the platform. It didn't fly. Instead, it stepped onto the edge of the platform. The ropes tightened around its belly, the 4 corner posts creaking under the strain. Drops of red sweat fell to the ground, splattering ominously, causing Machamp to feel uneasy. Dragonite, bracing against the 4 ropes, boldly walked up to Machamp, facing it head-on. Bang! One of the ropes could no longer withstand the pressure and snapped. Machamp, set in its stance, could no longer hold its ground, glancing nervously at the fearsome Dragonite before it. In comparison to this massive Dragonite, it appeared like a mere child. Crack! Crack! The sound of breaking ropes echoed. All 4 ropes snapped, and Dragonite exhaled a plume of faintly red-hot air, which enveloped Machamp. Simultaneously, Dragonite was drenched in sweat, beads of red liquid streaming down its face, settling into the contours of its features, resembling a visage recently washed in a pool of blood. Wow! What astonishing strength! What a tremendous display! The host exclaimed at the opportune moment, stirring the audience's excitement. The camera captured Dragonite's fierce visage. Wow! This Dragonite is indeed formidable. I didn't bet wrong. That's not certain. That Machamp excels at leveraging its opponent's strength against them. Those who bet on Machamp protested. Damn it, Machamp, don't lose to it. Show your spirit. Barry urged Machamp. This hefty opponent is precisely what we at Reba Judo excel at handling. Right. Barry cheered Machamp on. Machamp let out a fierce roar, stretching its neck, staring defiantly at Dragonite. Barry's encouragement had effectively countered the intimidation that Natsume had planned. The host continued to fan the flames of excitement. Meanwhile, Natsume scratched his head. This isn't intimidation. It's just a child being foolish, not knowing how to approach, combined with its sheer strength. Chapter 98. Director, what are you doing? Machamp, focus on defense. The match began. Barry called out a reminder. Dragonite turned to look at Natsume. Go all out. Natsume communicated telepathically. This Machamp was not of a high level, significantly inferior to Dragonite. Although Dragonite could not use techniques, its level advantage and extraordinary physique gave it a considerable edge. Thump, thump, thump. A powerful, rhythmic sound, akin to the roar of an engine, echoed from within Dragonite. Wow! Here it comes, here it comes. Mr. Natsume dares to send Dragonite into battle. Could it be that he has devised some unique fighting technique? Let us wait and see. Amidst the hostess cheers, Dragonite charged towards Machamp. The entire platform rumbled as it moved, reverberating with every step. Good, excellent. The greater the opponent's strength, the greater our chances. Barry seemed quite exhilarated. As Dragonite approached Machamp, its face contorted, delivering a powerful push that appeared forceful and overwhelming. Now, grab its hands. Use its strength against it. and execute the Reba Judo Earth Throw. Barry's incessant references to Reba Judo amplified the advertisement's impact, drawing the attention of many spectators, who closely followed the broadcast. Macamp let out a fierce roar, stepping back half a pace, its forearms lunging to seize Dragonite. In an unusual stance, Macamp seemed poised to throw Dragonite over its shoulder. However, its form froze midair. "What's the matter, Macamp?" Bali was filled with trepidation. Could it be that this Dragonite's strength had reached such a level that even the technique of using force against force was rendered ineffective? Impossible. The peculiar Machoke cast a suspicious glance at the Dragonite before abruptly leaping away. This Dragonite, despite appearing to wield immense power, delivered a seemingly weightless strike, devoid of any real force. Where, then, was the opportunity to counter? Was the initial clash to conclude so soon? Indeed not, for the Dragonite struck again. The announcer's voice resonated throughout the arena. A thunderous roar erupted from the Dragonite. The D-grade area, under siege, left the walking grass nearly fainting from fright. The sound of Bali's racing heartbeat intensified, and he could even discern the Dragonite's arm engorging with blood, swelling slightly. "Be careful, Machoke," Bali warned, having recognized the high level of the Dragonite. Only by harnessing force could they hope for victory. Seize the opportunity. The gigantic, blood-filled dragon claw descended upon Machoke's face. Machoke grasped the Dragonite's claw, but just like before, this strike was merely a paper tiger. He still could not leverage any force. Machoke glanced back at his trainer, perplexed. Yet, Bali seemed oblivious to his unspoken words, prompting Machoke to relinquish his grip and allow the Dragonite's fierce blow to land squarely on his forehead. The Dragonite struck Machoke, yet he offered no resistance. The announcer seized this critical moment, unleashing a torrent of commentary. In the stands, jeers erupted, with spectators accusing Bali of taking bribes. "Machoke," Bali began to question, only to witness Machoke single-handedly grasping the Dragonite's claw and moving it away from his face. The Dragonite regarded its own claw with confusion. It felt as though its power fluctuated like its trainer's intellect, sometimes grand, other times minuscule and utterly uncontrollable. "Well done, Machoke." Bali's eyes glimmered with realization. "Oh my." Machoke has effortlessly blocked the Dragonite's strike. Was this lack of resistance a manifestation of absolute confidence in its own strength? What an opportunity, Machoke. Recognizing that the Dragonite, controlled by Natsume, might be experiencing some issue preventing it from exerting force, Bali did not rush to conclude the battle, but instead tossed a colossal sports shirt into the fray. This shirt, complete with 4 holes, appeared custom-made for Machoke. Machoke swiftly donned the shirt, raising both arms triumphantly, hands on hips, as the muscles on his back and chest bulged, stretching the shirt taut. "What a spectacle. It's as if he's here solely for advertisement," Misty commented from the audience, exasperated. "Truly a testament to the prowess of Reba Judo. It has cultivated such formidable strength in Machoke." Observing Bali's flair for theatrics, the announcer did not hold back his accolades. "Machoke, maintain your stance." Realizing this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Bali yearned to prolong the battle. The disregarded Dragonite turned to glance at Natsume, reflecting on their training sessions. He pondered which actions caused the greatest fear in his opponents. Natsume's voice echoed in the Dragonite's mind, accompanied by a psychic link. When was that black balloon at its most terrified? What does fear even mean? The Dragonite scratched its head, yet it recalled moments when it faced Natsume's ghostly training, where the opponent would often evade swiftly. That must have been the feeling. The Dragonite tilted its head, approaching Machoke. Machoke puffed out his chest, his massive pectorals straining against the shirt. He patted his chest, the muscles rippling and creating sounds, signaling the Dragonite to strike there. Goodness, how audacious. Will the Dragonite rise to the provocation from Mr. Bali's Machoke? This could be a monumental trap. As the announcer gasped in anticipation, all screens originally displaying the A, B, C, and D arenas shifted to showcase the A arena. Under the gaze of countless spectators, the Dragonite lightly raised its hand. Indeed, the Dragonite did not take the bait, though the announcer elongated his words, refraining from making a definitive judgment. Years of commentary experience had taught him that any seemingly impossible scenario could lead to a dramatic twist. The dragon claw gently pressed against Machoke's chest, and in that instant, a sonic boom erupted from the point of contact. The shirt tore apart with a resounding crack, and Machoke's expression shifted dramatically as he was violently propelled backward. With a resounding crash, Machoke collided against the 4 surrounding ropes, stretching away like a spring released. Whoosh! Like a stone launched from a slingshot, Machoke was catapulted off the stage, crashing into the towering wall of the audience. You were deliberately concealing your strength," Bali exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Natsume gazed skyward, pondering the notion of concealed strength. No. The Dragonite itself was unaware of the force it would exert in its next attack. Heavens! I knew the Dragonite was holding back. What an extraordinary technique. The crowd cheered for the announcer, yet there was a conspicuous lack of reaction from the audience. Strange. The announcer turned to the large screen. The 4 screens no longer displayed the A arena. Instead, they uniformly showcased the D arena's battle. A walking grass and a sleeping Pikachu. Was this the reason the audience missed out on witnessing his breathtaking commentary on a moment of reversal? The announcer was infuriated. Director, do not focus on Pikachu. With the announcer's furious shout, one screen finally transitioned to the A arena. Let us congratulate Mr. Natsume for qualifying for the A arena. The announcer raised the microphone high. Yet only a smattering of applause resonated throughout the venue. What is happening? The announcer was bewildered, as this was not what he had envisioned. Looking down, he noticed that most of the audience was fixated on the D arena. Even Natsume and Bali below were similarly captivated by the large screen displaying the D arena. Chapter 99. The Fiery Monkey. Is it seeking my approval? Come on, walking grass. You can do it. A little girl continuously cheered for the walking grass in the D arena. The walking grass obediently butted its head against a Pikachu. The Pikachu, now on its back, seemed to be enjoying itself. On the other side, Ash yawned, feeling regret for having registered the Pikachu for this match. Drowsy, he leaned against the railing and began to doze off. Oh my, the trainer of that Pikachu has fallen asleep. Is this some new strategy? The announcer keenly noted the oddity and promptly began to commentate on the D arena. Huh, what? Ash jolted awake, realizing that he had become the center of attention. Pikachu, stand up and fight. Everyone's watching you. Although he understood that Natsume had devised a strategy focused on endurance, the scrutiny of the entire audience made Ash's face flush with embarrassment. Pikachu raised its hind leg and let out a fart. The walking grass, exhausted from the relentless butting, lost its balance and tumbled off the arena. Let us congratulate this sleeping, skill-wielding Pikachu for achieving victory in an astonishing manner. The announcer's exuberant voice rang out, while Ash crouched down, covering his face in humiliation. What a disgrace. This sort of performance should be left to someone like Natsume, who has no shame. A 10-minute intermission ensued before the second round commenced. Nurse Joy appeared on site to tend to the injured Pokémon participants. Although this competition was organized by the community, it felt remarkably official. The audience members nodded in agreement. Look, in Group C for the second match, there's Brock. And in Group A, Mr. Amy's father. Misty pointed at the big screen. Is Brock about to take the stage? In the preparation area, Ash, cradling the sleeping Pikachu, found Natsume. Natsume, I feel so embarrassed. Ash lamented, lifting the slumbering Pikachu in his hands. Achieving victory through such means would ultimately lead to the audience hurling rotten vegetables, wouldn't it? Ash furrowed his brow in contemplation. Perhaps you should don a mask? Natsume suggested. A mask would be too deceptive, Ash replied, lowering his gaze. I have a mask of Shigeru. I want 10 of them. Ash exclaimed, suddenly lifting his head. To his astonishment, Natsume produced 10 masks modeled after Shigeru. Holding one in his hands, Ash's eyes widened in disbelief. Natsume, where on earth did you acquire these? As Ash slipped a silicone mask over his head, he appeared indistinguishable from Shigeru from a distance. Ash, I believe I've mentioned this to you numerous times. Natsume stated gravely. What is it? Ash inquired. While out in the world, one's identity is self-assigned. Then, Natsume, how many identities do you possess in that guise? Ash leaned in, whispering curiously. Perhaps around 180? Natsume mused. At most, I have crafted masks for every notable character in the Pokemon universe. And I've replicated several outfits for prominent organizations as well. That is all. My goodness, that is unprecedented. The host's exuberant voice echoed. The two turned to see the second round of the competition had commenced. To their surprise, the broadcast did not feature the A-level arena battles. Instead, the screen displayed the figure of Brock. However, the host's astonishment stemmed not from Brock's Onix, but rather from his opponent, a Monferno and a Hypno. Where are your trainers? Brock wondered, recognizing the Monferno, but the absence of the Pokemon's trainers piqued his curiosity even more. Goodness, I inquired with the judges. And both of these are participating in the tournament as wild Pokemon. The host exclaimed. The Hypno is communicating with the staff on behalf of its partner, the Monferno. Friends, the winds of our P1 fighting tournament have swept into the realm of wild Pokemon. The host's fervent voice resounded, and the director promptly switched all 4 screens to the C-level arena. Wild Pokemon flocking to participate in the P1 fighting tournament is quite the promotion. Monferno's fierce gaze scanned the arena. Upon spotting Ash and Natsume, it hesitated for a moment before moving on. Natsume, Is that Monferno the one that snatched my hat? Ash remarked, increasingly convinced of its familiarity. It seems so, Natsume observed, casting a peculiar glance at Monferno and then at the hypno behind it. What a strange pairing. All right. The battle begins. Let us witness the clash between wild Pokémon and their well-trained counterparts. With a commanding shout, the battle commenced. I will not lose, Brock declared. But before he could finish, his Onix was sent flying. Oh dear. Thankfully, Ms. Emily is not present in the audience. Misty covered her face in disbelief. Wow. While the outcome was anticipated, that was rather swift. The host exclaimed. The director shifted the focus to Monferno, which, after knocking Onix away, surveyed the arena, seemingly searching for something. Oh, could it be that this formidable fighting-type Pokémon seeks to find a human trainer it deems worthy? The director speculated. It's hard to imagine how extraordinarily powerful this Pokémon would become with proper training. The director's perspective shifted as Monferno turned its head. Hey. Is that Director Brock? Why does the camera linger on beautiful ladies? Ash quipped. He was eager to discern Monferno's intentions, yet the director seemed indifferent. Finally, the view shifted to the A-level arena. On the stage stood a rugged man with crossed arms, facing a muscular opponent. Between them stood an Empoleon and a Masquerain. Monferno's movements caught the attention of Elon. When the screen froze on his face, he was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, Monferno's gaze is locked onto Mr. Elon. Could it be that it has taken a liking to him? The host exclaimed. Elon turned to find Monferno staring intently at him. Humph. A smirk played on Elon's lips. After all, he and Empoleon trained daily in the mountains. Perhaps Monferno had noticed him during that time. The thought that it had pursued him here for his approval was amusing. Elon imagined a dramatic scene and nodded slightly at Monferno. Huh. Monferno tilted its head. In the preparation area, Natsume spat out the water he had just sipped, struggling to maintain his composure. He had gleaned Monferno's inner thoughts through telepathy. It wished to deliver a sound thrashing to Elon, though the reasons remained unclear. Had it not been for the hypno, possessing knowledge of human society, fervently dissuading it, Monferno might have charged at Elon the moment their eyes met. Chapter 100, The Divided Dream Shield. As the first round concluded, dusk approached. Dear audience, we shall meet again tomorrow. The host's voice, weary from a day of commentary, rang out. However, in a sudden display, the host shed his suit to reveal a promotional shirt underneath, emblazoned with a round bear and a tent. Following this, the host's enthusiastic voice erupted. For those friends who live far away, do not fret. The competition venue is generously equipped with tents for free. Circle Bear tents, encircling the Milky Way, embracing sweet dreams, ensuring a restful sleep. Circle Bear tents, guarding adventures, essential gear for travel and exploration. In the preparation area, what in the world? Why is the host also promoting? Misty observed with a perplexed expression. After all, this was a grassroots competition with no official funding, making it reasonable to seek investments. Brock replied while polishing Onix's body. This host is quite versatile, Ash remarked, gazing up at the sky, where the big screen began playing a Pokémon skit. The skit aired every 10 minutes, followed by a 1-minute advertisement. During that minute, only a logo was displayed, with the host standing on a self-destructing magneton providing the commentary. Truly a diligent worker. Humph. So you see, compared to the serious league competitions, these grassroots tournaments offer a unique flavor. A girl named Jowsy approached, carrying a plethora of boxed lunches. When I went to rent a tent, I found they were selling curry boxed lunches on site. Come eat, she said, distributing the meals. Thank you, Jowsy. Misty accepted a boxed lunch, tilting her head. But I still prefer league competitions. At least the competitors aren't absurd enough to advertise during the matches. Not necessarily, Misty. Natsume interjected. A certain champion from the Galar region has sponsorship logos all over his cape. Galar region? Ash leaned closer. Once you become a champion, you can wear the battle robe I designed for you. Natsume ruffled Ash's hair. Really? Natsume, you believe I can become a champion? Ash grinned foolishly. Oh please. With his caliber, Misty scoffed. Hey, I've already earned 5 badges. Ash retorted, observing the banter between the two. Natsume turned his attention to the one with the split hair. The Pokemon with the split hair felt a chill on its back, abruptly lifting its head from the lunchbox. Its face was smeared with curry, mixed with bits of rice. Pikachu, holding a tissue, silently wiped it clean. The split-haired Pokemon was considerably smaller than Pikachu, who treated it like a younger sibling. Don't worry, there's still tomorrow's match, Natsume reassured, gently patting the split-haired Pokemon's head. Pika. The split-haired Pokemon heaved a sigh of relief, but before it could return to its meal, Natsume's voice floated over. So tonight we'll have a surprise training session. Ash, can you drive a Jeep? Natsume turned to him. There's no way I could. You can't? Then it's perfect. Let the split-haired Pokemon teach you. How do I teach you the hairstyle with a middle part? Ash pondered, gazing at the middle-parted hair. Despairing, the middle-parted figure collapsed. In the realm of dreams at night, the voice of Ash echoed, middle-parted, do not evade. Confront your fears. A crooked jeep sped forth, while a Pikachu fled in a frenzy. Upon hearing the training plan from Natsume, Ash felt a pang of sympathy. However, after Natsume elucidated how the middle-parted could exhaust its adversaries through slumber, Ash felt relieved for it. Training in dreams could indeed lead to strength. Middle-parted, is this not the method of fortification you have longed for? Ash's encouraging shouts continued. Ignoring the middle-parted's lethargy, Natsume remained unfazed. Yet Ash, concerned and anxious, endeavored to persuade Pikachu to engage in various motivational tactics. The only response he received was a firm refusal to train unless it could grow stronger through sleep. Middle-parted, do not fear. Bravely face your fears. Ash stood atop the jeep, releasing the steering wheel and rallying the middle-parted. Pika, Pika, the middle-parted turned, nearly losing its spirit in fright. Unlike the skilled driver Natsume, Ash's driving was erratic and unpredictable. The middle-parted was unable to anticipate where the jeep would land, making it exceedingly difficult to evade. Perhaps it would be better to bring Ash into specialized training in the future? In another jeep that remained stationary, Natsume leaned back against the seat, observing the middle-parted's frantic escape. Confronting its nightmare, Natsume offered the middle-parted two choices, to evade or to shatter it. At this rate, rather than strengthening its resolve, the middle-parted's evasion skills would be fully developed first. Natsume murmured to himself, sensing that this was not a viable solution. If it could evade one nightmare, what if two? Or three? What if the entire mental realm was inundated with nightmares? After all, lying there, the enemy's assault would not cease. An unending barrage would transform into an incessant nightmare. To maintain the realm of eternal slumber for an extended period, Natsume leaned towards fortifying the middle-parted's willpower, enabling it to shatter nightmares. Only in this manner could the duration of the eternal slumber be maximized. Yet, at present, his training seemed to lead the middle-parted to prefer evasion. Natsume could only resort to forcibly shattering its will to solidify it anew and render it more resolute. After several days of attempts, initial effectiveness had waned to nearly nothing. Pika, not far away, the crooked jeep seemed poised to collide with the middle-parted. Natsume looked up, watching as azure particles coalesced, ready to mend the impending disaster. Pika, the headlights of the jeep loomed ominously, and the middle-parted was engulfed in terror. A sudden surge of milky white steam erupted from its head, swiftly coalescing into a small shield in its hands. Huh! Natsume abruptly stood. The middle-parted instinctively raised the shield before itself. With a thud, the small shield collided with the jeep, producing a dull resonance. The shield shattered, and the middle-parted was flung like a marionette with severed strings. Pika! It rolled several times on the ground, lying motionless. Pika! A feeble voice emerged from the middle-parted, its vision dimly revealing Natsume and Ash's ethereal forms. Middle-parted, are you all right? Ash inquired, curiously examining the middle-parted's battered state. This appeared somewhat different from what Natsume had described. Pika, the middle-parted gasped weakly. How strange. Why hasn't the trainer withdrawn me yet? Stop lying there. You didn't turn into a pancake this time. Natsume's telekinetic energy swept over the middle-parted's will, probing for any needed repairs. Pika, the middle-parted stood up, bewildered. How odd. Shouldn't I have transformed into a two-dimensional being by now? It stared down in astonishment, realizing it was still alive. Chapter 101, The Middle-Parted's Dream Armor. Pika, Pika, the middle-parted touched its head, appearing incredulous. Now, explain how that small shield appeared just now. Natsume's telekinetic energy scanned, confirming that the middle-parted's will had no need for repairs. Pika, the middle-parted mused, deep in thought. At that moment, it recognized the significance of the shield. It seemed to provide a means of self-defense within its mental realm. Middle-parted, can you recall the sensation from earlier and attempt to condense another shield? Ash encouraged from the side. The middle-parted nodded, its expression resembling that of constipation. Before long, milky white mist began to manifest above its head. The mist coalesced in its hands, forming a translucent shield resembling white jade. Pika, the middle-parted excitedly raised the small shield. As Natsume activated the system panel, it became evident that the middle-parted's transformation was linked to its divine role within. Pikaramon, Divine Authority trait, Eternal Slumber. Divine Authority exclusive, Incomplete Dream Armor. Indeed, the middle-parted had acquired a divinely exclusive skill. Yet, Natsume pondered, was this armor not indicative of insufficient divine authority? Perhaps the last significant divine role had only recently been fully assimilated. Natsume opened the incomplete dream armor details. Incomplete dream armor. Within the realm of eternal slumber, Pokemon can create armor to protect itself, but due to insufficient divine authority, the armor remains incomplete. Data unavailable. Oh, Natsume nodded, aligning with his thoughts. Ash, could you step outside for a moment? Natsume conveyed mentally. Oh, sure. Ash nodded blankly. In the preparation area, within a tent, Ash opened his eyes. Ah, you're here. Champion. Upon awakening, Ash immediately spotted the fuming figure of the esteemed champion. Nothing much. I just wanted to ask Mr. Natsume some questions while waiting for him to awaken. All right. I'll take the middle parted outside for a moment. Following Natsume's instructions, Ash carried the middle parted out. Outside the competition venue, though it was night, many competitors were still training, making Ash's presence here seem unremarkable. In the middle parted's mental realm, Natsume's voice resounded. I will have Ash send out his Pokemon to attack you in reality. Pika? The middle parted jumped in surprise. We will test the extent to which your little shield can withstand nightmares. As he spoke, azure particles gathered in Natsume's hands, manifesting into a small notebook. Ready. As Natsume's words fell, the mental realm suddenly darkened. A humanoid creature engulfed in flames emerged in the distance, likely a nightmare born from a Charmander's attack. Natsume squinted, recognizing the figure. The next moment, the creature charged towards the middle parted. Pika. The middle parted raised its shield, and upon contact, the creature exploded. Pika. The middle parted cautiously peeked out from behind the shield. It appeared the shield could absorb some of the nightmare's impact, dimming slightly in color as Natsume recorded the outcome in his notebook. Sequentially, a water creature and a wooden figure appeared, manifestations of nightmares from Squirtle and Bulbasaur's attacks. Upon seeing the wooden figure's intricately carved face, Natsume finally realized, what the heck, that's my face. I am, in your mind, a nightmare figure? Natsume glanced at the middle parted. His heart sank, a profound chill enveloping him. The middle parted shyly withdrew its head. Bang bang. The two nightmare creatures collided with the milky white shield, disintegrating into nothingness, causing the middle parted's shield to vanish as well. How long does it take to reconstitute that shield? Natsume inquired. The middle parted shook its head, indicating uncertainty. That's all right. I'll accompany you for testing. 10 minutes later, the middle parted's shield solidified once more. Bang bang bang. The shield shattered, and the middle parted slumped to the ground. 10 minutes passed once more, and the partition-haired figure was preparing to coalesce a shield, only to be halted by Natsume. Can you control the condensation of these milky vapors? For instance, rather than forming a shield, could you conjure a sword? Natsume coaxed gently. The partition-haired individual paused momentarily, believing that a shield was quite advantageous for self-protection. It even contemplated that once it completed its divine duties, it might solidify a turtle shell to recline within, comfortably continuing its slumber in the realm of dreams. Milky mist emanated from the top of its head, and under Natsume's guidance, the vapor divided into two. One portion effortlessly coalesced into a small round shield, which, in comparison to the previous one, was merely the size of its own head, insufficient to shield its entire body. The other portion, aided by Natsume's telekinetic prowess, transformed into a diminutive short sword. Pika Pika. The partition-haired figure regarded Natsume sternly, indicating its unwillingness to forsake the shield. Very well, Natsume replied with a slight grimace. Bang. After blocking a single attack, the small round shield shattered. Bang 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 bang. The small short sword obliterated 4 nightmare creatures before it too disintegrated. Did you see that? Oftentimes, offense proves far more effective than defense, Natsume meticulously noted in his notebook. After a series of tests, the small round shield and short sword showed the most promising results. The partition-haired figure spread its hands, suggesting it might be time for a break. No, the experiments have been too few. There may be coincidences at play. We require more trials. In the dream realm, Natsume lifted the partition-haired figure, which was on the verge of slumber. He pondered how his Pikachu could be asleep in reality, yet still dream within the dream realm. A dream within a dream? The entire night passed. The following day, at dawn. Wow, Ash, what have you been up to all night? Misty exclaimed, gazing at Ash and Pikachu, who sported dark circles under their eyes. I was giving the partition-haired figure special training, Ash yawned. So how about it, Natsume? Have you gathered your data? Ash turned to Natsume, who emerged from the tent, also bearing dark circles, though his demeanor was vibrant. I have collected all the data. This time, the champion of the P1 fighting tournament is undoubtedly you, Ash. Really? That is fantastic. The mere thought of battling the king of fighting types sent shivers of excitement through Ash. Over the course of the night, Natsume gained preliminary insights into the partition-haired figure's new abilities. Firstly, The milky mist capable of forming armor seemed to correlate with the quantity of divine authority it possessed. Currently, to obtain more of this milky vapor and coalesce it into full-body armor, it would need to absorb additional fragments of divine authority. As it stood, the divine right within the partitioned-haired figure was only sufficient to form a very small round shield and a tiny short sword. Provided the attacks were not from exceptionally powerful Pokemon, the partition-haired figure could withstand them. The tactical plan devised by Natsume for the partition-haired figure was to defeat Nightmares using its dream armor and evade for 10 minutes to reconstitute said armor. After having breakfast, the group entered the preparation area and commenced the day's competition. "Go, Ash!" Natsume cheered Misty, Brock, and the other spectators. "Welcome, everyone, to today's SP1 fighting tournament," the host announced at an opportune moment. "Today, we shall determine the strongest. Let us witness the spectacle." The audience buzzed with excitement, each aware of which matches to anticipate. The A-level arena showcased the cunning Dragonite. The B-level arena would feature a revival match for eliminated A-level competitors. The C-level arena displayed a duo of wild Pokemon, while the D-level arena featured a Pikachu that was fast asleep. Haha, this year's SP1 fighting tournament is far more entertaining than in years past. Chapter 102. You should return to being a gym leader. Look, that scheming Dragonite has unexpectedly sent another opponent flying. The C-level arena showcased a formidable combination of wild Pokemon. In my opinion, the D-level arena's Pikachu is the real highlight. How do you suppose it trains its sleeping skills? The audience buzzed with lively discussions. The director shifted the camera, and the host flitted between the various arenas. This year's SP1 fighting tournament was simply too captivating. Previously, one would primarily focus on the A and B level arenas, while the C and D level arenas served merely as entertainment. Yet this year, the C and D level arenas were brimming with action. In the A level arena, an Abilash lay defeated beneath Dragonite's claws. "Abilash!" Elon exclaimed, kneeling in disbelief at his defeat. "And the victor of the A-level arena is the gentle tyrant," the hostess voice announced, causing Natsume to wince slightly. Audiences particularly enjoyed assigning nicknames to participating Pokemon. The Pokemon Abilash, which had just been defeated, was dubbed the Boxing Master. "Damn it, is this where I stop?" Elon gritted his teeth, his hands pressed to the ground, eyes brimming with frustration. A faint sound of footsteps approached, and Natsume stood before Elon. "You're quite strong, and your tactics are impressive."